advantageous for defense if we get there. But the first two maps are looking really dangerous.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we're not going to have to wait very much longer at all because we're going to be jumping into our first game today. The action is going to start very, very soon.
Okay, let's go. Quarterfinal number 1, baby. Havu taking on Forze. Havu, the leaders. By the way, the favorites, according to 1xBet. That's interesting. Who do you have as your favorite in this game, Jack?
Oh, it's very difficult to say. To be honest, I actually think these are very, very similar at the moment. But I think Havu have been in great form, so it's kind of difficult to write them off. Without that form that they've been on, I probably would have went for Forze. But right now, you know, I think that this is anyone's game. I'm not too sure if they did manage to spot him there.
That's a great idea, to be fair. Just jumping on top. Yeah, they've spotted him. That's a great clear. They just jump spot, see the guy, molly him off. They just want to make sure they don't waste their utility in this round.
But they're going to try and bulldoze their way up onto this A site, but no dice so far as X7 and Ariel managed to put a stop to the initial push. They stalled for a minute, but speed right back up again with Crad with a quick double. And now looking for a whole lot more. Crad is going to be able to find a third, and that leaves Spargo alone in his endeavours. A 1 versus 2 as Clax puts the bomb down, drops in towards CT. Now it's a 1v1. Spargo hits a nice headshot. Crad out of the round, and Clax needs to get on the board, needs to find his first kill if he wants to find the first round for Forze. But dancing around the sight box, Spargo trying to isolate ahead, trying to find that fight, but it's a fight he ultimately loses as Clax will get the first one up for Forze.
Yeah, nice kill from Clax there. A good 3k from Crad in the pistol round. But again, I want to touch upon the fact that, you know, they were really diligent with the way that they cleared out car, right? A lot of the times they're just going to see teams and Stamolian, but they wanted to make sure that they're not going to waste their Molotov, which is, you know, a nice little detail, especially in a pistol round where, you know, investing in some utility, you want to make it count, you want to make it work because you have really limited finances. That was a great decision. Is the details, Jack. That's why Jerry is a favorite of ours.
Oh, of course. The tiny little details.
Yeah, it's hard to believe he's only 24. He's been a part of Forze for over 5 years now.
5 years of Jerry doing things exactly like that as he finds a quick double out towards middle. Doto creeps his way up short to try and maybe catch one of the tees off his guards and swings wide with a flash. And 2 kills for the 5-7s means that this isn't as straightforward as Forze maybe thought. Crad tries to settle this round a little bit with his AK, but can't settle himself onto the head of an enemy. Instead deploys a smoke just for that extra little bit of a safety net and backs away into the site. And with that rifle picked up on Doto, I don't think he's going to be too intrigued to really go for this. Might try and take a rifle or two away, but this is still a very decent save for the CTs.
Yeah, it's just a couple exit kills if you can get away with, but holding on to the Galil and the Scout is going to give you somewhat of a fighting chance in round number 3. It's still a good call from Forza, though. The contact play out of middle, you catch them off guard. Jerry with a lovely double entry there, and it pretty much opens up the round. I think it was Zen that was all alone towards the B-bomb side, 5-7 in hand. You just get away with 1 kill, but you're not going to get a lot more, and he's not to blame for that as well. Let's go start for Forza, 3 people alive. Money's going to be looking all right, but as you mentioned, the CTs are actually going to be able to do some damage in the next round as well.
Try and keep that the money as low as possible. Make sure that they have as little as possible to buy up the presents for Christmas, which is
oh yeah,
a bit mean, but you know, it has to be done.
You already in Christmas mood?
Oh yeah, tis the season.
Are you?
It is the season. It's, I mean, it's coming up. What, 19 days away?
Yeah, I've not seen snow yet.
Yeah, we don't get snow here, so not really too, you know, it's not.
Oh yeah, it's not a factor for you.
It's never really a white Christmas here, do you know what I mean? It's kind of sad, but now the Christmas tree went up this morning, so you know, it's definitely feeling in the giving mood as the first kill goes in favor of Havu. As I don't know if Forze are going to be in the giving mood in terms of giving away a round here, although Step in the right direction for Havu means that Forze are going to have to double back here, show a little bit of presence towards short. They're going to try and make their way out onto this B site, where it is then an X7 to defend with very little, no rifles.
Yeah, they hope that the lack of utility on the CT side is going to make it really tough to defend, but the CZ on top of the box might not be accounted for.
Brad tries to make his way forward, but it's the mid play from Jerry. Little split. Havu, where unable to really deal with whatsoever. Now, Jerry looking for a little bit more. Doto finds a beautiful headshot. Crad is going to be absolutely terrified that one of those Galil bullets has his name written all over it. So, ducks himself away, tucks himself into the site, as Force tucked themselves into a delicious third round. But 3 rifles saved, Ted. It's not all bad news for Havu.
Yeah, you know they've been playing a good economical game in the first 3 rounds. Even though they've lost all of them, it's still been all right. I mean, the buy that they're going to have just now is going to be great. Considering that Dodo doesn't have any money because he went for the armor investment, I think he dropped over one of the Galils as well and went for an upgrade himself. So him getting his hands on the AK, everybody else having enough money. Spargo can even go for an AWP as well. He's got the armor already. He can drop over the rifle and go for the big green. That's actually going to be a solid investment coming in from Havu.
A little bit of a tech pause to start our day off, sadly, as we'll have to wait just a little bit longer to get into the first gun round.
We're used to those. You know, as we're in a tech pause, everybody at home, let us know if you already have the Christmas tree out. Who's feeling the Christmas spirit?
I assume a lot of people are going to be putting them up pretty soon.
Yeah, I'm going to be putting it up pretty soon, but I don't have it yet.
Yeah. Oh, are you a real Christmas tree, or you know, a fake plastic one?
No, like fake plastic one.
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
I have
It's too messy, isn't it?
It's not because it's messy. It's like a nature thing for me, I guess. It's like because most of the time you see people just getting the real ones and then throwing them away.
Yeah,
which is like a waste. So I think like we have a villa in the countryside. So there we have a real one, but it's in the ground, so it's a living fella.
Okay.
But we use the plastic one at home. You know, nature friendly. You know.
Exactly.
But yeah, it is messy. It is really messy as well.
Like everybody's back in the server, but make sure that the tech issue, whatever it is, does not persist.
Yeah, hopefully. We have some time to actually focus a little bit on crowd, right? I mean, you bring up another person with a lot of experience on the side of Forza, which, you know, it's never been a problem because you have a really well-seasoned veteran like Jerry. But then you bring up a player that's played 2 majors. You know, Crad played the PGO Stockholm with Entropic, and then he played even in the Star Ladder Berlin 2019 with Dream Eaters, which is a name you haven't heard in a long time, I bet. But
no.
Yeah, you bring up another guy that's really well seasoned, and that's going to be able to, you know, make the team feel a little bit more solid in some tough moments. But that's solid as well. I like skins.
Well, of course, you can see that Hellcase giveaway there popping up on your screen. If you want to get involved in that giveaway, click the banner down below. Head over to our wonderful partners over at Hellcase. Maybe pick yourself up a nice skin over the holidays. As right now, Forze kind of pick up the pace a little bit out towards middle here. It's not really being accounted for just yet on the side of Havu. Now, Doto's going to be a little bit concerned about it as he sees the Molotov. Brad still making a lot of noise and Zentra the smoke. He's found the headshot. Doesn't realise that he's actually dropped the bomb here. Smoke goes down as the T's try and barrel their way in on over. But the molly and the smoke down means that they're pretty much just stuck here. And this is not where you really want to be at all, especially with the CTs rotating on in. But they don't really have a choice at all. Eventually these smokes are going to clear and they're just going to be stuck out in the open, especially when the CT push on through. Zen finds the headshot. Shalfie now still stuck. Doto has him pretty much trapped and dead to rights. X7's going to pick up and kill him for free, and now it's down to just Glax.
Yeah, and he's going to go down to X7. That was a great defense from Havu. And as you pointed out, it was really awkward for Forze, only because the protocol nades for Havu were so great, right? As soon as they realize that it's a mid to B split that's going on, even though they don't know that they have the bomb towards the tunnels, they know that they've been able to take care of the tunnel presence, at least for now, because they got that first kill and there was no response whatsoever. Then they molly off towards window, smoke off towards door, and you can see that even though Forza had middle control, that was everything. And as soon as the smoke towards CT fades, they're really exposed.
It's an awkward situation. Can't really go forward, can't really go backwards either. So
yeah, you're just trapped.
Look. Now, Club Force have won 3 rounds in a row. That was the first round that they have conceded to their Finnish enemies. The money situation isn't all that great for them. You see Jerry and Crad down to just a few upgraded pistols between them. And it comes down to how good Havu were at actually keeping the T-side economy from flourishing early on. And a victory in this round would put Forze on quite the setback, back onto an eco. So, tried to get a little bit too clever around that smoke, but Zori was ready for it.
Yeah, that's a nice opening kill. Considering you have 2 pistols in the mix as well, your utility is going to be limited. It's always going to be much better going into an execute knowing that you already have that man advantage. Spargo still towards that ramp with the AWP is going to slow them down a little bit. But with 35 seconds, it has to be the A play, and Aereo needs to be really careful with that lurk that's going to come up from Shofi.
Spargo trying to dodge those flashes as they make their way up short, sets himself on the first kill, but Jerry takes his head clean off with an AK bullet. Out towards long, Ariel is still there, and well, Shalfi's yet to move just yet. 10 seconds, and Force don't really have an awful lot of time. If Havu just rush onto the bomb site and deny this plant, that could be absolutely everything. Massive Zori with that headshot. Shalfi now is gonna extend himself out towards long. He finds that and tucks himself into the pit. X7 swings on up. Shalfi in the pit is just gonna be a nightmare to deal with, and he will get his second kill of the round, and that was the key factor.
Almost started applauding that from Shofi, by the way. That was a great flank from him. Did you see how patient he was? There was that moment when Ariel turned around, flashed for his teammate, helped him out a little bit, and then turned around towards long once again to make sure that there's not going to be a flank. Shofi didn't move. He didn't even think about going for that early play. He had so much trust in his teammates, even though the time was running so low. That's just some great decision-making from him, and he single-handedly wins them the round there. And now they can switch up the pace again. They can go guns blazing towards long, and Arrow's all alone with the UMP. Suddenly decides he doesn't want to do anything with that fight.
Yeah, probably a good decision to get on out of there. It was a little bit risky going for the retreat, but he definitely would have been dead if he overstayed his welcome in that smoke. With the AKs on the other side spamming on through. Right now, Forze pretty much confined here towards long. You can see there is a lot of information for Havu. They've got tunnels control. They see absolutely nothing towards middle. So they can have their sights completely set on long. There is only a limited amount of places that they can be. With more presence being shown here once again, Havu, they're going to have 4 players ready and waiting for this attack.
Yeah, spam through the smokes. They've cleared out the entire map, and that's the big risk with playing so slowly towards one part of the map. You've left tunnels, you've left middle. They know exactly what's going on in Dodo. He's already collected one through the smoke, but they know he's not alone.
Now, need to try and get smokes down, but they have none left. They're just going to have to try and swing across with the flash, and they just take the fight in towards CT. But the bombs drop, look completely out in the open. It doesn't matter if they find the kills onto the site. They have to go and rescue that bomb from CT, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Down to just Zorti and Crad now. As Zorti falls, Crad is left, and the Forze new boy, well, what can he really do here? The answer is not a lot. Spargo's trapped here towards Gandalf. Crad is going to try and find this kill, but the support comes through the smoke from Zen, and that's a second for the Finns.
Yeah, that was a really good round from Havu. I was almost going to commend Forza, by the way, because they switched up the approach in the best possible moment. They've been abusing mid control so hard the first couple rounds. You notice how Havu actually were ready to give away long and focus on middle. They had enough with, you know, just letting Force operate with lower and short and even CT mid for the first couple rounds. And maybe had Force went for a bit of a faster play towards long, it would have worked out. But at the end of the day, when you slow it down so much, you're always going to risk that the CTs are going to push. They're going to clear out the entire map, and they're going to have pretty much everybody stacked towards that A-bomb side, even though they were looking for the moment of prize, even though they tried to, you know, contact their way and fight CT with only a single flash. It doesn't really work out for them. Havu pick up a second round. Money still looking really shaky for Forza. With another tactical timeout, they're going to be hoping to make this one work. A reset now would actually skyrocket Havu's chances to even get a pretty decent score in that first half. Even though it's early days, we know how tough it could be if you let Forza pick up the tempo early on. But Havu have done a really good job so far. Even though it's a 2-4, they've played a great game.
Yeah. They've kept themselves in it for sure.
Yeah, the damage as well that they were able to do in the first couple rounds, saving up the guns. They were always thinking about their next step.
They'll need to pull that next step off, though. It's all worth nothing if they do lose this next round. Jerry boosted up, and that's a massive headshot to find in return to the initial kill on Crad very early on. So we're back into a fair fight. 4v4, but Havu still favoured. The two rifles in the mix and in the fray for Forze once again. Ariel goes looking to see if they're trying to get a little bit too clever with another boost from Clax and Jerry. And Ariel, he's pretty happy just to hold this.
Yeah, it's a big risk though. Timing's everything. Oh, timing's not gonna favor him. Gotta go. Molotov, he should be able to get away. Nope, never mind. Jerry's gonna take him down. That's a really good kill from Jerry. For the AK now. And Spargo, he's holding the line, but needs to be careful as well. If he falls here, that's going to be a massive issue. Smoke is going to isolate his vision. Now they know exactly where the OP is, but it's just a fake from Jerry. They're going to go back towards the B-bomb side, and now they know the OP is in transition towards A. They surely know that X7 is going to be alone.
Issue is they don't have any flashes really to blind them here, so it is just going to be a contact out. They're hoping that the flash isn't there, but Jerry's walked his way out middle. X7 only gets one. Clax with a refrag, and that's absolutely massive. Forze, they've opened up that B site. And they have it under lock and key for the moment. Zen and Spargo, they have to even consider, do they really want to go for this right now? Because it's a big risk. It's notoriously difficult to retake this bomb site at the best of times. Never mind when you're a man down. Never mind when you have the issue of your money being completely reset. If this round doesn't go in your favour. Jerry in this position. Zen tries to clear him out. The refrag from Spargo is going to be there. But now they know exactly where the op's coming from. And Spargo has to get on out of there. He's not going to be challenged on the retreat. He does save that AWP, but it's a 5th round for Forze.
That's a great round from Jerry. So far, he's been spectacular. He's on a 10-6 start here at the IGL for Forza. And he was the only reason they win that round, right? First off, picks up the refrag with the boost, then manages to get the second one with the AK onto the player that was stuck towards short and couldn't fall back. Then manages to fake out the presence towards short to make the Opa rotate away. And as soon as he rotates away, unless we see a massive multi-kill from X7, this round is done. As you pointed out, the only problem was that they had no flashes. But the thing with that headshot angle is he's either going to get all 3 or all 4, or there's going to be that one D to just completely annihilate him. And you know this is what happens most of the time. He gets one kill, instant refrag, round done.
Yeah, so important that Clax hit that shot there. As now Havu and try and get aggressive out towards long. Jerry tucked behind blue here. Zen is close by. Jerry might overlook this angle. Indeed he will. Zen will take him down. Clax, he pushes past the smoke once again. Did they realise he's out? No, they don't. Clax will take his head off and the second as well. And we'll restore order in this round. Forze now with a 4v2. Spargo still has this AWP though. He could be a real danger, man. He connects on his shots. Definitely gives chances, but misses the first. Now the information given away.
Yeah, and again, they have no flashes, by the way. The only player that actually has a flash is Shofi, and he's on the lurk. That's why you see them slow down. They're going to give him some time to work with. Want to make sure they have the AWP under a lock and key, and he's got no idea about short being a possibility. There's the kill from Shofi. That should be the same for X7 as well. Money absolutely gone for Havu. Forze are going to be able to pick up their 6th round here. on those two. It's been a really good T side. I want to highlight once again Jerry on the T, Jerry on the entry. He's been creating so much space early round, mid round. If they lose the opening fight, he's been doing so much, and he's the last person actually you expect in this lineup to be delivering those numbers, right? He's always been the more supportive person that's just creating space, and that's about it. But now he's been able to find the kills. He's been able to set up his teammates really nicely, and Shelfie's on 4 kills. Flax is on 5, Zorti is on 3, Brad is on 4, and then you have the big boy Jerry on 11. Just picture that.
Yeah, I mean, you're highlighting Jerry there and saying, I do agree, but also, I mean, the impact, Shafi only has 4 kills, but 3 of them have been in these kind of lurk situations where he's found himself, just behind enemy lines almost, and has really just sealed 2 rounds at least that come to mind.
That's the thing with Shofi's lurks, though, right? He needs only that 1 kill. If it's the right kill, it's going to win them the round.
Exactly.
And it's kind of like Jerry picks up 1 on the entry, Shofi picks up 1 on the lurk. You win the round with only those 2 kills, unless everybody else gets mobbed up.
I definitely don't envy Havu coming up against a T-side like this on Dust 2.
Well, you can look at it from the bright side. If you're a team that doesn't love playing Dust 2 against Forza, the map is going to be gone really soon.
That's one way of looking at it, I suppose.
Yeah, I could be optimistic. The negative aspect of it is that you could be gone from the tournament as well, but obviously it's a little bit too early to speak about that, We got to give them credit. We still have their map pick going up. Dust 2 is not over yet, even though it's a great start for Forze.
Another round goes by the wayside for Havu, but definitely one that we weren't expecting them to win. X7. The only rifle saved, it would seem. But they are kind of aggressive on this save here. Might go looking maybe for Crad. He's going to need to be a little bit careful. X7 has been heard, and it's the perfect bait really into Spargo, not realizing that he was going to be that close, and now he gets away with an AK. Once again, the saves have been okay for Havu. In the rounds that they have lost, when they have saved, they are bringing the rifles in, but it's no good bringing the rifles into the next round if you're not going to do anything with them. You need to start winning rounds. You need to start putting them together, and to be honest, it needs to start now.
Yeah, it absolutely does. I mean, even though Dust 2 is going to be out and all of that, just focusing on the present, it still counts as a bit of a CT-sided map, right? It still counts as a map that favors the defensive side of things. You get a lot of freedom. You get a lot of possibilities for aggression, a lot more than back in the days when you didn't have that, middle Tetris block added into Eastbourne above Titanic. And you got to feel like, especially when it's not your map pick, you want to make it work on the defensive side of things. And when you rather let Forze start on a 7-2 lead here on their map pick on the T side, it's never going to be an easy game to come back into, even though you now have the money. But I feel like they can feel a little bit hard done, to be fair, because they had a good start to the game. I think they had a solid idea on how they wanted the first couple rounds to go, but then there was those, couple Jerry rounds. Him just walking out of middle, Shelfie on the lurk, as we put it out. A couple rounds that they just planned on winning. The weak buy that they managed to make work as well with the hero AK getting the double refrag. I feel like all of those just changed up the game completely for Havu. And now it looks a little bit difficult. It's kind of like, okay, our initial plan didn't work. What do we do now? How do we get out of here? Because they can still, on paper, they can even get 7 or 8 rounds here on the CT side if they manage to turn things around massively. Doesn't look highly likely, but they could. It would be the right moment to step it up. Forza haven't guaranteed themselves the win in that first half yet, so maybe getting a nice winning streak here could help you out to bounce back. Although, there's always that scary prospect of somebody just going crazy on a double entry on the side of Forza, and then you're pretty much done for.
You're definitely in trouble. Got a lot of time to think about it with this technical pause. Of course, not allowed to talk during it, but allowed to think about it.
Oh yeah,
and mull things over. And while we do have a little bit of a break, you know, if you guys want to head over and check out the cctour.gg webpage, you can get a quick look at the rankings. Of course, all these teams that are taking part in these CCT events, they are, of course, battling it out and trying to accumulate as many points as possible. Because the more points you have, the more chance that you are going to actually qualify for the LAN event, which I believe is going to be taking place the end of next year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, there's a couple studio events before that, but I think the LAN is the end of next year. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which sounds like a lot of time, but trust me, it's not. Time flies.
It does indeed. Of course.
Like a ship that's been set sail.
These guys have also been picking up a lot of points because they've came through the main Swiss stage, but the further they go, the better it will be.
Oh yeah, especially Forze. They did win the CCT Central Europe too, so they have a lot of points. They've been able to deliver in different CCT tournaments. Shelfie, oh, that's risky. That's unlucky. He was not ready for that.
Yeah, not at all. Oh, there's a good refrag from Jerry once again, trying to pull his team back into this round. Of course, X7 has actually pushed all the way through into T-spawn, and well, they missed him a little bit. Clax just gets away to safety. In the meantime, Ariel's gone down now as well. Out towards B, Crad's going to go and realise that this bomb site is completely free, but they need to be worried about X7. Oh, he's going to miss the timing completely. He's given up middle. Now, realising what's gone on, Forze don't really just want to sprint away. X7's going to swing back. That's the B player that they were looking for, surely, and now they're just going to make their way on over. You can see the rotates being locked down by Crad. Then creeps his way forward. 30 HP. Shouldn't be too much of a problem for any T that will take that fight. Forze, they will get at least a bomb plant from this round.
Yeah, they'll get the round as well. I feel like this is a save. Zen's low on HP. Sparko's got the AWP. He's got a defuse kit as well, but he's too far away. They're just going to hold on to it. That's a great mid-round readjustment coming in from Forza. And that's really interesting, right? Because they clear out tunnels. They assume that after they've taken care of Shelfie, it's going to be clear. So they rotate everybody towards middle. And then you have that one player just creeping his way. Is this man, Crad, the newest addition to the lineup. Just clearing out the B-bomb side. It was a little bit awkward there for a second because they realized that they need to find at least one kill before they can just make the run. If they just pull their knives out and go for it, just Hail Mary towards the B-bomb side, they're probably going to get taken off guard. So they get the refrag onto top middle. I believe it was X7. And from that point on, it was just set sail. Did you hear the... We have a new stinger, don't we? Did you hear the people cheering? The crowd sound.
I was wondering what that was. I was looking at my second monitor, but I was wondering what that was, yeah.
Yeah, I was confused for a second there a couple times, but yeah, that's quite sick.
Crowd definitely going wild here. Forze will pick up another round, 8-2. It's looking pretty desperate for Havu right now, but this round... looking a whole lot better with the initial kill and the damage done to Crad once again. Oh, X7, has he missed Shelfie? Has he seen him? I think he has. He does know. Up on top. It doesn't matter if you know. Shelfie's just too quick. Headshot landed out towards B once again. The Forze are having a lot of success over at this Bravo bomb site. Though up flashed off, you can't hold the cross anymore, and Clax will get away safely. It's a 4 versus 3, but you feel Havu kind of need to go for this.
Yeah, at this point you need to, but then you get re-smoked. There's not any further utility. Oh, never mind. There's a Molotov that's going to go over towards window. And even though Dodo finds that kill, it's going to be so late when they go for this round. You can see they want to go for the retake, but they have to commit to it. They have the defuse kits, have the smoke, have the 2 flashes, but it's going to be such a late one.
They'll make their way in. Flashes go over high. Clax on the site. He's going to peek out. There's 1. There's 2. Zen now alone finds the headshot. He tries to get away, and he will get away. He'll rescue the AWP as Crad goes swinging to try and take him down. He loses his life, but it's not Forze losing another round. In fact, they will win another one. You wonder when Havu are going to be able to turn around, if they are going to be able to turn this one around at all.
I think it might be a little bit too late. At least in that first half, for sure. I mean, at this point, you're just getting abused towards B. The previous round, you tried to be aggressive towards tunnels. It was successful, but then again, mid-round, they find the gaps. They just make you really uncomfortable in a lot of those situations, right? Even that kill that Shofi probably should be losing, he still manages to get. And from that point on, even though you get a couple refrags going on for you, the B-bomb side is never going to be an easy one to retake. And look at Jerry. He's going to pick up the pace once again. He's a crazy man.
Oh, Spargo did actually take a lot of damage there. Ollie goes in. Let's just go over. Spargo tucks himself away, but eventually he's just going to be spammed on through, and that's the op out of the round. And Forze with the advantage once again. They're going to have 3 players towards this A site, Havu, to try and defend. The smokes will go down, and Crad is going to try and sneak his way across. He's waiting for Toto to peek out. Great reaction from Toto. The M4 overpowers the AK that time as the headshot lands, but Klax still creeps his way on over, trying to clear out the site, and it is completely clear right now. The only place that they have to be initially worried about is going to be short, but eventually those smokes are going to clear, and Sorry will find that next kill.
Great shot. Yoper finds Dodo, and they're actually going to start falling back a little bit. Look at Shofi. He's towards B once again. He's going to find a kill on Suzanne. This is so massive from Shofi. He's been such a massive threat so far. It's really annoying if you're Havu as well, right? You get a couple fights towards the A-bomb side, you find 1 kill, then you get refragged by the Oper. They're already crossed on the side. Nothing's happened towards middle, towards B. You've been so late because you've been afraid of Shofi being there, but he's still there. He's just a little bit later than usual. Once again, it's just impossible to tell if he's going to be there. And look at that. Ariel's never going to clear that one out. Shofi is such a nerd.
It's very difficult when you're trying to retake a bomb site, but nearly all the time you have to be doing 180 turns just to make sure nobody's coming behind you, because more often than not, it seems like there's somebody ready to stab you in the back from the side of Forze. They do get into double figures. So nice reaction from Doto here to top Crad. It's a little bit fortunate with the shot, but once again, it's around really that Forze aren't caused too many problems at all. They haven't been stopped in making their way up onto either bomb site, A or B. They're having so much success, and Havu really need to hope for a little bit of luck in the last few rounds. 3 more to go, and to be honest, the way that Forze are playing, I'd be expecting them to take at least 2.
Yeah, the game plan is just working out great for Forza right now. Every single round feels like it's just not being interrupted, right? They have an idea what they want to do with a round, they just do it. It works out. Shofi on the lurks has been doing a spectacular work. Even though he's only on 7 and 6, this is something that we did touch upon. It doesn't look that impressive when you look at the numbers. Pretty much everybody else on his team has the same amount of kills at least. But he's been so impactful. Finding the gaps in the defense. Always being that one needle. That's going to be the most painful out of them all. A high-low setup towards the B-bomb side. Shofi thinking about going for a peek. But they're just waiting to see if Havu are going to get on their nerves and potentially push somewhere. Nothing like that happening, to be fair. Havu have been really calm this round. Just holding on. Not moving whatsoever. Not making any rushed-up decisions. They're just trying to play with the timer, and to be fair, they're successful in doing so. 30 seconds, they're going to try and drop 1 player down CT, but there's nobody there. It's just going to be the 2 B defenders that need to hold on.
The issue is Jerry's in a position now that he can make sure nobody rotates on over here from A, but the flash goes in, blinds him completely, and Doto
they're going back short.
A little bit of a spanner
15
into the works.
They're running short. There's nobody here.
Oh, but at least Shalfie goes down. They realise now they won't be shot in the back at least. That's something. It's a 5v2. Forze are going to have to try and lock this down. 5v4, nearly a 5v3. A whiff shot on the off gives chances now. Sorry, can't afford to miss too many more, as he does miss a second now. Looking for that third, but unable to find it. Zen with the headshot. That is going to be a third now for the Havu side. They needed a little bit of luck. They needed a little bit of fortune. And that might just be it there.
Yeah, that was a really well played round. That was the first time that they actually showed some really good understanding of what was going on. You know, again, the protocol nades were really good to stop that B split from happening. Then they managed to take down Jerry. Klax, I believe, just got spammed through a smoke. So yeah, a little bit lucky there with that one kill. But initially, like, the entire idea was really good. And they were able to cut off the rotations. Was quite a risky call coming in from the Forze boys. Doesn't work out. 10-3 Havu, hoping to get at least 5 out of this.
Very thinking about going on the aggression, swings through the smoke, and that's a beautiful double. The spray control is absolutely ridiculous there. That's 2 headshots, and he just makes it look so easy. Just when Havu are given a lifeline of a round, really, Jerry snatches it away almost instantaneously. X7 is going to completely overlook this angle, but Crad, is he going to be spotted just yet? No, he is not. And X7 is actually going to catch him in the back. Now it's a 3 versus 3. This one might have just been safe, but look at Shalfie's position once again. He's going to be waiting for X7, and he strikes him down. He's just an annoyance, really. A pesky problem that Havu just haven't been able to deal with whatsoever. And Spargo, well, he's got a lot of problems now. He's got one in front of him and one towards long as well. Sorty trapped behind the car, takes a lot of damage, and Spargo manages to find that kill. Has to reload though. The 5 op bullets in a magazine makes things difficult. Has to go for it now, but Shalfie's going to be holding the line, finds the headshot, and another very impactful round once again from the young Force man.
Man, he's so annoying. How do you play against that? You even had the lurk towards tunnels, right? It's not like Shofi was the only one. You had Crab that was just not moving towards lowers. You clear him, and then you still have Shofi to deal with towards top middle. This is crazy. Those two-dimensional lurks, if I can call them like that, from Forza, they've been so tough to deal with.
Very, very tough to deal with. LK's giveaway, definitely not tough to deal with at all. If you want to get involved, you can click the banner down below the stream. As you've seen there, $400+ of skins to be won. So if you fancy your chances, if you're feeling a little bit lucky, definitely get involved. Crad, unlucky in the early instances of this round. And Klax might be very unlucky as well, because Zen is on the other side of these long doors. He has an M4 in his hand. That finds the headshot flash, completely blinds Zen. Jerry eventually is going to be able to take him down. I believe he was caught a little bit by that flashbang himself. Ariel is going to be able to find a double. That drops the bomb. Sorty, though, tries to trade it back, but Ariel with a triple kill is going to seal Havu's 4th round there. An 11-4 half, looking very, very dangerous for Zar.
Oh, okay. We're ready to start things off with the second one. You know, I thought there was a break for a second there. Between the halves. Caught me off guard. Already calling it. But, no. We're going to start things off with the second pistol round straight away. What a nice way to finish off the first half for Forza. Even though Havu did manage to pick up the last round, Jack, it's still going to be a long ride. And losing the pistol round could make things a lot harder here for the Finnish boys. In fact, they lose the pistol round. You might be writing them off at this point. Well, the pistol and the conversion, let's put it that way. We look at 14-4. I'm not a big optimist for Havu.
I mean, the good news for Havu is, right, you'd hope that they're not going to be lurked on as much on the T side, but you never know what the game plan of Forze might be. Zorty finds the first kill, but answered back with 2 quick ones from the Havu side. Might just try and make their way up towards A here. Klax then in towards middle. There's nobody on this A site really to defend for the moment, so the bomb actually can be planted safely. But Crad in the pit, now spots a player on the cross, gets dinked up, tags Dota down, and is going to be able to find that kill. But the trades, they keep going 1 for 1. In towards CT goes Spargo, as himself and X7, both full HP, have to deal with Shalfie and Crad on the low. Crad down to 0. Now Shalfie is the only player left that has to be dealt with. Now trying to isolate the fights, but the high-low is definitely going to be difficult as 2 players swing out. X7 with 3, and Havu do get a 5th.
Yeah, that's a massive kill from X7. They needed somebody to step it up, right? Individually, so far, they've had Spargo with a couple good rounds. They've had Dodo pick up a couple multi-kills, Zen even, but they needed the impact, right? Not only the quantity, but the quality of the kills, and this is where X7 steps it up. Oldest member of this lineup as well. Well, oldest in terms of how much time he spent in the team. He's been here for a little bit over 2 years. 2 years and 3 months, to be precise. Straight after that miraculous Ence run. The Force buy, though, going to come through here for Forze. A couple MP9s, a 5.7, a scout for Zordi. He's going to get explorative towards top middle. Doesn't see anything, but Havu taking their time with this one. Just playing the nice little default. Only problem is, you got to cross.
That smoke makes it a little bit easier to get across. Alfie waits to see if anyone is going to push their luck and try and make their way out the mid doors. Instead, he carries X7 down an awful lot. Clax is going to be able to find that first kill. Don't in towards CT, gets the next. As Havu, they deal with the A players. So it does cost them a lot of HP and one of their members, but that should seal the round there and then. Shalfie, Crad, and Zori, it's still a very good save from the Forze boys, but it is 2 unanswered rounds in this second half in favour of the Finns. And there is a way back for them, although, you know, it was all doom and gloom in that first half. Now on the T side, you know, they've started well. They've, you know, won the round that they needed to in the pistol. The force buy was definitely going to cause them a few problems. But taking this one round at a time now, they can definitely bring this back.
Yeah. But it didn't cause them problems, right? I mean, they have 4 alive now. They just played a really standard default. Got that one refrag that they needed on Clax, and after that, it was pretty easy for them to finish it off. It's going to be 6 rounds. This is actually the 4th time that they've played Dust 2 in this tournament, I believe. Oh, no, it's actually the 3rd. It's the 4th. It's the 4th. What am I saying? They actually did pick it against AGO and won that in the main Swiss stage, then ended up picking it against 9 again, the Polish side, but losing it again in the group stage. And last time they played it, they did manage to get the better out of X-Finest. It was the 16-13 in the game that actually they qualified with. That would be for the playoffs, of course.
Oh, this is an absolute nightmare. Look at this from Shalfie. He's going to be able to find the double and the bomb drop completely. The lower tunnels push catches Havu completely off guard, and we're kind of singing their praises, how, you know, they've been pretty successful on this map, but in this event so far, but not successful in this round at all, as Shalfie finds the triple and Spargo left completely alone. They know exactly where he is, and Crad thinking about swinging out, but decides against it. Now Spargo, I believe, has heard Jerry walking up. He gets tagged down, and now the SMGs are just going to run at him, but Spargo threw a Molotov, now has an AK to work with. Everyone on Forze is pretty low, so there is definitely chances, but does Spargo know about the HP of absolutely everybody? And judging by this position, I don't think so.
I think I just jinxed him, Jack.
You have a little bit of a knack for that, don't you?
I'm sorry, I didn't intend to. I didn't want to, really. Just wanted to hype them up a little bit. But then you got Havu running at you in Tano, getting a triple kill. What can you do about it? And you were there, right? Spargo's just going to hold on to the AK. And do they look like they want to go for the hunt here? I don't think you should. I mean, you've already been able to recover an AK. You have the scout, you have the MP9. Money's going to be absolutely blooming for you the next round. Obviously, Havu is still going to have some money to work with. It's not like they're going to be completely scrapped for crash, but or rather for cash. But Yeah, Spargo can drop over an AK. He's going to hold on to his. It's just a little bit disappointing because you felt like you deserved that 7th round here, and now it's a 12-6. You have just 1 buy left in the tank, and it's not going to be ideal either. You're going to have 4 AKs if X7 wants to go for one without any util. There's a replay as well. It's just a tunnel crunch. Great stuff from Shofi. Without a doubt, the most impactful player so far. Even though Jerry's had a phenomenal game, it's just them two, which is good, you know. I mean, Krad, we spoke about his experience and all of that, but obviously he's going to need some time to get accustomed to the team. And Zorti he's been doing all right, but he hasn't been a game changer so far. So you're kind of left with only 2 left original members of the team to make it work.
Trying to make it work out towards long and B at the same time. X7 does get out, and you can see they don't really want to fight him alone. Reinforcements are being called as Crad drops into the site, but Shafi tries to sneak his way through the smoke. Spots out X7 now behind the box, and Crad is going to deal with him. Now, X7 was completely isolated. There's no chance of a refrag whatsoever because everybody else is in T-spawn. Everybody else was occupied with that fight initially towards long. Eventually, they will give up that map control, and they will try and make their way out, but Jerry's there locking it down. Bomb falls in his lap once again, and Spargo alone in a 1v4. This time, not with an AK, just with the scout. Has to try and upgrade. You really do. Once again, you're locked completely out of the round.
Yeah, Shofi and Jerry are just having an impact competition at this point. What can you do about it? It's just, you go over towards B, Shofi picks up a triple kill with an MP9. You go over towards long, Jerry picks up a triple kill with the rifle, and you have Zorti to finish it off with the AWP. It's 13-6. Not only they pick up 2 consecutive, not only they break the T-side economy, but they lose only 1 player in the process. Look at the finances on the side of Forze now. It's just looking great for them. I can tell you one thing. That's not the dominance we expected.
No, definitely not. I was expecting Havu to put up a little bit more of a fight on this map, but Forze have just been absolutely excellent and have really put a foot wrong once again. Starts off very well for the Forze side as the opening kill found from the AWP. Middle's going to be overlooked as Shafi only comes away with 1, and Jerry is full of confidence right now, but a little bit of overconfidence as he swings out and Zen takes him down. Spargo stopped towards middle. Frag coming in once again. It's down to a 2v2. And if Klax falls here, it's a difficult round for Krad to win. And that's exactly what happens. Ariel with a massive headshot. There's the A bomb site. And there is maybe the round that Havu are after. Missed Molotov means Krad can creep up closer and closer. Then, is he going to be ready for this at all?
Oh, no. He has
him completely.
Clue. He has no clue. This is such a massive issue. Krad is going to get 1 free kill, and surely he knows the second one is too short. He knows he's caught the timing. They're not going to turn around. That's the first kill. They're absolutely shocked by it, and now he's going to tap the bomb. No kid is going to be a bit of a problem, but he's going to just stay like that. He's going to try and go for the kill aerial. Does it buy it? Does he hear him? I think he's heard him now. Krad needs to go and tap it a second time. Time is the problem. He's going to get the kill, but he's not gonna have it in time. No defuse kit, no party. 7 rounds for Havu.
Oh.
Ooh,
that's tough. Scary. That's tough. Expertly played there towards the end, and just a big gamble, a big risk.
I'm actually surprised they weren't ready for it. Sorry to interrupt there, but they failed the Molotov, and they still didn't know that this was a possibility.
Just missed the timing completely, but he didn't even clear it, did he? He didn't even look that way. No, he was not considering it at all.
I think he might have. Now, you know, if he clears out elevator and doesn't see him and he's already towards ramp, fair enough. You've got a godlike timing. He doesn't even look there. So that was a bit of a no-brainer maybe on Zen's part, but they still managed to get the round, so it's all good.
They managed to get the round, but I mean the buy isn't great at all. Now, you have done a little bit of damage to Zorti, but it's the AWP, so it doesn't really matter if the op is picture perfect with his shot. Just shut down the round completely. Now, out towards long, Havu are going to go. Well, The nades waiting in CT. Chips away at a little bit of health, but not an awful lot. As Forze are going to need to rotate on over. They've a lot of hands on deck here. Stop this attack, but it's going to be very, very difficult to do so. Over the top of the smoke, Clax finds one, and now he's going to just tuck himself away to safety. He's done his job for the moment. He's thrown a spanner into the works completely, and the boosts just keep coming in and keep coming over. Looking for a little bit more with Shalfie on that AWP, but unable to find it. 2 AWPs on the retake. This could be very, very difficult for Forze to get anything done. They're waiting for
It's a save.
maybe an opening, and it is the save.
Yep, absolutely. Even though you get the opening kill, Clax did so much there. The defensive utility was great. He was buying enough time. He was buying space. I believe he got forced by an 8 there to go for the fight, and obviously they had the boost for the Oper. But Jerry gets spammed through the smoke there, so a bit of an unfortunate one. Well played by Havu after losing the first kill, making sure they don't lose anybody else, rather. You pointed out that money's been a little bit of a problem for them since the start of that second half. Now they're going to get a bit of breathing room here, as they're going to keep 4 members alive and get 8 rounds on the T side. Still a long way to go, but, you know, it's a starting step.
It was looking very bleak, but Havu now have a little bit of life. Breathe back into the round and back into the game.
Yeah. By the way, looking at the football, and hearing the chants, who do you support at the World Cup?
Sadly, Ireland out there. All right, so I'm a little bit upset about that, but it's very difficult.
Oh yeah, because they would have been a big favorite to win the tournament had they been there, right?
Better than Bulgaria, mate. To be honest with you.
We don't have to go down there.
Yeah, I mean, you
don't go down to those. Fair, but right? Who do you support?
I really want Messi to win it. To be honest, I think that would be amazing, but it's very difficult to look past Brazil, right?
Yeah, great stuff. I'm pretty ashamed to say that I support the UK.
No, definitely not. They're last on my list, and I hope France absolutely hockey them.
They probably will, to be fair, but yeah, let's get back into the CS game. You know, we have Finland versus the CS side of Forze.
Finland out on top in the initial engagement. Spargo with that scout, proving that he doesn't really need an AWP to do a lot of the damage, and Toto somehow gets away with his life there. It was looking very scary indeed, but tucks himself away. Forze now still have to deal with him. Man disadvantage, running out of utility and running out of lives, running out of chances. Crowd is the next casualty now as Spargo is upgraded onto an AWP. Really putting in the work for his side.
Yeah, great 2 opening kills from the Oper. Great stuff from Spargo. Didn't have the best of performances in the first half on the CT side, but now on the T it feels like he's found the freedom, he's found the gaps. Still gotta get past Dorty, and they've actually left B completely here, Forza. They went for the gamble. If Havu commits to that A bomb side, sweet. Okay, you're going to have everybody here. If they go back towards B, round done. You just save. And they're already setting up for a save. And it feels like Havu are just going to test the waters now. No reason to just group up and commit. You have a 5 versus 3. There's 30 seconds. You can send one scouting player towards middle or towards B just to see if there's anything happening. And that's going to be about it. It's going to be the B play. Clax, Zorti, and Jerry holding on to the guns. 9 rounds on the board for Havu. Now we're going to figure out that B is completely clear. They're going to be the happiest team alive. All 5 surviving as well in this round, unless they decide to go and hunt, which, to be fair, they shouldn't be, because, you know, winning this round with 5 alive is pretty much going to seal the deal for them financially, and they could go hunting later on.
Yeah, no need to put your economy in a sticky situation by trying to get overly aggressive. 13-9 though, as Forze's lead cut to just 4. These 3 rifles could be a massive difference maker in this next round. You see Crad and Shalfie Not looking too well off, not looking too wealthy, but might be enough for a drop from at least 2 of the other players. So it should be a pretty decent buy, nevertheless. They might just go for a little bit of a half one. And yeah, 2,900 loss bonus. So don't want to overly invest into this round. Better off to kind of get 2 buys, so to speak.
Yeah. Did you see that nice little graphic? We got the
Young
Bart
with the
observer. Yeah.
with the finger guns. That's
Yeah, man, that was sick. You know,
yeah.
he looks like Elon Musk a little bit. His face. There's something there. Initially, I was like, oh, why did they have Elon Musk on the show? Well, apparently he's not happy with that comparison, but Jerry's going to be able to find a double kill now. That's a great flash from Shofi. They're going to be able to clear out long. And Havu, they're completely shut down. X7 and Dodo out of the equation. They got to go towards middle. Only problem is for Forze, though. Krat is all alone towards that B side. He's got only a pistol. He's going to push over towards Thanos, but imagine a world where he wins that fight. That's the bomb in Thanos, and then, oh no, he's not going to clear him out. Krat doesn't manage to get it still, but it's a 4 versus 2 for the Russian side.
4v2, 40 seconds, and the bomb's going to go down, and Forze are going to try and attempt this retake before the bomb is even planted. Zen's going to be taken off it. Shalfie finds Aerial, and Forze do find a 14th round. That's absolutely massive from them. It wasn't even the full investment, you know. They still had 2 players on pistols. They make it work. They survive with 4, and Havu at least have that money cushion to kind of fall back on, but it is their only lifeline, really, that is going to be left, because this ship is going down and they need to start plugging the holes as Forze look to take this first map, now only 2 away.
Yeah, that was a great play towards long. It all comes down to whether Jerry wins that first fight or not, right? If he gets that first kill, then they can go for the flash. They re-aggress, they probably get another one, if not even 2 more if there was another player out in the open. That was a great decision from Forza. They managed to get Havu out of their comfort zone, and once again, they call upon Spargo to try and find an opening kill. That's really dangerous for Krat. Still manages to get away with the information and 2 players' whereabouts, but Dodo is going to take down Jerry elsewhere.
Oh, Dodo needs to be very careful. It's a little bit of a back and forth going on through that smoke. Nobody coming out really worse for wear. Just now. Havu just try and slow it down just that little bit. It looks like it is going to be kind of an ace flick going on from long and short. Forze are really occupied with what's going on towards middle. The flash goes out and they will take that fight. It's a fight that they win. They don't realise what the next plan of action is going to be for Havu, and that's to react up A, where for the moment Zorti's completely alone with the AWP. They need to try and take care of Spargo. They have done so. Zorti's put a stop to the players out towards long for the moment. Needs to find another, and he will. Zen's down. Aerial's the last. Zorti has pretty much done it all. 3 kills on the site. The op stands tall, and Forze even taller.
Yeah, that's just his domain towards the A-bomb side. They had a bit of a trembling period. They had a couple of rounds where they did manage to make us believe that Havu could come back. But look at that from Zorti. Look at that from the entire team. They're just back in the server and they mean business. Forze are realizing that if the series gets to a decider, it could be really tough. Realizing that Nuke might not be a sealed deal. They need Dust2 to go their way, and they've looked phenomenal so far. Zorti manages to take down Spargo in the head-to-head. Zen is going to pick up the scout now, but they've already lost one of their best players, if not their best player so far in the server, and Zorti is going to make sure that they lose Zen as well.
2 best players so far out of the round. It's down to just 3, down to just 2. Zorti.
Somebody else just go and pick up that cursed scout.
Zorti stacking up the kills as Forze keeps stacking up the rounds, but Havu never really out just yet. And as I said, Zorti for Ace it surely. Might just have to. Might just come down to just him. First scout is going to be picked up. The bomb dropped, of course, and well, X7, nice shot. Now it will rely on one of the most experienced players in this Havu lineup, a 1v1 versus Krad. Boy, trying to get this first map under lock and key for the Forze side. Still has control of the bomb, but absolutely no idea where X7 has made his way to.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward play from X7 here. There's out long, might actually catch a godlike timing. Does he see him? Oh, right. Yep, he does. Manages to get the kill. Could have been a little bit awkward there, but Krat is going to get outmaneuvered there. Unfortunate for Zorti. Manages to get a 4K with the AWP. Everybody was just picking up the scout, just peeking into him. He was getting every single refrag, but the only problem was that he was the only Forza player that was actually able to win a fight in this round. X7 keeps them in the game. Double digits for Havu at least. Money still good enough for Forza to go for another reinvestment. Zorti's going to be on the AWP. 21 and 12 for the man, as he top frags the server alongside Jerry, who's on 22. So it's not alongside, he's just a little bit behind.
This could be problems here for Forze though. Krad's alone with absolutely no utility, and there's Mac 10s going to be making their way onto his bomb site very, very shortly. So needs the rotation of his teammates to come in, but Havu have to wait out this smoke. Jerry is going to be the support to rotate on in. Havu still lay and wait. Smoke goes over. Flashes do go in, but that smoke does go down. Do they want to push on through and push on past? A big risk, but Ariel will find that opening kill, and Havu now don't have to fully commit.
Yeah, they got to slow it down. They've been severely tagged as well. Look at the HP on some of those members. X7's on 53, 46 for both Dodo and Aereo, and Klags doesn't have to push it right now, and Heet realizes that he can just hold on. Smoke is going to delay it for a little bit longer. This is such a tough round right now for Havu. This doesn't make them actually want to go back towards that B-bomb side. They haven't made their final decision. They still have X7 that's lingering towards the tunnels. They're just hoping that they get something to work with. But look at Forza. They're not giving them anything. Even though they're a man down, they're just going to play the 2-2 setup.
$20, not an awful lot of time, and Zorti finds that kill. Oh, but they are going to make their way over. There's still a lovely crossfire that they're going to have to deal with right now. Krad actually is going to get out of it, and that's going to cost them it. 9 seconds left, plenty of time to get the bomb down now. Havu surely have an 11th round, and Forze, they were in the perfect setup really to deal with that, but just the repositions, that's what cost them.
Oh, Krat turning around, and the most unfortunate timing doesn't hold the line. Jerry didn't hear any movement towards tunnels, right? That was the reason that Krat turns around. He's like, okay, they wanted to go for the short play. Surely there's not going to be anybody towards tunnels, or they're going to be really late for the party if there is. There was no way that they were expecting a player to already be up in tunnels. And that's just the really awkward round that Havu had beforehand, right? Where X7 didn't actually move from tunnels, even though they were thinking about going for the A play. But they lose a couple members towards A. They start running back, and he's already in a really good position to deny them. Krat gets really unlucky. Jerry as well doesn't win that fight. 11 on the board for Havu. Great mid-round. Well, it is a great mid-round call. A bit scrappy, but great. It still works out. And now the money for Forze is pretty much gone. So there could be still some potential for Havu to actually force OT here.
Yeah, definitely. This is not a done and dusted game for sure for Forze. Might come back to haunt them that they weren't able to close out that round where X7 managed to pull off a beautiful 1 versus 3 clutch.
Oh, Jerry's got a Zeus. I beg.
Does he get the kill though? That's the thing. See?
No, I don't think he does. I'm disappointed, but I like the idea. I respect it.
Very, very passive from the T side here. So he is going to find that open and frag. Happy enough with that to leave one person out. Jerry. Doto. Got very fortunate there. That could have ended in tears for him for sure.
Yeah, it's okay though. They still have the AWP and the M4 in the mix, and they're going to start making their way back. They know there was nothing happening towards the B side. Klax has picked up Dodo towards middle. They know exactly what's going on. It's just a one-dimensional play. 3 players from Havu going over towards long, and there's 4 Forze members on the other side. The flash is going to be perfect. Aerial doesn't manage to, actually does manage to get the kill. Krad doesn't. Spargo is going to find one more the AWP towards the back of the side, but Spargo is going to dismantle Zordi as well. Now it's just Clax, so 1 versus 3. They don't realize that he's nearby. He hasn't been spotted. The element of surprise is the only thing that he has going on for him. And there it is, the first kill in the bag. Ariel's low on HP as well. Zen, the real troublemaker, gets spotted. Ariel peeks into him and does manage to take that kill. 12 rounds for Havu. They stay alive once again. Even though those rounds are going way too close for comfort, they're only 3 away from overtime, Jack.
One shot to start things off. And I mean, if Ariel does go down there, that's a very, very doable round for Clax in that situation. Once he finds the kill onto the Opper, it does turn into a 1v1. See there. Of course, our partners Hellcase, if you guys want to check them out, maybe open some cases, pick up some nice new skins, click that banner down below the stream as always. As we're getting to the business end right now of this first map of the day. 4 quarterfinals coming up. Plenty of more Counter-Strike action to come. Let's see a little bit of action now in this round. X7 baits out the shots initially. Doesn't take any damage. Might be interested in going for a fight here, but just waiting for his teammates to create a little bit of space. Jerry finds that kill. Spargo unable to trade. He lands the tag, but Jerry somehow still alive on 16 HP.
Yeah, and they still have 2 more towards the B-bomb side. Spargo needs to be careful. Timing is going to be everything. Shofi doesn't need to pick into it, but if he gets the right timing, it guarantee him a free kill. They lose the first man, had a man advantage in the previous round, barely converted, and once again, Forze are just really good at holding the line as soon as we get into that later stages of the round. Clax gonna get spotted now. This fight could change the round completely, and it will. It's gonna actually enable them to go for the A play, and Zordy's all alone here.
Sorry, tries to batten down the hatches on this A site, but only comes away with 1. The refrag from Toto is going to be absolutely massive. Jerry taking a little bit of a risk going through that smoke. He is going to try and catch them off guard up towards short. Big nade, maybe, but Jerry gets out of harm's way. His shot is going to be ready for Zen. Completely overlooks that angle. And now Zen is going to be flanking the CTs as Jerry tries to escape. Zen is going to lock in his 3rd kill of the round. And Krad tries to desperately scramble away from this bomb site. But is he going to be stopped? Runs out of bullets. Knows that Zen could be very, very close by, but it's X7 he needs to be worried about. As Havu, they do lock in 13. The money's not going to be there for Forze, and now overtime is definitely a possibility.
Yeah, that was massive from Zen there towards Long Pride. Winning that fight against Lax, if he goes down there, it's just going to make it really tough for him. Zordy can pick up 1 kill and then pull back. He was getting ready to toss an 8 as well, but he realized he's all alone, so he needs the element of surprise. Even if he tosses the nade and does a lot of damage, they're probably going to take him down straight away, so that's why he decides to go for the raw fight, hopes that he gets a multi-kill. It's going to be a lot tougher, though, now, with the nerf of the M4. You got to go for the head, otherwise you're not going to be getting too many souls out of it. That was just a half-buy. A couple upgraded pistols, 4 smokes, Nachi and a flash. Well, you should never underestimate a CT-sided team with 4 smokes. That's all I'm saying, but it still looks nice for Havu. They've been able to muster up somewhat of a comeback, and now we're just 2 rounds away from it. 2 rounds away from taking us to overtime here on Dust 2. The comeback potential. That's the experience on the side of Havu. People like X7, like Dodo, like Ariel, like Zen. They've played so many games like this one.
These pistols can be nasty at the best of times. Still lying in wait as X7 on the receiving end of 2. Pretty unhealthy HE grenades. Jerry Playing around this smoke as the molly comes on through and Clack's close by as well. This could be an absolute disaster. The flash is going to be perfect. Catches the CTs off guard. Spargo does get 2. And Clax and Crad now are the only 2 players left to deal with. 20 seconds. Crad's been spotted out towards short. Damage being done. Clax is going to swing wide. Drops the bomb. They try and stop it, but they cannot stop the comeback train that Havu are on. One more round needed. Then they're going to have a chance to win it in overtime.
Yeah, what a way that would be to start things off in the first quarterfinal as well. Look at that from Havu. Down 15-9, able to get 6 rounds in a row here. If they want to force over. Well, it's 5 yet. It's going to be 6 if they do manage to force OT. Was that Henny on there? I think that was Henny.
Yeah. It was indeed.
I miss Henny.
Is this a B-rush?
I think it is. They're going for the Hail Mary play.
They haven't done this all half, and it's worked out perfectly. Forze just weren't ready for it. Smokes the molly. They go straight on through, and they might have just barreled their way to a 15th round. Now, definitely no saving going on here for Forze. They're going to have to save the day with this massive retake, but lots of utility still left on this B bomb site to try and lock them out. They're boost over the top of the smoke and over the top of the doors. They need to be careful of Doho, who has them locked in. Everybody coming from the retake from this CT mid position. Doho finds the first, Doho finds the second, and Clax has absolutely nowhere to go but to overtime. He is going to be taken down. It's Doho with all 3, and it's Havu with 15. What a comeback story this is.
Yeah, what a comeback from Havu. We've been so critical towards them in the past couple of months. We've wanted to see so much more from that lineup, but this is them finally showing us why we're looking at them and saying, okay, they don't have a single weakling. They don't have a single weak spot, a single player that's lacking experience. All of those players, they should be able to pull off results like that, and they absolutely do when it matters the most. The map pick of Forza, a map that looked done and dusted, it's still going. We go into overtime, and at this point, mentally, are you still in the game, Forza? Can you still bounce back into this? Obviously, the unwritten law is that the team that loses all those rounds and struggles to close out a game wins the first round in overtime. We'll see if that one is going to repeat itself, but Havu have been able to muster a massive comeback here on Dust 2. If they get this victory here after such a long map, especially considering they were down badly, I'm not really a person that wants to fill in the shoes of Forza going into Nuke, right? Going into a map that last time you played, you lost, what was it, 16-5, I believe it was, in favor of Havu when they played in the CCT Central Europe playoffs. It was round 1 of playoffs then, not a quarterfinal, but the 2-0 victory for Havu back then, looking like it could repeat itself, especially if Dust 2 runs away from Forza right now. A bit of a technical timeout as I believe Shofi disconnects once again, but he's going to be quick enough to reconnect in the server. So we shouldn't be taking a long time here. Still been a massive game though from defense. A big result for them. Especially after Elisa. I feel like there's been, well, I'm going to say I feel like there's been a lot of criticism. Most of it has been myself and Dweg, to be fair, of criticizing Havu just not being able to close out their games, right? Which, considering all the experience that you have, shouldn't be a problem. And now I think we're seeing the positive part of it. Now we're seeing them, kind of turn the coin the other way around. But let's see if they're going to be able to close it out.
Everybody bought up. Looks like everybody's going to be ready to go as well. We are going to jump into our first overtime of the day. Maybe many more. Who knows? It is the quarterfinal stage. A lot of these teams are pretty evenly matched. As to start off, Crad on the double up for the side of Forze. He has taken a lot of damage, but Max is taking that little bit more as Ariel will find the opening kill out towards long. Pit player dealt with. Now maybe looking for another, but peeks out. Jerry spots him in the pit. He is going to be able to take him down. And Forze, they might try and actually try and retake long a little bit later on. You can still see the aggressive positions that they have, right? I mean, they're waiting for maybe Havu to peek on out. They're expecting this play to come in. The shadow is going to betray Doto. As Shafi will take him down, deploys a smoke, trying to get away to safety, but X7 will deny that. As Forze now have to take a little bit of the puzzle away. Take a little bit of the map away from Havu once again. They clear long. Smoke goes down towards mid. The split, maybe, and fake out. And mid to B split, but it's not going to happen. It's up short they go, and there's nobody home for Forze.
Yeah, it was a massive refrag as well, right? Because Shofi's position was the only thing that was keeping that setup to run for Forza, because he was covering so much ground there. They couldn't cross short, they couldn't cross middle. They could have been focused on long, but now they need to play the retake. It's a 3 versus 3. Jerry and Krat are slightly tagged. I say slightly. Krat is below 50. And they have the AWP on the retake as well.
Util keeps raining on in, and the time has ticked on way too long here. I think this is just a save here from the CTs, especially with that kill. There was a heavy investment, let's not forget. I mean, there was a double op purchased in this, and with 12,500, you know, you can't really keep investing the double ops time and time again. So they have decided to save them. They will play for that next round, but Havu do draw first blood.
Yeah, I think that Havu have gotten. They've grown to be a lot more comfortable with the approach of Forza on the CT side, right? I think in the first couple rounds, especially of the second half, up to the point maybe where they got up to maybe 14, 15 rounds, Havu were really uncomfortable with the way that Forza's players were just really confident in holding on their solo angles and not going for any cheeky aggressive plays. They're just playing like trees, right? Just holding an angle, get into a spot, get comfy. You know you're playing an off angle that's probably going to grant you the first kill. And it felt like Havu were just not able to find the answer, but now they've started picking up rounds, and they've actually made Forze aggressive. They made them go for those plays, and Jerry is going to make it work. 2 kills in favor of the Forze boys. I say 2 is going to be 3 as Krat picks up that AWP, and that's the switch I wanted to see in Forza. They realized that they needed to force the issue.
Steps being made. Clax doesn't quite believe his luck that Spargo is just going to come sprinting into his earshot and into his line of sight, and well, Ariel will walk right into the same of Krads there. 16-16, we're level once again.
Yeah, good call. I mean, it's really good to be able to find comfort in letting your opponents play into you, but sometimes when it doesn't work out, you gotta switch it up, and I think that this round is going to make Havu be a little bit more diligent and just have it to the back of their minds that this CT side aggression is a possibility. What is a possibility as well is you get away with a couple nice skins from Hellcase, so make sure you use our code CCT in there. Click the banner below the stream, obviously. They're great guys. You can just open the chat room with support and let them know that we send you and that they're cool. You're going to be a part of the cool kids club. Oh, it's not an official thing, but you're still going to be regarded as cool.
Round as it continues to go on, it's a little bit of a slower one than we're kind of used to. We haven't seen an entry just yet. Down to just a minute left for Havu to make up their mind where they want to go, how they want to attack whichever bomb site it is that they decide to go to. The bomb is dropped towards lower tunnels, so there might be a little bit of presence shown towards A, and they might try and double back here. Maybe get Doto in towards CT or something of the likes, but majority of players are grouping up towards short, and X7 is the man that has to get the bomb here. Now, Shafi, if he catches him on the cross, that could be problems, but he doesn't peek out. 25 seconds, another volley goes down, and there's another problem. Havu They're not going to have a lot of time to get up here, and there's going to be 2 players, one towards Goose and one towards the ramp. And the one towards the ramp has an AWP. That's going to be Zorty. The flash comes in, but Zorty still manages to find that kill. As now 7 seconds left, there just isn't enough time. They won't get the bomb down. The round is already over. Forze just need to survive, and do that they will.
Yeah, Shofi just needs to stay alive. He's going to get the 1 versus 2 clutch. Forze get away with 2 on the CT side, and that's just miraculous. That's because of the Molotov. It was so great. The play actually works out for Havu, right? They had that 1 player drop down CT. They were able to undo that setup, which is extremely difficult to do, especially when you have the Oper pick up the first kill. There already was Jerry that was crossed towards Goose, so he gets 1 for free there. And Havu were still able to get the better out of them on the A-bomb side, but the timer was such a massive problem. And this is the switch of phase that was kind of forced by the previous round as well, right? We spoke about that aggression that Forze went for. That made Havu be extremely diligent with the way that they cleared out the map and wasted them a lot of time. And Forze, realizing that Havu are not going to be that quick this round, were able to save up their nades, have a couple bonus Molotovs, a couple bonus smokes, and we saw how those ones were used towards middle, towards the B-bomb side, and more specifically towards short. That was a great CT side round from Forze.
Technical pause, but it is going to be sorted out. We aren't going to be delayed for too much. Lots of technical pauses to start the day off. So issues on the Forze side. See if there's going to be any issues out towards long, and there is lots of them. 2 quick kills as Havu. They're looking to get onto level terms once again and start this CT side off with a bang. That's exactly what might happen, as see Zen trying to peer over the top of that smoke. Zorty might go looking for him. Shafi's been heard. But what can you do here? If Havu don't really overstep the mark, if they just play safe here, don't give you anything, it's very difficult to get back into a round like this.
Yeah, you've lost the first 2 kills, and those were really quick as well. You look at the utility, you have enough for a single execute, maybe a nice execute, a proper one towards short, but you still have Sparko just playing on retake towards Car. He's going to pick up the first kill and then fall back. Even if he gets flashed off the angle, he just needs to stay alive. From that point on, it's a really tough round for Forze, as you pointed out. They're trying to bait out some movements. It's actually going to work out. But Shofi's not looking the right way. Zen is going to clear him, and now they know exactly where the remaining 2 players are. Shadow's been spotted. A 2 versus 5. Just pray to the Lord.
I pray that you can get this bomb down, but you have to be very, very fortunate in all your endeavours and all your aim fights and your aim duels. And Jerry's going to be trapped on the site, and it gets even smaller once Sorty falls, as everyone does follow suit for the side of Forze. A clean CT round to start us off there from Havu. 17-17. He's going to get onto map point first. Havu looking to pick up their first one of the game. And they fought valiantly to get back into this one. This one was looking dead and buried in that second half. Forze had plenty of chances to close it out, but it was all started. This comeback all started from an X7 1 versus 3, and we see on an AWP to start things off in this round.
Yeah, there's a fun fact for you. We have 4 players in the server on 26 kills right now. Well, now we have 3 because Zorty does manage to take down Dodo, and now he's on 27. But yeah, a lot of different names stepping their game up. And as you pointed out, it was just that clutch from X7. And it was the round where actually Zorty picks up a 4K with the AWP as well, right? So it was really easy for him to just, well, not give up, but just accept defeat in a way. Just be like, okay, Zorty's got a round, but that's when experienced players can step it up. And when I say experienced, I mean it in that sense. A person that's played major finals could be regarded as a really seasoned veteran. A 5 versus 4 though, and Forze are going to be able to make their way into the bomb site. Cherry actually pushes through the CT smoke. This is a mad play from the IGL, but it works out. Zen had no idea. And now Spark goes all alone towards the back of the smokes.
And they're looking for him here. The op shot whizzes by him, a second one as well. As now Aerial tries to spot out Zorty and help out his opper, but he can't really do much. And eventually Zorty will take him down. Aerial tries to spam on through. That's going to give up his position as Zorty tucks himself away. The molly comes out once again. Flash high, and Aerial goes for the peek, but eventually he will manage to get that kill. Is it going to be enough? I'm not sure. And X7 is miles away for the moment, and it is going to be the save. It looks like Ariel is going to try and walk his way onto the site, but he doesn't have a chance in this round at all. He's going to try and take away a few rifles, maybe, and go for it. X7 now is going to strike, but too little time. Not enough left. Ariel on the retreat. He deals with Shalfie, and they will keep the AWP in the mix as well. But it is an 18-17 scoreline for Forze. They have another chance to close this map out.
Oh, for a second there, I thought that was the one tap from the rifle. That kill on towards CT that the AWP from the B side picked up. That was crazy, but yeah, a decent E side round. Ario, he was kind of hoping that Sparky would stay alive for a little bit longer there, but just not an option. He was all alone. Unfortunately for him, the smoke towards the back of the side faded before the one towards Scar, so Ario couldn't really strike and help him out from behind. 18-17, Forza, they get another map point here, but Sparko is going to open things up with a nice kill.
Oh, more damage done as well, but out towards B. Shalfie finds the headshot, and Havu now have to be really concerned about what's happening towards that B side. Dodo through a molly and Clax. You can't believe his luck. I can't believe his luck right there. What's going on? Shalfie with the next, and surely that's not the way they fall. Shalfie with a triple on this B site. Everybody is low, bar Clax, and it might be him to put the final nail in the coffin, and he will. 19-17. Forze are going to take it despite a massive comeback from Havu.
Wow, 27 kills from Cherry, but he was not the hero in that final round. It was Shofi once again. 20 kills overall for the man. Look at the replay, the entry onto the B-bomb side. Just taking them down one after the other. A phenomenal 3K from Shofi. And, well, Jack, this is a way to close it out for Forza. For a second there, we thought that it was already gone. We thought that Havu would have the comeback in their hands. They were down 15-9. And in true C9 FaZe Clan fashion, did manage to force overtime, but didn't manage to convert it in the bonus round. So they're going to be going into the series one map down. Obviously, they're not out of it just yet. They can still qualify for the semifinals, but they would need to turn things around on Nuke and force a decider. We're going to get into a short little break, and we're going to be right back in just a couple minutes with the map pick of the Finnish boys.
at a job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the CCT Southern European. Northern European.
Yeah.
So many
Jack,
different
what's
ones,
going
man.
on? He's
There's
already
so many
thinking about
different ones.
holiday, guys. It's all
Yeah.
right. But yeah, welcome back to the CCT Northern European playoffs quarterfinal number 1. Day 1 of quarterfinals as well. We had the first round of playoffs yesterday and the day before that, and now we have the first game on our hands. It's Havu taking on Forze, Jack, and map number 1 is already in the past. Well, it was a hectic one. You probably wouldn't be surprised if I told you that Forze did manage to pick up Dust 2, which was their map pick, but you would be really surprised if you were just tuning in by the way that they did manage to pick it up. They were up 15-9, didn't manage to close it out. We had to go into overtime after a really good comeback from Havu, but then Forza were able to still get the win in the end of the day. But now we're going to be moving over to Nuke. The map pick of Havu, Forza starting on the CT side. And Jack, I want to trouble you for a quick fire prediction. Do you think that Havu have what it takes to, I'm actually going to put that one in a different way. Do you think that Forza have what it takes to take that one home 2-0?
I think they've played really well on Dust 2, to be honest, but they really struggled to close it out. So it's difficult to say. They're going to start on the CT side, so they'll obviously have that little bit of advantage in the early stages of this map. So if they start as well as they did on Dust 2, I think it's going to be very difficult for Havu to get back into it. But you can't really overlook the fact that the last time that these two played, it was a 16-5 in favor of Havu. So I don't want to disrespect the Finns in that regard. So I'm going to say no. I think the Finns can take us to a decider. But I think Forze, if they do manage to win it, they're going to really have to work for it.
Yeah. As you said, historically, it's not the best matchup for Forza, right? Last time they played, Forza got 8 rounds combined throughout the series, which, again, I think under those circumstances, we can call it a bit of an off day for the Forza boys. I wouldn't call it the fluke for Havu either, because they're a team that can play up to that level. But I'd say that if you watch that game, you're not going to expect Forza to be beaten up that toughly, considering that the two teams are, I'd say, pretty much on the same level right now. So nothing like that happening today. Forza were still able to close out their map pick, even though it was a little bit shaky. Obviously, They've been trying to make it work with the newest edition of Crad. They've still had some chaotic things happening in the lineup in terms of, changing up players. They played a couple maps with Undercast, who had to step up with Zorti earlier on in the tournament. I think Onkara played in the place of Clax for 5 maps as well. So there's been some changes still, but they've been able to keep it up to a good level. And it seems like we're ready to jump in the server to find out if they're going to be able to keep it onto a good level on Nuke as well. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. We just got told game is live, but then it's like, yeah, no, it's not actually live, guys. We're just trying to, but
fake live. No.
Yeah. Forza have actually been kind of successful in CCT events, though, right? I mean, if you gotta look in the past, both teams have been consistently actually making playoffs in most of the CCT events that they participate in. But Forza did manage to win one of them. They did manage to win the second edition of the Central European CCT, I believe. And that was a pretty impressive one. They did manage to take down OG there as well. OG that did manage to lose. Well, that lost, unfortunately, yesterday to Havu. So they haven't been lucky. But now, ladies and gents, we are going to jump into the server, finally. A bit of a DZ camera angle to start us off. Maybe our observer has been out for drinks yesterday.
A little bit early. It's a little bit early in the morning to be in that state. So I hope not.
Oh, maybe it was yesterday. No, I don't think he's capable of drinking early in the morning. And we have work to do, Jack. We got to be professionals.
We do. Well, work to be done here for Forze is they don't really know what's happening at the minute. They're towards B, how to actually go, as the fake still kind of being sealed here by X7. But bomb is planted on that lower bomb site. 2 players are trying to stay and fight. That's going to be Zorti and Clax. Jerry now realising what's going on, as then tapping away with that Glock, unable to find that kill. He is going to be taken down into a 3 versus 3. And the kit not in play anymore. This is a little bit of a problem. Shafi really needs to win this fight, but it is a fight that he does lose. Zorti is going to try and tap that defuse and stick it, but he's going to be taken off it by the Glock. Clax does not stand a chance here, surely. And X7 takes him a lot of bullets, but eventually he will put Clax down and will take Havu's first round of Nuke.
You know what they say, a Glock is a Glock, a water gun is a water gun. If you're able to kill somebody with a water gun, you can take your time. Spend as much ammo as you need. But, obviously, jokes aside, that was a great fake from the T's. I mean, until the maybe like 10 seconds into the plant of the bomb, Forza weren't exactly sure on which bomb side was actually the targeted one. That speaks enough about the round itself. It was really well played by Havu. Nice to see that they have those cheeky, nice ideas for the pistol rounds on the T side. Obviously, you gotta pick up as many as you can on the T side before you let Forza into the game here. Build up the momentum. We know how heavily CT-sided you could be. One of the maps that we actually could see being played out a whole lot today. We might see it later on in the Astralis game as well, versus Heet.
One that I am very excited for. I think a lot of people are.
No. I can't wait. We haven't actually casted Device ever. Even though we've casted Astralis, I don't think we've casted Device.
We were meant to. But then they decided that he wasn't going to play in the Masters. Yeah. Which was very disappointing. But we'll get a look at him a little bit later on today. But enough with Device. And, well, it is going to be Forze down to just 3 players that are going to be left to their own devices to try and really pull this round back if they can. But easier said than done. 40 seconds around that left for Havu to make up their mind where they want to go. There is absolutely nobody above ground in this round, but eventually Havu, they're going to make their way back up. Now, did Shafi spot them?
For sure.
Steps are being made. Doto completely overlooks that from Clax. Molly goes down into the vent. Bomb is going to be planted here from Havu. It is a 3 versus 3 retake, but Forze without a kit, they have to go very, very quick, and they have to be slightly fortunate in a lot of these fights. Sorry, tried to be sneaky with making his way up the ladder, but eventually just does make noise. Then on a massive flank. Could just come away with 2 kills here and a lot of bonus cash.
Yeah, gonna farm him with the Mac 10. I just found out a really fun fact, by the way, about the Mac 10. You want to hear it?
Of course.
Obviously, different regions and different countries have their different ways of, communicating things, and some things might be said in a funnier way, right? So I actually realized that a lot of the Bulgarian pros call the Mac 10 a radio or a jukebox.
A jukebox?
A jukebox, yeah. Or a radio. I just heard that, I think it was Nicky from 500. He just called and I'm buying the radio and I'm gonna play them some music onto the B-bomb side, which apparently means I'm rushing B with a Mac 10.
Never heard that in my life.
Yeah, I haven't heard that in my life either. But yeah, it was a fun thing. And it kind of looks like a radio when you think about it. Like small, compact, square-ish. Oh, Jerry with his use again. I love it. That's all I want for Christmas.
A Zeus?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, I don't think you're going to get it in this round. Havu. Just waiting for maybe the initial aggression, waiting for kind of a lobby crunch to come in, but eventually they fall back away, and they're going to throw a variation of the outside smokes. Now, if they are going to use them or not, it's still yet to be decided, but smokes do go down. 7, taking a duel out. Now, definitely a failed smoke in there. As they swing on through and make their way towards A. But everybody's here from Forze here. This could be very difficult to deal with, especially if the kills begin to go the way of the CTs. But the T's having no issues for the moment. Jerry has left Flax completely alone. Won't get to use that Zeus as he swaps over to the USP. No problem for X7. Flax spotted in the heavens. And he will be taken care of as well. It's a 3rd round for Havu. Buy round coming up now here from Forze. And they need to really hope that they can step it up here on this CT side with that first purchase of the rifles. Because already it's looking very good for the Finns.
Yeah, it is. It's a great start on the T side. What's looking great is that offer from Hellcase as well. You can head over, click the banner below the stream, use our code CCT. You're gonna get 70 cents, I believe, for free, and some deposit bonus, which is nice. That's the 2nd time that I actually haven't played Nuke in this tournament. First time they did manage to beat Anonymous, it was a 16-11. They had a great streak on Nuke, to be fair. Previously in CCT tournaments, actually, they've lost Nuke only once since the beginning of this year, and I believe they've played it. This is their 10th map. They've lost it only once to Copenhagen Flames. They've been able to beat SC, Ingentium, Zero Tenacity, Falcons, Woswung, Forze as well. That 16-5 game that we mentioned. In the face of Classic, you see a Finnish stack on Nuke, you dodge the game. Unfortunately, Forza can't really dodge this one.
Yeah, not really. I mean, wouldn't be very well received at all. Now, Havu are going to be very well received on this B bomb side. There's a lot of players here to defend, and Krad is very quickly down the vent behind him. He could stop this bomb plant and actually get Spargo off it. Jerry in the vent still fighting Stodo, and all of a sudden it's X7 left completely alone. Are we going to see another 1v3 from him? We saw a massive one on Dust 2, and now, as I stood up in my seat, X7 might be ready for Shalfie. Is he going to spot him out? He does, but unable to do the damage needed. Shalfie will make sure that he does not get 1v3'd again by the Havu man, and X7 is stopped as Forze do get their first.
Yeah, that's a massive clutch from Shalfie, and a big round for Havu, considering how close they were to actually getting completely annihilated in this round. X7's still able to make it that much of an expensive one for the side of Forza. Look at the reinvestment. It's going to be a little bit scrappy. You're going to have a couple MP9s in the mix. Utility is not going to be looking great. Only a single diffuse kit onto Jerry, and the money on the side of Havu is still good enough to go for another one. Even though you lose that one, you might actually make it a kind of a one step backward, two step forward situation. If you convert now, you're going to reset the CT side economy. X7, he's thinking about going for a bit of a quicker play, but Krad is there with his number written down.
No problem for Krad to start things off as Havu trying to make their way across towards Secret. Eventually the smokes are going to clear, and that means Doto can't get across safely. That's an issue, but we'll cross that bridge when Havu come to it, as the bomb stays passive. He goes down, the round completely gone for the Finnish side. Fargo and Zen have to hope that they find the entry down here. Flash goes in. They do go peek in. Jerry sees ahead, and Flash is going to peek out now as well. Jerry looking for a little bit more. Knows he lands the dink, as now the Finns will try to cross, but it's always going to be stopped. Ariel has to recover the bomb. Steph and Zen really need to recover the round.
Yeah, that was a big kill from Zordy as well. Does manage to get at least one before getting refrag. He did this one absolutely, and Krad and Jerry are going to close it out. A massive round from the IGL once again. Krad as well stepping it up with a double. A really good defense from Forze. Having that double setup towards the lower bomb side, really tough to undo there, unless the M4 whips the shots, but it didn't. Gets the things, the kill onto the first one, tack onto the second. Pick the second of rounds as we get into the buys here for Forza. That's why we said that Havu kind of need to pick up as many rounds as possible in the start of the T side before letting their opponents into the game. We know how difficult it is to get a team out of the zone as soon as they get, or rather once as they get in. Especially on the CT side of Nuke, so now we're down to just the pistols. Good news is, Klax is on the other side of this smoke. Not really expecting on what's to come.
Now you might be expecting it. As flashes come through, Klax will get a double. Zorty has now arrived to put a stop to the rest, but can only find two himself. X7 drops away, but Shelfie with the last bullet is just going to catch him. That means Forze do have a third. The Tech 9 buy, no problem at all for the Forze side. You can see on your screen there right now. Forze are currently the favourites according to 1xBet.
Are they the favourites according to Jack Surfer?
Oh, great question. And the answer is I'm not sure. No, I don't want to. I think it's even. I don't think there is a favourite right now.
You're a man of your word.
Yeah,
I'm gonna stick with Havu. Okay, I respect that.
I think it's very, very even. Could go either way. Ask me after this round, as it is just going to be the massive shutdown initially. Jerry with a double. Shelfie's molly burns into a crisp, and Doto has to try and recover the bomb, but unable to do so. Krad takes him down, and that is an absolute shutdown on A for Forze.
Yeah, Jerry is on something different today. I don't know what this man had for breakfast. And by the way, that's so wholesome. Just everybody make a screenshot of it. Every single player on the side of Forze has 5 kills. 7 rounds into the game. Every single one of them is on 5 kills. But Jerry is phenomenal. I mean, the game that he had on Dusty, obviously, for those of you that missed it, Jerry did put up an absolute show-stopping performance. He ended the map on 27 and 29, but him playing the roles that he does in this team, especially on the D side, still getting 27 kills is phenomenal. He was second only to Zorty, who was on 28, leveled up with Spargo, who was the top frag of Havu with 27 as well, but his impact has been absolutely phenomenal so far in the series.
Another Tech 9 buy here, a few upgraded pistols. Bomb's been spotted out towards outside. As Spargo recovers an AK, and X7 finds that kill onto Krad. All of a sudden, Forze walk into the pistols and whatever rifles Havu had on hand. Now it's all hands on deck for Forze, but there's only 2 sets of them. Klax and Zorty, AWP from heaven. Klax making his way into lobby, but it's just going to be the save now. Havu have done enough to steal away this round. That one really got away from Forze there. That was, you know, a big round really to kind of cement the lead for Forze there.
Yeah, it's a painful one as well, right? You lose the first couple rounds, then Forces start picking up some consecutive ones on the board. They get themselves into a comfortable position. win a buy round. Now you're only up against the pistols. You feel like you're going to get away with a 5-3 lead. Just continue building up the momentum. But it's just one half buy that throws the spanner into the works. 4 people surviving for half as well. That's going to be big. Zen is the only one that's not going to be able to recover a rifle, but everybody else is going to be quite happy with how things went. Money is still good on Forza though, so they can go for it once again. I think they have another buy in them as well, even if this one goes wrong. So it should be all right. AWP saved up for Zordy. A bit of an awkward one there though. Not one that you feel like you can afford losing. Let's not forget, it is the T side of Havu. Yes, it is their map pick as well. And after such a close and shaky dust too, you don't really want to let them have an evened up chance here in the first half.
Even as of right now, still favouring Havu, of course. The more rounds they pick up on this T side, yeah, I mean, it's going to be one more difficult for Forze to really see themselves getting a 2-0 victory here. Although it would be a nice response, especially after what happened last time. These two faced off in the CCT. A little bit of sweet revenge, but Havu have played well. They took them very close on Dust 2.
Oh yeah, I'd say they were unlucky that they weren't able to finish off the comeback, to be fair. I think they deserve it, yeah. Even though we can sing the praises of Forza, how much we want, but Havu actually did play a really good game. Still though, moving into the present, Zorti, moving over towards Secret, going to be able to pick up the first kill. Shofi spots 3 people towards outside. Tosin, the HE, wants to make sure he doesn't go down, and Zorti just posted himself on another angle. It's going to be so tough to clear him out here.
Oh, to try and jump across. He's so quick, and a second as well. Goes for the third. Zorti down towards Secret, making absolutely no secret about it whatsoever. Loud and proud with that AWP. Now, X7 has to just save. He's too far away to do absolutely anything. He took himself away to safety and hope that nobody finds him out. His Forze taking the lead once again. And it's very difficult to say that Havu, you know, have a lot of chances here, especially with Zorti playing the way that he is. He had an incredible map 1, and I mean, look at this once again. The replay, even better.
Yeah, and normally he's not the flashy oper as well, right? So seeing him have a highlight like that is always going to be nice. He's normally a silent killer, just positioning himself really well and winning the fight only by picking up the one that he's favored in. This time around, though, he was just really good, and it was really unfortunate for Havu as well because they had already committed to that play and they didn't have a flash to toss him over. They're going to try and switch it up again, but Zor's there to pick up the opening kill. Bomb is still going to make its way down the vent, and I'm not sure if there's a Forza player already rotated to try and stop it. Indeed, there was 2, but both Jerry and Klags by the dust.
Fast vent dive from Havu. They might have just found themselves back on level terms once again. Forze couldn't stop them at all. Shafi does find that kill, however. Not going to entice Forze to go for this at all. Want to keep the money high. They realise it's going to be very difficult to retake that site, so they'll just save. Once again, they'll give up that 5th round, but Havu with a lovely call, just switching up the tempo completely. And Forze couldn't really do much whatsoever with Zorti in towards main there with the AWP. If there's a rifler in there, right? I mean, he has a chance maybe to stop that vent dive, but the op only 1 bullet at a time. Drops the bomb. But
just that be careful with that camera there.
Yeah, just that bolt action though, you know, it just gives a little bit of space, a little bit of an opportunity for the bomb to be picked up and the vent dive to be pulled off.
Yeah,
perfect flashes as well.
Yeah, he still gets the first kill, to be fair. I feel like in that scenario, as soon as your oper gets the first one, you'd expect the rifles towards the A-bomb side, the anchor. Obviously, it was Jerry, I believe. He was in a good position to try and find another kill, and then they lost the remaining of the fights. Oh, that's unfortunate for Shofi. Gets spotted. Gonna try and fake his presence down secret with the smoke, but look at Dodo. He's gonna be so quick. Do they realize? Well, they do, but Jerry's gonna lose that fight. X7 gets the better of him, but look at Brad. Does he hear the ladder? Yep, he does. Picks up the first kill. Zordy is gonna get another on X7. This is such a chaotic round.
Absolutely all over the place, but it might just go into Forze's back pockets here now. And as it's down to just 2, Aerial on the site. Zordy goes for the peak with the Deagle. He now has Clax joining him. They're going to both make their way out of the heavens. Clax with the rifle will get the job done onto that site player. And now it's just Doto alone. See, Shalfie in the vents. He's waiting to come up, and Doto positions himself onto the back of default. Both players are going to try and double up here. Just go together. Strength in numbers here, as Doto doesn't have a lot of space on the back of that site. And Crad with the headshot is going to seal a 6th round for the Forze boys. It's 3k from Crad, and it's a massive impact from the new boy. Had to push Hook. He had to try and make a play, and it was the difference maker there.
Yeah, it feels like Forza were just all in for it. They were like, you know what? You feel comfortable high pace. We feel comfortable playing high pace as well. We can fight back here. Felt like this was the successful approach of Havu for the rounds that they did win, bar obviously the pistol and the second one, just being really dynamic, really explosive on the T side. That was the first time that Forza were actually able to get into that head-to-head and come off on top.
Brad loses his life, though, early on in this round. He's not going to have the impact very much whatsoever. And Jerry found out once again, Havu, they are having a lot of success with these little sight pops early on into the round. Forze, it's another save from them. 2 kills is enough to win Havu rounds, and they just keep trading back and forth. And Forze saving once again. They don't really have another choice, do they? They need to keep the money up. Because when you do go back and forth, keep trading round for round with the T side, it's the CTs that usually come out worse for wear. So you need to make sure that you at least have chances in the following rounds. But regardless of what's going to happen for the rest of the half, I mean, you're looking at this 6 T rounds for Havu already. That's pretty decent. And they could get a whole lot more. It just keeps getting better. Shalfie falls.
Yeah. You could make a point about 5 being completely enough on the T side of Nuke, especially when it's your map pick, and we know how good Havu are on the defensive side of things here. But even getting 6, even having the potential, as you pointed out, to get more, this is starting to get quite troublesome for Forza. They need to find a way to shut down those inner takes. Jerry had that one massive round, but ever since, he's been struggling a little bit every single time. He just falls short. Shelfie hasn't been able to hold his own either. Clax as well. And they just continue going for those plays. They have no reason to switch up the approach.
I would just switch what's working, and they just keep going out towards this site. The door pop once again, but only 2 kills as Shelfie restores a little bit of order towards this site. He's going to burn a little bit in the molly, but gets away to safety. Aerial down the vent. Down to just himself. Molly behind him. Realising that B is completely open. He is going to punch the numbers in, but I don't think he's going to get very much further at all. The molly is going to force him off the site. Deciding not to peek just yet. Clack's taking a lot of damage. Double doors swing open. Shelfie finds that kill. Not really too much of an issue whatsoever. Forze, they are going to take the lead again. Scrappy rounds. We get into the last 2, and you kind of feel the Forze need to take both of them if they're going to stand a chance of maybe 2-0 in this series. But so far, for me, Havu have done more than enough to warrant a deciding Inferno map.
Well, they've done the preparations, right? I mean, 14 rounds deep into the game, we can't really write off Force yet, but so far it's looked far better for Havu, yeah. I'm completely on with you on this one. Feels like even if Force are able to get a 9-6 out of it, for Havu to win the map is a big chance. There is a big chance that they do, but yeah, it was still a good round from Shofi. I mean, picking up a triple kill from main, stepping it up. Jerry getting that first kill as well to shut down the initial play, which, you know, it's kind of all that matters. But they're lining up for another A lane here.
Very quick once again. Doe finds the entry. Jerry only comes away with 1. The A players have been quite weak, and Havu have been exploiting that time and time again. Bomb goes down. Forze might think about going for this one. As steps being made, Clacks now from heaven. He's going to be mollied out for the moment. And they're not going to go for it at all. Spargo at least takes down Zorty on the retreat, but the op is going to be picked up no problem for Clacks. Havu do pick up yet another round. 7-7, we're level, and Havu could even take the lead before we do swap sides. And it's just these A-pops time and time again. I mean, like, they just keep going to this. They're not switching it up whatsoever. They've exploited a weakness, and I'm sorry to say that it is Crad and Jerry that really need to up their game a little bit on that site, because they're coming away with maximum, I want to say, 2 kills. Well, I say
no,
maximum 2 kills.
It's one
and done. It's one and done at best. And if there is more kills to come in, it's from Shalfie rotating in, or maybe Zorty from heaven.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is, it kind of sounds harsh, but in reality, it is how it is. When you have your 2 anchor players towards the back of the side and continuously they're getting pushed, you need them to get the first kill and not get refragged immediately. Or even if they get refragged immediately, at least get the first kill, right? The first point of contact. It was, I'd say a pretty good example was even the round before that, right? Jerry gets refragged still, but does manage to get the first one. And that slows down the T's massively, closes out the entry pathing of the first player, and it gives more time for Shofi to rotate, gives more time for the Ober of Zordy to rotate. It sets up the entire team to be able to fight this one together, right? And in a lot of these rounds, both Crad and Jerry have been just annihilated straight away from Havu, which, again, this is just great work from Havu on the entries, and Forze have to feel really hard done by it, because they haven't had a bad CT side. Like, they haven't had a bad idea about how they want to play the CT side, but they've just been run over on that A-bomb side. It's a massive problem for Forze. Havu just playing a phenomenal T side so far. They don't really need to switch it up, as you pointed out. They can just go on and abuse A. I mean, at some point, you can tell that Forze are expecting, okay, they've went for the A play 3 times in a row. Surely they're going to go outside or play a bit of a default. Now, no, they don't. They just go away every single time. Yeah, okay, sure. Sometimes they could be vent dropping. Sometimes they could be faking the vent drop and then exploding on the A-bomb side. Sometimes they might be going in from HUD. But it's mostly A finishes that have been working out for Havu, both Crad and Jerry. As you pointed out, it's sad to see that, especially after the great game that Jerry did have on Dust 2. But I guess it's just Havu being really explosive and hard to predict here. Surely they don't go for it once again.
They actually go for a triple nade towards main there, which is very, very nice to see. X7 tries to creep his way out.
That's a bit too optimistic.
Going to be a lobby crunch here from Forze. They're thinking about it. They're getting very aggressive towards the ramp, and the op can't come away with a kill. Clacks only gets 1. Aerial and Spargo, they will get down towards B, uncontested for the moment. The Crad is very, very quick in the vents. As the molly goes down towards double, he burns a little bit, burns an awful lot. 30 HP. Bomb can be planted safely, surely. Bit of a risk going for that plant there towards single. The bullets don't connect. Eventually, they do a little bit of damage. But held back for the moment. They're waiting for Shalfie to make a little bit of space for them. They're just a distraction for the moment. But Shalfie dealt with it. Now they just have to go. Aerial with a massive headshot. An instant headshot onto Jerry. Doesn't even get past the single door. Spargo, however, lets Crad slip through the net. Bomb is going to be tapped. But it is completely out in the open for Aerial. And Havu now have themselves an 8th round. They have the lead. And look at that. I mean, round for round for round for round. Back and forth, back and forth. But it's Havu coming out on top in that first half.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's always going to be beneficial for the D side, as you pointed out. That's a really disappointing round overall for the side of Forza, because it all worked out. The idea for the lobby crunch, even though you got the 2-for-2 refrag onto the RAM players, they were still able to get another kill elsewhere towards single door. So they did have the man advantage going into that retake. But again, a massive triple kill coming in from Aerial. Fargo as well supporting with 1 more. Havu looking like a team that wants to play a deciding map here, Jack. Unless Force have something to say about it on the T side, but it's going to be a long ride.
Going to be a very, very long ride. And, well, they're going to go for a little bit of a door pop of their own on the pistol towards Hook. Clax at least finds one kill. Down to a 2v2. Doto and X7, both from a pretty similar position. Now, Shalfie has recovered the bomb and might try and get away down the vent, and indeed he will. Clax still above ground for the moment. Shalfie will put that bomb down. Now, Clax is not going to be held here. No idea where that second player is. It's a massive thing. Shalfie, but he's caught out in the open. Two players looking at him. Clax is rotated down. He's to hope that it is planted for him. Bomb's not been tapped just yet. Door to swing open. Insta headshot, but not expecting Doto to be that close. It's a Havu round. They take both pistols on Nuke, and it's going to be a very difficult way back for Forze in this one. I think Havu now put themselves in a really, really good position, but a dangerous round coming up, Ted. We know what the Galils are capable of.
Yeah, especially when you found 4 kills. That means that the economy and the buy on the CT side is not going to be great either. It was a good pistol round for Forza in the end of the day, but just another clutch going in favor of Havu. Converting, though, here. If you just had one piece of paper in front of you and started writing things down that are arguments in favor of Havu winning that map, getting both pistol rounds, your map pick, you being ahead 9-7, you're on the CT side, everything just works great. If they win that anti-force here, it feels like it's going to be their map.
Yeah.
Plus, you have both X7 and Aerial on double digits.
Does help.
Yeah.
Does help. Now, that could be a massive nade here from X7, and indeed it is. Don't really realise that he's just behind this box just yet. He's hearing a lot of steps. There's no rotation here. X7 needs to come away with at least one kill, but unsuccessful in that endeavour. Havu need to be successful in this round, but it's very difficult to really say what way this one is going to go. Forze, they do have ramp control, and there's not a lot of info for the CTs to go off. The tech to run down both SMTs.
Whoa.
There he comes away with one. Shalfie will find the next. Now it's down to Doto and Spargo. A 4v2. Forze go down towards B. They will commit onto this bomb site. Spargo is a million miles away from Doto for the moment.
Yeah, that should be a save, to be fair. Unless Doto catches somebody off guard. It's a 2 versus 4. Even though they have the defuse kits. Going to be a really tough one. Doto's really close, and actually Spargo is going to rotate closer. They might think about it for a second. That's a bit confusing. Money's not great. If Krat gets a kill, it's just going to make it even weaker for Havu the next round. And in fact, Spargo's just going to be the supporting staff to help out Doto out of here. He still gets a kill. He's trying to go maximum damage here. Going to upgrade himself onto a rifle. And Clax finally shuts him down. Spargo, the only one to survive here on side of Havu. Forza, answer back. It was a good switch of tempo as well, right? They get the opening kill towards ramp. Then they can pause for a bit, wait for Havu to make the next step. They found another kill elsewhere. They were able to punish the rifle as well. That rotated down to B bomb side. This wild play here from Jerry, I'm really surprised it actually works out, but it does. At least for one. So yeah, it was a good round for the Forza boys, showing us that they still have some fight left in them. Might be able to reset the CT side economy now and actually regain their lead.
But I was saying, those Galil rounds, they can be so dangerous, man. So dangerous.
It's quite surprising how people are so good with such a useless gun. Psych.
Yeah.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Galil over FAMAS any day.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's for sure. I'm joking. Just kidding. I like Diog now, to be fair. DAOG.
No.
The good old Zumba party.
There isn't enough M4 nerfs in the world to make me use that gun. And I can tell you that much for free. Not a chance.
Well, you might appreciate the Zoom as you get older.
Maybe. When the mechanics start to go.
Are they still there?
You have to have them to lose them. Oh, I remember that one. But 45 seconds. Need to remember that if this one doesn't go Havu's way, they're going to have absolutely no money. And it started off very nicely indeed for Forze. A quick double from Zorty. Player on top hut, yet to be spotted out just yet. X7 with the first kill, looking for the second. Crad was low, excuse me. But Clax is going to help out his teammate. Spargo with this M4 still gives a chance, a small opportunity for Havu in this round. And Crad doesn't want to get overly aggressive. He is still very low HP. And if he gives the M4 a chance, Spargo could really throw a spanner into the works in this round. And Doto finds that headshot. Does that mean Havu are going to go for this? And waiting for Doto to get up towards the head. And Clax is going to be looking for him now to swing out from door. Now Spargo's dealt with. Doto cowers and retreats down the ladder. Not going to be successful at all for Havu. 9-9, we're leveled up. And Doto is going to be the only one with anything in this round.
Yeah, really close there for a second. Even though it was the 2 versus 4, they were able to find that double kill, made them at least work for it. You could tell that there was a little bit of panic there in Crad as well, below the side. He wasn't necessarily sure on where to hold, especially after Clax decides to turn around and get into the fight with the rifle player. They're still able to level things up. Another Force buy coming in from Havu on the back of that safe rifle. This could actually catch Forze off guard here. You could expect them to go for the eco. They still have the upgraded pistols, the AK of Dodo, Scout for Spargo, and a UMP for Aereo. It's not the greatest buy in terms of utility, but as we said, Forza might as well be expecting an eco here. Obviously, they know about the AK, but that's the only thing that's certain. And speaking about it, Dodo is going to pick it up.
The SG, don't see too much of that anymore. Oh, Shalfie realising that was what they're going for. He knew what smoke was in front of him. They were trying to boost over the top of it, but Shalfie's too clever in that regard. Oh, X7 removes 2 heads with the Deagle, and he's looking for a third, and Shalfie, well, doesn't want to give him the opportunity to. 3 HP, but still a massive threat. Aerial now pushing behind, looking for the bomb. Clax needs to find this kill, and very important, he does get that one. Means that Forze still on their way to winning this round, unless we can see X7 claim 2 more lives with the Deagle, but misses 2 bullets, and too many chances given to the AK there. Forze take the lead 10-9, and because they went for that investment, it means that there isn't going to be enough money to fall back on. But if you guys want up to €130 back on a deposit bonus, you can sign up with 1xBet right now. Click the banner down below the stream, head on over, and maybe get a good price on this game as well.
That one almost gave me old school goosebumps there. Seeing X7 at 1 versus 4 with an Eagle 3 HP, gets the first 2 headshots. That was close enough. Still doesn't manage to connect, and now it's just the eco for Havu, as we pointed out. That was the big risk of going for that first buy. You could catch them off guard, but you could actually set them up for a couple more. Wait a second, actually. They have a bit of a stack going on. Zen picks up 1, runs out of ammo, and yeah, it's going to be the cleanup crew. Went a bit south there for a moment, but still back under Force's control. 11-9 here on the T side, assuming, unless we witness another Deagle special from X7, but yeah, not today. Not in this round. Maybe later on today. 11-9. He still has a lot more time to make it work. Gonna feel a little bit better with the M4. Did you switch, by the way?
Yes, I'm on the A4 now.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, it's too many bullets. Just, I don't know. The AONS, I love it, but just, I don't know, I find myself being caught out a little bit too much with the A1S. To be fair, I haven't played that much, but I've only made the switch now, so yeah. I think a lot of people are, I just think it's too much of a risk really to play the A1S in certain positions. Still, certain positions are viable to play with it though, but
I'd say it's balanced right now. I think you have a good reasoning to play both.
Yeah, there's arguments for both, right? I mean,
well, Zen up close, back red, M4A4. Let's see if it works out. There's a couple of AKs and an AWP on top of Silo. Hasn't been spotted yet. Forze are still waiting for it though. They think that it could be a possibility. Might molly him off, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Molotov doesn't burn him, unfortunately, but Kratz still knows that this is a possibility. They know that Zen is there. they're going to clear him out hard. He's a dead man, surely.
Yeah, I mean, they know the molly didn't go far enough, so...
Yeah.
And, well, Crad is going to deal with him expertly. Zen out of the round. Spargo holding the cross, though, and Crad will swing right into the upper. Gaps in the smoke. He's going to be patched up by Zorty there, but the main player is still exploiting a little bit of a gap. Zorty still going looking for these kills. There's only 23 seconds now, and the bomb is still deep towards the lobby. They need to try and find these kills, and they need to go out towards A, and they will go out towards the site. Jerry, if he goes down, that's the round, surely, and it is going to be the round there. Backs won't have enough time to get the bomb, get back out onto the site. Spargo is going to drop him regardless. 11-10, the first round in a long time for Havu, but a much needed one.
Yeah, a big round for Spargo on the CT side with the AWP. He gets a triple kill. We know that the OP on the defensive side of things on a map like New could be a bit isolated from time to time. It is a really impactful. It is a really impactful gun. It is a really impactful role to have as, you know, the rotator, the one to just run it away. Obviously, you have that opers that prefer just being really mobile. You have those that are a bit more static, that like playing a little bit more towards garage and don't really move a whole lot from there. But if you get the right position, if you get into the right spot, you could be the big difference maker. That's what they need from him as well. Zen now going to start making his way down the vent. Was to make sure that he's got this one under a lock and key as a possibility for the T side. Forze though, looks like they just wanted to force out some early utility from the CT side, and now they're going to slow it down a little bit. See if there's going to be any aggressive moves. Doesn't look like it for now though.
Still big chances for, you know, reset potential here, right? I mean, Havu do need to be careful. Of course, doesn't matter if they win the round. That's the plan A, of course, but the plan B might be if this round does go south, you have to consider saving, especially the AWP. Now that molly is going to take one player, and it might have been heard by the Havu side. Few players close on A might have been in earshot of that. Another smoke goes down. Util just keeps coming in, but Spargo has given up ramp for the moment. There's a little bit of space now for Forze to occupy. Well, Zorty overlooks the red box completely. X7 will take him down. Aerial at least find Crad, but 2 kills now go in favour of Forze, and they are going to sprint out onto the site.
Oh.
Molly, it actually explodes in the air, but Jerry still manages to find the kill up the vent. Zen surely has sealed the round here for Havu. This is going to be 11-11. It is going to be tied up, and Jerry, he might even go down after time here. This is a massive problem. He swings wide. Oh, a big risk taking that fight. He had to win it, and he does. Keeps himself alive. Keeps an AK in the mix for the next round.
Yeah, he wanted to be the one to initiate the peak at least, right? Want to make sure that he doesn't get peeked into and just pre-fired and get taken down straight away. A phenomenal mid-round aggression round from Havu, even though it goes really close towards the latter stages of the round, right? Even though they lose 4 players, it was still some great aggressive moves. And I like the fact that as soon as they made contact elsewhere, you saw the push from Aerial, I believe it was, towards single door on the upper bomb side through the smoke, just getting the kill, making sure that you capitalize on the chaos. You know that somebody could be looking at the radar. You know that somebody could be thinking about, you know, what's happening on the other side of the map. So you kind of try and catch them off guard, maybe thinking that they wouldn't be as focused on their crosshairs per usual. The split aggression, multiple points at the map, hit directly. Works out great for Havu. This is starting to look a little bit like Dust 2. I feel like now they've found the comfort of the CT side, just getting a couple rounds on the board.
Yeah, it's very comfortable right now for Havu, especially in a round like this. You're not expecting them to be pushed too much or too far out of their comfort zone, and a clean round, of course, does a test to that. Havu now currently the favourites according to 1xBet. Of course, if you are gambling, make sure to do so responsibly. Only do so with money that you can afford to lose.
Yeah. One thing that I actually want to touch upon, look at the kill distribution on both teams. You look at Havu, you have Zen who's on 9, everybody else is in between 15 and 17. And then you look at the side of Forza, you have Krat who's multiplying on 11. And then you have 2 people lined up on the top with 17, being Klax and Shofi. It's been such a team-oriented map. Everybody's performing, everyone's stepping it up, which is nice to see. Oh. Are we getting a reset?
There was damage done, so I don't think so.
Who lagged out? Was it Shofi? I think it's Shofi.
Yeah, he's had so many technical issues. So the damage was actually done by the T's in this round. It was the molly towards main that burned Spargo.
Yeah.
But you do get a little bit of information that Spargo has already taken damage. You don't know how much, and you now have to know that this is a 5v4. Make it a 5v3. As Klax is going to be dropped. Krad has actually just made his way around towards the icebox here. Oh, Zen goes to look for him. Doesn't like what he sees. Now, still with the man advantage, unless Shalfie magically comes back, but I don't think that's going to happen just yet. He still hasn't moved, and yeah, he is gone. So now, confirming that this is a 4 versus 3. Sorty, Jerry, and Krad need to rescue this round, but they're both down towards B. 2 of them are. Krad is now going to follow, and Havu have not rotated whatsoever. So Forze should get the bomb plant here, and this might actually favor them in the post-plant situation.
Yeah. They're actually going to take their time before they're down the B bomb side as well. Spargo's going to be really quick towards Ram, but they've heard him already, and the bomb is going to go down safely. Now he will realize where it has been planted, and they have no utility for the post plant, so the hold is not going to be easy. They need Torty to deliver, and X7 is going to drop him. Jerry picks up the AK, but from that point on, it's just about the damage. How many guns can you take away from the CT's hands? And probably a couple as they line up for him. The spray is not going to be good enough for a second, though. Ariel wins the fight with the UMP long range, and it's going to be 13 for the side of Havu.
That's so unfortunate, right? I mean, that's such a big round, and Shalfie, he's had issues all day. You know, we've had so many tech pauses in this game, and he just keeps lagging out. It's really, really disappointing to see, especially when, you know, you consider, all right, this is a quarterfinal stage. You know, this is a really important game. It's not like it's a main Swiss game. You know, you have another chance. If you lose this, you're out. And in one of the most important rounds of the game so far, in a series that you possibly still have a really good chance of 2-0ing one of your best players, one of your star riflers, one of the players that we highlighted in the head-to-head, you know, to go up against, then he just lags out. It's very disappointing to see.
Yeah, we can safely say he's the best player on the team. I mean, I can stand behind those words.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's different aspects of it, right? If you talk experience, if you talk, you know, giving ideas, micromanaging stuff, obviously Jerry and Crowder are going to be on top of that. Zorty's had a phenomenal series, but Shofi is the X factor on the side of Forza, right? He's the game changer in the end of the day. So having him have those problems, and that's not only this round, it's the fact that he keeps on getting them throughout the entire series, and that at some point, even though you're a professional, you've played big tournaments, you have a lot of experience, at some point that starts getting on your nerves, right? At some point you're going to start dropping your individual experience, even though you might not be doing it consciously, because of those problems, which is always unfortunate, especially in important games like that one, as you pointed out. Still good that they're not out of the map because of that round. They were still able to get a bomb plan, which is going to guarantee them another buy. I'm not sure how the situation is going to be with the money of Shofi, but I believe he should have enough as well. It's a 13-11, though. It was more a good round for Havu than it was a bad for Forza. You get the bomb plant, all right, but you don't really do a lot of damage to the CT side economy. I believe it was 3 players surviving for defense in the end. So taking a look at the money, Dodo's on 5.6k, Zen being the lowest one, only member below 3k, to be fair. Spargo's on 3.1, Ariel's on 8, X7's on 5.4. Money's absolutely fantastic right now for the Finnish side. They look like they want to take us to an inferno, ladies and gents. Obviously, for those of you that are just joining in, we did have that map number 1, as you can see on the top right corner of your screen. It was an overtime victory for Forza. They had a 15-9 lead on their map pick of Dust 2. Havu were able to bring it back, but they didn't really convert it. in the overtime. So moving into Nuke, Havu might be able to take us into Inferno. Obviously, the winner of this one, as this is only a quarterfinal game, is going to be facing off against the winner of our next game, which is going to be Astralis taking on Heet. Device's second game since returning. Device's second game in 2022 as well. Currently highest rated player on HLTV this year. Give him the #1 spot.
Give it a rest, will you? Give it a rest.
I love the fact that Ryan didn't really realize that I was joking, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, are you joking about it? Yeah, we love you, Ryan.
I mean, there's a lot of hype. You know, there's a lot of hype with him coming back, and I understand it. But
yeah, for sure. I mean, it never felt right in NIP, did it?
No. You know, but everybody's saying, "Oh, it's he's coming back. He's going to be
felt right only for Pixel, only for him."
Yeah, true.
Yeah, everybody else, didn't really do it. But now in Astralis, that's how it's supposed to be.
A little bit critical still. I'm not all aboard the hype train just yet. I haven't seen many trophies being given out for beating Trick to the best of 3, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, of course. You win a BO3, like, no disrespect to Trick. They've been playing some solid CS recently. But we're speaking about Device and Astralis, right? We're speaking about one of the most, if not the most successful player in CS history. So, yeah. I guess the bar has to be a bit higher, but going back into Nuke, a bit of an ace surprise play for Forze, and the pop is actually going to catch Havu off guard. Brad and Jerry do manage to pick up the first 2 openings. Spargo landed a no-scope from heaven onto the side. That was onto CT vent.
Just as the smoke is blossoming as well, he manages to hit that. Bomb goes down. Chaffee going on a big flank here. We've seen Zen going for one of these. Chaffee looking to have a little bit more impact in this position. Sorty now not going to be able to spot anyone. That one way makes it difficult, but Sorty eventually comes away with a kill. And now Jerry just has to stay alive because Chaffee's there up the ladder. Headshot executes X7, and that is enough seen there from Zen. It's Forze with 12. And maybe that little bit of a technical pause gave them just a little bit of breathing room, just to, kind of the reset they were looking for. Only not completely reset for Havu whatsoever. They'll have a little bit of money to invest once again. Should be no problem at all. A very decent buy coming up from both sides.
Wow. No way they went around like that. After such a long technical timeout, Trophy just joins in. They just run out the A-bomb side. They make it work. That's crazy. What a setback for Havu. Well, economically, they still have one more buy left, and this is this one. They lose this round, they're reset, so we still could be looking at a Force game, and Zordy's going to be able to pick up the opening kill onto Zen. Zen, once again, tries to be aggressive towards outside. Doesn't work out, and they're going to be able to cross down Secret. I believe they're quick enough to actually eliminate the possibility of a vent drop. Yeah, they can't go down the vent. They have no presence down there. All the rotations need to happen from Ram.
X7 is one of those men rotating down. He's found a double. Spargo was his helping hand, but he will play no further part in this round. Now Shafi lurks out towards the hut, and Ariel with a massive headshot means that Forze are down to just 2. This does favour Havu right now. Bomb is going to be planted though. And Havu completely gave up this site. Jerry gets away to safety. There's a smoke that can be used. HE as well, but Sorty needs to get down to put it down. He is just going to see where he is going to throw it. I believe he smokes off Secret himself. Now, Glass smoked. Gap in the door that they're going to try and use. The util goes down on the site. Jerry rotates around. Sorty needs to push past his smoke. Bomb is going to be stuck here by X7. And well, the op can't do anything about it. X7 will get this defuse off. There's 14 rounds for Havu. Sorty might even go down here as well. Oh, the damage being done, but it isn't going to be enough. Havu, they do get a 14th round there. The bomb just not planted. Just not in the right position for the Glass player to have any success. Not a lot that the opera can do.
That was such a good idea from Forza in the post plant as well, right? They plant the bomb there. and then both of them playing towards window room was actually such a good bait. You're never going to be anticipating those post-plant positions. The only problem is, though, little did they know, Havu had all the utility in the world to smoke off everything and make it so uncomfortable. Jerry just had to sprint his way towards single, and unless he gets that double kill, they're never going to win the round. You were there, right, with this one. Zordy can get all the kills that he wants. He doesn't have visibility on the diffuser. It's a 12-14 now. The good thing that Zordy did, though, was the damage. Once again, money's not great for Havu, so another round on the board here for Forze could actually set them up to level things up. Not quite for the lead before the next buy round, but a 14-14 might be on the cards.
Jerry going to try and walk his way past the lines of defense, and, well, he gets in towards credit. Now, Den isn't going to spot him. He is going to be holding for this.
Why?
He's going to be able to react. That's a great kill to pick up in the early instances of this round, but silly kill to give away. Zen
Quick
is going to be
switch.
able to refrag. Oh, how many times have we seen a player caught out by a quick switch? And, well, gun not up in the nick of time. And Shafi goes down. Clacks, he has caught a little bit of a timing here if he wants to lurk his way out, but doesn't realise it. Doto gets away to safety. Zordy completely overlooked in that position. Into a 3v3. And the op can get in towards heaven. Crad spots out centre towards main. He's waiting for the nice lineup, waiting for the nice shot. Doesn't realise Doto's in the corner. He can find a double. Clack needs to find that refrag and does. Bomb dropped on the site. Zordy find a hole for his teammate. Misses the shot. Clack needs to get that refrag. And he's unable to do so. Spargo with the double. It's Havu with 15. And surely that's a deciding map.
Oh, that was so awkward there. The fight onto the main player. He gets that kill. This is a completely different round. They get the 1-for-1 onto the main, onto the second player towards main, rather. And it could have been Forza. But what a step up. And Zordy, you could tell that he was trying to step it up, right? He created so much space towards outside for them, just running, even going for the wide peak towards heaven, which is so risky, but he knows that he needs to be the hero for them to win a round. He's been spectacular so far today. He's been stepping it up. You know, we've been speaking so much about the impact on Shofi, about the really good game that Jerry had on Dust 2. Zordy's been delivering time and time again. Yeah, he had only one flashy round, I guess, the right definition of flashy, during the first half where he had that 4K, I believe, towards Secret. But he's been constantly delivering numbers in a lot of those rounds, and it's really sad to see him go down like that, but it is what it is. How they've played a really good CT side so far, 15-12. Potentially a last tactical timeout for Forza before this one goes to Inferno. They need to win 3 in a row. How were able to do something similar, even harder, arguably, on map number 1. They were down 9-15 and still able to force overtime. Let's see if the Russians are going to be able to do the same here on the T side of Nuke.
Dalfi down to 9 HP. Not looking great for Forze at all. Just wonder what would have happened if Shalfi didn't disconnect in that round. Yeah. He didn't actually have the internet issue that put his team into a 4v5 situation from the get-go. Would have been a completely different story, and maybe that was the turning point that Havu now find themselves very close to that Inferno map, still in this game. Now, Jerry has lurked his way around. He's going to be able to get up towards heaven, realizing that the wrap could be on. You can see the push in towards Hut and the push through the ramp from X7. Havu, a really good reaction here. Spargo just playing for the information down on the lower bomb site. The flash goes in. That's enough to warrant a molly. But still, yet to find a kill either side. And 30 seconds left. Zen could be the thorn in the side here. He's going to be completely overlooked. There's one, there's two. It's a triple spray down from Zen. And he might even get a 4. No, Jerry finds the kill. It's a refrag, but he has to go get the bomb. Surely it's too far gone now. 15 seconds. Shafi finds the headshot, but Ariel on the backside. Doto with that MP9. Havu get on to 16.
Of course it had to be Zen. The triple kill from him. We pointed out that everybody else was putting up pretty much the same numbers. He was a little bit back, but this final round, it compensates for all of it. What a map for Havu. And now, if you're Forza, you feel really lucky and really happy that you were able to close out that Dust 2, right? That could have been a tool in the bag, but unfortunately for Havu, they need to play one more. It's going to be Inferno, ladies and gents. We're going into a quick little break, and we're going to be right back in just about 10 minutes to see which one of those two teams is going to continue on to the semifinals to face off the winner of Astralis and Heet.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time, but can't get it in any way? On our website, you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the CCT Northern Europe Series 2. Our first quarterfinal well underway, and it's going to take a deciding map and Inferno to split them. Forze versus Havu, an interesting map one, of course, went to an OT to split them. Forze managed to come out on top, and that one, our last one, our game on Nuke, was not as close, but Havu still pushed to their limits to close it out. Now we go over to Inferno. Ted, what are your thoughts?
I would still call that new close. I mean, in not as close as
an OT.
Yeah, for sure. But maybe a couple closer rounds. We had a couple ecos being won, a couple half buys, left and right, and maybe Forza did have a chance. Obviously, there was that one round where Shofi disconnected in the start of the round. He was one of the AK players as well. A bit of a weakened buy. So a couple bad things happening for Forza, but overall a pretty solid nuke coming in from the Havu boys. And I feel like, especially after the comeback that they did manage to monster up on map number 1, they deserved at least an Inferno. And going back to what we spoke about, what we discussed actually before the start of this quarterfinal, Jack, we were saying that if it gets to a third, we would actually favor Havu for the victory. So let's see if that's gonna turn up actually, as we're getting a word that we're ready to jump into map number 3. It's Inferno.
Well, in the last 3 months, I mean, we've got both teams playing a healthy amount of times. I mean, Havu played it 13 times, Forze 14, and Havu do have the better win rate on it, so we'll see if that will mean anything whatsoever. Aggressive pistol from the CT starting things off as they push all the way down middle. Spargo and X7 dealt with the USP there from long range. Should reign supreme, but not in that fight, as the Glock does show that it is still a dangerous weapon, especially in the hands of a few of these Havu players, and they need to hope that they're quite dangerous, as they are going to need to try and find out Crad on this B bomb site, yet to be found, as they jump in, and they will just overpower him.
Yeah, gets spotted there, and Shofi actually gets away with 1 kill. Shofi gets away with 2 kills. How is that possible? He steps it up. He was supposed to be dead to right, And now it's just the area, a 1 versus 2 clutch. Needs a 4K to confirm it. 2 already under his belt. He's been able to find himself covered towards the box. And he's the first one to connect. The Zordi is going to be quick on the trigger. Nice flick from him. Good reaction. Pissed around goes in favor of Forze.
Good pistol to start things off for the Forze side. Shot off feet, of course, as you step on. Has had a lot of tech issues, a lot of internet issues, it would seem. But when he's been in the server, he's been a problem for Havu.
Yeah.
We've seen that once again. Now, next round coming up with that bomb plan coming in, we are going to see the investment from the Havu side.
Maybe that's the way to take care of him, right? Just cut the wires. He can't beat me if he doesn't join the server.
Yeah. Well, he is here now. He is on an M4, so he has taken a little bit of damage initially. Still could be a problem for Havu.
Speaking about cutting the wires, I actually have a really cool story that I want to tell you someday. When we have a technical timeout, I'm gonna get into it. Just remind me.
I'm looking forward to it. If I remember, I will. Now, then close by here. I try and catch Crad off guard, waits for him to stop spamming, and the swing is going to be perfect. An opening kill found. Havu, they don't actually want to commit towards B here, and that might be to their detriment. Because there's 3 players ready and waiting. Shalfie thinking about rotating on over, but the call has been to stay as the nades do rain on in. Backs under short, and the crossfire set up perfectly. The M4s are just going to rip them apart, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Ariel's the last player standing, and he has to go and try and get this bomb and get this round back for the Havu's side, but looks like it isn't going to happen for the moment. He's going to get the bomb down, and he does have a little bit of space to maneuver as well. Molly comes in, and that isolates a fight.
Oh, he's hurt it.
Shafi burned as well.
That's a disaster. Aereo, he can play this one as he likes. And Shofi has no confirmation on where Aereo is. He could be towards the side. He could be in pit. He could be in graveyard. He could be pretty much everywhere. Look at the old Fango Aereo. He's going to win that for sure. Flash actually makes him turn around, but Shofi has no clue, and Aereo's going to take him down. That was expertly played. The Molotov makes the difference. I mean, you can tell what the idea was, right? Jerry just runs in with the MP9, and then you have Shofi who's going to refrag him and maybe be a little bit more silent to try and toy with his head. But then the Molotovs makes Shofi just stand on the other side. He had to wait it out. Jerry goes down, and even him burning a little bit. Oh, that was just a disaster. As soon as Aereo gets given the sound cue, the round is over. A player of his experience can't lose. A clutch like this one, Havu do manage to bounce back with the Forze by straight away, and now it's Forze that need to make it work only with the pistols. They're going to start it off with a 4-man B stack. Shelfie all alone towards the first letter of the alphabet. By the looks of it, they might actually walk into the stack. Smoke, there is a big gap for Jerry to use, and without a flash, he's going to be into it. Almost catches the timing, but Dodo's going to take him down, and this could actually bait them in for the play.
Util rains on in. They don't want to risk it going through the smoke, though. That's the issue. But are they going to be expecting the double boost here? That's an interesting part of this round. Brad doing a little bit of damage through the smoke. Max still here. Shafi, of course, watching and waiting. Now, he have heard a player towards second middle make their way back. He realizes, they might have caught him on a little bit of a timing, but it is towards B that Havu do go. Flax comes away with 1 kill here. That might just be enough of a distraction. 20 seconds now. Make their way into the site. Flax looking for 1. Oh, he will go down. They don't realise, though. Zori is already up. Nice headshot, but not going to be enough in terms of the round. Shalfie might as well just save here. It's Havu with 2. And there's not a damn thing Forze can do about it.
Yeah, it's a good idea with the double boost, by the way. You don't see it that often because if But usually the T's could pre-fire that, right? And if they pre-fire, it doesn't really matter if they realize that there's 2 there. They're probably going to get both kills. So it's a bit of a risky approach, but considering it's a force buy and you just have the pistols, it's kind of worth it. It is good for 1 kill. I mean, in a perfect world, they would have the third person towards the B-bomb side pick up 1, then you would have Klax take down 1 as well, and then you'd have Zordy on the boost. It would actually work out great. Havu, though, being as diligent as possible. And that's a good old saying, Jack. The best anti-eco on Inferno is the good old be execute. If you throw your nades right, everything's going to be Gucci. You can note that one down.
I will be taking note and taking heed of that one, all right? You guys really need to take note about that Hellcase giveaway going on at the minute. If you want to click that banner down below the stream, it will, of course, bring you on over. Special shout out and thanks to our partners at Hellcase. Wonderful guys. And who knows, if you're lucky, they might sort you out with a few free skins. So, of course, never seem to have much fortune in giveaways.
What?
I say, I never.
Says the person that opened up a golden arabesque.
That's not, that you see.
From a souvenir.
That's
you can't
not
speak about luck.
That's not a giveaway.
That's Mento, Jack, please.
Yeah. Okay,
please.
right. You have a point. You have a point.
I mean, yeah, I do. You opened up an AK for 1,000 quid. How do you not have luck? You have a lot of luck. Isn't it the Dust 2 collection as well?
Yeah.
So it's gonna go even up now, as Dust is not gonna be played in other majors. Okay, Jack, you can't speak about luck. That's not right. No. The universe is gonna hear you. Don't be greedy.
Sparkle might get a little bit greedy here as he looks for a few ecos. He will find all 3 towards that B site, no issue. Alfie still has his armor and his deagle that he saved from the previous round. He saves the head armor. I mean, it's less of a purchase that he has to make in the next, so why not try and save here? Sorry, can play close by and hope for maybe somebody to walk his way, but Havu would probably exit together towards Banana, keep that money up, because they still are going to have 5 rifles in the next round, no Mac 10s, so no real reason to go hunting these pistols down. It is going to be a 3rd T round now for Havu, and if you're a Forze fan, you would like to see them get on the board early, especially, you know, after winning the pistol and losing the second round. That's pretty disappointing in the manner that they lost it as well. So, if you're a Forze fan, I'd be hoping to see them maybe pick up this first gun round, but that is very much easier said than done.
Yeah. It really is. The replay as well. Obviously, nothing too interesting, just a couple anti-ecos. Just farming them up, making sure you boost up the bank a little bit. As you pointed out, money looking really solid for the Havu side in the start here. Forze not quite having enough to go for an AWP just yet, but prioritizing utility. It's always going to be an option. Zordy thinking about going for a peek towards middle. Oh, that's a really good angle he's playing. Dodo has no idea that this is a possibility. They have the fast smoke towards long as well. That's a great opening kill from Zordy. He's going to stop the initial play that they had in mind, and there's a top banana aggression simultaneously. It's a good start to the round. Like 7 needs to get the hell out of there.
Havu, well, they're going to make their way towards this site, but surely Forze are going to be ready for this. They'll try and swing up. Sorry, peeks out now from the graveyard. Comes away with only 1 kill. Shafi rotates through that long smoke.
Okay.
The kills go in favour of Havu, and somehow, some way, they've come out on top on this bomb site. It's down to a 2v2, but down to just X7. He's tapped the bomb, so they know he is on the site. They know he's definitely not planting for sure, and they've doubled up on short. They only needed 1, and that was Jerry. He gets the double in that round. As Forze double up on rounds as well.
Yeah, that was a great shot from Jerry. I'm still actually curious how Havu were able to bring this round so close, right? I mean, you lose the opening kill towards, or the opening fight doesn't go your way towards top middle because of the really good position that Zordi was holding. Then you try and go back towards B, but you're pushed away from the util, and you kind of need to run into their setup. And they knew exactly what was going on, right? They had it painted up. They were expecting you. They had a really good crossfire, but then the refrags were absolutely perfect. And they're going to run it again. Both these surgeons running the exact same round. This time, Zordi gets a flash for the peak and does manage to get Dodo once again, but the difference is Ariel was there for the refrag, so a quick 1-for-1, not the man advantage, and they're thinking about actually committing to a really quick play up short. Is Klax going to be prepared for it? Doesn't look like it.
He's going to be smoked off, so he has a decision to make here, right? I need to push onto the site, or I need to stay here and wait. And, well, he is going to stay the other side of it. Havu are just going to commit, and he eventually takes a risk. For me, that's a little bit too late. Then he
a bit
past that smoke.
Undecisive there.
Yeah. I mean, he missed a window of opportunity there. You know, as soon as he hears the smoke come over, he needs to get out onto the site. If not, you need to wait and play for the retake there. I mean, maybe they're not expecting you to swing through that smoke, but like, where the T's realistically going to be looking when they're entering onto the site? So, a little bit silly, a little bit of a slip up. Havu will say thank you very much, though. That's 4 rounds for them now. Money isn't going to be in the best of spots for Forze. However, they will have these 3 rifles in play. Still lots of dangers and threats to consider from the Havu side.
Yeah, I guess you could make a point about the entire mind process in there for Klax. Initially, he thought, okay, maybe this mode of smoke is just debated out, and there's going to be 1 or 2 players trying to, or at least 1 player peeking in from long later on, right? So he wanted to hold it with his teammate and stop that. Then he realizes, okay, it's just a committed short apps play, and I think what he tried to do there was just catch a timing because they were clearing the bomb side. He would peek through the smoke, as you said. It's a bit of a gimmicky play, so they might not be ready for it. But best case scenario, you get 1 probably. So yeah, doesn't work out. Havu pick up their 4th round and now pick up the pace. Krat manages 1. Krat somehow manages a 2nd, and that's crazy. Most of the time, you'd see the T pick up ball kills here, and somehow he's still alive even. Refrag, not really a possibility. Spargo, though, towards middle, is going to find Zorti. Another quick pace round, but they still have flags towards the apartments to be wary of, and Dodo's taking care of Krat in the meantime.
I really like this, though. Look, they've frozen completely. They're looking to try and find the kill, and Spargo does drop Klax. You know exactly where Jerry is. He's down to 14 HP. And, well, already up on the site. Dodo holds the line. Bomb's going to be planted, and surely Jerry has no way back into a round like this. He tucks himself away into the long cubby. Round's over. And Havu have yet another one. That started so well as well for Krad. Looked really good. But Havu, once again, they fight their way back.
Yeah, it's just the pace, right? I mean, even though they were able to get a couple kills there, again, you know that this play is going to provoke a reaction, and you could see that even though they find the first 2 kills, and Krat is, well, he's not, I guess you can't say he's comfortable, but let's say the top banana is comfortably under the control of Forza, right? You still have Shelfie, who's been really proactive towards the apartments, going for a bit of a peek. Oh, no, it was actually Zorti, pardon. It was Zorti going for a peek towards the balcony, and then you have the AWP on the other side just holding for it. So Havu being able to have those little things in mind, right? Even though you send a really quick, fast-paced play towards Banana, you're still aware of the possibility of a push elsewhere on the map, and you're ready to punish it and change your round, or rather change your call mid-round on the back of getting that kill. This is really, really impressive on the T side, and it feels like Forze are just not able to keep up with the high tempo, because every single decision on the side of Havu is being made in the matter of split seconds, right? Every single time they get a kill, they know exactly what they want to do with it. And it's really hard to play against something like that. They don't slow things down. They don't try and play the default. They just get a kill. Okay, we know exactly what we're doing. We know the protocol, or the call is lightning fast. It's just been some great mid-round readjustments from Havu so far.
Both teams very good at thinking on their feet, I would say. I think the mid-rounds from both sides have been quite strong. Havu for sure on the early rounds of Inferno. Now, nobody to go down just yet. No entry to be found for the Havu side. You can see that Forze are playing a lot safer here now. They've given up Banana completely. They're not playing for brackets. Galfy doing a little bit of spam, but that's about the height of it.
Yeah, that's some great conditioning on the T side from Havu in the early stages. Picking up the tempo, making them respect you. You know they won't be doing that unless you make them. And now you've made them respect you. Now you've made them play it defensively.
This is a problem because Havu come into the site now, flashes completely blind Cax. He's going to be absolutely no help to his teammate. Kills go left, right, and center. But once again, Havu come out on top. They'll get the bomb down. Crad and Jerry, a decision to be made. Do they want to go or do they want to stay and save? And with a 2v3 on this A bomb site, I don't think they're going to be interested at all. It's another save from the Forze boys. Havu, they've played this one nicely, and yeah, I completely agree with you. It's come down to the conditioning that we've seen that Havu have forced Forze to, really, really respect them, and it's worked out there once again. Very difficult to hold on to a site in a 5v5 situation when you're not really playing for too much control, but the flashes there, to be honest, from Havu were absolutely perfect.
Yeah. No, the executes have been really good. They've been really decisive. It just feels like everything's going to plan right now on the T side. It's just a really well-executed game plan. You can tell that they've been prepared for this game, and you can tell that they've been prepared for this Inferno specifically. Everything's just falling in place right now. And they have all the right pieces, as you pointed out. It's not like they have the right idea, but then there's some minor mistakes, not having your spacing on point, not having your nades on point. Everything's working out for Havu right now. They're on 6 rounds on the T side already. There is still some room back for Forze. It's still early on, right? It's only 8 rounds into the game, so it would be silly from us to write off Forze, but it's a really good start for defense. And even from a mental aspect, if you look at this game, from the way that they were able to come back after being down 9-15 on map number 1, the fact that they were able to get away with Nuke as well after such a close and disappointing loss on Dust 2, and now have such a good start. I mean, it's been a really long and exhausting series for both these teams. So Havu, if they get on the wave, if they get the momentum, it might be enough to get them past the finishing line. Still though, making their way towards the B-bomb site. A lot of map control, and Zordi is actually not going to be able to get that shot. Dodo with a really good peek. That means that Jerry's all alone. We've been praising him so much. He can delay them with the smoke and a follow-up Molotov and win some time for Krat to arrive, but they're actually going to rotate everybody.
Will they get here in the nick of time, though? Jerry gets a quick double, runs out of bullets, eventually swaps over, but Krad's here now to rotate in. He finds a double, the bombs drop past that smoke, and Spargo, he has to fall away. He doesn't stand a chance at all. His teammates have been absolutely massacred as they make their way in towards B. It has to be the save from the upper. Surely, don't give away this rifle. It's too important, it's too integral, and if you give away an op to Forze without them having to make the purchase themselves, it would be a little bit of a misplay. So it's in the kitchen, cooks himself a little bit of breakfast, but the only thing being fried for the moment is his teammates on their way into B side.
What'd you have for breakfast?
I don't eat breakfast, actually.
You don't?
No.
You didn't eat, you haven't eaten anything this whole day.
Yeah.
Jack, that's not good for you.
Don't be one of those people that it's like, breakfast is the most important meal of the day.
No.
Don't be one of them, because
I'm not one of them. I still think breakfast is important, but I mean, like, because we're going to be casting for another at least 3 or 4 hours. That's what I mean.
Don't worry about me, Dad. I'm all good.
Okay, I just care about you.
I appreciate it. And well, we care about you guys, of course, gambling responsibly. If you are heading over to 1xBet, taking advantage of those offers, make sure to do so by only gambling with money that you can afford to lose. As right now, well, Forze can't really afford to lose this round, but it looks like it is going to go in the way of Havu. that last round was just a little bit of a bump in the road as they speed up and absolutely tear through the defenses of Forze once again. Brad is in a whole lot of bother here as well. The flashes rain on over. Doto eventually takes him down. It was a little bit of a messy fight, and Zorti, invested in that AWP, is now going to try and hold the line. He's going to be spotted out, but he has 5 Havu players running at him right now, and he has to try and connect on them all.
Yeah, is the farming simulator. He either makes himself a bit of a highlight, or he goes down and they have no AWP in the next round. Molotov is just going to confirm his position. He's just getting surrounded by a bunch of hungry hyenas, and Zen is going to take him down first of the pack. 7 on the T side for Havu. Money is nowhere to be found. Well, it's not actually terrible for some of those members, but they can't muster up a buy. It's just going to be the half one. Krad has a 4.2k balance, Zordi on 3.7, Jerry on 3.8, but that's about it. Both Shofi and Klax can't go for it. Maybe a couple of upgraded pistols, some utility. A first tactical timeout coming in for Forze. They have a decision to make. Obviously, there's a lot of experience now in the Forze lines. It's not only Jerry. It is Krad as well. A 2-time major participant. And they have Fierce, who's the coach of Forze, for those of you unfamiliar. An ex-Vegas Quadron boy. He's been a part of a couple majors himself. A big name for the Russian scene. I just remembered Vegas Quadron, man. They used to be...
What a team. What a team.
Yeah, I hated them. You know why?
Why?
They would always eliminate North from group stages of majors. You know, I was a North fanboy back in the day. Yeah.
Disappointing. They're a fantastic team, though.
Yeah, they were awful to play against at majors, right? One of those teams, like you'd never see them have too much success outside of the majors, especially at tier 1 tournaments. Like tier 2, they would still dominate, but tier 1 tournaments, they wouldn't play. But when it comes to a major, they always have that 1 or 2 really upsetting victories. I'd say maybe like something similar to a B&E nowadays.
Yeah.
Maybe B&E are getting a bit more, exposure outside of the majors because simply there's more tournaments, but something really similar. And you're always going to take down like 1 or 2 top dogs and just shock the world.
I would agree. Jerry needs to be careful. Doto was pushed past that smoke, and Jerry was the lone defender towards this B bomb site, so no problem for Havu. Their way to an 8th round, and Ariel and Zen are going to have a little bit of fun towards middle. They've seen at least one more player. Might have spotted out both, but the last few rounds, Forze have gone a little bit stale. Havu really have it figured out. Now, did Ariel spot Shelfie? I believe he did. Well,
Yep.
Quick little check, quick little pre-fire, no bother. 8-3. This is a really strong T side from Havu, and there's a lot of problems here for Forze now, right? I mean, they really need to book up their ideas and hope that Havu don't just steamroll over them, because to be honest, the last few gun rounds that we've seen have come and gone very quickly.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Forza, that one looks really familiar with the last 3 times that they played Inferno, right? They've lost to Movie Star Riders, AGO, and Soul in their last 3 games here on that map. Their last victory was on the 29th of October against Masonic, and it was in the group stage of this tournament, but, 29th of November, sorry, not October, but, yeah, it's been a tough ride. It's been a bumpy ride on Inferno so far for the Forza boys. And Doto, once again, quick up middle. He had Zordi a couple times trying to deny him from that play, but now he's on the AWP, going to get moldied off and flashed off. And actually, look at Doto. Look at how much space he's got. He's already towards Arches. Shelfie wins that fight. And thank God he wins that fight, because otherwise it would have been another T-side round. But now they're kind of tunnel visioned onto that A-bomb side. Aereo, though, going to be able to take down the Oper. Klax with a refrag, but that's just going to open up more space towards long for the T's.
Daffy smoked off, but the bomb is dropped, and Clack's still causing lots of problems in towards the pitch. Alfie goes down because of that HG. And the peak comes in, and Clack's still alive in the pit. The problems keep on piling up, but so do the bodies of the CTs on this A site. Jerry in towards the apartments, and X7 is never expecting this, not whatsoever. Lovely positioning from the Forze. IGL is going to give them a 4th round, and Havu have a lot of money to fall back on. But even when Forze are winning these rounds, right, they're not convincing whatsoever when they are managing somehow, some way to get around against Havu in this first half. They're winning them with 1, maximum 2 players surviving, which is just not going to help your economy at all. It makes things very difficult, especially on a map like Inferno, where you need the utility.
Yeah, I get you. It's been just scrappy from them. I mean, they're scraping to get some rounds right now. Just trying to keep themselves in the game here on the CT side. It's been anything but comfortable. They had only 1 comfortable round, and they did lose the opening kill in this one, but it was the B round where Jerry did manage to mop down to, and then had the support of his teammates. I think it was Crowd as well that did something significant. But outside of this round, it's just been them winning really close endeavors and really close encounters, which is always going to be good for the T side, as you pointed out, quite beneficial. You lose 1 round, but you still get 3 or 4 kills. You win the one after that, you're just resetting the CT side economy.
Running a little bit thin on utility already, though, Forze. I mean, a minute left on the clock. You know, by 55 seconds, all the smokes are going to be disappeared, pretty much. The 2 flashes, that's it. So he's dead. Oh, he's very lucky to get out of there.
Okay, now this has to get fixed, right? You're on top of a wall. The fire is down there.
And it spreads up.
Yeah.
Jerry up on top
Wow.
of first oranges. He's going to be dealt with. 2 quick kills from Doto. That's a quick double entry. And Forze, once again, they're going to have to save. They just don't have the money to go for it. They can't send men into that site. It's a lost cause at this stage. 9-4. Havu, they are going to have a 5-round lead. Those pop-ups, man. Nasty pop-ups.
I just remember the one. Have you played Minecraft when you were younger?
Yeah.
You probably have. Yeah, everyone has. You know, in Minecraft, you have to... I'm not sure if it was the shift that you had to shift a lot. Or what was it? Yeah, exactly. And then you have the pop-up of for the sticky keys. Man, I hated that.
Oh, man.
Like, that was the biggest problem of Ted in the 6th grade.
Man, you've unlocked a memory there for me that I didn't realize I had.
Yeah. It's like Dodo. He's like the sticky key pop-up. He's always there, always annoying you, always in your face if you're Forza. What a double entry towards Banana. And again, it's that conditioning that they did in the early stages. It just makes Forza play lean back from the side, no information, no map control. If you lose those 2 players on B, round is over. You have nobody in position to get any information. You have nobody in position to be a fast rotator. You have nobody in position to be a fast lurker. It's just done. It's 9 rounds on the T side. Another half bite coming in for Forze, and Shofi's actually going to be able to find an opening kill. That's the first time we've seen him be successful on his apartment's endeavors in a long time, and I feel like at this point he's just like, screw that. I'm gonna play my game. I'm not gonna give them the respect that they demand right now. If I continue giving them the respect, it's not gonna make a difference.
That's like taking a few risks. You really do. And especially a star rifler like Shelfie. Oh, crad. That is a nasty headshot to find onto the upper. Smoke going to be deployed as well to make sure that Havu don't come steaming through. That's where Zen has found that kill onto Clax, and that means that Forze are just a little bit worried about what's going on over towards A. They were considering the rotation of Shalfie, but they decided to stay 3 towards B and only 1 towards A. The issue is Sorty only has a deagle. He sat on the bomb site completely isolated. There's no fast rotations, and now Forze have to go for information towards B, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to push down, they're going to try and clear Banana, and they're going to try and get a player over towards A in the nick of time, but it's too little too late because Havu are already up.
Yeah. Already on the A-bomb side, Zorti needs to step it up. Digo in hand. First player on the line is low on HP. X7 is going to still win that fight, and Dodo takes down Krat. This is a complete disaster for the CT side. Jerry and Shofi now. Jerry AWP close range. It wouldn't make a difference. Then is low. Still gets the kill. How did they get this round on the board with 3 players surviving? That was supposed to be their round. Zorti doesn't get anything done towards the back of the site. Every single kill was a headshot there. And Havu, even though they were in a 3 versus 4 with 2 players below 30 HP mark, they still get away unscathed. 10 for Havu. And the only thing that's hotter than Havu in the server right now is that offer from Hellcase. Obviously, you can click the banner below the stream and use our code CCT, but come to think of it, I think that Havu might be even hotter than that. That's a great D-side.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic D-side. They're going to try and put the cherry on top and around like this, but not if Krad has something to say about it. It's a double towards B, and Sorty towards the apartments, misses the shot, the spam is coming on through, he's taking a lot of damage, but do they want to risk swinging into that AWP? They know there could be another player close by in support. That could throw away yet another Havu life. So they decide against it. They play a little bit safer.
Yeah.
V5 now. Yes, the HP isn't looking great on 3 players of 4s, but numbers is absolutely everything. But the herd thinned a little bit by a lovely reaction shot from Spargo.
Yeah, Jerry, once again,
We were going to be more than they'd ever bargained for.
There's so much more to be done.
Here's the twist.
Don't mess with these kind of people.
Quitting, it's not easy. So don't do it alone. Nicorette Quick Mist gets to work on your cravings in 60 seconds to help increase your chances of quitting. Nicorette, let's do something amazing. Robin Hood's crew were so over their tights. Luckily, Amazon had last-minute deals on gifts. And now their pants are a lot more functional. Bullseye, Robin.
Sur PokerStars, Manuel peut accéder au Spin and Go où qu'il soit. Car nos jeux sont prêts quand vous l'êtes. Place au jeu.
A bomb site now wide open after those quick double. Now Havu still gonna attempt this. Dooley's in the hands of Ariel. Oh, has a smoke. It doesn't have armor though. No kit on any of the players just yet. 7 was peering over. Sorry, he's going to be ready for it. They heard the boost. They knew exactly what was coming in. And now it's down to just 2. 4's surely on their way to a T-pistol here as chances not being given whatsoever. 4's stay carrying on that site. Though it does come away with 1 kill. Might want to just keep himself alive here with the smoke. He doesn't have armor really to save, so might be worth just taking a few more names with him. Sorty goes down to the bomb. Krad is the only survivor, but regardless of what way it was won, Forze needed to win it to stay in the game, and that's exactly what they do by taking that T-pistol.
Yeah, that was a must. It's pretty similar to what happened on Nuke as well, right? I mean, it's Havu getting away with a really good T side. Forza, even though on Nuke they did lose the pistol, they were able to actually make the Force buy work and have the bonus round. So again, them on a better start here in the second half after having a troublesome CT side. They need the momentum to go their way. Force buy and 5 people in the start of the round towards B to drop over the nades. If Forze actually want to commit to that B bomb side, there's going to be a lot of grenades there to deal with. That's actually a nice cheeky idea there. Oh.
Old Deagle gets that kill, but sadly, New Deagle, not so much. And
yeah,
Mac 10 will just overpower. So 3 HP Jerry does stand on. And X7 stands alone here. HE deployed. Nobody home for that one. Forze still don't want to risk it, right? I mean, they still don't want to just go all guns blazing into a bomb site that could definitely be stacked. So they are just kind of looking for more snippets of information. Shafi has seen absolutely nothing and heard absolutely nothing. Another smoke goes down just to delay. Forze still really want to hit B.
Yeah, still has a Molotov and an HE to work with as well, X7. So maybe something spectacular might be on the cards. And Shofi's probably going to go down here.
Even get a single kill, but spots out 3 players. Now the molly has to go down. X7's going to swing in front of it, finds that kill. That could be absolutely massive. 20 seconds left, and Forze down to just 3. They have to run through the molly. 10 HP and 3
Look
HP.
at the HP.
Isn't an awful lot. They blast through. The CCTs cause havoc, and Jerry's the last player now. A 1v1. 3 HP, sending the smoke, swings wide and does enough to take him down. Commotion on that B site is enough to turn the tide, and Havu, they will take this second round.
Oh my goodness gracious, what a round that is to pick up from Havu. And this is such a smart play, by the way. I think that this Force buy is going to get looked into for sure from a lot of teams. That's a really good approach. I mean, you drop an abundance of utility to X7. He does an expert job, by the way, picking up that kill, but he delays them for such a long time. And you know that a lot of teams with the rifles, when they know they're up against pistols, even if they go over towards A, most of the time they're going to have somebody lurking towards long, right? They want to have the wrap package. And even if it's the B side, really often you're going to have Shofi or whoever's your lurker just trying to walk out of long and maybe cut off rotations and come in from behind, even if you're walking into a stacked bomb site. So that was just a great idea. I mean, you're not going to see a team on an anti-Force just jump out of apartments or walk out of short too many times. Just the little details. The nice ideas.
Ariel. Man, the whole brackets all by his lonesome. Comes away with 1 kill. Discourages Forze from making their way up towards this A site. The rotation goes back towards B from Doto. The player be boosted up. That's going to be X7. Brad sent for information, tries to string through. Massive headshot. Are they going to overlook this position? X7 dropping down, and Jerry will drop him. Bomb can be planted. The 2 versus 3, and Forze might have just answered back with another massive round, which still keeps them in the game. They were on a heavy reset potential if they lost this one, but now looking very doable indeed. Spargo be perfect, needs to react on the second player as well. Clack's getting very fortunate that the MP9 didn't rip him to shreds, and now it's down to just Zen. Picks up the kit, goes walking into the site. The flash goes over. Nobody going to be holding just yet. Smoke on top of the bomb, waiting for the peak to come in, but it's not going to happen just yet. Clax is going to spot him out. Jerry swings wide. He'll take him down. It's 3 for the IGL of 4s, and we go round for round, back and forth in this second half, and that means Havu's money's in the bin.
Yeah, that first shot from the Digo is absolutely massive. This peek from Crab, this is mental. If he goes down there, everyone else is on the other side of the smoke. They're probably not going to follow through. Or even if they follow through, the M4 is going to have enough time to fall back, maybe set himself up for a nicer fight, maybe for a second kill. Even if he don't want to, the boost player is still going to get 1. This first kill absolutely annihilates the entire setup of Havu. Another great mini comeback from the Force boys. Dodo on a scout. Haven't seen that since the Ence days. Even back then we didn't see that quite often, to be fair. Most of the time it's snappy to rock the scout. Now it's Dodo's time to shine. It's actually crazy when you think of all the experience that, you have on Havu. And all of these players were previously a part of Havu in different iterations, right? But obviously you had Dodo play on Ence, you had Zen play on FPX, Smash as well. Teams like that. He was a part of Godsend. You had X7 and Aereo go about in Ence and be really successful. Obviously in a Finnish iteration, not the same as Dodo. He was a part of the international lineup, but all of them eventually came back to Havu, where they started. Argo is the only one that hasn't been a part of this lineup. Obviously, he was initially recognized because of his really good moments in H-Reds and Kova later on.
Havu lineup has looked very solid as of late. Toto doesn't like what he sees when he peeks.
That was optimistic.
Towards short, goes for the no scope. I mean,
I respect it.
I mean, it's pretty much a hit and hope there. Just hold down left mouse one and hope that you connect on a headshot.
You know that you're probably going to go down. You're not going to be winning this one in a 1 versus 5. And if you're destined to win it, then you're destined to hit that first headshot.
Yeah. You're just in an awful spot, though, to have a scout, especially they're walking their way up and you're completely alone. So the gamble doesn't pay off for Havu in this round. Forze do get a second consecutive round on this T's side. And, well, Grad interested in maybe exploring B here and take away a few of these save pistols and armor, of course. Lots of utility, in fact, to be bringing over into the next round. But initial engagement there towards nothing. 1 kill is all we see in that round.
Yeah, 8-11 Forza. Slowly starting to bring this one back. Money not really available for Havu. We had that Force by roller coaster in the start of that second half. We're finally going to get some time off. Well, the players are going to get some time off. Speaking about Force, obviously, they've been fighting to have a fighting chance here in that second half, and they've earned it. Nice HE. Maybe you're going to be able to find some cash here. The money injection would serve you well right now, to be fair. It's not like their money is terrible, but it's not great either. You'd hope to win this round with probably 0 players going down.
You'd hope, but...
Yeah, never mind. Forget about the 0 players going down. You'd hope to win that round. That's the bar right now.
Heavy rotation over towards A here. Well, the presence being shown, it's a lovely call from Forze to go back. Havu are going to be done out here. Now, Jerry, I believe, might have been in position to hear the rotates. So, walking into this free bomb site, they are just going to make sure that they leave no stone unturned, though. Shalfie under a little bit of pressure as the pistols swing up from Banana, and now there's a problem. It's Jerry and Zorty just trying to lock down this site. Everybody retaken from the exact same spot, and now they have rifles to work with as well. They're just going to swing out, try and find them, try and take the fights and maybe trade out. Zorty and Jerry, though, they find the initial 2 kills, a third, and looking for the 4th, unable to find it, Jerry, and now it's down to just Zorty. Doto, no kit, and surely Zorty knows that. Tries to spot him off the bomb, doesn't bite just yet. Eventually he's going to have to peek out and swing. It's a fight that he wins, though. Once again, a good lockdown from Forze. It was looking very, very scary, but they make sure they don't fall at that hurdle.
Yeah, that was great. That was a good hold. I mean, it's a great round for the CT side overall. They don't win it, but they still do a lot of damage. Considering they didn't really invest all that much in the round, the damage that they did, it really did scare Forze there for a second. Still, the crossfire was way too powerful, and Zorty played it perfectly. He knew that there was no possibility of a kit, so he didn't really have to peek on the battle. He waited it out a little bit to make sure that even if he goes down, there's not going to be enough time for the defuse after that. 11-9. Defense still ahead, but Forze putting up a nice fight here. Aggression towards Banana, crowd on the other side, standing the spam. Doesn't realize there's a player that's crossed towards Wood, but they need to be careful about it. Jerry surely knows there's a possibility. Or maybe he doesn't.
Into the absolute blender here on Banana as Havu make a smoothie out of Forze. The early fight, but eventually they give it up. Massive HE onto Shafi once again as the nade damage just keeps raining on in onto him. It's a 2-2 split for the defense here. Not taking any gamble stacks just yet. They don't need to. They're happy. They've all bases covered for the moment. Can't be wrapped on towards B. Spargo looking at that. Quick help to his teammate on A if it's needed. Looks like B might be tested once again. Smoke goes over towards Coffin. Zen has a decision. Does he want to swing through it or does he want to stay behind it? And he has to swing onto the site if he wants to help out his teammate. There's 25 seconds left. Clax still lurking his way up long here. Time might have gone on just a little bit too much. Eventually he's going to have to move. Sorry, with a massive headshot.
No way.
There's a second as well. He's single-handedly double entered the site.
He's won them the round.
When they look like they're out of time and time again, they look like they're out of time. They just slow it down, they breathe, they don't panic, and somehow, some way, they manage to win it. I don't know how many rounds we've seen like that today, especially on Dust 2.
Yeah, and that looked so inconvenient there for Forze as well, right? I mean, the setup from Havu was absolutely perfect. They were trying to initially just get some kind of a reaction from the A-bomb side players, just set up Clax for a kill there, set him up to cut off a rotation or whatever, but they didn't move. They were just holding to their angle. So Clax was pretty much useless there. Well, there's nothing more to it. He was useless in that position. Not his fault, but he was absolutely isolated from the action. The only way they win that round is if Zordi gets the first kill and the second, or if they rotate the second player. This peak is absolutely crazy, and this reaction onto the second one, Zordi single-handedly keeping Forze in the game and winning them another round. Look at the money for Havu. They're thinking about going for another reinvestment, but it might as well just be the half buy for the Finns. 2M4 saved up Aerial and Spargo. Going to be wielding them, but it's just the pistols around them. It's not like those rounds haven't been necessarily dangerous for the side of Forze, but we're getting closer, Jack. Especially after the beginning, after the first 6, 7, 8 rounds, even on Inferno, it looked like it was just going to be an easy one for Havu, but no easy maps in this series. Forze, they won that semifinal spot, and they won it now.
Absolutely no gimmies at all. Made to work. Lovely adjustment from Shafi to come away with one kill there. Refrag comes in from Spargo, but that's one of the rifles that has been found out from Havu. So now it is down to just one, and once again Havu have left one player alone towards this A site. This time though, he's not alone with a pistol. He is alone with that M4. 30 bullets to try and stop 4 players making their way onto this site. Rotations are very far away. He has to do it completely by himself. Needs to find the first kill, but Clax wraps his way around, puts a bullet in his brain. Surely, Forze have put another one on the board, but Havu creep closer and closer here. They've got smokes. They just don't have a kit. That's the only thing that they're really lacking in this retake. Guns as well, but Sen has found an AK maybe to work with. They have a buy in the next round regardless. They do want to just play for the damage.
I guess so. I mean, for Zen, hold on to the AK. Dodo's picked up another one. Yeah, you can try and get a couple of exit kills. You're not going to let them out of this bomb site, which is actually going to be decent. Especially if you hold on. Bomb's actually planted in a way in which they can go pit, and Dodo's going to go for the fight. Gets one, but that's going to be about it. Everybody else survives. 2 rifles recovered for Havu, which is going to give them that extra money injection. Not that they needed it, as you pointed out, but it's still going to make them a little bit more relaxed in the rounds to come. 11-11. We're leveled up once again. Crazy that Shofi still manages to get that first kill, and even though Sparko had the M4 towards the back of the site, he was completely alone. They wanted to gamble on B with the 3 pistols and the smokes. Didn't work out. We're leveled up. 5 to go for either one of those teams until they can boot their spot in the semifinals. But so far, it's been anything but one-sided. What a close game. It's been absolutely crazy. And another Apartments endeavor, but this time around it's going to be Aerial to get the better of Jerry. Opening kill goes in favor of the CT side, and it might as well force them in an early B execute.
Massive amounts of damage, though, taken on the CT side, so just makes the job of the entries of Forze here a little bit easier. X7 on half HP, Doto on 81.
Oh, big nade.
Smoke needs to go down, but the flash goes in. A little bit of a surprise. He's very, very close, and Crad will find the first. Doto now looking for that second player. Doesn't realise Clax is very close by, but a great reaction through the coffin, finds that kill. The HE goes down. Zorty not going to be taken down by it, but down to 16 HP at least. And Shalfie, he's got the bomb. He needs to try and put this down, but the molly's rain on in. Zorty burns to a crisp, and Shalfie's now completely alone. Havu have Shalfie exactly where they want him. He needs a 1 versus 3, and he's found the first.
Yeah, he's heard both players now, surely. He's going to realize where they're coming from, and he's going to switch to the AWP. Being low on HP, or at least FT tag, this might give him a bit of an advantage. Well, it's still only 20 seconds. He needs a mistake. He needs an over peak from the CT side. He's not going to get it. Switches back to the AK-47. Time is just running low. He needs to get a move on, but look at the setup. The banana player is just going to swing on Aerial's contact, and Aerial doesn't even need the support. He's going to win the kill, win the fight rather, get the kill, and get the round for Havu. 12-11. One ahead once again. What a great hold that was. Take a look at the replay once again. Aerial opening things up, forcing the T's to go for the B play, but Doto stepping it up with a double kill. And it felt really over there for a second for Doto because he doesn't realize that there's a player in front of him, right? If he continues spraying through the smoke and runs out of ammo, then Klax can just swing and take him down, and it's a completely different round. But because he doesn't, because he waits out, because he makes Klax peek into him, he manages to get the round for him and his teammates. Crazy stuff on Inferno.
Continue to go here on the side of map. Havu have the advantage for the moment. It's a little bit of damage exchanged towards the top banana position. No kill to be found from either side. Forze, as of late, have been favouring this B bomb site, so you can understand why Havu want as much util as possible dropped on over just to make sure that they're not popped on once again. Another smoke in the hands of Doto, a molly and a flash as well. Smoke goes down towards CT. They'll try and make their way in. X7 on the boost and Doto combine. That stopped Forze in their tracks for the moment. The swing comes on through. X7 with the next, and surely there's no way into this site now.
Yeah, Doto's been so reliable towards B. Every single time he manages to win the first fight, and towards the B-bomb side, this is more than enough. He's on 22 and 14. He's had a phenomenal game, and when you add on the perfect utility work that we've seen from X7 as well on those holds and some of the kills, this B-bomb side is really tough to take unless you have something else going on for you beforehand. Yeah, okay, there's been a couple scrappy rounds. There's been a couple B takes that have worked out, but when you look at the big picture, Doto and X7, they've had a really good game towards B. And it's going to be the save. Force, they need to hold on to the AK and the AWP. Money's not really there. Shofi has 1,500 in the bank. Krat is going to be on 3.5k. But it's just the half buy with the hero rifles that they're going to play with in the next one. Havu might have clean path towards 14. They're just 3 away from making their way into the semis. And this is a team that a lot of people were writing off from the back of just seeing seeing the matchups in the previous round of playoffs, right? I mean, you see Havu get matched up against OG. You're like, okay, you know what? Havu are not in a terrible form. They've been playing some nice CS. They were able to nearly get something done at the Elisa Masters. I mean, they didn't pick up a single map, but they still had a couple closer ones. But come on, you still don't think that they're going to be beating OG, do you? And then they 2-0 OG, a 16-9 on Mirage, a 16-11 on Inferno. And you start thinking about it. Now they get matched up against Forze, which, again, Forze has been a really shaky team in recent history, but they've still been able to get away from tough situations. And we know that they're a really tough team to beat. A team that most of the time is going to take you all 3 maps and at least make you work, even if it's done only in 2. But they've looked really solid so far. Looking like they might become the first semi-finalist here at the CCT Northern Europe 2. Krat still manages that opening kill onto Dodo. That's a good opening. A lot of damage has been done by the utility of the CT side, but it's still a man advantage for the offense that actually has decided to go for the Force. Is the full investment. It's do or die, or nothing for the teams. They're going to start running into the over a 1-for-1. Spargo doesn't manage to get anything more done than that, but Aero and Zen with the rifles are there to bounce back into the round. Klax wins that fight, but again, it's the refrag coming in from Zen. Great stuff for the CTs. The bomb is going to go down, but this round requires a sortie special, a 1 versus 2. The Legacy with the AWP, he's going to get himself to a more comfortable position. Graveyard, which is going to limit his options, to be fair. He fires 1 shot. He needs it to be a kill. 1 miss. Going to be all that it takes for him to lose this one. Molotov not going to go towards his direction. He's happy to hear that. He can just try and play the timer right now. Do they clear him up? Yes, they do. He misses the first one. And X7 is going to guarantee the round. Havu, they managed to make it up to 14. Two rounds away. And now, because of that decision to go for the Force buy, you have a decision to make if you're Force. You go for it once again, or it's just going to be the half buy. Well, it looks like it's just a nice set piece. A lot of smokes, a lot of flashes, some Molotovs, HEs. This could be a good play. Could be a solid execute here. Could be the best timing possible for you to make a round like that work. Otherwise, you are going to be seeing Havu onto 15. A quick JW. Oh, gets off the angle there for a second. Great timing for the Force player on the other side. Going to keep him alive. Spargo doesn't realize how close he was to an opening kill, but decides to fall back. His apartments is already a possibility. They start getting closer. Smoke in. Zen needs to be careful. Flash is going to force him back. HE tags him down a lot. Does manage to find only 1 though with the nade. And it's going to be Jerry to get the refrag and the upgrade onto an M4. A 4 versus 4. And now Force starts slowing things down.
Trying to double back once again. Head on over towards B. Crad has gotten past just that little bit. Big nade maybe from X7 as the smoke goes down. Doto's in front of it. He finds the double, drops the bomb as well. They'll swing on through, but right into Doto's waiting arms. X7 does get the last, but Doto did the majority of the work. And that's 15 for Havu now. Map and match point as they look to get in and book their place in the semi-finals, where of course they are going to be facing either Heet or Astralis. That's going to be coming up next after this one. The Forze need to be perfect, need 4 rounds in a row to try and force an OT. But the way Havu are playing right now, it's looking very, very doubtful.
Yeah, and again, it's just Doto's reliability towards the B1 side, right? I mean, he's been so good in those multi-kills. Every single time, you know that if he gets given a fair fight, he's going to win it. At least the first one. He's delivered so many times. And it's nice to see, right? Because he's normally not the heavy hitter for that Havu side. But look at him again. He's going to get into the smoke. X7 gets the opening kill, actually. And that's going to force them back into an A play.
They think about speeding it up, but they have to slow it down a little bit. They try and look for these kills. There's still a man down, remember. They'll need to try and find an advantage, but they're locked in right now. Dota's pushed all the way down. Banana, X7 as well.
Crazy.
And look
They've heard him.
how quick Dota is. They're going to be holding for him, though. It doesn't matter. Dota still manages to find the kill. And Molly's going to go down. Means Zorty can't push past. And now it's down to just him and Jerry. Jerry falls. Zorty's the last. And it's a 1v4 to try and keep Forze in the tournament. But Havu looks like they are just about done it. Zorty is going to walk his way out. It's going to be spotted. It's messy, but they won't.
Je peux faire ça toute la journée, Alfonso. Impressionnant. Mais moi, j'aime bien régler des dossiers en même temps.
Des fois, l'heure du souper se compte en minutes. Les réunions de travail, les devoirs. La mec livraison existe pour ça. Pour prendre une bouchée et une grande respiration. La mec livraison aime les soirées occupées.
Do you know what Amazon wants from Kids in the Hall?
It's all a government conspiracy.
It's the one about the moon landing, right?
Oh my God.
Houston, we have a laugher.
Let's change the business.
All your faves and originals,
Dad wouldn't want us fighting.
all in one place.
Let's see where this goes. This could be good. Come on.
See where it takes you.
Hilarious.
Only on Prime Video.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice, and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Nicorette gum is clinically proven to provide fast relief of cravings to help you quit.
Let's see if he's going to be able to keep it up against the Frenchman of Heet. Stay with us.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-Bet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CCT Northern European Series 2. Small little break on quarter-final day as we jump and look forward to our second matchup of the day. It's one that everybody's buzzing about, including myself and my co-caster, Ted. It's Astralis taking on Heet, and Device is back, baby.
Yeah, absolutely. Device was back yesterday as well. He was back for, actually it wasn't yesterday, it was the day before yesterday, but he was back against Trick, and he had a really good game. They did manage to 2-0 him in the previous round of playoffs. Obviously, for those of you that have been living under a rock and have no idea what we're speaking about, Device hasn't played a single official game since the start of this calendar year. He spent, I think, 10 months to be specific on the bench over at NIP. After leaving in April 2021, that is leaving Astralis, obviously, to join NIP, but now he is back. They decided that he wasn't really ready, I guess is the right way to put it, to play at the Elisa Masters Expo, so we had Crystal play instead of him, but now he is here for the CCT Northern Europe, and he already did post a really decent showing in the first game, Jack. We have 2 really intriguing teams, Astralis and Heet. Obviously, a lot of history behind that matchup as well. The Frenchmen have been, I wouldn't say the most successful team in recent history, simply because of how high our expectations are for them, because they've been, without a doubt, one of the best tier 2 sides out there. But at this point, we really expect them to be able to hold their own against tier 1 oppositions regularly as well.
I mean, they've kind of proved it, especially in Pro League. If we're going to go off, the game that they had against Astralis alone in Pro League, they managed to beat them. They're taking maps off tougher opposition, let's say. So yeah, they definitely can hold their own. But coming into this matchup, especially, with Device being back, I think anything but, at least a final, and maybe even, not even just a final, is going to be good enough. I think Astralis are going to be expecting to win this entire tournament. That's the kind of signing, that's the kind of impact that they're hoping to make here. And anything short of that, I think, is going to be a massive disappointment. So there's a lot of pressure on Astralis, but we're kind of highlighting Device, and speaking about him in the game yesterday, I mean, it was Blame F to really steal the show as well, or 2 days ago rather. Blame F, he had quite a game as well, an absolute cracker.
Yeah, we're gonna get through the lineups real quick. Obviously, you're gonna be familiar with all of those guys. Mister being the newest addition, I guess if you overlook Device a little bit, Mister was the one to join in the team before him. We haven't really had an official announcement about whether he's gonna stay with the first team in 2023 as well. But for now, he's on the roster on HLTV. Obviously, an ex-Astralis talent player. Same for the coach Castle. He was previously coaching the talent team. We have Glaive and Zip that have been together for forever at this point. Blame F obviously, and Device, as you pointed out, Blame. He's been the hard carry of the team, especially after Config's departure 2 months ago. But now, as Device is back, obviously we can't really judge only on the back of one BO3, as you pointed out earlier on. You are Astralis, so one BO3 victory against Tricked is not gonna be the measurement, right? But it was still a good start. Device was able to hold on his own and bring up big numbers to support Blame F. And you gotta feel like if that's gonna be how things are gonna be in permanently for the future, this could actually be a really exciting lineup, even with Mister in the lineup, which has been getting some criticism, but he hasn't been doing a bad job.
No, not at all. And then if we want to look at the other side of it, these Heat guys, they've been around the top of the tier 2 scene for quite a while, with some showings in Pro League as well. But the real problem for Heat over the last while has been consistency. They'll beat one team and that are higher up in the ranks against them, and then they'll lose to somebody that are way lower. So it's really difficult to kind of put them in a place for this matchup. They're definitely the underdogs, but I don't know how heavy of an underdog they actually are. Of course, it's a very strong lineup. You've got Jackson there, Body, of course, everybody knows, Afro on the AWP. So, it is a very, very strong lineup. Do I think they're stronger than Astralis right now? On paper, absolutely not. But I don't know. I really don't know. It really just kind of depends what Heat that we do see on the day. And it is going to definitely come down to a little bit of what we're going to see in the head-to-head. And I suppose we have to go with the two offers, Ted. It's Afro and Device.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can't really speak enough of Device. I say, obviously, if you don't know who that guy is, again, under a rock. Stop it. But 4-time major winner, 2 times major MVP. He's been a part of the top 20 of HLTV for the last 7 consecutive years. That's since 2014. He might miss out on this year, but you'd expect big things from Afro in this fight. Even though Device is even though he had a good game against Trick, I'm far from the idea that he's in his prime. He's far from there, really far from there. But still, it's always going to be a tough matchup if you're Afro, and especially if you're an Afro that had so much hype around them. Obviously, he had a good game yesterday when they did beat Into the Breach. I think he ended on one of the maps. He was or rather, both combined, he was on 39 and 17. He posted a 1.53 rating, and this is the kind of a show-stopping performance that you expect from Afro, but he's been going through some difficult times. I think the past 2-3 months haven't really been great for him. There was a lot of hype around them going into EPL season 15, but they weren't quite able to deliver that much back then, Heat. And I really hope that he's going to be able to, hold his own against Device and put on a good performance, because I have no doubts that people like Body are going to perform on a high level. Obviously, we're going to get to him a little bit later as the game progresses, but Afro needs to step up his game and match up Device today.
Yeah, well, we'll see what kind of maps we're going to be facing off against each other as we jump into the veto. And of course, Mirage and Vertigo being banned, absolutely no surprises there. Just to pick from Heat, as Inferno has picked on the side of Astralis. And we're going to see an Ancient Decider, which is a little bit of an intriguing one, should we get there. But looking at this veto on paper, Ted, are you giving Astralis the advantage?
I'd say it's a fair veto. I think I'm really curious to see how this Dust 2 goes, because Dust 2 is normally a really close one between those two. And it was actually, I think they've played Dust 2 twice so far this year. And one time it was a 16-12 victory for Heat. The other time it was a 16-13 victory for Heat once. And they actually did win it the second time as well. It was a 16-12. So it's always a close one, but Heat have 100% win rate on it against Astralis normally. So you'd guess that they would have the upper hand on this map a little bit. But again, we don't know what to expect on Device. or rather from Device on Dust 2. For Inferno, I could tell that it's maybe the comfort for Astralis right now. I don't think that they feel too comfortable with Nuke, and maybe obviously you're going to see that from them not really wanting it to slide as the decider here, even though it's been a comfortable map for Astralis in the history of the team, but maybe not with Device just yet. Inferno, still, I'd say known ground, another map that those two teams have played quite a lot so far this year, but again, under different circumstances with different lineups. So I'd say this is a fair one. I really hope we get into Ancient.
Yeah, I think Ancient's a little bit of a wild card, to be honest. I'm not too sure what to expect, but should we get there, it's definitely going to be intriguing. There's definitely going to be some fireworks. But, you know, I want to pose it to you. I'm going to trouble you for a little bit of a prediction. Are you all aboard the Device kind of hype train at the minute? Or, you know, because, well, you've been saved. You've been saved by the absolute buzzer, because we're going to be jumping into the matchup. We're going to be jumping into those two right about now.
And thank God. I was hoping you wouldn't throw me under the bus. You cheeky biscuit. Dust 2 ready to start, ladies and gents. Quarter-final number 2 of the day here at the CCT Northern Europe Series 2. Astralis taking on Heet. Astralis being the favorites according to 1xBet, and BlameF being the favorite in the pistol round according to everyone, after he takes the head off the shoulders of Jax. Opening kill in favor of the Danes. As now Heet have to slow down a little bit. Exorcist going for a couple peeks towards long. They're going to try and fake out some presence. Bomb still in front of that B bomb side. Let's see if Astralis buy it.
Flash through the smoke. BlameF, absolutely no problem dealing with Exorcist, but now it's going to cause a little bit of a reaction from Heet out towards this B site. For the moment, Mister is trying to put a stop to them, and eventually he will find body. Bomb's going to be tapped. Joker's going to be swung by Blade, and Afro is the last player. Gets the better Zip towards short, but will not get the better of Device, who registers his first kill, as Astralis will register their first round of the series.
Yeah, it's a bombastic start from BlameF as well, right? I mean, getting a really clean one tap onto the player towards top mid, then falling back towards long. I think he needed a 2-tap to get that one confirmed in the kill feed. And obviously, we spoke about himself and Device having a big performance yesterday, or rather the day before that against Trick. They were able to put on some great numbers. I think Device had 0.02 rating more than BlameF, which is, you know, it's kind of okay. If you're able to put on bigger numbers than BlameF, that means that you're doing something right. What you think about, you know, there was a statistic being brought out about Blame being an eco-fragger. Do you think that's the case?
I think if I speak, I'm in big trouble. Well,
okay, so you're a supporter, because I'm contra that one. I actually don't support it, but I guess that's just a topic for an entire podcast. So just wanted the short answer.
Kind of proving the point here. He's already picked up 2 on this eco.
I mean, someone's got to.
Somebody has to.
Yeah.
Oh. Mister in a little bit of
See,
trouble
that happens
there.
when you're not an eco-fragger.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd rather get the kills. Joko is going to get a really good shot. Jax should be going down. Zip is going to farm the cash. That's the bomb as well. A lot of info, even though it's been a fairly expensive round so far. They've lost 2 players, Astralis. Should be set sail from now on. And Zip is going to be in a really good spot to farm those Frenchmen walking around the streets of Dust 2. There's the third. Money in the bank. 2-0 Astralis.
First going round coming in from both sides. Not going to be enough for an AWP on the side of Heet. But we do see one in the hands of Device already. So we'll see what he can do in the early instances of this round. Out towards long, Heet are going to go for the fight. And it's going to be BlameF and Mister called into action very early on. BlameF and Zip. He's going to spam a few bullets, falls back, doesn't really want the Heet out towards long. falls away to safety. So little bits of damage done to the T side, none in return. Oh, but Device is going to open things up with a wonderful headshot onto body.
Yeah, body goes down. That's a bit of a risk that Heet are running right now as well, right? Because they have no presence elsewhere on the map. And I think now they've realized it. They've spotted the AWP. They're going to try and run it back, as Device is going to be all alone towards the A-bomb side. They need to be really diligent in the way that they clear out the map. There could have been some players pushed towards tunnels, towards top middle, and you're going to see them take their time with turning every and each rock on the map. Zip could be the next line of contact. Going to dodge the flash and go for a fight there. Gets spotted, decides that he doesn't really want to do a whole lot with that one. There's a support flash, goes for a re-aggression, refrag for Jax, but still, that is a lot of information, and the bomb has been dropped towards top mid.
45 seconds, Device nearly gets caught unscoping, but gets the better of Afro nonetheless. Down to just 35 seconds left on the clock, so not a whole lot of time to really get anything done here, and you're going to have to fight your way through a losing battle pretty much on either bomb side. Smoke creates a little bit of space here. Jax is going to try and play around it. Hasn't spotted out Device just yet. Doesn't want to give him too much. While he goes in towards Goose, Device hits that shot. Hasn't missed just yet. Jax, well, eventually will go down in the back. Pretty straightforward, pretty simple. And Astralis are going to be feeling pretty good after that first gun round. No real issue caused whatsoever.
Yeah, a comfortable start for Zip as well, right? I mean, he's been able to put on some numbers. Obviously, I'm a bit of a supporter of the theory that, you know, Device being in the team might actually motivate Zip even more. I know it's just been 3 rounds, but just putting it out there as an idea. But yeah, a good round for him, getting that kill. Device obviously locking down that A-bomb side with the AWP, making it really tough for the Frenchmen to operate there. As now they're down to just the pistols. Thinking about testing the waters towards B. You have the Glaive and Mr. duo. Previously used to be Dupree and Magisk. Obviously, it hasn't been the case for a long time now.
Very long time ago, it seems.
Yeah. SG and Oak meta. B-side Magisk. Name something better. Well, Device on the Nope is a nice contender.
Yeah. Don't want to give away too much here in this round. Don't want to give away too many rifles whatsoever. Heet are going to try and make their way up onto the site. Device gets dinked up. Needs some help from his teammates here as Blame F is going to farm some more ecos.
Okay, now you're getting toxic about it.
I just did it.
Yeah,
for you
now,
there, mate.
Now you're taking the piss a little bit. You know, I know the stats and all of that, but come on, we can't do him dirty like that every time he gets a couple of eco kills. I mean, someone has to. He's on a 7-0 start.
He's just doing the dirty work that nobody else wants to do. You know, we should be praising him, and well, praise him we should. 7-0, yeah. Astralis 4-0, really good start for them. Heet now on a bite. We're going to see Afro now. Hopefully directly challenge Device. Going to be an interesting fight throughout, and actually we're going to see a tactical pause before this next round does go live already. So Astralis realizing they are in a pretty good spot if they are able to convert this next round. Keep Heet at bay. Of course, this is the map pick of Heet as well, and hasn't actually been a real stomping ground for Heet as of late. In the last 3 months, I mean, a 36% win percentage over 11 maps kind of speaks for itself a little bit.
No, they haven't played a lot of officials, and the few officials that they have played haven't really went their way, right? We had the chance of covering them at the Lisa Masters as well. And again, it's pretty much the same story as Havu. They were really close. They were actually a little bit closer than Havu to making it through the playoffs, but they actually did lose a deciding game in the end. That didn't let them through, but yeah, it was really unfortunate for the Frenchmen. They fell short a couple times. Weren't that close in the end though. First buy round for them here. Well, first proper one with Afro on an AWP and Device. Gonna go for an aggressive peek towards tunnels. You have 2 members on the other side of it. Do you clear your close left? Of course you do. Joko is gonna go down. And Exorcist wasn't in a good position to find the refrag there. Doesn't manage to catch him. The AWP is going to start moving around. Afro needs to be careful about it. And he
Afro
will be.
holds the line, drops device. Now we're back into a 4v4. Mister, though, in a really dangerous position. Behind these long doors, should Heet make their way out. And Afro, he's trying to make a little bit of space for his team and maybe just cause a few problems for that A-side player. Maybe just take the focus of the long player away. But Mister is just going to be locking this down, especially because he's dropped the bomb. Jax gets that refrag. And now Zip goes looking for that bomb carrier. Jax goes for the jump spot out. Might have just seen him there. Zip goes for that fight. Jax needed to win it. Keeps the bomb up. Now it's down to just blame F.
Do they know where he is, though? It doesn't look like it. He's not going to be too quiet, so now they've heard him. Oh, no. He's going to find that kill onto Exorcist. Quick execution. Bomb is going to start making its way towards the A-bomb side, and this is actually doable for Blame. He's got a Molotov and an HE to work with, even if he goes in from CT, which he won't, but now he gets tagged by the AWP, and this could seal the deal. Still manages to get back and get the kill onto Afro, and we all heard that one. Now it's 3 HP versus 17, and he's going for the wrap around the world.
Is he going to be expecting this, Jax?
No way. Nope, that's around for Blame.
As easy as you like, 10 unanswered kills from Blame F, and it's 5 unanswered rounds there from Astralis.
Call him a Nico Fragger now. I dare you.
Well, absolutely massive from the big boy himself. A 1v3 clutch. Not the first 1v3 clutch we've seen today as well.
Yeah.
Already starting off very nicely indeed. And he just thought he was going to be too far away there. I was wondering what happened to this fight. Afro decided to swing wide. Maybe not expecting Blame F to be peeking it once again, but
yeah,
lovely reposition from him to go out towards long, and the low HP was easy to deal with.
Yeah, that's not really on Jax, right? I mean, I'm not sure what the case is there, but Afro tags him down with the AWP, still decides to go for the kill, which in that scenario, considering the low HP of Jax, I don't think he needs to, but they're going to try and switch it up. They're going to send it out to be bomb side. Mister, he's completely overwhelmed by the flashes.
Completely blind, not a lot he can do. His bullet's not able to connect onto absolutely anyone. Wave goes down, Device tries to look with the deagle, but Jax finds that kill, and surely this is Heet on their way to a first round. It just keeps going. Keeps getting better and better as Zipnix gets out of there. And Heet, to be honest, they might just try and run him down here. Take this rifle away. They need to be careful themselves. They don't overextend into him, give away too many unnecessary lives. They do have the Mac 10 Joko that they can just send on in, but everybody is swarming Zipnix right now. There's absolutely no way he gets out of this alive, and Afro will take him down. A clean T round from Heet, and maybe that's exactly what they needed to kickstart their Dust 2.
That was great. That was such a fast-paced round, and they felt like Mister could be the zone to try and abuse in a round like that. They just send it over. It's just the Havu. You don't really lose anything. The flashes were absolutely perfect. Mister didn't see a thing, and every single player from Astralis that went into a 1v1 fight just lost it. Jax, Joko just winning every single duo out there. That was a great play from the Frenchman, and a bonus tag onto Glaive now to kick things started. Do they send it again? Surely not. Oh, they will.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, as Glaive comes away with only one. This time, they do manage to hold a little bit stronger by picking up one kill, but it's the exact same result. And it's a second round for Heet. Astralis aren't even going to be considering going for this retake. They'll save what they have, and Heet will survive with 4 and a lot of utility. You can see the massive amounts that their economy begins to swell as well after a round like this, after, you know, the previous few rounds. Massive steps back into this game right now, and a real lifeline being given.
Yeah, those B plays are going to be a big problem, right? And you even had Glaive start B as well in this round. It felt like they were ready for it. He was towards Plat, they had the bait set up, Mister obviously towards the car area, but Glaive just gets run down, only one kill. Mister was again not quite able to deliver in that scenario, but he's actually going to go down to the bomb. Not that they're going to care a lot. I mean, Money's looking fantastic after only 2 rounds. Look at that. Jax is on 7.3k, Joko's on 9, Exorcist on, well, nearly 10, Body on 7.3, Afro on 8.8. Money's looking fantastic for the French boys. And even though the start was great for Astralis, now You got to find a way to compensate for that all towards the B-bomb side on your defense. Surely Heet, they're not going to go for another B rush though, so you can be calm about it here. Oh, I'm going to get boosted towards short. Device looking for an opening peek. They decide not to give him one just yet. Just playing the slow default. There's the flash, and he's heard that. You still have a couple rifles in the round, even though you lost the previous one. You have the 2 M4s, you have the AWP, and even though they need to go aggressive, if they manage to find an opening kill here, this could be quite problematic for the Heet boys. And they're still going over towards short, where Zip and Device reside, but are they going to be ready for such kind of a fast-paced play?
And trying to just get up short before really Astralis have a chance to set up. They spotted at least one player towards short, but here comes the execute. Device on the ramp. He needs to connect on a few of these bullets. The flashes come in. There's the first, looking for the second. But Joko takes him down. A good headshot in return. Jax drops in towards CT. Afro drops Zip. And now it's Glaive and Blame F who are on the complete opposite side of the map. Not really, with too many chances at all to get back into it. As Blame F has to hope he can save that M4, but he's in quite a horrible position, really, to go for the save. Jax might make his way and clear him out. There's only one rifle that they will bring forward into the next round, if even that.
Nope, he's not going to clear him out. That's a free kill for Blame. Afro nearby, needs to be careful. There is that pistol towards the B doors. He's going to try and maul him down. Blame finally gets taken down by Joko. And now it's just Glaive, but they know that he has no gun to save. Exorcist going to confirm that kill as well. Nobody survives from Astralis. 3 in a row now for Heet, as they continue heating up. Taking a look at the football and the T-spawn of the French team. How significant that could be. You think they have a second world title in a row potential?
Yeah, I think so, to be honest. Yeah,
they look solid.
Definitely with a chance. It's either them or Brazil.
Imagine Heet winning the CCT and then France winning the World Cup as well.
It'll be a nice few weeks for the Frenchmen, all right.
Yeah, that would be a French delight. You still have to deal with the Danes first. And then with the Finns, and then with whoever's at the final. So it's a long road, but they could be dreaming. Device, not sure if he spotted the Oper. I don't think he did. He's going to be holding the defensive angle, has Blame F to support him, and Zip with a couple of flashes there from the A-bomb side. They're just waiting for the sound cue to go for the play.
Oh, Device on the retreat. Oh, Blame F is going to be holding though. There's a massive headshot to find. That really went wrong for Astralis there. Device advances towards long, and Jack's not going to be ready for that whatsoever. Down to just 3. Astralis looking to get back to winning ways here, if they do have their way indeed. Afro looking over the top of that smoke. No, Zipnix might be using it. Will pull the trigger. He will connect. Joko doesn't see Blame F on the ramp. That's the bomb drop. Blame F needs to find a little bit more, but now might just need to survive. The rotations are coming in. There's a flank from short. Device finds that kill and nowhere to go for exercise, and he will go down as well. 6-3. Astralis extend their advantage once again. The issue is they're going to have to do it the hard way. They're going to have to battle back through buy after buy after buy, because they just have a massive amount of economy built up.
Yeah, that first kill from Blame F is the difference maker, right? If he goes down, Device is not going to be able to push over towards long and find that kill and be on the wrap. They're just going to lose the A-bomb side, and they're going to be really uncomfortable trying to fight in mid-transition. Blame F for acting like that, getting that kill on the board, it just makes it so much easier for Astralis to do what they initially wanted to. And their mid-round idea was really good, but again, it wouldn't have worked if it wasn't for that kill. Great stuff from Blame. He's on a 13-2 start. Device is on a 10-3. And this is the Astralis that you're going to be facing. That's scary. Now you don't have only one player putting on those monster numbers on the board. And you look at the other side, Body is an 0-0-7, which is not something that we're accustomed to be fair. Body's been having some great performances lately. He was highly impressive at the Elisa Masters LAN a couple weeks ago. He was actually the highest rated player of Heet in the group stage. Alongside the, well, alongside Afro, I was about to say, but he didn't really have that big of a performance. He was just the second one, but it was a big difference. Body was on 1.2 rating, and I believe everybody else was below 1.1.
Still a chance for him to turn this one around as Exercise. How has he not got that kill onto Blame F? That is very unfortunate. He'll feel pretty hard done by. But eventually Blame F will go down, and Device as well. But it's Astralis coming out on top in the majority of the aim fights. And if they're going down, they are being refragged. Afro has to conjure up a 1 versus 3 of his own now. AWP in his hand, scoped in, creeps forward towards the site. Zipnik's in towards CT, has been spotted out. Good elevated angle, adjustment made, and Afro, no problem for him whatsoever. Holding for the long flank, holding for the long player. Doesn't see him just yet, and this could cost him, because Mister, if the timing does suit him, that is a massive issue. Now, he doesn't want to walk right into the crosshair of the op, of course, knows he might be waiting for it. Might just wait until the bomb plant does come in. Glaive does have a molly. He's missed the sound cue, it would seem.
Yeah, they didn't realize it, but now Mister can activate himself. The Molotov is going to make Afro focus on long, or rather on short, and Mister should be able to get into a comfortable position. I say that Afro sees him. Doesn't manage to connect with the shot. The jump is really risky there for Mister, and Afro manages to get the first one, dancing around the smoke. Gets the second onto Mister as well. Oh, baby, Afro is home. Heet get 4.
Absolutely massive. 2 1v3s coming in. One from Blame F, now one from Afro. And that's absolutely huge. It keeps Heet in the game, right? It stops Astralis from just continuing their onslaught on this CT side. It does too. And Afro does a really good job isolating fights. Doesn't pack when he missed a few shots, when he missed 2 opportunities to find the kills. Sets himself and sets his team up for maybe a 5th round. Only a few pistols stand in their way. Blame F does have a rifle that is over towards B. And the majority of the Heet pack made their way out long.
Yeah, that's great. That's the performance that you want to see from Afro in a game like that as well. You have Device putting on big numbers on the other side. You want to be stepping up in rounds like that. That's the star potential. Especially when, as we pointed out, Body is such an important part of the Heet lineup, and he's been doing so much, but he's been on to a tough start. You want somebody to compensate. Jax as well has been putting on some numbers. And bottom line of it, actually, is that Heet haven't been doing a bad job so far on this. They've had a good start. The flashes and the pistol kills, though, they just continue coming in for Astralis, and the M4's rotated as well. Device has picked up a kill elsewhere. So now it's a 2 versus 2 after Jax gets the better of Blame F. The M4 can't really get recovered by Glaive, but he hasn't been spotted yet.
No clears though. Jax is able to find it. Another clutch set up here, this time for Device, AK in hand. Both Heet players close to the site, but Device without a kit, realizing maybe it's better if I just hang on to this rifle. Not really a favourable fight whatsoever, especially coming up against that op.
Yeah,
Probably
look at
holding.
Blame's money. He needs a drop.
Yeah.
Is the right decision. They're actually going to exit towards him. He might get away with 2 and an 80. There's the first. And, well, there's the second, but he's going to go down to the bomb as well. Oh, no. He actually... I think he went down to Afro, but then the bomb killed him. But yeah, bottom line, everybody goes down. Still nice outcome for Astralis, considering that, you know, they were on the half-bike. They were still able to do damage. Not that it really matters at this point for Heet. Oh yeah, okay. So both of them actually went down to the bomb. That's fair. Another buy round coming in. Blame, going to be playing on an MP9, as we pointed out. Didn't really have the money to go for a rifle.
Looking to level it up here, and if they're able to do so, I mean, 6 rounds on the T side is definitely nothing to turn your nose up at. 100%. But Device here. Oh, spots out the hand with a Molotov in it. Body very lucky to be alive in that scenario.
Yeah, that was a whisker away. Now they know where the AWP is as well, so they can play around it. And, well, looks like they're just going to try and avoid it. Might as well go for a bit of a B play. It's been working out so far for you. Don't really want to risk walking out of middle. You still have Body and Jax in a position to lurk mid and potentially fake out short once again if they want to. But the remaining of the pack is going to start making its way towards that Bravo bomb site.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a split here as well, and there's no rotations, there's no support whatsoever here. It's just down to Mr. and Glaive to really hold on. Well, Mr. will find the first onto Jax playing around that smoke. Glaive on the site hasn't been dealt with just yet, and he will find the next kill. Zipnix finds one rotating on in. Glaive still standing, burning, eventually peeks up into Afro's crosshair. He will take him down, but the damage has been done. Astralis have held on. Surely we're not going to see another 1v3 from Afro once again. Bomb is going to be planted. Zipnix doesn't swing on through past that smoke. I thought he just might. Just thinking that the Opera was going to tap indeed out towards the tunnels. Afro misses the shot, and that costs him his life. 7-5. Astralis extend their lead to 2. But that one definitely could have went wayward. Really good hold, to be fair, from the 2B players.
Yeah, especially after Glaive misses the first. I think it was the first couple taps and he gets spotted. I was thinking, oh no, surely they don't just undo it once again. But Mr. actually does a whole lot. Getting the first kill onto the middle player and then Glaive doubling up. That second kill was absolutely mental. From that point on, Afro didn't really get too many chances there. At least make sure to secure the bomb plan, which is actually going to do his teammates a big favor, as now they can go for another reinvestment. That great economy that we had on the side of Heet is already gone. Now it's down to 2 AKs, 2 Galils, an AWP, and some utility. And Afro's actually going to take the initiative. He's just running down middle with the AWP. That's great. First time we've seen that.
Going to take matters into his own hands here.
Yeah, Blame's locked in, even though Afro doesn't realize it.
Smoke going to be deployed. Doesn't budge though. Glaive trying to see over the top of the smoke. Maybe somebody will give him something, but not going to happen. And Joko does get up safely. Yeah, haven't been too successful out towards long when they've tried to go there. Zipnix in the pit is pretty much alone. Device isn't a quick rotation to him. MF decides to go towards the site now as well. So Zipnix not playing an aggressive angle. He's waiting for somebody to walk right on into him. Smoke does go down. Zipnix peeks out. And Jax is ready for it.
Yeah, big find from Jax. That's going to open up a lot of space. Device now, he's really uncomfortable. He needed Glaive to find that kill, and he will. But now he needs Blame to hold for his short. Device can go for even more. Picks up Afro on the AWP. Blame is going to be forced off the angle. Device surely goes down. No! He actually turns around towards short. Picks up another one. They're just going to continue walking into him. The smoke is going to win him some more cover, and Device is back, baby. Gets a third. Blame is going to help him out for the final one. Astralis get on to 8.
8-5 right now. Massive round there from the Astralis Opera. And himself and Blame F really kind of showing themselves that they are going to be the hard carry of this team. The 2 stars shining bright so far on Dust 2. Both players 16-4 to start things off.
Yeah, I mean, you got to fight against the Astralis that has 2 members that are going to combine for 32 kills 9 rounds into the game. Or rather, well, sorry, 13 rounds into the game. So yeah, you get the idea. It's never going to be easy. And they're going to farm even more. Device is on 19-4 now. Blame on 16-4. And you got to feel a little bit sad about Heet at that moment, because they actually haven't been playing a bad T side, but they've just been completely stomped in a lot of those rounds. Simply because of individual heroics and all of that. But I guess this is something that you kind of have to deal with.
As you see there, everything in one place. I just want to check out Hellcase, you can click the banner down below the stream, of course, our fantastic partner. This is Afro peeks up and finds a quick double. Both hard carries of Astralis are already out of this round. Mister is now going to fall, and this is a whole lot better for Heat. You feel that they needed 6 rounds on this T side if they're going to stand a chance when they swap over. The way that Astralis are playing would be very dangerous indeed, but this is still anyone's game. The next swing is wide. Afro holds his nerve. Glaive, unless we see something spectacular, you'll be seeing Heat at least claim a 6. Sextus is going to be holding. Headshot landed. Glaive's down. And that is the first half in the books. But not really too much to talk about other than, you know, Device and Blame F just have been absolutely spectacular in that first half. Can they, you know, keep it going, though, as we transition into the second half would be my only worry, my only concern.
Yeah, that's a great double kill for Afro to open things up. It was a bit scrappy there towards middle, felt like. But yeah, I want to highlight the fact that Afro's been actually having a good game, and he's been doing a whole lot to try and keep Hit into this. Jax as well. I mean, he's been kind of a silent hero, I guess. Not that vocal, but he's been able to pick up a couple crucial entries. And even though Body's been having a really tough day at the office, Heater's still able to get 6 rounds on the T side, which could be considered decent. It's not as one-sided as, you know, the scoreboards of both Blame F and Device suggest.
One expect have Astralis as the clear favourites, and easy to see why. Pistol though might just swing in the favour of Heat after that opening kill from Jax. Jogo looking for a fight out towards middle. 2 players on offer. Device able to find Jax out towards B, and that is going to open up the B side completely. Device is going to take the space. Smoke is going to be down. Blame F can put the bomb down now as well. Zipnix is going to try and lock off the tunnels, rotates if he can. They're going to be looking for him, and there's 3 players here to fight him. Joko is the only one needed, though.
Yeah, it's just blaming Device. A 2 versus 4 now. Crossfire setup, but there's so many members going towards them.
Too many bodies, too many targets, and eventually the 2 Astralis boys do fall. Heat will take that CT pistol, and it's a step in the right direction.
Yeah.
Bomb plant is going to allow for a little bit of a force spike coming up from Astralis, so something that Heat need to be concerned about. We've already seen a lot of them go in favour of the team that force, so conversion rounds definitely need for the side of Heat. They're going to see 4 Galils, surely.
Yeah, big round from Body as well, picking up a double kill after such a harsh first half, getting only 1 on the board in the first 15 rounds. We're able to triple your stats in just 1 round. It's nice to see him, you know, get the confidence up a little bit, because we know what the potential is there. We know that he can be the difference maker for this Heat lineup, and he has been in a lot of their previous endeavors. And the problem in actually the last 2 or 3 months was, you know, the lack of consistency on people like Jax, like Afro. Body's been the only ones who keep them like fairly decent, right? And you got to feel like if he wakes up here on Dust 2, Astralis could be in a lot of trouble, even though you have Device and Blame F playing out of their minds. But as you pointed out, conversion round going to be a big difference maker here. Astralis just playing a bit of a default. Same for Heat. Not really moving too much. They want to let Astralis play into them. Ideally, a short play would work out for you as you have the bait and switch with the scout towards ramp and Body and Goose. But Astralis thinking about a bit of a B split, maybe.
They have the smokes that are needed as well if they want to get them down. But they're looking for the entry, and Device is going to find a massive headshot. Tags Afro down as well, but Joko gets the better of Mister. And Joko is just going to lock himself down in the tunnels here. Make sure that nobody is pushing from lower. Astralis, they can't really deal with him just yet. Swing wide, Device is going to fall. And now the advantage is in favour of Heat. They're just waiting. See if anything's going to be spotted out towards middle. Now, The issue is there isn't a kit in play for the CTs right now. So if they're gonna go for this, they need to go now.
Yeah, and there's the flash. They're gonna re-aggress here. Zip goes for a peek, doesn't see anything, but Body is gonna start making his way into the bomb site any moment now. Zip needs to go for the play, gets overrun by Jackson's MP9. Blame with one, Blame with two, and it looks like there's not enough time. Blame F is gonna collect the third, and it's gonna be Astralis on double digits. Joko, the one man left, double kill for him in the round. He did all he could, but it wasn't enough.
7 right now. Fantastic entry from Device and even the tag as well.
Yeah. A bit overzealous with this one, maybe. Maybe he wasn't anticipating Joko to be facing like that. But it's just another proof that the B-bomb side is really tough to retake, even at the worst times for the T's. Even though you have the man advantage, you still had 2 members that were low on HP, as you pointed out, the lack of a diffuse kit, and as soon as Blame just gets hyped up and starts getting those multi-kills, is really tough to get him out of the mood. Oh, that's a great flash. Lord.
It really is just Device and Blame F go kill, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's such a pain in the ass right now for Heet. I mean, you have such a nice play to set up the rifle for an opening kill, and then boom, headshot from the scout.
Yeah.
Deal with it. And that's 2 rounds in a row that happens. Last time it was the scout to open things up towards middle.
Of course, 10-7. It is still quite close. Blame F. But he's going to be overwhelmed. Mister is going to be helping him out as he finds a double of his own.
Yeah. At this point, the only concern could be what happens if, we're watching the same game, but Blame and Device don't drop 42 kills combined in the first 17 rounds, right? Well, 18 now. It's, they look strong. They look really strong, but as soon as you think about the game itself and the amount of rounds that those 2 have secured to their team, you'd find out that Heet are actually having a good performance right now on Dust 2, right? I mean, it's not like they're getting completely demoralized. Afro's still having some good moments. Jax is playing an alright game. Yeah, alright. Body is lacking a little bit behind, but overall, if you're able to be that close in a game where, again, Blame's on 20 and 6 and Device is on 23 and 7, you're actually doing a fairly decent job.
You're still in the game. You're still in the game, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's just, there's not a lot you can do, right? There's not a lot you can do when there's 2 people on form.
It's just a tough day in the office.
Yeah. Only for them. It is as close as it is. The pistols are going to be mowed down towards middle. Surely this is a 5-round lead now for Astralis. Afro could be dead to rights here. As all the pistols do fall. It's a clean T round as well, so boosts up that economy even further. Now, on the side of Heet, there isn't really going to be enough for an AWP, so there's only going to be a few M4s that they do purchase up for this gun round, and they're going to take a tactical pause just to discuss it. While the tactical pause is ongoing, of course, our partners 1xBet have been popping up throughout the stream. If you sign up using code CCT, you get up to €130 of a deposit bonus on your first deposit. Make sure if you are gambling, of course, gamble responsibly. Do not gamble which you cannot afford to lose. As we look at this round, much like that. I mean, this is a round that he can't really afford to lose, because then, they're 6 rounds down. Astralis are on 13, and they're well on their way to securing Heet's map pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just a half buy now. It's hard to call it just a half buy because you still have the 2 rifles, but it's not great for Heet. And unless they manage to make it work, they could be in a really tough spot, being down 13-7 with the last buy round. Mister, all alone towards the tunnels, still manages to hold his own, and there's only a Deagle on the other side. Mister could be able to get a double, but no, Exercise is going to deny him. Body upgrades himself onto a rifle, but Astralis, they seem to know what's going on. Blame was nearby. He's hearing all the movement towards middle, and they found themselves out on an empty bomb site.
Blame F comes away with only one. Device will find a second, though. And Jax tries to get himself away to safety. It's the save from him. And that round has gone astray once again for Heet. Astralis now on to 13. And it just, yeah, you're dead right. I think it just seems like they didn't have a perfect read on what was going on. Bomb site completely open. Device finds 2 quick and easy kills. Jax saves the AK. See what kind of shape the money is going to be in. It shouldn't be too harsh. It shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah. No, they're going to have a buy. Well, everyone bar Joko, but Jax is going to be able to drop him over a gun, so it's going to be all right. They're going to have a buy. Exorcist could drop over an AWP to Afro unless he wants to go for a glass cannon, so he'd have a decent buy. Highlighting Mr., by the way, and him getting that kill towards B. Yeah, okay, it's a one and done. You give away a rifle, but if you don't get that one kill, it's just the confirmation of, okay, I know one push towards tunnels. You get the first kill, you hear body running towards lowers, and you know that there was a second guy because he was the one to kill you. So, yeah, that gives a pretty clean idea to your teammates on what to expect in this round. An early boost there, Device, looking for his 27th kill of the map. It's been an absolute battering so far. And they're going to be really quick towards middle. Body needs to be careful. There's so many players on the other side. He's dead.
He's an absolute no man's land there. Absolute no man's land. Nowhere to go. And Device is going to get his 27 kill. Advantage to Astralis. And in a round like this, you really need Afro to hit the mark with that AWP. He's been really the main man to pick up the majority of the rounds, or kind of stabilize some of the rounds that Heet have won with that AWP.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how far this could go. I mean, they've combined for 50 already.
Ridiculous to even fathom right now that we're even having this conversation 21 rounds in.
Yeah, we need a Twitch chat copy pasta. You know that this is not normally thing. Yeah, we need one made for the occasion.
After a holding, 40 seconds left, is out towards middle. Glaive falls, but Mr. gets that refrag. Afro off the mark with that AWP, and now has to try and retreat to safety, but Blame F is just going to swing him out. Great reaction. Ooh. Massive headshot. That keeps at least Heet alive. It's down to just Device and Mr. Bomb needs to be planted. The Opper is going to do exactly that. Might go for the peek out towards long. Might try and take the fight, but Afro will take him down. And now it's just on to Mr. 60 in HP. Not an awful lot. And he's alone towards short.
He's saving. Or... You know what? I rate it. I read the readjustment there from him. He realized that he doesn't get a chance if he fights short. Maybe he was hoping to get 1 or 2 kills there and then save, because as soon as you let somebody cross onto the bomb site and you went for that move, you're pretty much out of the round. So he decided to go for the maximum damage, which, you know, fair enough. You know that the CT side money isn't great. Your economy is blooming on the other side, so it's all right. Heet, though, are going to be able to hold on to the double AWP. Going to be the big difference maker. Lovely shot from Afro, as you pointed out. Great reaction. If he goes down there, this is probably an Astralis round. Doesn't give it away, though. Once again, he's been stepping up in so many of these rounds. Even though he's on only 15 kills, I think he's single-handedly won them 3 or 4 rounds so far, which out of 8 is a lot.
Afro scoped in. Zipnix walks right into his crosshair. Advantage to Heet once again. Monk is going to go down. Are they going to be expecting to double off? That's a beautiful piece there from Mr.
Lord. That's disgusting.
Even get a chance to react. Not whatsoever.
Yeah. That's the Academy League peak. Right there. You know, that's how you can be impactful, even though you haven't had the best individual game of well, you haven't had to have the best individual game. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, you haven't had
it's
to.
him, Glaive, and Zib on the same route, but Mr.'s D side has been good so far. I mean, he's been doing his job towards tunnels. It's been impactful. HP is low on device and Mr. though. Jax in a good off angle. Do they clear him out though? They start walking out of mid. Still thinking about it. Jax confirms the first kill. Does he get more? No. Glaive. Nice refrag. And now it's all up to Joko.
He's low HP on the back of the site as well, and Glaive deals with him without any issue whatsoever. Afro and body. Bit too far away, you feel. Might just be the save for the two of them. Flame F tries to catch Afro, retreating for the save. Puts a few bullets into him, but not able to find the kill. It's not going to matter regardless. Astralis have exactly what they were after, and that's a 14th round. 2 away from taking away Heat's map pick, and this has been very, very dominant from Astralis. To be honest, Heat kept with them in that first half. They did keep with them, but it's been a little bit of a stale second half and a stale CT side. They just haven't been able to stop Astralis making their way into any site at all.
Yeah, somebody created the copy pasta about, blame and device. I want to thank them. I appreciate it. But yeah, Mr. again with a lovely opening kill. Jax tried his best, but Glaive with a great double kill towards the B-bomb side. Joko, as you pointed out, was tagged already from his previous encounters. 14-8. Astralis is just 2 rounds away from stealing away the map pick of their opponents. Potentially a last buy round now for Heat, as they still have the M-Force, the AWP of Afro to work with. But one more round is going to put the final nail in the coffin, surely. We move forward. Heat setting up for a bit of a later fight towards long, maybe. They need to be careful, though, because Glaive has already made his way down towards pit.
Jax needs to get back here. Glaive looking for the fight. Jax luckily gets out of there. Doesn't give away his life for nothing. Afro is going to find the opening. Towards car, Zipnik goes down. Glaive now isolated for the moment. Maybe get out and have a little bit of impact, but Afro's going to try and lock him down and lock him in. Device is rotating on over. He's going to be holding up shot. Going to be off the mark though.
Yeah, Molotov is going to slow them down a little bit more. With 45 seconds, they need to get a move on, and He'd seem to have an idea on what's going on. Body is going to go aggressive towards short. Needs to be careful, though. There's solid presence towards lowers.
Body dinked up. Jax finds that first kill and a second as well. He's dropped the bomb. Completely overlooks Blame F. Get his hands back on the bomb and on the round, but he's not going to be expecting Joko in a million years. Takes him down in the back. Bomb drop. Device might just have to save here. 15 seconds. No chance left in the round. So they will survive. But it's still a very difficult road back for the Frenchman.
Yeah. A good call, though, right? I mean, going for the mid-round re-aggression, not a lot of teams would actually go for it. Not a lot of teams in the position of Heat being down 14-8. Money not looking great. You have a man advantage, so you kind of see why Astralis wouldn't be ready for a play like that. And again, they still managed to make it work. Jax with a lovely multi-kill. We pointed out that he's been doing a good job so far on this map. Joko being aggressive towards the B side as well to finish it off in the fight against Blame F. 14-8. It's going to be really tough to reset Astralis at this point, but you can still get some rounds on the board. Try and make it closer of a game.
Just have to take it round by round here, Heat. They need to try and find an opening here. Smoke goes down, hoping to bait Dipniks in through the long doors where Body is going to be ready and waiting on the other side. Massive amount of damage done to Glaive there. As he tries to make his way up short. So there's a lot of presence going about here towards short that Heat are going to be kind of occupied about. But the hit's going to come in towards B. That kill might change things now for Astralis.
Yeah, Exorcist, even gets tagged in the process, still manages to win the fight. And now they have Joko up close. He's going to hear all of that. He can re-smoke it. Afro gets another kill onto Glaive. This is such a one-dimensional round now for Astralis.
Oh, Exercise swaps over to the pistols. Hypnix finds that kill and the double as well. It's the double entry out towards B. And now Astralis have a complete opportunity to pick up a 15th round here. Oh man, how has this one slipped here for Heet? Massive problems. They're left scrambling to go for this retake. No point going for a save here. You have to win this one. They wait for the molly to burn on out. Smoke goes down once again. As the flashes rain on in. Body peeking now from the tunnel. Swats out Zipnik surely. As Jax finds that first kill. A missed shot. Maybe an opportunity for Body to find the kill. Mister has to hold the doors by himself and the window as well. Body makes his way forward looking for a Mister. Not enough room to breathe whatsoever. It's so awkward. Bomb is going to be stuck here from Afro. Zipnik surely goes down. Afro has just about enough time to get the defuse off. It's a messy retake. It's one that works, and it's one that keeps Heet alive.
Oh my goodness, the first kill onto Blamef is absolutely massive, but this round was supposed to be much easier for Heet, right? After you pick up the first opening kills, I feel like Astralis realized that if they make any noise towards the B-bomb side, they're just going to get absolutely mowed down, right? They have no presence towards middle, no presence towards short, no presence anywhere on the map, bar that B tunnel. So Zip was like, you know what, screw that. I'm going to try and contact my way out of the smoke. If I catch somebody off guard, if I catch somebody looking the wrong way, we can win the round.
The rush here as Device finds the opening kill with the nade, but Jax is going to put a stop to the rest of the players making their way out. Now, the Astralis men stuck for the moment, but they're looking to try and find the entries. Body's going to be overlooked in this corner. Blamef, though, an absolute nightmare right now. Two huge headshots gives Astralis a chance once again, but he's low HP and has to rely on the young gun of Mister. He tucks himself into the corner of the site. Lots of utility for Heet to use if they want. Smoke off towards the tunnels to fake out that little bit of presence there. Mister has spotted the op, though. Doesn't matter. He goes down and it's all on to Blamef. He's waiting, ready, but Afro comes out of tunnels. He's not looking the right way. This is an 11th round for Heet. They'll delay the defuse a little bit to make sure that they do save that double up. They think that's their best chance moving forward to try and stop Astralis from picking up the victory here on Dust 2, and I'd be inclined to agree with them.
Yeah, another round that looked like an early shutdown from Heet, but then you have Blamef going absolutely nuclear with the double kill towards the B-bomb side. The first shot was absolutely mental. I think he caught the person jumping towards window midair. Just the top of his head there. One tap out of the equation. Doubles up as well, but again, it is Afro to step it up. Obviously supported quite nicely in this round. And it's another one on the board for Heet as they continue pushing forward. Heet, they look rejuvenated right now. Look at that from Body and Exercise.
Know that they have a golden opportunity to bring this game back now, and that's exactly what they're going to try and do.
Yeah, you can reset the Astralis economy for the first time in forever right now.
Flash through the doors. Jax is dealt with. Nice kill to find. Good awareness. Astralis go for a little bit of a flash peek into that corner. Plenty of guns to choose from. But an AWP is staring at them. There's a headshot. How about that from Zipnix?
Joko gonna find the first one, and now it's just Zip. A 1 versus 1. AWP on the other side, but Afro, he's on 1 HP. Nate, not gonna reach him. The clutch minister already on 3, looking for his fort, and Afro's went for the repositioning. He's gonna move forward towards long. With 25 seconds, he's got the information that Zip is low. Does Zip know that Afro is just 1 whisker away from death? And Afro's going to go aggressive, but this is going to give enough space for Zip to get a bomb plan out of this one. Surely the bomb is going to go down. Question is, how close is Afro going to be in the moment that this happens? And the answer is really close.
Realizing there isn't an awful lot of time, so he's going to just sprint up towards short. He spots him out, but Zipnik sees him as well. Afro thinking about going for the peak. The flash goes high. Zipnik sees it a mile away, telegraphs it, and tucks himself in. Knows the op is in his hands. Molly comes in. Zipnik's sees the trajectory, realizing that he doesn't have to move. He's not in an awful lot of trouble. Pick up at the perfect time, and a 1v2 clutch from Zipnik gets Astralis that 15th, and surely they're going to be able to close this game out now.
Yeah, the clutch minister's turned up as well, baby. What a round from Zip. That was absolutely massive. That was supposed to be a Heat round. And where to start it from? I mean, the opening kill on 2 Jax, the fact that he absolutely annihilates the AWPF exercise towards middle after that, that was just a great round overall for Zip. And a round that Astralis should have lost, but they didn't. And look at the money on Heat now. Look at the buy on Heat. It's an MP9, 2 Deagles, a FAMAS, and a single M4.
Fast play out towards long. Mister with that Mac 10 trying to do the damage. Astralis, they want to fight this long aggression from the CTs, but discouraged now. A headshot by Afro, still in towards the pit, looking to try and find a second. The molly goes in, the pit gets a whole lot smaller, but Afro still manages to find the kill. Body through the smoke, Blame F's down. Now, Device and Glaive are all that's left. The Opper misses yet another shot. This time, he will not be punished for it though. Heat, with very limited invested in this round. They went for the Force. They didn't have an awful lot of money whatsoever, and somehow they find themselves into a 5 versus 2. Maybe, just maybe, we could be seeing another overtime.
Yeah, phenomenal work by Afro towards pit, just dancing around, getting the first kill, even the second. The second one wouldn't have been a necessity after getting the first, but it's just a nice bonus he's going to get. Glaive and Device. 2 versus 5. Don't want to be giving them a lot of chances, and you can see the Heat players, they're not peeking. Exorcist, he's going to peek, and he's going to find both of them. Well, actually only the first. Afro was there to support him for the second. It's a clean round for the Frenchmen, as they do manage to deny Astralis their first map point here on their map pick of Dust 2. Eco coming up for the Danes, so maybe a 13th on the board.
Tactical pause brought in, right? I mean, a little bit of a discussion go on, maybe a little bit of a breather as well. That's a pretty hype round to win, right? I mean, you had pretty much nothing, backs against the wall, needed to get a result, and you do. You keep yourself in the game, and a little bit of a tactical pause maybe to just say, okay, well, I wonder what their money situation is saying. And, well, we can see that the money situation isn't great, but the skin situation over at Hellcase is looking pretty good. If you want to head on over there, you can sign up with our code CCT as well. Click the banner down below the stream. Lovely guys over there. And of course, you can price up your inventory very, very nicely for the holiday season. It is gaming season, of course.
Yeah. Every season is a gaming season.
True.
Yeah.
For us,
holidays. Holidays are just giving us more time to game.
Exactly.
That's the mindset. How many does Jax get? I'm going to say 3.
Not plenty of opportunities here. The spray comes away with 2. Eventually runs out of bullets, so block over Wentham. Don't be too much of a problem. Blame F as an AK now. Don't have any armor though. Surely this is just the cleanup crew now coming into fruition. Device is doing lots of damage with that Deagle. And he will be delighted to see a 13 round up on the board there. A little bit hairy, but nothing to be too concerned about. Astralis have another bite of the cherry here. You feel that it's going to be the last one, really, considering 2,900 loss bonus. even with a bomb plant, it isn't going to be a perfect buy should you lose this.
Yeah. Well, best case scenario, win the round. If you don't, at least you need to get away with a bomb plant. A quick peek towards Long Mister doesn't really get to shoot a bullet there. Afro just kills him on the retrieval, and same is going to happen to Zip. And again, it's Afro fully flashed with the AWP. That's the second in the round.
Doesn't need his vision. Doesn't need to see. Has it lined up perfectly. Bangs out two Astralis players. Now it's a 3v5. And in a round that, one of your last buy rounds, really. You've already lost two players. You really have to rely on the likes of Device and Blame F. It could be a whole lot worse. It could be those two players out of the round, but they are still in play. We know how good they've been. Know that this is still a promising round. Blame F could see the feet body there. Oh, that is so clever. And they begin to thin the herd of the CTs, but still long road ahead. Does it have a twist in it?
Yeah, you've taken care of the rotation player, so now you know you're running into a 2-2 setup. Whatever you decide, you're going to be running into two CTs. This elevated angle from Jax should be enough for the kill, though.
Afro drops Device. Glaive falls as well, and it is on to Blame F. He's going to need to ace the round. He wants to be successful in this one. Then towards mid, and Joko deals with him. Doesn't go down after time, so he will get that money injection, but it's not an awful lot of money injected into any of the bank accounts of Astralis here. They'll buy what they can. We should see attack coming in from them. Maybe just to discuss what to go with, but not going to be pretty. Two Galils, two Mac 10s, and a Tech 9.
Let me tell you what, Heet have won 6 out of the last 7 rounds. They were down 14-8 on this map. And now they're just 1 away from overtime. This would be a spectacular comeback and oh, look at that from Body. Device is not going to clear him out. He's got no idea. Body's going to get 1. Body's going to get 2 and a 3rd. And surely that's going to be enough for overtime. Zip goes for the knives. Style points don't count. They don't matter in the end. And he's going to go down. Surely he doesn't have a 1 versus 5 in him. Joko takes us into overtime.
Oh, man, absolutely incredible from Body. You know, we were talking about him and saying, you know, he's had a pretty disappointing game so far. To step up in a massive round there, I know it was against quite a light buy, but you still have to find the kills, and it's an absolute massive play from one of the star riflers out of this Heat side. Astralis still the favourites, according to 1xBet, going into this. If you want to take advantage, you can click the banner down below the stream. Make sure you're gambling responsibly, of course, as we'll get into the action. There won't be a delay whatsoever. Vice looking to start it off, maybe with an opening pick. Nothing to be seen out towards middle.
Yeah, Heat showing us that they're here to fight. Blame and Device on 57 kills combined. Still not able to get Astralis past the finishing line. Even with Zip having such a nice performance on the T side as well. Look at the double push towards tunnels. They're going to have the entire picture painted. They know exactly what's going on. If Astralis take their time a little too much, they could be pinched in, and the smoke is going to make them respect it. The smoke is going to make them wait a little bit longer. And Afro on the AWP, he spotted Zip. He's going to get a free kill out of this one. And now they know exactly what the play is. Afro's the dead man. Rather Zip.
He is indeed. Afro drops him. Body with a massive HE, and Body looking for a whole lot more over the top of that smoke. Sprays on through, connects onto the head of Glaive. Afro is now in with the flank.
Oh.
Afro gets the final 2. 3 on the board for him. 30 kills from the operative Heat.
Yeah.
That's advantage now to the Frenchman.
No, the Jackson Afro duo is actually able to overshadow the Blame and Device one. We spoke about the 57 combined for the Danes. Let's speak about the 56 combined for the Frenchmen. Yeah, Jax has been a bit of a silent killer, alright. He's still on 26 and 24, and a lot of his kills have been high impact. Afro's been doing his absolute best so far. We said that in the player comparison before the start of the game. We required a big performance from Afro, and so far he's had it. Take a look at that from Glaive. Afro, he's just going crazy mode right now. He's just doing his absolute best.
Device takes him down, though.
Oh, Jax. For the peak, does manage to drop the bomb, but now he realizes surely there's players that have crossed already, but Device is gonna find another one onto Joko, and Body and Jax now, they need to fight it. They don't have any vision, any control towards that B bomb side. Smoke is gonna isolate him for the time being. Does the bomb cross safely, unless Jax on the spam. Tags down Mister, that's gonna be scary, but doesn't go hairy there. And they still have one player in a really good position to fight. Oh, he knows that they can try and force Glaive out in the open. They do. Glaive is going to be good for one, and that's going to set up Device for the other one. 16-16. We're leveled up once again. Astralis are not giving up. They want to go all the way.
Triple kills from the Oppers in both rounds of OT so far. Of course, there's probably a few op skins in that giveaway. If you want to get involved, click the banner down below the stream and head over to Hellcase. Quick shout out to our lovely partners over there. Blame F on the AWP. And Exercise will play no further part in this round. Oh, out towards long. Look at that, Mister. Quick double through the smoke. He finds Jax as well. Now, the 2v5 in the blink of an eye. 1 minute and 35 left on the clock, and there is only Joko and Afro left. And we're speaking so highly about Afro and how good he's been. This is a very tall order, even for him.
Yeah, he's been great. He's been absolutely crazy. We've been speaking about Blame and Device so much, we've kind of forgot about Afro, but he is the reason that Heet is doing this game. But yeah, that one is a little bit too much, even for him. It's a 1 versus 5. And Device is going to shut him down. 35 kills for Mr. Nikolai Reed as Astralis. They read into 17 rounds after the first half here of overtime.
Oh, that is beautiful from Mister. Who's, you know, you made the point earlier. He's had some great rounds on the T side. He's been very impactful, even though the scoreline might not suggest it. And he's, of course, being overshadowed with the two big guns in Astralis right now.
Yeah, Blame has cooled off a little bit, but I guess you can let him get away with it. He's still on 28 and 18.
Ice holding, trigger pull, but no kill landed. As he take roll. Astralis don't really want to fight for it either. They will give that up. They're going to have to go for a little bit of a reaction themselves and take a little bit of control elsewhere. So they'll push towards short. Zipnix is going to make sure that is completely clear. No information out towards B. Not in the tunnels anyway. So Astralis decide maybe we're just going to clear mid together. Glaive doesn't see anything. Does he want to go clear out tunnels himself? Indeed he will.
Yeah, that's a lot of information. Even though Exorcist is there, oh my god. What can you do about it? Device has just decided that he wants to end this game now. Afro goes down. Body looking for an opening, and he might actually find a bit of a timing. Exorcist already walking out the B-bomb side. Does he realize that Mister's up close though? This is the scary prospect, Mister. Surely he's hidden. Surely he's heard it now. Mister needs to win that fight. Not quite able to connect yet, and Exorcist is going to catch him off guard. Glaive manages to compensate, and Glaive is going to go nuclear.
Looking for a third. Jack stops him. Blame F needs to be careful. Doesn't want to overpeak into an angle, overcommit into a fight that he doesn't need to. 2v2. Astralis might want to play this one together, but instead they split. Device sprints through the tunnels, and Jack surely has heard this as he goes back looking for him. But Device, is he going to be too quick? No, he's not. Jack's with the headshot, and it's down to just Blame F as they look for him out past the B doors. He's in through the window. Joko's trying to spot him. Blame F needs to find this kill. Gets only one. Joko takes him down. 17-17. We are level. Who is going to get onto that map point first?
Yeah, look at that once again. Opening kill from Kyoper. That was so chaotic. Body manages to get himself into a really good position. Same for Exorcist. He's been great. The initial play towards long doesn't work out, but it fakes out Astralis. Everybody absolutely forgot about the B-bomb side. Mister was the only one that was relatively thinking about middle and B being a possibility, and he wasn't able to confirm the kill. Lame. Failed Molotov, not really going to get punished. Heet didn't really want to go for that fight, but they're going to walk out of middle early on, and it's the AWP of Afro to lead the charge.
This isn't really being accounted for at all. BlameF is rotating back now to pick it up, but it's too little too late. Afro's already out. He has a line of sight, and BlameF dropped early on. Now, he don't have to commit to anything at all. It's Astralis that really need to play, need to make a decision. What they want to do. The body waiting in the smoke in CT. He's going to push on through and lock off those rotates. The flashes go in. Body drops in. Device only gets one. He goes down. And it's down to just Mr. and Glaive. He's burning, but Mr. still manages to find the kill. Glaive with that AWP. Lots of utility to try and clear them off the site with the HGs. But it's not going to accomplish all that much, truth be told. Glaive has to go the long way around.
Yeah, Jax is holding for it. Glaive needs the headshot, and he's going to find it with the AWP lightning quick. And now he knows exactly where Afro is. Afro on 2 kills, 33 in the map against Mr. Against the youngster. Baits out. The shot switches to the M4, but Afro on the pistol is going to confirm it. 18 for Heet. Mr. doesn't manage to pull it off, and it's Afro to overshadow everything we've seen so far in Dust 2 in the most important round yet.
Absolutely massive from Afro. 1v2, and he has been the man for the big moments. He has been the man to step up when Heat need him. If he can step up in this round, it will go a map up in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, and they were down 8 and 14. It's crazy to think about it.
Absolutely ridiculous. Now, Device needs to be careful. Don't go close in the lower tunnels. They are going to boost a player here and BlameF. Pretty much in no man's land. Body's going to be holding. Mass kill.
Oh, they've
seen BlameF as well. Yeah, he's dead to rights. Joko takes his time, lines up the headshot. And although Astralis have 2 players fragging out of their minds, it looks like it might not be enough. It's a 5v3, and they have to rely on the other players that aren't Device and BlameF.
Yeah, it's the MP9 of Zip and the 2 M4s of Glaive and Mr. 1 HE and a flash combined, no defuse kit. And look at Heet, now they can just slow it down. They know this is the map in the palm of their hands. Surely, if they play it right, if they just stick together and just refrag efficiently, it can't go wrong.
Everybody high HP as well. Nobody's taking any damage just yet. Glaive very aggressive behind that Molotov. Joko has creeped his way out. Is Joko going to be able to find the refrag? No, he's not. Glaive finds 2. Looking for a third, but Body needed to find that headshot and does. Zipnik's MP9 and CT. It's not the weapon that you'd want for this occasion in this scenario. He's been spotted out. Unable to find the kill. Mr. now alongside him though. 15 seconds, they'll try and get this bomb down. They won't be able to deny it. They won't even try to contest it. Body gets the next, and it is down to just Zip. He's going to have to clutch up one more time. MP9, 13 bullets, won't shoot another as Exercise takes his head clean off, and Dust 2 goes in favor of the Frenchmen.
Oh, that's absolutely crazy. What a map win for Heat. They were down 8 and 14 on their map pick, Jack. That was a map that I thought it was over such a long time ago. Device nearly dropped 40 bomb in the end. BlameF was over 30 as well. This is what you feel like should be the win condition for Astralis. Zip was pulling off clutches left, right, and center, but man, Afro, what a show-stopping performance. We spoke about him before the start of this game and mentioned how he's been a little bit lackluster in the previous 2 or 3 months, but this is why there was so much hype around this guy, right? This is why everybody was so hyped up to see him play a Pro League. This is why everybody wanted to see him perform against Tier 1 teams. He's got that potential. Yes, he's been struggling to perform like that on LAN, but online, man, he's been an absolute gold. And Jax as well, stepping up the game. He absolutely deserved that. And, well, I'm really looking forward to Inferno and seeing if they're going to be able to contest Astralis out there as well. Obviously, ladies and gents, that was the map pick of the Frenchmen, and we have a short break coming up, but we're going to be right back with the map pick of the Danes in just a couple minutes.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to quarterfinal day here at the CCT Northern European Series 2. My name's Zerfer, and of course Ted is going to be joining me as always, as we are going to be just about ready to jump into the action. It's map 2 between Astralis and also the Frenchmen of Heet, who managed to take their map pick, and they go one map up in this series, Ted. Astralis on Inferno, they need to win it.
Yeah. Absolutely. That was a wild one. For those of you that are just joining in, Device and Blame did drop a little bit over 60 kills combined that first map. Device was almost at 40, and Astralis had a 14-8 lead. Felt like it was good enough, but you know, Afro and Jax doing pretty much the same on the side of Heet. Did manage to bring them back. Some massive rounds as well towards the latter stages from people like Joko and Body to keep them in the game. But now we're on Inferno. Completely different map pick of the Danes, and let's see how it goes. Goes already going north and south. Gonna go a bit south here for Astralis in the start, losing both Blame F and Glaive, but they've been able to find Body as they start gathering up for a B play.
The group up, still one smoke in the mix in the hands of Device. They will just use it to smoke CT, P250 peak there from Mr. to find the headshot, but a lovely one in return. Mr. is going to be taken down. However, Zipnix and Device, they force their way up onto this site. On plant comes in, and they can wait a little while for the rotations to come on in. Afro is very close by with that kit. Needs to be careful though, he doesn't go down, especially with Jax behind him. But massive headshot. Device is out of the round, and it's down to just Zipnix, who drops the first, spots the kid out as well. Jax needs to pick it up, taps the defuse. He's actually just going to stick it, but Zipnix with a massive kill, and now looking for a little bit more. Zipnix not another 1v3, and the pistol, he does it once again, and Astralis, they take the lead.
Yeah, that's a massive clutch from Zip. You know, he's received a lot of criticism throughout the last couple of months, and you've seen a lot of people having that opinion that, you know, he's one of the pieces in the puzzle of Astralis that need to be changed, right? But he's been stepping it up today. Had a massive round on Dust 2. That 1 versus 3 that we spoke about was a 2 versus 4 overall that himself and Mr. won, I believe. But it was just Mr. being the support staff there with a couple flashes, but Zip doing the heavy lifting. Same here. Massive 3K to start them off with a nice pistol round victory. Absolutely crucial. Just the eco coming in from the Frenchman. Maybe it's time for a history lesson, obviously, for those of you that are looking at a matchup like that. In terms of experience, it looks pretty one-sided, right? On one hand, you have 3-4-time major winners, a 2-time major MVP, and then you have Blame, who's been, you know, top of the server for the past couple of years, but you have a fair bit of experience on the side of Heet as well. Body is the only man on his team. Well, Jax was a part of G2, but Body is the only man that has been really successful in Tier 1. He's won 4 Tier 1 tournaments with G2 back in the day. It was great times.
It was indeed, although...
Yeah. You know what's fun, by the way? There's that storyline. So when Jax joined G2, himself and Lucky joined in to replace Body, right? And then Jax rejoins Heet. Well, that was double pony at the time. But he rejoins Heet to replace the man that actually he joined in G2 alongside with, right? To replace Lucky. It's funny when you think about it.
It's crazy the way that these kind of, you know, there's a lot of chopping and changing with these teams, but it's usually the same players over and back a lot of the times, especially when it's such a tight-knit scene like the French is. Look at this aggression here towards second mid. Device is going to put a stop to that. These players are going to try and barrel their way up Banana, but Glaive overpowers Joko, and this first gun has completely gone awry for Heet as Afro tries to rescue it just that little bit. Mister jumping to try and save himself, and eventually Afro will run out of bullets. So he will get away to safety. The issue is at this positioning from Body. Has that been heard from Blame F?
I don't think so. He's just running around. No, he's got no idea. Body's got all the information in the world. He knows that Blame is towards T-Apps right now, so he's going to go for the rotation. Does he realize that there's still 2 players of Astralis just holding towards Banana? This is such an awkward round. Body is on the hunt for Blame right now. If he gets the right timing, he might get the kill, but he's going to miss him going into T-Apps. This is so awkward. Question is, if Blame doesn't see anything towards the A-bomb side, which looks like a big possibility, does he call them back? I think he does. And, oh. Yeah. Hello, Blame. And now that surprise. Now they need to go for it. There's 30 seconds. It would be a big risk to run back towards the B-bomb side. But look at Body. He thinks it's B. He's knife out. He's running away. They've heard him. This is so awkward. They're going to go back, and he's going to go back as well.
So he stays, goes to the reposition. He's caught the jump up. Oh, it's such a messy round. Such a messy round.
Oh,
and Astralis, they're handed their way back into it, really. Afro has to come up with a big clutch of his own once again. Was the man to really make things tick. On Dust 2 for the side of Heet. Has to be the man to get it done on Inferno as well. Mister's low HP, cowering in the bomb site, not giving anything at all. And Afro not looking the right way. That's a simple kill for Mister. But it was anything but a simple round for Astralis.
I'm still bamboozled by what we've seen, to be fair. Not really sure what to say about it. I guess it's just there. It's just around for Astralis. What's there as well is that offer from Hellcase. You can click the banner below the stream. Obviously, our great partners, our great friends over at Hellcase. You can use our code CCT. It's going to give you 70 cents for free. That's $0.7. Great. Oh, Frenchman on pistols. The good old classic. Unfortunately, the CZ isn't as vital anymore, but yeah, okay. You still have the D going Body. Pray to the spirits of happy, and Body is going to find 2. He's going to be happy with this one. He's going to be jubilant. Couple shots being fired back. The Deagles proving to be quite a nuisance here in this round. It's Zip, Glaive, and Mister left. The 2 heavy hitters from map number 1 already out of the equation. The big risk with a round like that is if they had a couple bonus smokes so they can smoke off Banana. Ideally, you'd want to force the T's to go for a B play and run through a smoke in a round like that, but it doesn't look like it's going to work out. Exorcist needs to get aggressive, catches Zip on a bit of a timing. He's going to jump down. Does he realize that he's getting slowly wrapped from long? No, he doesn't, but still manages to cross, and that's actually dangerous. The bomb is still towards middle, and now they're going to realize it. They need to get rid of him. But he should know that Zip is holding for it. Well, he does, but Zip is still going to win the fight regardless. All it's up to make sure that the bomb can cross safely towards the A-bomb side, and this is going to be a round for Astralis. Another pretty messy one. Could have went south, but It doesn't.
As long as it doesn't go south, that's half the battle, really, isn't it? But 4 out for Astralis. But a bit of a difficult way back now from Heet. There's a huge deagle shot from Afro. Might try and take another weapon away here. Mr. on the site. Is he going to look the exact same position this time? Doesn't matter if he was expecting it. As, oh, it's just a little bit too far away. Just out of reach from Joko. Oh, that's pain. That is pain.
That rifle is such a tease. Yeah.
Oh, he got it.
Oh, he got it. Got it. No way.
He has the longest arms in the world.
That's sick. Michael Phelps would have been proud. That's sick. And Zip doesn't see him. Well, he saw him. He didn't realize he's seen him. He actually lets him say, look at that. Oh, he shot it closer. Oh, that's so smart.
Perfect.
That's 300 IQ. Someone's going to clip that and put it in a Nate out there Nate video.
Joker like your man. What was your man's name? Mr. Tickle. Did you ever see Mr. Tickle with the massive arms?
No, I don't think so.
I have to show you because you'll get the reference then. But yeah, no. Big long arms gives yourself an AK, but it's the big long AWP to give you the opening kill of this round. Flash out towards middle. Oh, a few players to be spotted there. Exercise can't take advantage of that perfectly thrown flash though. Afro is going to be tested now as the smoke goes over towards long. Afro gets a smoke down. Oh, he's got a little bit of a gap here as well, and Device isn't going to be ready for that. He'll fall. And Astralis will be forced back here. They can't go towards brackets. There's absolutely no way in and no way through. Joko jump spots a player, calls for the rotation, practically screaming for it. Exercise tries to get the smoke down in the nick of time and just lobs it in towards the back of the site. So Astralis are going to be very occupied with dealing with this so-called new box player, but
Flash is great.
Oh, perfect flash and finds the kill. Dipnix cowers now in the pool, and as these smokes begin to clear, Astralis will have absolutely nowhere to hide.
Yeah, that's a phenomenal hold for the first time around. Heat looking like a solid team here on the defense, and it could be a clean round. Playbeth is all alone. He's still going to get one for his troubles. Even gets a second onto Exorcist, but it's Jax from behind to take him down. It's the first round for the Frenchman. A fairly clean one as well. Money is still going to be all right for Astralis. Look at that from Afro. Opening pick. Finding the gap in the smoke. Great stuff from Dioper. Had a phenomenal game on Dust 2 as well. We pointed out that Flame and Device were the big stars, but Afro still did manage to drop a 34 and 19. Being second only to Device, who was on 37. And it feels like he's going to be able to produce something similar here on Infernal. This is what they need if they want to be competitive on the map pick of their opponents.
Oh, Device doesn't get a chance there. Through his own Molotov body, just risks it all. Ends up taking himself out of the equation, but drops the opper, and Jax comes away with the kill that gives him the advantage. Now Astralis scrambling with 3 players once again, trying to get a foothold in this round. They've absolutely no map control whatsoever. They'll creep their way up banana, but so far being silent about it. They'll have to be silent the whole way through. They still have plenty of utility for a nice little execute. Contact is the name of the game here.
Yeah, Exorcist needs to time that Molotov right. Assuming they'll go for the execute, there's the smokes. Flashes in, Exorcist needs to throw in that Molotov, and he will. It's going to be a little bit off, but Joko on the boost is going to be the main man here. Oh, he's going to fall off.
Might have got down by design there and play for the retake. Play for the flashes on through. As Zipnix is going to try and get this bomb down. Not before he finds that kill onto Exercise. Dax up banana, and he's not been accounted for, not yet. Flash goes over, Zipnik's off the bomb. The spam through the smoke is going to be more than enough, and now he do not need to play whatsoever. They can wait for the tap one more time, but Afro peaks, Zipnik takes him down. Still on 18 HP, it's not an awful lot. It's easy for Joko and easy for Jackson, easy for Heet in the last few rounds.
Yeah, massive 3k coming in from Jackson. This is the problem with the B-bomb side, right? I'm not sure if he actually fell there by design. I believe it was a bit misclicked, but in the end of the day, you get onto the B-bomb side, even though you find a couple kills, you just don't feel comfortable getting the bomb down, right? You have no banana presence, you have no deep ruins control, you don't know what's behind that CT smoke, you just have the bomb side to work with, and you're just getting spammed through it. A 3 versus 5 that, well, they did manage to try and make their way into the bomb side, not getting away with the plan, though, will result in an eco now, and it's going to be quite a vegetarian eco as well. Just a couple pistols, a couple P250s. Not a lot of meat in there. Not a lot of big guns.
Lucky for Jax on the receiving end of a few P250 bullets. Rifle just a little bit too far out of reach from Astralis for the moment. Eventually, Mr. will get his hands on it. It's going to be very difficult to put to good use with no armor on any of the Astralis players. So he shouldn't have too many more problems converting this one. So a bomb plant would be pretty nice for Astralis if they're able to get it. Big dink onto Afro. We'll just respect the T's a little bit more.
Okay, hear me out now. Afro gets Ferrari peaked by, well, let's say Zip on the pistol because it's more poetic. And then they get the AWP and they win the round. Okay, Mister's going to take him down. Now they upgrade into an open with 30 seconds. They're going to win the round. Look.
Exercise doesn't want to play by the script that you're just conjuring up in your own head.
No, I was just kidding.
Not going to happen. Exercise makes sure of it. They will get their hands on the AWP as well. Body's going to save that one, so less of an investment needed to make as the investment comes in from this T side. Device doesn't have enough metals for an AWP. So it is just the 5 AKs for Astralis, but he back in this game now, looking to get onto level terms and plenty of utility to keep the T's at bay as well.
Yeah, it's a good buy. Now you've won 3 in a row. You could be in for a nice streak here. AWP gets spotted by Mister. Gonna try and force the issue towards middle. Look at the double push towards apartments though from Heet. Jax, he's gonna get really deep into enemy lines. Zip needs to be careful about it. Spots him out. Jax decides that he wants to stick around for a little bit longer. Molotov doesn't really give him the option to retreat. Now he will. But his entire team is grouping up towards that B-bomb side. Retake Ace though. Could be with a perfect timing. Nope, it's gonna be the worst timing as the device picks up the first kill.
Oh, but he swings through that Molotov and Body will take him down. The double peak trying to come in and Flame F finds the headshot. That's the B-bomb site under lock and key for Astralis for the moment, but Afro is going to try and kick down the door himself. He was thinking about it, but decided to second guess himself. Decides to play it a little bit safer as they realise the money isn't in a fantastic spot. They're going to have to wait a little while longer before they reel Astralis in, get back on level terms. They'll have to play the long game, and it's going to be the waiting game now as 3 players save.
Yeah, much needed clean round for Astralis, especially after such a flawless start on the T side. You were troubled for the past 3 rounds. You needed something to work out for you. And it's the B-bomb side as well. They've tried to go B for so many times, but finally it's going to be successful. Just a nice way of conditioning. It feels like for the biggest part of this game so far, they've really wanted one of those B plays to work out, right? Because now you're going to make Heet be a little bit afraid by it, let's say. You can try and force them to start 3B, maybe get some space to work with over at the A-bomb side, but yeah, you finally managed to punish the aggression and convert into a round. Money on the side of Heet, not going to be too troubled for this round. Might be a problem for the rounds to come, though, especially if Astralis do manage to convert here. Let's see, device. On an AK still. Not quite the AWP. The Molotov's going to force them over towards Banana, and Device, he's going to try and go for the fight. Spots the boost. Doesn't manage to get the kill, though. Needs to be careful.
Heet force back because of that presence from the T side. Vice baits that smoke. Realizes with it. He does have top Banana control for free. And Heet are actually going to rotate their second B player over towards A. So, bit of an issue here. That flash gives a little bit of information, a little snippet. As Afro will find the kill, but they're going to try and send it through the smoke. Buddy needs to put a stop to it. Only finds one. Then the rotations come on in for Heet. They still have the advantage here, but they've given up this site. Running out of utility, Astralis, that's probably the only thing going for Heet right now, and plenty of it on the side of the CTs, but Joko really needs to find this massive frag onto Device.
Yeah, it's going to be just a one-dimensional retake. If he loses it, and Device fully flashed is going to be able to get that kill. Look at Mister. His position should be good enough for the first, but no. It's Afro to get it. Flame on top of Dark, good only for one, and it is Device. They know exactly where he is because of the earlier kill. He needs to spam through. He needs to hope to get fortunate, but Jax will find him on the other way through the smoke. A fourth round for Heet. The retake is going to be successful. And it's just one round in between those two teams once again.
Yeah, a really good job from Heet there. They don't get flustered whatsoever. Even though it doesn't really go their way with that initial fight towards Banana. And especially, you know, when they give up B there, or rather leave B pretty thin with the rotations away. But Heet definitely playing some good Counter-Strike on this CT side. Now with a big opportunity in this round to get back on level terms and put Astralis' money in a little bit of a sticky situation. BlameF not going to be spotted over the top of that smoke, and going to be the opening kill going in favour of the T's, but it's traded right back. Joko gets out just about 18 HP, a sliver of health, but is still alive. Look at this though. Afro down middle. Zipnix hasn't seen him whatsoever. Afro could find everything and more here, but the smoke in the way. Mister can't quite believe it. There's the bomb dropped. Glaive goes for the jump spot out. Vice, he has opened things up towards B. They're just waiting for Zipnix now to go for the peek. Go. There's the kill. Looks towards top middle. Difficult shot to hit for Jackson. Zips find that double. Now, Exercise has to rotate on over, but he's too far away.
Yeah, they're going to be able to make their way onto the bomb side. And does he think that they're going to double back towards the B bomb side? He seems to, but no, the bomb is going to get planted now, and he's going to realize it. He's been outmaneuvered. Does he really want to go for this? That's awkward. Doesn't have a lot of time. The save could be an option. Maybe just pick up the AWP of Afro and hold on to it. Yeah, he's made the decision. He's confirmed it. Made a bet, made a gamble into the B bomb side. If they did go B, he would have been one step ahead, but it is the other way around. Unfortunately for him, Glaive and Zip confirmed the round. Zip, once again, absolutely massive in those clutch scenarios, right? It's not a 1vx situation, but mid-round, whenever it gets really sloppy, he's been really good at kind of feeling the vibe of how things are going and putting some order back into the chaos. And to be fair, there's been a couple chaotic rounds. Great work by Joko there towards Banana. Getting that refrag onto BlameF after the nice entry, and once again opening up the B bomb side device with a couple nice peaks. It's an Astralis round once again. It's just been going back and forth. Another buy coming in for Heet. A bit of a scrappy one. 3 SMGs, an M4 for Exorcist, and an AWP for Afro.
He just can't seem to get that round to bring them on level terms with Astralis right now. Now 2 rounds behind. Have to hope for some success. They'll sprint down with the SMGs. The molly comes in. Device will burn to a crisp, but not before he at least takes Joko with him. Advantage in favour of Heet once again. It's a 2-man advantage. Make it a 3-man advantage, and it's Mister completely alone. And surely he goes down as well. Heet battle back once again. And this next round is a whole lot more doable, as money just isn't there for Astralis whatsoever. They'll have to force, surely. Even 1900 loss bonus isn't going to be enough for the likes of Blame F and Glaive.
Yep, it's a Forze buy. You can get away with a couple of gallows, but it's not even going to be that. They want to have the utility. You have the Mag 10 per zip, some nades to work with, and potentially a bit of a faster play here. Try and catch them off guard. Afro is going to challenge mid early on, knowing that there's not enough money for an AWP on the other side. Still needs to be careful about a potential pop play towards mid. And you can see them just playing the long distance right now, Heet, realizing that a play like that might be on the cards.
Towards long, Afro misses the first shot. Well, Mr. caught in a quick switch, caught with the nade out. He's going to go down. Device and Blame F for all that remain, as Heet look to lock in a 6th round and get on to level terms, and that's exactly what they'll do. 6-6 set play, not working out whatsoever from the Astralis boys. Now Heet have the chance to take the advantage. Already have the advantage in this series. Let's not forget, 1917 was the score on Dust 2 as Heet took their map pick. But Astralis, of course, the old Astralis, heavily known for their Inferno, especially on this CT side, or on the CT side. So regardless of what happens for the rest of this half, I think these 6 rounds, Astralis are going to be happy enough with. If they can get a whole lot more, though, would be even better.
That's awkward. Afro has to step it up. Does manage to take down Zip, but now he's going to get run down by the pistols. Glaive just tap it away. Does manage to confirm the kill finally. They're going to get away with a bomb plant. Body, he's going to be up close. He can drop one. The nade damage is going to be severe from Joko. Does manage to drop the planter and delay for a little bit longer. Do they turn around though? Body. Oh, he's going to get caught with the nade in hand. Still manages to switch back to the AK and get the kill, but now it's a 1 versus 1. Blame F. 4 HP to work with. Needs the insta double ding on the M4 as well. Body realizes that he can just let Blame play into him and just wait for the peak. He's played it perfectly. Even lands the headshot. Body is going to save the day, but that was way too close for comfort.
So messy there, and he trying to still figure out what they were going for there. It was Freedom waiting outside Boiler, so maybe an intriguing boost.
Yeah, it was really intriguing, to be fair. Well, it was quite interesting. Nearly cost him the round, but
yeah,
still, they're going to be able to get it in the end, and Astralis now have no money to work with, so it's going to be another, well, maybe the first one that we can actually call an eco out of the lot of them.
Perfect flash gives Astralis a little bit of space up towards top banana. He respecting these pistols. Besides Afro, who is in bedroom with an AWP. Damage done onto device, but no kill to be found. Well, still a massive danger here. Device has the flash. It is going to be an aft pop. He really needs to be ready for this. Afro caught in transition. That could cost him his life, and it does. Jack's completely blind, not able to help out. And surely he's running out of bullets soon. As Exercise rotates in, Mr. has the AWP, but as soon as he picks it up, he's going to be instantly dropped. And Device, he sees it. He has his eyes on it. He wants to get over to it, but can't really afford to swing and give away his life for free. Peeks behind the Molotov, dinks up Exercise. That might give him a little bit of space, but they're rotating in. They'll lock this down surely, unless Blame F has something to say about it. But he's cut short, he's cut down, and he have 8 rounds.
Wow. I mean, at this point, you can't really blame them for going for so many first buys with the pistols, right? They've been able to do so much damage with those set piece plays, Astralis, but it's just Heet getting the rounds in the end of the day, which is going to be good enough for them. What is good enough for you is clicking over the banner below the stream, heading over to Hellcase, of course, ladies and gents. Type in code CCT. Going to give you a nice little bonus. And it would be a nice little bonus for Heet to get away with a 9-6 here after the first half. We said that 6 rounds on the T side might as well be enough for Astralis at this point, but 8 on the CT side might not be enough for Heet. A 9-6 would surely put you in a way more competitive position.
What a peak that is.
Oh.
He's expecting body as well. Blame F with a quick double entry, looking for the third. Well, the space is enough. Device with a refrag. And Astralis have this B site. This looks like 7 written all over it. Smoke goes deep. Exercise already passed it. Is Device going to be ready? Yes, he is. He reacts in the nick of time. The damage done through the smoke, and Device will get the final kill as well. 8-7. It's a very close first half on Inferno. Astralis really need to pull into the lead in this second half, or else they'll be fancying their chances, all right. I mean, 8-7. They're still in the game. You know, they have given away 7 rounds on the T side, but if they start well, still plenty of opportunities to close this one out. 2-0. Yeah. And what a statement that'd be in Device's first tournament back.
An interesting stat for you, by the way, because obviously we saw some lurking action on Dusty on the T side from Mister. BlameF has been actually going for a lot more opening kills. In yesterday's game that they did play, or well, the day before yesterday, against Trick, he was actually the one to go for 34% of the opening fights on the side of Astralis on the T sides. So he's been initiating a lot more opening duels than normally he does on the offensive side of things. And it's not just him going for aggressive lurks, but he's actually the first one to go in the bomb side. A really good example was the previous round on Banana. Obviously, that's not going to be on every single map, but especially on a map like Inferno, it was pretty much the same. When they did face off against Tricked. Nice. Does manage to take down the Exorcist. A nice kill there, still keeping even numbers. A hefty investment in terms of utility for Heet. They still have 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and a Molotov left, and the execute is going to come through. But look at Device. He's going to be so quick on the lurk. Surely he gets at least one from behind. Afro's going to go down, and now this becomes such an awkward round. The bomb is just stopped towards the Banana, just holding for Device, but he's went for the all-around-the-world rotation, and now you have Zip towards the back of the site, taking down Body. And it's just Jax. A 1 versus 3. Even though the HP is so low, there's only 20 seconds. He's going to try and sprint it for the A-bomb side plan, but Device is already going to be on the side before him.
Yeah, and if that wasn't enough, Glaive is going to be close by as well. And well, it might need to be enough. Jax finds that first. He's waiting for the player to swing on through. Jax doesn't have enough time. Runs out of it. Nice attempt, but Zipnik staying alive is going to seal an 8 round there for Astralis. CT pistol going in their favor, and more often than not, when you see a team take both pistols on their map, you do see them convert it. But this round, still a danger. I can't even count, to be honest, how many rounds we've seen the second round, conversion round, overturned by the opposite team. Maybe a little bit of a set play, a little bit of a quick one for these pistols. Astralis are still going to have to consider every possibility.
No. It's going to be the explosion towards top Banana. Blame it. Fully flashed, does a lot of damage. Doesn't get a kill though. Somehow he's still alive. Zip and Blamer are going to start combining for kills. And it's Glaive as well to assist. Afro finally gets 1 for his troubles. But it's not going to be enough. His entire team has been just mopped up. And it's going to be him as well, going down to the MP9 of Glaive. A double for the IGL, 1 for Zip, 2 for Blame F, and 9 for Astralis. Well, that one's not going to add on to the list, Jack. That one's going to go... It's not going to go astray.
Could have been the problem though. You see the flash, you know, it was really awkward for Blame F there. Everybody was blind, and if the T's just weren't a little bit blinder, if they managed to dodge the flash a little bit, Blame F definitely could have gone down there. And then there's massive problems as Heet try and just bundle their way up. But Not going to happen. Now Astralis can really reap the rewards of having a little bit of success against this eco. MP9 and Mister nearly caught out there by the Glock, but luckily for him, Glock doesn't do too much damage. He's able to deal with it. Astralis only losing one member in that one. A 2-round advantage right now by coming in from the side of Heet. Interesting to see, does Afro want to make the big purchase, or does he just want to play with an AK? It is the AK. You'd have to sacrifice head armor if you wanted to go for it. So you can understand that. Maybe a little bit of a faster place round coming in from Heet.
Yeah, the bonus coming in for Astralis as well. We have a couple of MP9s and the famous Zip in the mix as well. There's the aggressive utility to spam through the smoke. Body is going to get tagged down low. And actually fragged by the Molotov. He's going to get burnt to a crisp. As now they start making their way back towards Banana Flame. Oh, that's a monster HE. The MP9 good only for one. Jax with the refrag. And now he's going to start pressing the issue. Does manage to tag down Dip. 48 HP. Climbs on top of Furs. Does manage to take down Jax. Drop down. Oh, and he's going to get mollied off. This is such a tough one for Zip, but the molly's going to be a little bit off the mark. Going to leave him some space to work with, and he's going to wait out for the flash from Device.
So clever, realizing that it wasn't going to burn him there, standing, taking a little bit of a risk, but a risk that pays off, and the late swing comes out. Couldn't do anything about it. Now, Afro, hearing the steps close by, but Device is too quick. Lines up the headshot, the dink, and the body shot is enough to take him out of the round and give Astralis their 11th. There's a decision to be made here from the Heat boys. They do have enough to go for a buy if they want, but it's going to sacrifice a lot of utility, so a half buy probably the better choice.
Yeah, you still wouldn't want to be playing against the Frenchman on pistols, though.
Yeah.
That's scary.
I'm interested to see what they're going to bring out in this kind of round. Of course, they had a nice little set play that just was a little bit off the mark last time. Look at the util damage already being done here by Astralis towards Banana. The nades just rain on in, and Joko, he just cannot stand there whatsoever. He's going to get taken down by Blame F. The spam goes on through, and Astralis, they want to stay and fight this. And you can see why, because they're continuing to pick up kills, not letting Heat play their game whatsoever. And it's a very difficult roll back now here for the Frenchman. Pike down even lower and lower. Blame F continues to rack up the kills. Continue to stack them up. Exercise manages to find a double with that Tech 9. However, that is going to be all in that round at least. 12-8. We see 4 rounds in the difference, and 4 rounds, all that's needed for Astralis to force out a decider, which is going to be an Ancient.
Yeah. You kind of need to settle in with that utility damage that you're going to be taking every single round if you want to play aggressively towards Banana against Astralis, right? I mean, that's always been a signature thing about that team, especially now when obviously you got to be playing against Blame and Zip on that B-bomb side. Both of them love that aggressive approach, and I feel like at this point, Heat might start actually thinking about it. Maybe you should let them off the leash a little bit, you know, let them spend their utility early on, because they're just going to throw it in with good measure. It's kind of like the protocol thing that they have going on. And retake it later on, because they've been tagged down severely time after time, as you pointed out. Minus 50, minus 100 damage overall from multiple members in the start of every single round, sometimes more. A painful way to start a round. Once again, Astralis is going to start it with 3 people towards that B-bomb side. Afro realizes he doesn't want to pick up that fight, but Astralis are going to save up their utility.
Util, once again, the name of the game is the nades just rain on in towards Banana one more time.
Delayed it.
Joko battles back a little bit, but it's refragged once again. The advantage still in play. Exorcise needs to try open an entry here. He's heard Mr. Close, but not going to be able to do anything about him whatsoever. Molly forces him back. He might be forced into this play towards A. Glaive just sitting in the smoke here. Oh, he's an absolute criminal. Body taken down. Jack's lucky to get that refrag. 20 HP. He is still in the round. The chances just continue to slip away from Heet. Astralis begin to tighten their grip on Inferno. And it doesn't look like they're going to let go for absolutely anyone at all, but there is still a chance.
Yeah, there is, but you have a decision to make, and it looks like it's going to be the A-bomb side. Now they're hoping that Blamev just walks into them from Banana, but it's not going to be the case. They know that Mr. was towards on their balcony previously, but he had enough time to reposition if he wanted to, and now he's just going to stay alive. There's 10 seconds. If he gets that one kill, but no Exorcist, he's going to win that fight, and now they can get away with a bomb plant, and Blamev needs to clutch it in the 1 versus 2.
60 HP combined on the two Heat boys, though. Blamev does have a Molotov as well, but he can force a few players out of position. If timing does work in his favor, he might spot out Jax, but maybe, just maybe, you can see here he's second guessing himself. Doesn't want to go for it whatsoever. He's going to go for the save. Heat, they will get a 9th round. They get closer to Astralis, but the issue is both players should go down to the bomb here, so there's going to be nothing saved really for the T side, and Blame F is going to try and make sure of that. Exercise goes down, and Jax should go down to the bomb as well. So that's not really a good thing for Heat at all. They have to invest absolutely everything, and they're going to be severely lacking utility.
Yeah. Well, it's a good round for Astralis in terms of economical damage, right? I mean, you still have a lot of money. Blame F saves up the AWP. Yeah, okay, you let Heat get away with one, but you still have the upper hand. Unless you start losing consecutive rounds, it's not going to be an issue. And Heat realize that. That's why they go for a tactical timeout. Not too often you'll find yourself in a position where you win a round on the T side, but you still have two players that barely have the money to go for AKs, and one that couldn't even go for an AK without a single nade. So now you want to make the decision about what kind of a round you want to go for. That's going to obviously decide the buy of Joko, Body, and Afro, how much utility you want to have into this one. Do you want Afro on a scout maybe on the T side? Do you want them to be on the Mac 10s and maybe go for some kind of a set piece or an executed play later on in the round? There's just a lot of question marks around this one for Heat, and Body is going to opt for the Galil. Same for Joko, same for Afro. All of them going for the rifles. Utility is going to be all right. But this is arguably the most important round for them so far on Inferno.
Going to be an aggressive play here from Mister as he tries to walk his way down middle, and Device hasn't connected on a shot whatsoever. Pre-missed. Will not miss another time. Jax taken down. Glaive nearly lines up a second, but Afro is more than enough as he tries to get away to safety. Exorcist is going to try and catch him out. Lines up the spam, but he's not going to be able to connect. Face overlooks Body completely. He doesn't see him in his blind spot. And he is going to now fall. There's the opera dropped. 3 versus 3. A very advanced position for Body, but he does back away. The bomb is heading towards B. Body can go for a little bit of a lurk now as well. They don't really need to play here. They can just let Body do exactly what he wants to do here. But it is being accounted for by Zipnix.
Yeah, they want to make sure that they take the attention away. That's why you see them throw in the nades. They want to set up Body for at least one guaranteed kill. And Zip, he's realized that there is a possibility of that lurk happening. So he's going to have his eyesight on CT, but he still gets dinked regardless. Down to 26 HP, and now they know exactly where he is. He needs to make sure that he stays alive for as long as possible. And at least he's going to have some smokes, some nades to help him out. But sooner or later, that smoke towards CT is going to fade. And surely Zip is going to be a dead man.
Joko is running him down.
No way.
Leave me alone. Zipnix finds that kill. That's absolutely massive. He is still alive. Body peeks out, though. That's the double. And that seals the round, surely. Zipnix doesn't have a chance whatsoever, but a big headshot, and it's a 1v1. He's still low HP, though. And Exercise on that elevated angle says, no problem for me whatsoever. Double figures for Heet. As Astralis' lead, now all of a sudden, it's cut to just 2.
Yeah, that was so great from Body as well, right? He realizes that, okay, Zip is there, he's got the kill onto Joko, he's not going to be facing, he's going to wait for his teammate, so I can just forget about him. I can focus on fighting both BlameF and the other Astralis member. He gets the double kill. Zipix, even though he finds the refrag, was already low on HP, just so much there, but Exercise was always going to win that fight in the end. They get another one on the board. Money still not great. Afro's only on a pistol. Astralis, this is the last buy that they have in the tank, and Yoko's thinking about going for a crazy play. He's gonna find a gap in the smoke. There's the first Zip. Had to hold on and manages to do so.
Massive opening kill to find out from Joko, but a little bit unfortunate when it came to just that second one. Couldn't settle himself on the Galil. They will double back. They'll head over towards A. Molly goes towards short. Mister has to try and put it out, but doesn't do exactly that. He has to give up that little bit of map control. He takes a lot of damage on the retreat as well. It softens him up nicely for Heet, trying to make their way in. A double up now towards balcony and apartments. And they're going to push together. Heet need to be ready for this. This might be completely overlooked.
And it is. He spotted the gun barrel, Mister. That's a big play, but I think Device gets spotted there.
Yeah.
Body's seen him. This could be a massive problem. Device is going to go down. Mister's position is not going to help out. They're going to be able to make their way onto the bomb site.
He's so quick, though. That's the issue. They're not expecting him, and if he lines up 2, then it's a problem, but he only gets 1. In the meantime, Jax stops Glaive. Smoke goes down. Zipnix is going to be locked out of the site for the minute. And yeah, it is the save. Isn't enough money to warrant to go for this. And isn't enough chances, really, for Astralis to get back into it. As they keep coming back. They keep battling back. And they're building up a little bit of confidence now. You can see a little bit of a scrappy round there. But they won't care as long as they're winning them.
Yeah. They've already gotten closer than compared to last time they faced off against each other on Inferno. That was an EPL. In Pro League Season 16, Astralis did manage to take Inferno home. It was a 16-10. He did win the series in the end, though. Converting both Dust 2 and Nuke. Dust 2 back in the day was a 16-12. On Inferno, top fragging actually for Astralis was Config, who's not on the lineup anymore, obviously. But what a massive round that is for Heet to convert. Money starting to be an issue here for Astralis. We saw them going for the save. It's not even going to grant them a buy. Just the 2M for Zip and Mister. Have to try and be the difference makers here. Just the pistols for the rest. This could be the breaking point of Astralis. Could be the turning point of the game. Who would have thought?
Well, they're going to have a bye regardless of what happens in the next round. They have to just hope, though, that, you know, the M4s are able to do a whole lot of damage. Maybe the pistols catch a few players off guard. You can see Body already tagged down massively. And Heet very cautious about
Great
this.
opening.
Fantastic pick. One of the rifles out of the round as well. They're showing a lot of presence, but they're going to go back. They're going to hit B. The issue is they're going into the only rifle in play.
Yeah, Zip tagged down to 52. Has the support of one more player. That's BlameF towards the back of the site with a Deagle. Zip gonna get tagged down. Blame gets fragged out. Surely this is the end of the round. Even though Zip is nearby, he's not gonna be able to have any vision on what's going on.
Ecstasy's in a really good position as well to make sure that Zip doesn't get out alive, and Joko actually takes him down through the smoke. Device gonna have to try and save. As I was saying, it doesn't really matter. They're gonna have enough money regardless. That's what they were saving for. That's why they didn't heavily invest behind the rifles. For the first time, we've seen Heet. You know, they struggled for so long to get back on level terms with Astralis. And now they've finally done it. 12-12, as we are getting to the business end of this game here. Business end of Inferno. And Astralis need to hope that they can do the business, to be honest.
Yeah, on their best map as well. Device is not going to get the Emperor to save. Everyone's surviving from Heat after this round. Money's going to be looking fantastic. But as we pointed out, this is the best map statistically for the Danes, right? Their last two encounters, they won 16-8 against Vitality, 16-9 taking down Eternal Fire. The last team that did manage to beat them was Heroic, and it was a 12-16 in APL. And in the same season of the Pro League, they took down Heat, Mouse, and Complexity. And Heat was the team to get the most rounds out of them. It was 10. They rarely let their opponents get up to double digits. But now it's an evened up game. It's a 12-12. And the Frenchmen, they look motivated. They look rejuvenated. They look ready to fight for the semifinals.
Joko waiting in that smoke.
That's so sneaky.
For a moment to strike, and
no way.
Strike he will. Strike down, blame F. No support whatsoever from Zipnix. He had fallen back to the site. He is going to be spotted in towards CT, and he might just send it in here towards B. There isn't a lot of util to stop them. Ecstasies will drop device in the meantime. Spam through the smoke. Little bits of damage done on either side. Two players on 13 HP for Heat, but it might be them getting on to 13, the magic number that will ensure that they do take the lead. And Ecstasies, he could take more rifles away as well. This could be very painful for Astralis, but Mister makes sure that at least they won't fall to him. Even though there is a little bit of money on the side of Heat, I don't think they're going to be too heavily hunting the Astralis men down once again. 3 rifles saved, but Heat now 3 away from taking the map and the series and eliminating Astralis from the CCT.
Yeah, that would be the biggest upset so far, right? Even though we had OG get eliminated from Havu, I think this one might be even greater here. And, you know, they've performed on a really high level so far. We had big expectations for this game. But when it started in a 14-8 fashion on Dust 2 on the map pick of Heat in favor of Astralis, I'm not going to lie to you. I was thinking this could be a nice and quick day in the office for Device, Blamef, and the boys. But again, it's been tough. It's been real tough. Zip on 20, Blamef on 21. But you look on the other side, it's just equal numbers all over the board. Team effort for Heat. That T side is just delivered. Massive round from Joko in the previous one. Getting Blamef towards Top Banana, towards Car. Opening things up. Now it's another buy coming in for the Danes. Afro gonna try and find an opening kill towards middle when he does. Device had no clue that this was a possibility. What a play from Afro.
What a way to get the advantage in such an important round as well. Gets the better of his opposite number. And now he can really play wherever they want. Now, they don't have too much map control, but that advantage should be more than enough. Glaive upgrades to an M4. Where do Heat want to go here? They've had some decent success towards B, and Zipnix is alone for the minute.
Yeah, they're just playing the default right now. Just hold on. Wait and see. What do Astralis do? They're the ones that need to make the decision. They are the ones that are going to be feeling pressured right now. But Astralis, they seem to have the right ideas. The stack towards the A-bomb side. And this is exactly where Heat are planning to have their attack.
3 players here though. Joko needs to be ready for Device, or Glaive, excuse me, in this position. Body Will manage to take him down into a 3 versus 3, and they're still going into the stacked site here. 20 seconds. They need to find these kills. No one player is in towards the pit. The smoke goes down. Jax needs to try and get on and clear this site. Oh, he's going to overlook it, and well, Crouch is right in front of Flame F. He finds the headshot. Mr. from pit will find the double and keeps Astralis alive in this game. Ties it up once again and makes sure that their money isn't going to be reset. The Heat buy up. Won't be a problem at all. Cash flow pretty good on the T side, but this one's going down to the wire completely. 2,900 loss bonus for the CTs should they lose it. 1,900 for the side of Heat should they lose it. No. Reset potential more so on the T side than the CT. But who gets onto 14 first?
Yeah, godlike sequence from Mr. in that previous round as well. Getting 3 kills from the pit area. He's been really good in holding on. Had a couple good moments on the T side of Dust as well, but look at Afro. That's the second round in a row where he's gotten the opening kill for his team. Took down Device, and number 26 is going to be Zip in 27. Another 5 versus 4. Joko might have to give it up, but they still have the 5v4 to work with. Problem is, this time around, you have Device on the big green as well when you haven't spotted him yet.
Oh, an apartments pop here. Mister, he does have util, but he's completely alone in Device. Surely he's not going to get back in the nick of time. The molly goes down. Device is going to help him out, but Jax drops Mister, and the smoke goes down as well. Device, he takes a big risk if he goes through this, and he has to back away. Can't afford to throw away that AWP. Needs it for the next round. Heat will get on to 14. Astralis need to keep the guns up and need to keep the money up. Heat battle back once again. We continue to go back and forth. It is round for round. It really, really is. Topsy-turvy game of Counter-Strike, but Heat for the moment, they are coming out on top. 2 more rounds is all they need to really spoil the Device comeback.
Yeah, couldn't get any closer than this, could it? Centimeters away from the finishing line. The Frenchman. A lot of people actually written them off before the start of this game even. As you see that they're in the Astralis bracket, you're thinking, okay, surely they're going to be able to put up a fight, but they will probably get eliminated. No. They've been able to play a really good game so far. Coming back from being down 8-14 on their map pick. And now playing toe-to-toe on Inferno on the map pick of Astralis. Of course, ladies and gents, don't forget to head over to Hellcase. Click the banner below the stream, code CCT. Get your bonus. But moving forward, round number 28, the most important round so far for Astralis. Money, not an option. I mean, you lose this round, you're going to be scrapped for cash. Glaive has some in the savings account, but that's going to be about it. They need to make it work. Look at that from Afro. He's went full Zywu mode. Speak about French Opers. Zywu's not the only one who can make it work. That's 3 in a row.
That's absolutely ridiculous. Inspired form, and he is the man that keeps stepping up for Heat. Every time they need something to happen, it seems like it is Afro to do it. Now, HE, not going to cost Afro his life. He did get out of harm's way there, just about. Astralis, now a little bit concerned about how this round might play out. Once again, they've given away the advantage.
Yeah, they've had to play the 3 most important rounds so far on Inferno in the 4 versus 5 scenarios because of Afro, because of the T-side entering. Screw James policy there, says Afro. Running guns blazing with an AWP into enemy lines, but look at that for Mister. He's in for a really cheeky play. He could drop the bomb, but it's going to be the B-split. He's not going to drop anything, but he's going to give a lot of precious information to his teammates, and Device is going to get posted on the angle with the AWP.
Flame F finds that first kill onto Joko, and now Device on to Jax. Flame F completely blind because of the flash to Mac 10, needs to find the kill and does onto Body. But Bomb might think about
no way
here. No, Body's won that fight. Device is here now alone, and he needs to stand very, very tall indeed. Show Astralis what they were really missing. Not a lot of time, and there is a fast flank as well. Smoke goes down. Device on the other side of it. Afro, he's going to try and get this bomb down. Now, Exorcist holding, but not for Banana. Overlooks it completely, and it's down to just Afro once again. An impressive entry to start things off. Needs an impressive 1 versus 2. The site gets very, very small indeed, and he's waiting for somebody to peek him, but eventually Device just sees him. Just sees him out in the open, takes him down, and Astralis somehow have managed to save it.
Oh, what a massive round from Device, but that was all one mister with the information play towards the apartments. Even though he gets only 1 kill in the end, that mid-round aggression from him saves the day. Afro, what more can you do about it, buddy? You've been playing outstandingly well, and Body with a godlike double kill there towards the middle part of the round makes it doable, but the Frenchmen fall. It's 14-14. We're gonna go all the way. Why not another overtime at this point? Both teams just refusing to go down, refusing to give it up. Oh, and look at Afro. Device, though, this time around is going to be able to find the opening kill on the AWP, and Mister is going to double up and double down. Joko with the refrag, but look at Afro again. He's already towards long with the AWP.
Device not ready for it whatsoever. Steps being heard on the rotation. Afro Shadow spotted out. And Afro looking to try and find the kill. Missed shot cost him his life this time. As now Body tries to lock off the rotates, but it's not going to happen. Joko scrambles to get a bomb plant down to make sure that his team have at least a little bit of a money injection going into the final round. He's going to look for a little bit more. Gets into the apartments. And what a 1v3 this would be. Creeps his way around. Zipnik's not going to be ready. The element of surprise could work out in Joko's favour. He spotted him. Sees Zip. Now goes looking for the head. Zip looks back. Molly onto the bomb. And this will make things difficult. Smoke down, but nobody's on it. Flash goes high. Flash dropped low. And Joko tries to go for the spam. Looking through the smoke. They're off it though. Joko might just do enough. Needs to take Device off it. It's Glaive just to stick it. And there is enough time.
Oh my goodness gracious, what a retake coming in from Astralis. Joko, he would have been the hero of the day for sure. Finds the first kill, but there was too many smokes, too many Molotovs. He didn't realize what was going on. There was no way for him to know that there was nobody on the bomb. Runs out of ammo as well in the end. 15-14 and the tactical timeout coming in for Astralis. Look at the money on Heet. It's absolutely devastating. Joko, he can drop over at AK. Jax can buy himself one, but you got to feel like there's not going to be the AWP for Afro. There's not going to be AKs all over the board. It's going to be a scrappy buy coming in for Heet. Astralis know that they need to close it out here and now. They couldn't convert a 14-8 lead on Dust 2, but now they get another chance. They can force an Ancient here. That's going to be the easiest chance that they're going to get. And look at the risk from Heet. They're going to drop over the AWP. They're going to sacrifice 2 players being on the Egos to have Afro on the big green. He's been spectacular on the T side, but this could be something that might catch Astralis off guard. They could be thinking that he don't have enough money for the ult.
Yeah, I mean, get Afro on the AWP. Just get him on it. He's been absolutely incredible on the entries with it. Will this buy hold up? I'm hoping my voice holds up at this stage, to be honest. I can feel it beginning to go, but right now Heet are going to do anything but go. They're going to wait it out. Like it's going to be a late retake towards Banana. Flash just deters Zipnik's now. Nothing going to be given away in this round for free. You can bet your bottom dollar on that one. Not an inch from either side. Not want to be the first player to go down in a round like this. But Heet have completely grouped up as the execute is going to go over. They're going to smoke the molly. They're just going to send it right on through. Joko runs all the way through CT and Body's with him. They're going to go wrapping around the site. They're looking for these players. Smoke's literate, so it's going to be difficult to see anything at all. Zipnik's with a double, looking for a whole lot more. He is going to be taken down. Blame F yet to be discovered, and he might just come away with 1 or 2 before he is going to be taken down. And it's down to just Body to try and stay on Inferno, but it's going to be very difficult to do so through the smoke just as it blossoms. Device will go down. 20 seconds, bombs tapped, and Body now given a lot of time for Glaive to get into position. And Body has been spotted. Reposition comes in, but Glaive tags him down even lower, just toying with him, toying with the idea, but a big headshot. And Body now in the 1v1 versus Mister. He's got to win out. OT we go. The ace from Body. That is absolutely ridiculous. Heat, stay alive. We go to our second OT of this game. And maybe, just maybe, the 2-0's on the cards.
No bloody way in hell did he just clutch that one up. What does Zip has to do? He picks up the double. Body is in a 1 versus 4. He aced them. They were just giving him 1 versus 1s all over the place, and Body got every single one of them. What a moment for the IGL to step it up. What a moment for your big star. Well, he's not your big star. He's your IGL. But in this final round, he was your big star. Body, that is phenomenal. Giving us a bit of a blast from the past here, from the good old G2 days. What do you think if you're Astralis right now? What do you do? Obviously, they have all the experience in the world. They've been in those scenarios, but this is tough. That was a 4 versus 1. Both Zip and Blame picking up double kills to the back of that B-bomb side. They just needed one more. Device, Glaive, and Mister needed 1 kill, but they couldn't achieve it. It just wasn't given to them. 50-15, we go again. Oh, we reloaded.
This is an absolute ridiculous game. This is a game worthy of a final. Never mind a quarterfinal. Absolute incredible stuff. And once again from Afro, it's absolutely ridiculous. Another entry, lightning quick, adjusts onto the boosted player. Device will play no further part. Now, Glaive recovers the AWP. He is going to try and put it to good use. Be careful. Close by. Boiler, Exorcies might be ready. You can see Heet. The reason for the minute. Yet to really commit to an idea, but it looks like it is going to be towards brackets that they will make their way. Plenty of utility to clear out these angles. No stone left unturned. The Glaive with the collateral. It's absolutely massive. Advantage Astralis and Heet. They're stopped in their tracks.
Oh, and it's not the Oper either. It's Glaive on an AWP. We've seen glimpses of his opening prowess in different periods of his career, but what a moment to step it up. There's the double kill. Still though, Heet, not to be written out of the round. Afro's still alive. He's still kicking. The 2-2 setup kicked in from Astralis. There's 25 seconds. They need to get a move on, and they've decided to go B. The only problem with this, they can't really be silent about it. They need to go for the run. They don't have time.
Blame F took towards 3 could cause all the problems, all the issues, and he is going to peek out. He drops the bomb, tries to tuck himself away. On the back of the site, Zipnik's looking for the double, only comes away with 1. Surely not. There's just enough time to get the numbers into the bomb, but oh, Exercise, is he going to be able to get away to safety? Yes, he is. He's looking for a headshot onto Mister here. AWP in the hands as well, but the double peak is more than enough to make sure that Astralis do not throw another retake away on that B bomb site. It's 16-15. It's advantage to the Danes, but he have looked so good on this T site. It's so difficult to rule them out.
What a shot that is from Afro. That's 4 rounds now on the T side. He's been able to get an opening kill with the AWP in a full buy versus full buy round, that is as well. 4 times. Considering nowadays meta, by the way, this is mad. That's absolutely crazy. Opers are not that aggressive anymore. And, you know, even if you can make a point about, you know, him just holding the angle and holding the line and having an insanely godlike flick in this round, the previous 3 times, he was guns blazing, just running at them. Full W with the AWP, finding the opening kills. He's been spectacular.
Another entry might be a little bit too much to ask for. Afro has already done it time and time again. Surely they can rely on somebody else maybe to pry open this B site. Body's going to try and do it. pop does come in. Joko is going to be the man to find that kill. Exorcise with the next. It's a 5 versus 3. Astralis now with only one player towards this B site. That's going to be Blame F. And Exorcise is in a really good position to stop these rotates. But Mr. deals with him. And now Astralis can make their way on over. Plenty of utility to go for this one. And Jack's on low HP. There isn't going to be a lot of places that the teams can hide. Afro misses the shot, very uncharacteristically of him. Mr. makes his way forward, but Jax with a big headshot, and it's down to Device and Blame F. The two top fraggers on +2 are going to have to try and get it done, but Jax is pirouetting round this B bomb site and being an absolute nightmare. It's 16 for Heet. Device will save the AWP. He'll get a headshot for good luck with the Deagle, but it's the round for Heet nevertheless.
Yeah, great stuff from the T's. Once again, just making their way onto the B bomb side. Phenomenal kill from Exorcise towards long. Just cuts off the rotations. His solo endeavors have been more than successful towards the A bomb side every single time. Mr. did his absolute best to help out Astralis back into the round, but then it was Jax to step it up. And at this point, going into a second overtime in the series, first obviously here on Inferno, after such a long game, even though it's only map 2, it's been such a long time. Everybody's just in the zone. Everyone can deliver. Look at Heet. Look at the kill distribution. Joko's bottom fragging on 16. He's been massive. And look at Body. He's picked up another opening. Zip out of the equation this time around. Heet looking for 2 on the T side.
Well, Glaive in a little bit of trouble here. Needs to get back onto the site. He's half HP. Mr. has missed the timing onto Exorcise here. Knows that he is a awful player to leave unaccounted for on those lurks. The swing comes in. Body finds that kill onto Glaive. Blame F with the refrag and Device with the next. It's a 3 versus 3. Oh, but do they realise Mr. Afro's heard him. He's found the kill. Jax just needs to stay here and pool and just keep them occupied. But Device finds that kill, swaps over to the AK. It's a 2 versus 2, but Heet have this advantage.
Yeah. Bomb down, and look at Afro. He can get posted on the angle. He can just hold the line. Surely he's going to get at least the first one. No way they're going to be ready for the AWP, and he's got the Molotov. He knows that the second one is there as well. Doesn't have the confirmation yet. Blame F. What a clutch that would be. 28 and 26 for the big man so far. Now he's been heard. Now they've heard him. Afro shot baited out. Blame does manage to get the kill. Bomb not quite planted for Exorcist. Now it's going to get tapped down. It's going to bait him in, and Blame F is going to clutch it up. A 1 versus 2 for all the marbles, and it's Astralis on 17.
The flash cost him there. The flash cost him. If he doesn't throw that flash, Blame F has absolutely no idea where he is. Absolutely no idea.
Yeah, nerves.
That's what it comes down to. Just the little small, minute details that end up costing Heet the round there. They worked so hard to get it into that situation. Missed shot, lovely bait out shot from Blame F as he goes for the jump, but Blame F sees the flash coming, knows exactly where that is, knows that if he taps the bomb, that player has to come sprinting at him. Astralis have this advantage. They swap over onto the T side. If they can get onto a map point in this next round. Or is it going to be Heet to draw level once again?
Literally shaking at this point. Just shaking. Just imagine what's it for those players in the server. It's been such a long game, such a back and forth game as well. Exorcist thinking about going for an aggressive play towards the apartments. Not gonna overstay his welcome. Or overstep rather. Glaive. Gonna show his presence towards middle. Has the support of Zip towards the apartments. Have the support of Zip towards the apartments. Exorcist is gonna take him down, but Afro is gonna fall elsewhere.
Oh, Device stinked up. Still manages to find the kill, but Joker with the refrag tries to stop Blame F, and it's a big HE, but he walks right into Blame F's crosshair. Glaive with the next. And now it's Exorcise in a 1 versus 3. Puts himself in a 1v2. Other clutch of massive proportions. Surely not. Surely not. Blame F towards Banana. Mr. is there as well. Exorcise, is he going to spot him out? No, Mr. who has been absolutely incredible, by the way, so far in this game. The young gun has really stepped it up when he is needed to. That's 18 for Astralis. They're going to have 2 chances, 2 bites of the cherry here to close out Inferno and force an Ancient. I do not want to write Heet off. I really do not want to write this French team off, because it really has been do or die in a lot of these situations. A lot of the time, it has been do.
Afro thinking about going for a quick peek towards second middle. It's actually going to be the apartments with the AWP up close. Astralis make a lot of noise going out of middle. Afro surely going to hear all of that. Astralis, they're looking to switch up the pace here.
Well, they might be caught off by this. The HE goes down. Jackson needs to get his gun up because Glaive is very close by, but doesn't get it up in the nick of time. Glaive takes him down. Afro now from the apartment spots the first and the second. That's absolutely massive. Is he looking for the third? And yes, he will find it. It's down to just Blame F. It's a 1 versus 2. And Body holds for Blame F to walk into him, and that's exactly what will happen. But once again, it is Afro. He is the man, the showstopper for Heet. And the show is not over just yet. Not on Inferno.
He just refuses to give it up at this point. Afro, after that phenomenal performance on Dust 2, ended on 34-19. And he's hunting for 30 here on Inferno as well. Look at that play towards the apartments. We're one of the most uncomfortable positions to find yourself in with an AWP, but he still makes it work. The triple kill. His entire team did so much to try and take the attention away, set him up for that play, and he did it. He kept them on Inferno, 17-18 Heet, fighting to force another overtime, fighting to go again. And look at Afro, he's an absolute maniac. He's towards apartments once again. He's just feeling it. Confidence blooming for Afro, but he's not going to overstep. Not for now. He hopes that Zip is going to walk into him, and that's what he's going to get. There's the kill.
So quick. So quick. Once again, finds the opening kill for his side. Glaive lines up the Molotov. He's going to be flashed in, takes brackets control. Is completely and utterly alone here. Does not want to go down for nothing. Not in a 4v5, not in an 18-17 round.
Body still has a Molotov and a flash to work with.
Massive kill through the smoke. Devices down. Joko on the boost. Unaccounted for just yet. There's the bomb drop. And this might just mean we're going to go to a double OT. Body on the other side of this smoke. He's thinking about swinging on through. Maybe. They will give up the bomb plan, but they will just play this one together. Exercise takes down Blame F. Glaive follows. And now we go again. 18-18. We'll run it back one more time. He'd survive.
Just reload that once again. They get 2 in a row. What a phenomenal display. They refuse to go down. They know that Astralis is far from perfect. Yes, it is Astralis with Blame F and Device fragging out of their minds, but it is a wounded Astralis. It is not a perfect Astralis, and it is a nearly perfect Heet. Everybody stepping up at this point. Exorcist is on 30 bomb. This is the last man in the lineup you expected 30 bomb from against Astralis in a game like that, but he's been able to deliver time and time again. Impact from every single one of them. Afro being an absolute nightmare to deal with in the first 20 seconds of every round here on Inferno. No matter if we're speaking T or CT side. And we go again. Heet on the defense once again. As Astralis would try and put themselves in a bit of a better spot here. Hooking something up towards the apartments. HE is going to tag down one, but Device gets the kill onto Joko elsewhere.
Afro going to be forced into an angle, forced into a fight with Device, and through the wood is going to be able to find that kill. Heet, they need to batten down the hatches though towards this A site because Astralis are coming, and they're coming quick. Jax needs to extinguish that Molotov, peeks out now, dinks up Sickness, but it's not going to be enough.
They're not going to clear him out.
He's overlooked
no
completely.
way.
And he finds the second kill as well. He will come away with 2, and that leaves a low HP player in the round as well. That could be absolutely massive. Won't take as many bullets to take down Zipnix. Now Afro and Body, they just need to work together. Look where Afro's going. Making his way through the apartments. Is he going to spot out the player in pit? Yes, he is. Body making no secrets about this whatsoever. He jump shot him to take him down. It's a 1v1. Bomb not planted for Blame F, not whatsoever. Afro's going to tap it. Blame F calls his bluff. And Afro, he sticks it this time. Blame F, he's going to swing on through.
He needs to go.
He gets it. Blame F, there isn't enough time. And he even hits the shot as well. Afro is in inspired form. And nobody's going to stop him.
That's absolutely insane. This is the French over that you need. This is the French team that you need. What a step up from Afro once again. He's absolutely unstoppable. But look at that. That's a massive mistake from Astralis. This one is going to hunt him. If they clear out Exorcist, he maybe gets one at best. But they don't. They forget about him. The bait was great. He finds the double kill, sets up his team for success. Body on the jump shot. Everything is just aligned for Heet to take this one home. To take the W, but look at Exorcist. He's going to go for another wild play. Spam through the smoke glaive. Has no way. The Exorcist has been able to sneak through it. He's going to take down Zip.
Can't believe what I'm watching. And Jax goes again.
What?
Look at Jax.
That's crazy.
They're just so aggressive across all parts of the map. Smoke goes down. Astralis aren't going to move because of it. Jax, they're just waiting for him to play. If he gets into a position to have any impact at all, this is Heat's round.
Oh, he will.
The steps.
Yep,
Mister's going to come back to him. There's the bomb.
He's got a smoke as well. He can contain him. There's 1 minute. They need to find a way to get Jax out of their own spawn and recover the bomb. And Glaive, he's going to be able to do that. Device finds a kill elsewhere as well. But it's still a really difficult round. Exorcist, again, has found himself into a really good position. And you go over towards B. You're walking into Afro.
Oh, he still manages to find a kill through the wall. Joko now drops Device. And it's down to just one. It's down to just Blame F one more time. 40 seconds. He has a little bit of time to work with. But it's a 1v1 wherever he wants to go. Where does he want to go? Surely not back towards A. He'll have to clear out too many angles. Surely B is the only option. Joko is holding firm. Now he is low HP, 39, but it's all about who sees who first. And Blame F is going to be spotted. Blame F is going to be dropped. And they get on to 20 rounds. They're looking for that perfect CT side. And dare I say it, if they get it, I think that's going to seal it.
It could. And it's another crazy play from Exorcist. The amount of times he's found the space in the attacking line of Astralis, the amount of times he's found the gaps. Exorcist and Afro are just playing out of this world right now. This man has stepped up his play so freaking much. He was 15 and 24 on Dust 2. He was the bottom of the barrel. The 22 years old Pierre steps it up massively. And Astralis, they need at least one, but Joko says no.
They're so good at finding these entries. If it's Afro, if it's Joko, whoever it is, they've just been prying open this Astralis side, and they continue to go. It's 3 kills to the good, and now Blame F and Zipnix. What can they do to try and rescue this round?
Blame's on 35 kills as well. He's hunting for the 40. Same as Device on map number 1, but again, it might not be enough. You're locked out of the round. And again, it was Exorcist and Jax being so proactive towards apartments. We had a couple of those plays from Mister the first half. He was really impactful. That was a long time ago. But now it's just the Frenchmen. They're just controlling it. The HE gonna soften them up. And if that wasn't enough, they still have a smoke. They still have a Molotov. Surely there's no way back into this round.
Surely not. He surely won't give them anything. And Joko, he just needs a glimpse of the head. That's all he needs to find it. Massive headshot, and it's down to just Zipnix. Had some impressive clutches so far in this game. But this would really top them all. 25 seconds, walks into the site, surely to his death, and it's Jax through the smoke to seal 21 rounds, 3 in a row. And now they've got 3 map and series points versus Astralis.
What a crazy game. Who would have thought, from being down 8-14 on their map pick to being up here, 3 consecutive map, match, and semi-final points for Heet to face off against Havu tomorrow. They just need one. And that's the first time we've seen Astralis in that position. they've always been the team in the better spot so far in the series, but now they need to win 3 in a row only to force another overtime. Can they make it happen?
3-man towards B to start things off once again. It's been very, very heavily attacked with util. Majority of these CT rounds for Astralis, and once again, this one is going to be no different.
Yeah.
Oh, but it looks
just
like...
slow it down. It's going to be an A play. Another A play. No presence towards apartments, but Astralis, they're going to have a 4-man stack towards that alpha bomb side.
This could be everything. Absolutely everything. Device on short. Mister's here as well. Device finds the first exit. Will find a quick double, but Glaive's still on the site, and Blame F's there as well. The bomb's dropped, and it's Afro 101 versus 3. Hasn't worked out the way Heet wanted it to, but still, they have a chance. You always have a chance when this man is in the server. Afro, 55 seconds, is gonna go scouring this bomb site, perusing for a kill. He spots out Blame F, doesn't really see him though, and that costs him the majority of his health. Surely there's no chancing around now, and Glaive makes sure of it. Difficult times for Astralis. Their backs are very much against the wall. They're on the brink of elimination, but the weight gets a little bit lighter round by round.
Yeah, that was a big call from Astralis. They had the right idea. You gotta feel like if they didn't have that 4th person towards that A bomb side, it could have been Heet at least getting away with a bomb plan, but the 4th man does make the difference. Blame F picking up that 37 kill of his. A crazy performance. The thing that one's individual performance is able to go up to that extent. Exorcist on the other side on 36 though. He's been exercising those Astralis players so far. Zip drops Joko to open things up here. Astralis still not out of the game. Still not bottom of the barrel. They've been knocked down but not knocked out. They'll have some gas left in the tank. Afro once again looking to be the hero with the AWP and open things up. They spotted the AK towards the back line. Haven't seen Afro's Zope yet, but he's going to get smoked off for the time being.
Same happens to Device, and he have to give up that aggressive position towards brackets and gives up control completely. Oh, the peek in. Afro couldn't connect. Nobody on Astralis has taken damage just yet. That could be a massive issue considering how low some of the Heat players are. They'll go back towards B. Still Astralis on the aggression. They're not playing for that information towards brackets. They don't know if it's clear or not. The smoke has been up. 3 versus 2 on this B site. Device is a little bit, or excuse me, Blame F is a little bit too far away, really, to rotate on in. Zipnik's on first orange is trying to dodge the flashes as they make their way in, but the flash never comes. Oh! Gets the double through the smoke though. Blame F finds 2 and drops the bomb as well. Dax now on the lurk. He's heard Device as well. Knows he goes by, but Device swaps to the 5-7, gets the job done, and the stage is set. One more time. Afro, surely not. 46 HP. Poked in, pulls the trigger, connects on the first, and Afro looking to take down Device. He does. The Device comeback cut short. He eliminated Astralis.
No freaking way, Afro. What a performance. You're going to remember that one until your last day, buddy. That was absolutely outstanding. What a godlike clutch to close out a godlike series for Heet. Who would have thought? Again, that Dust 2 started in an 8-14 deficit for the Frenchman, Jack. An 8-14, but they managed to bring it back in overtime. And here on Inferno, they do it again. They were in the position of the team that could close it out earlier. They couldn't. But again, Astralis, they just couldn't convert. Something doesn't click in. There were a lot of mistakes in a lot of crucial moments, but in the end of the day, it was people like Exorcist, people like Afro that were there to punish those mistakes. Joko as well towards the latter stages. Everybody was stepping up from Heet.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the best open performances that we've seen from anybody in any CCT or in any event so far this year. That was absolutely ridiculous.
That's just Afro online, baby.
He was absolutely incredible there, and not the sole reason that he won that, but definitely one of them. Man, oh man, massive clutches time and time again. And yeah, I wonder what it is for Astralis, because you know it didn't really click there. You know, you have to ask the question, and it does beg the question. You know, with Device dropping 37 on the first map and 29 from Blame F on Dust 2, and you're still not able to convert and win those games, because let's not forget it was like a 14-8 scoreline. So you know, I wonder what the issue really is there. Maybe they just need a little bit more time, but the comeback story is really, really short written and short lived.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, unfortunately, Jack, this is going to be from myself and yourself for today, but this was only our second quarterfinal. We still have 2 more BO3s to come over, guys, and we're going to take a quick look at the table, I believe, any moment now. Obviously, we did have Havu picking up their victory earlier on, and they will be facing off against Heet in tomorrow's first semi-final. But we still have gamerlegion taking on Dynamo Eclot in the next game, and Ence versus Endpoint in the final game of the day. So stay tuned, as we're going to be heading into a short little break, and we're going to be right back with Dynamo Eclot taking on gamerlegion.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Welcome back in, everyone. We've got 2 more best of 3s here ahead of us to see who goes through to the semi-finals. I'm Retro, joined by Hayes. As per usual, fella, seems to be we've been stuck together for all the games here. I'm not complaining. We've got 2 more banger matchups today. Straight into it. Let's talk gamerlegion and Dynamo Eclot.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm enjoying our time alongside one another, so I'm happy to be in your company here once again, man. As you say, great game to open up for the 2 of us. Been a day of Counter-Strike already, been some fantastic action. Obviously, just saw Heet eliminate Astralis, as we do see our title partners, 1xBet. You know what, Retro? Casters, for once, actually start the game as soon as we come on the screen.
Yeah.
Cut the riffraff, cut the conversation. Let's just get into Ancient.
Oh, it was an AFK man and spawn. Do believe it was Mr. Eclot that was kind of just chilling. It's all right.
That's the fastest pre-game I've ever been a part of.
Yeah, at 1xBet, I was going to say we don't really get to even talk about the veto or anything like that. gamerlegion, your favourites. Dynamo Eclot starting on the T side here. It's their... well, hold on. Really? It's gamerlegion's pick and they were given CT side second. Does that mean Dynamo Eclot, like, genuinely opted to start T side here? If so, I want to have a chat about that because I'm a big fan of it, in all honesty.
As far as I can tell, this is Eclot's pick, so I think gamerlegion had the choice of sides.
There you go. Makes sense. Makes more sense than what I was trying to pluck together.
We'll have a retake coming through here, though, from gamerlegion. Leading the charge right now is Ema with the Julies. Couple of kills from the USPs. There's a kit in play on Kios, and they're getting full kills right now. A flurry of frags. Now they just need to punch in the digits. I mean, that's as easy as it gets on the retake.
Not bad at all. I mean, 5v5 post plant and gamerlegion get all 5 for a single frag. Really nicely done. Dynamo Eclot, though, with a bomb plant, obviously could throw a spanner in the works here because they can go for the Galil armor, go for, you know, maybe a Mac 10 armor, smoke double flashbang. You start to see already that happening. The Dynamo Eclot themselves, they want to get back into the bigger picture. It's Kafida that goes for the AK. 2 Galil, 2 Mac 10s. Are you a Kafida or are you just feeder or... You know, where do you stand on the name?
I go with Kafida. That's what I've been calling him. I mean, I've actually cast a lot of their games, and nobody's ever had anything to say about that, so I'm pretty comfortable with that one. What about IM? Because I've heard both Im and IM, so there's another variation.
I was under the impression it's Imma.
Emma. Okay, all right. That's also a third one we could consider. Has been a cleanup in the round here from gamerlegion. I mean, they've looked to take up some forward positions here in the early stages of the round, and they've just been able to get 3 kills pretty much off the bat. Great start.
Really impressive stuff. 4v2 scenario. Don't really look for a way back in, do you, here, if you're Dynamo Eclot? All about the damage in this round. Popping a new magazine into the M4 here for Eclot, for Kafida and Capson. I think it's just about damage limitation. What can they do? Trying to rustle the leaves here of the CT side. The answer's nothing. It's a really nice job from Shuey to close the show, and there we have it. 2-0. gamerlegion dismissed the force by response pretty damn easily.
Yeah, going to be an anti-eco here, so we can just discuss this matchup a little bit more. Of course, Dynamo Eclot came through from the group stage of the CCT North Europe series. And bro, these guys have been playing so much Counter-Strike lately. I mean, they've played a huge amount of CS in the past 3 months. In fact, I can tell you exactly how many maps they've played. 124 maps in the past 3 months. That's how many games they've played, a huge amount of CS. So they've actually... I'd say they're in a pretty good place right now. Just through sheer nature of grinding their hours, right?
Yeah. I think, you know, if we want to talk about the history of teams that have grinded, right? I want to throw this one out there to you. Obviously, it's an eco round, so we're not expecting too much out of this Eclot side. I just want to follow the history of teams that have grinded, right? I think back to Gambit back in the day. Obviously, they were called Gambit Youngsters when that was like their peak, right, of when they were grinding. Obviously, on top of that as well, I want to talk maybe a little bit more about Skade. They're a team that grinded
the name
an
that
awful
I've
lot.
got, Entropic was one you could throw in there as well.
I was even
see how
going
they
to say
rose to get to the major.
Sinners as well.
Yes,
they were on a massive grind at one point. All of these teams that love to put in the big shift and put in the massive hours, you know, we've seen the correlation has been, it's been paying off. And for Dynamo Eclot, this is probably the best we've ever seen them and the best they've ever looked. It's a nice couple of kills from them here in this round. But again, you know, to paint that bigger picture, they know just commit to as much as you can before the end of the year. Just gives you a good opportunity, take a good break, come back, and you haven't really missed out on all too much, especially now that Anubis is going to be floated in 2023.
PR's in a great position here, not going to get checked by Capson. Wants the multi-kill, but just going to settle for the one eventually. And now this is almost impossible for Dynamo Eclot. They just don't have any room to even go for the bomb plant. Easy cleanup in the end. Got a little bit sticky there for a second. Quick couple of kills came through from Dynamo Eclot. That was their full eco, so to get 2 frags is still pretty good. But yeah, they're in a great place. I agree with you. I feel like this is the best we've ever seen out of this Dynamo Eclot roster.
Yes.
You think about the fact they've been together for a really decent amount of time as well. I mean, the player who joined most recently was Dietor, and that was 9 months ago, so that's not recent at all. So they've had a long time to really build their identity and get themselves very comfortable in their respective roles as well. And it feels like that's all coming to fruition now, right? They don't have to do a huge amount of work in the practice server, so they can just grind out officials at the moment.
Kios opening things up nicely here for the rifles of gamerlegion. K possession results in a 2-man advantage. Kafida and Detour both don't see a single frag between them in the round here. Oh my god, Kios knew about that one. Went for the spam. 1 extra bullet in the correct direction, and would have been a difference maker to maybe seal the fate. Dynamo Eclot now working from a 3v5, a 2-man deficit. Not ideal here. gamerlegion, you know, off to a good start on the CT side. Sometimes it just spirals out of control. A pistol round, I feel like, is the round that this T side has the most chance of winning, you know? I feel like I always see a B rush and a T-sided pistol. Just one of my lazy observations, I guess, I've made over the year of 2022 and ancient.
I feel like the B rush and T-side pistols become a very popular option just in general, actually. So, yeah, maybe...
I think it makes sense, because if you go towards A, you kind of like, you know, if where exactly Isaac's playing now, you know, it's the block off completely. He just plays the headshot angle, Glocks against USPs. The USP is always going to win. Temple's just a hard one-to-one tangle. You know, a flank from Donut is just another long-range engagement. It's difficult. Speaking of engagements, Imma, the big man in this case. He gets a triple kill. All too easy for the lineup here. And ultimately, that's gamerlegion up to 4. No bomb plant sees Dynamo Eclot back through to pistols.
Notice how proactive gamerlegion are actually being here so far on their CT side, right? Getting aggressive through cave, getting aggressive in towards middle, taking a lot of early fights to Dynamo Eclot, essentially just strangling them out from the start of the round here. And this is one of the reasons I actually love watching Ancients, and I think it's a really good spectator map, is just because of how many moves you can make as the CT side. But now it's Dynamo Eclot looking to make some moves in response, grouped up in A main now with 4 players. Bit of presence over towards B, but that breach will come through soon enough.
Flash towards site. Emma wants to take face first, wants to be the man to at least give up some of this hold, but play for his life as well. There you have it. It's a great hold from gamerlegion. A single Molotov, you know, forces the decision. If you go through or you sit back, Kios expecting the Valencio flank, and all of a sudden it's captain against 5, and the pistols are for null here, and it's 5-0 gamerlegion. What a defying start.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, keeping a lot of players alive in these rounds that they're winning as well as means that their economy is in such a good position. I mean, if you look at Dynamo Eclot, they have only been able to get 5 kills in these first 5 rounds, so that doesn't look great, right? Especially considering it's their map pick. I mean, it's still super early days, and listen, I'll say it, I'm expecting a lot out of Dynamo Eclot here in this series. I think that they're in such a good place right now. They've got so much momentum behind them as well that they are potential winners for the series. I mean, maybe not as confident as I was in the pre-game there, Retro, but I do think Dynamo Eclot have what it takes to win this series against gamerlegion. I wouldn't say it's like a clear-cut situation where gamerlegion will always win this.
I'm in the complete opposite boat, in all honesty, fella.
I like that. Good. Honesty is good.
I would be very surprised if gamerlegion don't win this 2-0.
Okay.
I'll speak my facts.
Yeah, I wouldn't. So that's actually cool. I like that. A bit of contrast between the two of us.
The divide. You know, we're always prone to an upset. I think in the last 6 months we've had plenty of them.
True. Oh,
You know,
that's a problem though. Captain can't miss those shots, holding the angle, just the rifle stepping into him. More aggression where that came from as well.
I mean, Shui doesn't even want to play face here. Jiggling in, Kafida will hit the shot. Emma gets dropped eventually, so a 4v4, and, you know, your numbers aren't too terrible in this position. Problem is, you still got the best part of a minute to go, and control hasn't really been established as you start to wander up towards cave. As you can see, heads are being torn off here. It's Kios now that finds himself involved. Acor will find the follow-up onto Valencio. An Acor conversation would go something like, damn, I'm happy to see him fragging out, because I feel like, you know, his time in previous teams a little bit neglected. I think back to the Mad Lions days, you know, when he was playing there, he had some unbelievable stints with them, and then obviously moved to Maus most recently. I think that was the most recent roster, right? Mr. Acor?
Yeah, it was. You're right.
Yeah,
it was
so
actually Miles before gamerlegion. Yeah.
And I think people were very quick to forget how good Acor was as an individual. And ever since joining gamerlegion, I think everyone's gone, do you know what? Looks about right. You know, he's a serious animal on the server. He's been in the team for 108 days, and they've already made a major. You know, the best they did with Maus was win Flashpoint in Series 3.
The thing is he definitely did underperform in Maus. I mean, there's really no questioning or disputing that. What I will say is he's had a great upward turn here in gamerlegion. You think about his performances in the RMR as well, when gamerlegion beat G2, what a massive win that was, and how he just went crazy on Inferno against them. I remember watching that and just thinking, God, this is some of the best you've ever seen out of Acor, doing it on LAN against the best in the world, or some of, right? So I agree, there's definitely a resurgence coming through from Acor, and I'm all for it, man. I've been a massive fan. He's one of those guys that's a lot of fun to watch. He's got beautiful movement, and he's entertaining because he likes taking fights. He's not shy.
He's an individual with so much skill. Like, I feel like the ceiling is very, very high for this man. Oh, you got to be careful here, Mr. Acor. Valencio will find his teammate of Kios, Shui the IGL, wild transfers, but drops the bomb carrier. 2v3. I mean, finally, Dynamo Eclot will see it through to a post-plant scenario, but this isn't the ideal round to be doing it in, just because, of course, numbers game isn't in your favour. And this wasn't a full buy. You don't give it full beans in the financial department here. Just sort of an attempt to coast into the next round and do enough. Nicely done from Imma. Expected a cubby peek. Isaac's got the other. One more point I want to talk about for this gamerlegion side is Shui.
Absolutely.
You know, an IGL that is frag potential is, I feel like, one of the highest. I actually do believe he's one of the next big names, I feel like, in Counter-Strike. That may be a bit a rogue one to say. But
I'm right.
I want to give context to that as well, right? And this man, 20 years old, by the way, 20 years old.
Yeah, I think he has a huge amount of potential. You think about how he got into his role as well as the IGL. He was playing in Izako Boars before, and he was playing under Tao. Then he went into that Mao's NXT team, and he just picked up that IGL role, and he took like a duck to water. Won all those We Play Academy leagues, did super well like, in other competitions and events as well. They were even recognized as the superior Mao's team at one point, right? I think they even had a better rating than the main Mao's roster at one point. And yeah, so Shui was one of the players who was probably a bit unfortunate that he didn't get a crack in the main team. Obviously, they persisted with Dexter instead, and well, as we can see in the end, that was a good decision from them. But Shui definitely deserved a team after Mars NXT, and I think he's got a pretty good project going here, right? Because now he's, I wouldn't say completely established as an IGL, but definitely has an identity and is starting to figure out a platform for himself. And with the players in this team, yeah, he's got some good tools to work with.
Not to mention, he was the man that made this whole roster work, right? Him and Heet, the coach, playing in the UK flag. You know, got to get it in there one way or another. But yeah, it was Keita and Shui. I think they even in an interview it was like Shui had most of the pick, right? He had like most of the percentage when it comes to who to pick and sort of the influence he had on what players to pick up. And I mean, he's made a lot out of a little. It feels like, because obviously the history of this team, other than Acor, very, very strapped, right? I feel like you look at the other people, the other components of this team, you wouldn't put them in, you know, high-end tier 2 for all too long. You know, some of these names someone might not have even heard of beforehand. That's a good start though for Dynamo Eclot. We've been talking a lot about gamerlegion.
We have.
I want to talk about the heart of the Eclot side, because they certainly show some serious spirit on the server.
Yeah.
7-0 down, doesn't matter. They're in towards B. They want to get a bomb plant. They want to challenge gamerlegion. They know this game is far from over. In fact, only just begun.
Dynamo Eclot, one of those teams that are certainly greater than the sum of their parts type of thing. As a team, Isaac will find a kill here to set this retake in motion. They were a man down, leveling out the numbers. For the meantime, Kios has gone undetected, but checked on by Dietor. And just goes for the wide swing eventually after just toying with him. So there we go. Finally, we will see some domination from Dynamo Eclot. And it comes through at the hands of Dietor. A triple kill from him. And he's their key rifler. He's their star player. So good to see him coming to life here on the server.
Yeah, obviously for the Eclot side, their names maybe not as ingrained into tier 2 history. You know, if you want to look at the people that have been performing a lot on this roster, Detour, ever since joining, has had such a serious impact on this side. Statistically, the weakest link has been Kafida through his time here in Dynamo Eclot. But, you know, if that's to speak of anything, his rating is a 0.95 over the year and 5 months he's been in this roster. That is still, you know, the number might be in the red, but personally, you know, that's pretty in the green. You've been playing in this roster for nearly a year and a half now. The fact that you're able to put up such consistent numbers and, you know, be bottom of the pack in your team, but sort of when the 1.0 is average, that's really, really important to the Dynamo Eclot side. You know you can rely on every piece of the puzzle.
Absolutely. Looking a little bit touch and go right now here for Dynamo Eclot. The contest comes through here for Dietor, and Shui's going to be able to get the best of him. That's the frag right there that locks gamerlegion into the round. Ema goes unchecked. He knows that there's a boost because the player fell off, right? So now he's just waiting for the second player to come through. Eventually he has the peak that comes through from lane, so he's able to just swing out and get both the frags. He deserved both the kills as well, so kudos to his teammates for letting him have them. But yeah, the one thing I will say about Kafida, he doesn't play the best roles on Dynamo Eclot. Very often the enforcer on the CT side, and on the T side, often the player to either go in first or set his teammates up. So yeah, numbers not really what you're looking for out of him. That's more, I would say, probably Dietor, Valencio, and Capson. Capson's the one player I'd probably highlight and say has been slightly underwhelming lately. I mean, he's very, very capable, but I just don't think he's been at his best in the past few months, as we do see them come through looking to try and take the fight early in towards middle, but Ema just destroys them. 14-4 right now, the Romanian rifler.
Emma is having a serious game right now. Acor picking one up with a big green, putting Dynamo Eclot back down to 2. Kafida and Capson got to find a way between them to revoke a gamerlegion ninth. That's a decent start with the AWP here, and doesn't take much damage for it either. Not to mention Acor and him are both very heavily tagged up, so it's not the end of the world here for Dynamo Eclot. A couple more kills, and a lot more manageable. Minute on the clock, bomb in their pocket. Still everything to work with here in a round, but the numbers, the most glaring error right now is they're at a 2-man deficit.
Great timing on the peak there, but Isaac actually going to be good for damage. Ema and Acor not super healthy right now either, so maybe not all is said and done just yet. Kiar's going to go for a repeat. This is bold coming through from him right now. He's just kind of relying on the fact that, or hoping, they won't expect a second player to come through from there. Decides against continuing to push forward, and his patience will be rewarded. Just holding the off angle. Capson with the off goes for the swing, takes damage, but gets the kill, and actually will beat the rotating CTs to the bomb site, so can turn this into a winnable 1v2 post plant.
And both low remaining players got to face up against. Problem is he himself is quite tagged up, but he opts for an AWP in the clutch. Scopes in on ramp. Ime would have heard the scope. That's why they're now trying to block off as best as they can. Smoke in, taps it, doesn't stick. We're waiting. We are waiting. Ime now decides to hold. Going to make the noise. Acor finds it. Nearly lines them both up, by the way. Had he pulled the trigger, I think he'd have won that round. Unfortunately, though, it is 9-1. gamerlegion just going to take another round off of them here. But again, serious damage, 2v5, 3 kills and a bomb plant. That's a reasonable outcome considering the scenario.
I mean, it is, but they came... Yeah, I mean, you're right. They weren't really in a position to win that round, 2 versus 4 type of thing. 2v5, in fact. Yes. So the fact that they come as close as they did is actually remarkable. And I thought Capson had a great approach in the clutch. Got so far forward, right? It was just the last second there that Acor actually turns around to cover Cave. And in timely fashion, as he gets that kill, 9-1, gamerlegion have just romped to a dominant scoreline here. Not taking prisoners. Where to from here for Dynamo Eclot as well, because the problem is that it's not like anything has kind of worked for them. They've been consistently shut down towards middle, for the most part lane and ramp as well, with gamerlegion get aggressive. They tried that fast A play, that didn't work out as well, so they've attempted multiple different approaches in these rounds so far, and nothing has worked out, so difficult to have something to fall back on.
Have a look. What can Dynamo Eclot do differently? Surprised we haven't seen many timeouts come out so far, Hayes.
Yeah, true.
But, you know, T-side 9-1 down, is this, you know, for me personally, I'd say this is perfect time to just call for one. Have a chat about it, you know, what's going wrong? Why aren't we winning these rounds? How did we end up in a 2v5, you know, in the first 30 seconds? Flashbangs weren't effective towards middle. A factor to it as well was just kind of got owned. How do you prevent things like that happening? Well, they opt for a late B play here. 25 seconds left before they even start to push on in. Haven't even made their way out onto site yet. Kios has locked them all down. That's the round over. No questions asked. And, well, that definitely isn't a solution here to their issues.
Yeah, they look to just try and slow things down as much as they can. The problem for them is that gamerlegion had a really good idea of what was going on there, so they actually just rotated everybody across. So many different angles to contest. And gamerlegion actually supporting each other really nicely on the CT side so far. Feels like every time somebody takes a fight, immediately there's some support that comes through from a teammate from somewhere else on the site, on the map. So consistently, Dynamo Eclot are having to take fights with multiple people at the same time. And they haven't been able to keep their composure. So 10-1. This is a super dominant run here so far from the CT side. I mean, they were the big favorites coming into this. I thought that maybe the teamwork that Dynamo Eclot have would be a little bit more superior because of the time they've been together and the amount of games they've played lately. But gamerlegion, this is the best you could see out of them, right? And it's just fantastic to see them performing at this level. Everything looking so damn good right now.
Bash in, Shui wants the control. He'll be getting it. No worries at all. You want to have a little spam away. Ultimately, Dynamo Eclot locked out of any presence towards B, and that's just going to be all eyes towards A. Ima, position towards CT. Valencio will not be spotted, nor will Ima by the initial tag up. Now the scouts there Certainly will throw a spanner into the works, but do they expect Valencia up high? Isaac, oh, jumps right into it. Didn't expect a thing. Hit by a bullet train. It felt like they're out towards the donut position. A minute left on the clock. Imma, I mean, they know he was in on CT, so should expect some pressure towards Temple. For the rest of his team, he's going to be waiting for them to join forces to go for a retake. 2 mollies here for the post plant.
Diaz is still super far. He was certain that there was some sort of flank coming through, so Emus had to get a bit of a move on. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the luxury of completely waiting for his teammates. Now Shui working with Kios as they're going towards Donut. They get 1 kill. Are they going to be expecting Capson there as well? Just looks like it. Capson's played this position to perfection. Going to get 2 kills there on the lineup. Spray down for both the frags, and it's just Eclot left remaining. And his problem is 1 versus 2. There's no chance. Going to have to commit to saving the gun. Might get 1 more on the fadeaway and does. Just a consolation kill though. Dynamo Eclot, they double up. 2nd round on the board. And that was super well worked in towards the A bomb sites as well when you consider how little they actually had to work with coming into that round. Very limited utility and resources available. They just walk their way out, they take dry contact, and once they get that kill onto Isaac here, that's when they really get into gear.
Big round there from Capson to line them both up. I mean, fortunate in terms of having the lineup, but it's the mental idea there to play for, I'm going to go for the ring around the rosy. You know, I'm not going to swing off the back of my teammate. I'm just going to play for time and make sure I get 2 very easy frags. Him are going to run boost his teammate. It's Acor with the AWP already up towards Cave. Got to be careful, and a missed shot certainly won't improve those odds as Valencio drops him out towards the Hammond position. At the same time, Imma, that's a must hit. That's a must get frag. Instead, Dynamo Eclot walk away with 2 kills to Valencio's name and a 3v5 to work back from. Isaac does good jobs in earning the first frag back, but it goes both ways. Isaac, a second 2v3.
Kind of rescuing the round a little bit. Unfortunately for gamerlegion, they've rolled the dice and they've gone for a gamble, leaning in towards the B side of the map right now. Where does gamerlegion go is the question. Excuse me, Dynamo Eclot. They've got so much time on the clock, they don't have to make any commitments just yet. Seems like they're just using Kafida to get information right now, and that makes sense, right? You've got the extra man, so use him to get that info, scout out a little bit, figure out what you're going into. And, well, he's seeing that this bomb site's super vacant. There is nobody home. It's open for business. And, well, Dynamo Eclot, not going to ask any questions. Starting to see something from them here on this T side now.
Yes. Feels a little bit late, though, in the half to see it happen. You know, I feel like I wanted it 2, 3, 4 rounds earlier when we were, you know, in contention of getting a more even scoreline. Now 10-5 is the maximum Dynamo Eclot can get away with. It's manageable from 5 rounds on the T side. Problem is you're a little bit dependent on a pistol win and then a follow-up round on the rifles. You know, it just gets a little trickier, but it is not impossible. And Dynamo Eclot, as long as they keep fighting the way they are, I think 5 is very doable.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they'll eventually break the CT side economy, not in the coming round, though. One of the big highlights in that round was they were able to win out that scuffle in towards middle, right? And that's something we've seen them struggle with so far throughout the half as well. So finally, as they make that work in their favor, it converts into a round win. Win this here, 10-3 becomes 10-4, no money in the bank for gamerlegion. And then, as you mentioned, 10-5, a realistic prospect. As you see the 1x bet banner popping up, scroll down, click the banner below the Twitch channel. If you're feeling like you can make a prediction on this game, if you feel like you know what's going on and you want to put some money on it. I know they've got some bonuses being offered for CCT.
Code CCT, mate, as well, I do believe. Pop up a few times during the game, so if you miss it now, don't worry, it'll be there a few minutes later, or you can go and clip it, run it back. Get ahead of the curve, you know how it be. Round 14.
That's what Isaac tried.
Penultimate round, as you said, tries to get ahead of the curve. Unfortunately, Dynamo Eclot are the curve, and they'll be sending him to the death screen quite early on here in round number 14. gamerlegion been very proactive on the CT side, so you can't hate him for going for it, because, you know, it's how they've been winning so many rounds and getting so much success. This round, though, a little more important than the rest, because financially, gamerlegion are screwed if they lose this one here. So, Imma, an important trade, low HP, Kios, he'll get his response. Kafida has the final say in it, though, and already 2v4. It's looking quite ripe here for a Dynamo Eclot 4th.
45 seconds left on the clock. The bomb still towards the T-spawn tunnel. Someone's gonna have to go back and collect that. I mean, it's not completely done and dusted just yet. Eclot's been relatively quiet so far. Hasn't had to do a huge amount. He's 7 and 2.5, but he's gonna have a chance here as the bomb comes in his direction. Flash over the top. How does he approach this is the question. Doesn't even have an opportunity. Looked like it was a bit of blurry scope there. Captain peeks into him, and with that one shot there, he's got the job done. The round's over.
Bomb down. Shuey, the brains behind this team, will quite quickly realise not only am I on the other side of the map, not that it matters anyway, because I should be going for a save. Doesn't have the read that Detour would have been lurking around for mid for so long, though. So that's him taking the exit before the bomb explodes. 4th on the board for Dynamo Eclot. Ultimately should be 5 as well, because as you can see, money-wise, gamerlegion have next to nothing. Couple of SMGs, maybe even a Deagle on Shuey if he's not careful. Does get tight for them here. 3 MP9s is what gamerlegion have opted for to try and give them an 11th. And you feel like, you know, with better weaponry in the last, they probably don't have much of a chance in this one.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, these past few rounds have been a bit of a struggle ever since gamerlegion's aggressive players have been getting shut down. They haven't really had something to fall back on. So, it's a bit of a bleak prospect from them. Depth being tested here on the CT side. Thankfully for them, those aggressive plays took so long to be dealt with and countered by the T side. Isaac somehow going to double down. MP9, he gets 2 kills against the AKs and he stayed alive. Problem is, there's more where that came from, or at least a bit of a different area. They're coming through from Donut, 2 players charging their way forward. Ema trying to come through to support his teammate, but not going to be able to get there in time.
Ema emerges through the smoke, but second best to the AK of Detour. Here's Keels and Acor. 2 versus 3. The Dane wants to stick around and towards CT here and try and move as the smoke starts to fade. Keels emerging through it. Something to mention. Bomb still needs to be picked up here. 50 seconds. Keels is starting to clear out 8. Just maybe as Dynamo Eclot want to make the move. Instead, Keels just walks into the AWP of Capson, leaving the AWP of gamerlegion with it all to do here in the last round of the half. A smoke towards CT. You should know that there is actually some presence towards this A side. Unfortunately, makes the drop. Kafida lets Detour know. Head taken off his shoulders. And that is indeed a 5th on the board now for Dynamo Eclot.
Great end to the half. They're able to string 4 consecutive rounds together. It was looking really bleak at one point when they were down 10-1 and they were just getting dominated at that point as well, right? It's not even like the rounds were close. And what's so ironic is the last 4 rounds they win of the half are super dominant, like really clean rounds, able to just get those early frags, punish the aggression, shift into an execute, but still being really patient and composed in their rounds as well. That's the Dynamo Eclot I expected to see from the beginning of the map. Took them a little bit long, but they've arrived. We can see those 1x betting odds 1.33 to 3.31. So all about the 1s and the 3s. gamerlegion, comfortable favorites right now.
Isaac. Oh my word, Isaac! And Keels, in fact, will pinch away the second. But the fact that he swings in, there's 3 people there, and he and his teammate have enough to kill 2. Scary business. Bomb will go down. Dynamo Eclot now have to think about a post plant, one that doesn't contain a kit. It's 3 lots of Kevlar. Valencio spotted out, taking a lot of body shots right now, but delivers 2 very important frags. Shuey can find MBQ. Capson emerging from cave late on in the round here. Acor trying to dance around the pillar, and Shuey's able to bail him out of the first fight anyways. It's 11-5. gamerlegion win the pistol. It's looking good here for the Eclot map pick to be pinched away.
Yeah, I mean, winning that pistol is really big for gamerlegion, just because of the way that first half ended as well. Now they can just kind of try and build some momentum up, put a stop to what was happening.
Jacques, plus longtemps vous serez en cavale. Le plus compliqué, ce sera de vous en sortir.
Si vous me ramenez maintenant, beaucoup de gens vont mourir.
Quitting, it's not easy. So don't do it alone. With Nicorette in your willpower, you're twice as likely to quit smoking. Today's the day. Join the quitters. Nicorette, let's do something amazing.
Sur PokerStars, Breton aime rester connecté aux tables.
Let's get into it.
Alors, quelle que soit votre façon de jouer, vous trouverez votre compte.
We got him.
Place au jeu.
Is when you have to try retake, right? Because that's when its frailties become exposed, its shortcomings. And, well, right now, it is Valencia who's got the gun in towards Donut.
Cave pressure here from gamerlegion could be alleviated by a single deagle shot. Isaac, he knows about that one too well. Continues the transfer here, just expecting someone to swing off the back of his teammate's death. And oh, MBQ! 2 slick deagle shots, upgrades to an AK. Gamerlegion want to get out of dodge before it becomes too dangerous. Kios going to drop the rifleman. 3 versus 2, not to mention it was an AK on the floor, so he might go for an upgrade here. But it's 3 Galils in the post plant. Kios knows about Capson. MP9 actually bests him despite being on 22 points of health. Problem is, this round was never going to be a winner for Eclot, and considering it's a force bite, only improves the chances of gamerlegion taking their map pick away from them.
Exactly that. I mean, it's unfortunate for Valencio. It's probably 2 places on the map you would try use that auto shotty. The one is towards Donut and the other one is towards Cave. And gamerlegion actually sent numbers through Cave, right? So had he been there, maybe he would have had a chance to have a bit of an impact with the gun. In the end, though, it will be gamerlegion who win it out. 12-5, deal with the force bite. At least Capson's going to have that AK. Eva's been fantastic, hasn't he? 19 kills to his name. Shui with 14, Isaac 14 as well. Kios 15. Actually, I'm just reading through the names and the numbers. Those 4 players all have more kills than the top fragger on the side of Dynamo Eclot. So it just kind of speaks volumes as to how good the individuals have been on gamerlegion in the series so far.
12-5. 4 away from the ultimate goal of 16 here for gamerlegion. Asking a lot out of the Eclot side to even surface a decent scoreline now. Eco in this one, a full buy in the next. That is the big or go home kind of situation. The ultimate price could be paid. Starting T-Side Ancient, sometimes it's a winner. Most of the time, though, especially against a team as rehearsed and as secure as gamerlegion have been here. It's just impossible to penetrate either side. The 13th looking likely. Great Molotov forcing one out. Captain can't collect anything with the AK. And, well, minimal damage taken here for the gamerlegion squad. 13 should be secured.
Yeah, guaranteed, locked in. A bit unfortunate there, the saved AK not able to do anything on the angle. Thought for a brief moment that maybe, just maybe, there would be a bit of a lineup, but in the end it's 13-5. gamerlegion continue on their merry way. Good to see that what happened towards the end of the first half hasn't really disrupted them mentally, right? They didn't start to get frustrated and start to make silly plays. They've kept their composure. They knew they had a great halftime score regardless, and they started off in a great vein here on this T side. Could put the final nail in the coffin, actually, if they win this round here. I wonder what the option's going to be. What does Shui call?
Go Shu. That'd be my call.
Go Shu.
Go Shu, yeah. Just aim at head, you know.
Yeah. I mean, they're doing a great job with that so far. As I already mentioned, all of their individuals are popping off. So that seems like a pretty valid option, actually. That makes your life so easy as an IGL, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, as you said, I feel like everyone's having their moments on the server so far for gamerlegion. You know, the lowest fragger is Acor, but he's 8-6. You know, he's still ending positive in this game. Highest fragger, Immer, 22-9. He's having a blinder of a performance, but ultimately, you know, you're not looking at every individual and going, well, Acor's had a bad game, because the scoreline is so one-sided that someone has to do bad for someone to do amazingly, and Acor in this situation is just the man that goes, you know what, I'm going to sit back, you guys can frag out, I'll just be here as all reliable. Immer does eventually fall to the AONS and detour, but Shui will trade, Acor doubles down, and all of a sudden Dynamo Eclot just lose grip of the mid-control, and that is the chances of taking Ancient well and truly blown out of the window.
And the problem for Dynamo Eclot is actually had the numbers in towards mid there to try and make the defense happen. gamerlegion were initially grouped up in A main, and I thought they were going to just execute towards the A site, and that would have been perfect because there was only one player there, and he was playing very passively as well. But they decided to double back and hit through mid, and that was looking a little bit concerning because of the way the CT site was set up, but actually makes no difference in the end. These guys are just on another level right now. 14-5. Dynamo Eclot not making any use of their map pick here at all, unfortunately. And keep in mind, this is their most played map in the past 3 months. They've played this map 29 times. Completely outclassed here this evening.
Bomb will go off. That's number 14 here for gamerlegion. And listen, man, we started our day quite behind schedule, you know? And I'm not saying I'm thankful for it, but what is a one-sided game from gamerlegion on the Dynamo Eclot map pick might just bring us right back on time here, Hayes. I'm not going to lie, mate. I'm not going to lie. We'd be in map 3, I think, now. Like, just started map 3 of our first... Well, of our first BO3, but the third BO3 of the day. Might pull an hour back.
Looks like they might be catching us up on the schedule here a little bit. We'll see how that second map plays out. Obviously, it is gamerlegion's pick. We're going into Vertigo next. Question is, how long will it take us to get there? It doesn't really feel like it would be too long. Kafida getting aggressive here. There's a player boosted up on the box right now. That's why Eclot with the AWP never expects the CT as close as he was, but at least the kill does get traded, so not really too difficult for gamerlegion to incur those losses, but still looking pretty awkward for them right now. Walls closing in on them. Wait, that was a bit of team damage that comes through from Valencia killing Isaac.
Yeah. Dinked his teammate. I mean, he hasn't heard that. No, misses his shots. Him and now in the clutch 1v3. Try and deny Dynamo Eclot of number 6 and put gamerlegion on map point. Certainly would be a hard task, but yeah, I was going to say, clearly knew, heard the flash being hit through the wall. Valencia was able to take him down anyway, so just a bit of extra damage here from him in the clutch scenario, but a 14-6 scoreline, looking pretty good still here for gamerlegion. You can't argue with the numbers, and the fact that they are 8 rounds ahead right now, going to take some serious work from the Eclot side to unwind.
I mean, even getting a few rounds back here just to frustrate their opponents isn't the worst thing in the world if you're Dynamo Eclot. Even just kind of takes a bit of their momentum and confidence away going into the next map of the series. So let's see how long they can frustrate their opponents. For Shu, he's taken so much damage. Ema's already gone down here as well. This is a great start to the round here from Dynamo Eclot, looking to try and make a bit of a stand in towards middle.
Nicely done. Valencia second frag. Dynamo Eclot taking gamerlegion down to 3 players. Kafida getting dinked, but surviving with his life, and the nade doing equal damage to what he had just taken. Puts him in really good steadings here to make it number 7 as well. The Orb starting to pick up some pace and power now for the Eclot side, and the rest of the puzzle just kind of falls into place. Nicely done, at least from Kios. He will find 1, but in a 1 versus 5 clutch, Detour will just see it through. No worries at all. 7 now on the board for the Eclot side. The game is on.
Yeah, I mean, now they're going to an anti-eco here as well. They can start to sink their teeth into the CT side. A little bit similar to what we saw on their T side, where it took them a while to get underway. But the problem is, I mean, it's not like they've been on the CT side for too long. They haven't had too many opportunities, right? But we'll see what they can make of this here now that they're actually getting a bit of momentum behind them. I like that they're still making moves here on the CT side as well and looking to contest gamerlegion, not just going into a shell. We saw in the previous round fighting in towards middle, fighting in towards lane as well. Need to make sure that they don't get too aggressive though in this round here, considering they're playing up against the pistols.
Could be a hard one for Eclot to convert. I think for gamerlegion, realistic result here would be some damage. Already smoke's being dropped in. Kafida. No, he's not cheating. Don't worry. He's not looking through the wall because he knows Eclot's there. It's just playing anti-flash. If someone's to throw a flash over the top, he won't get blinded because of the way he's looking. Well, blocks, P250s, Deagles. The single AK on Keel's looking to do a lot of the heavy lifting here. Only won't be a prime opportunity for gamerlegion to make it 15. And in the final few moments of the round, they look towards B.
Still, Dynamo Eclot have some great positions to just shut this down as they start to make their way forward, and they've actually cleaned it up so nicely. They were playing really patiently as well. I like that they don't overstep their mark initially. I mean, a couple kills coming through, but it is a mere formality at this point. Wow, that's a great third kill from Ema. I mean, certainly the most impressive of the lot. I was saying, though, that I like the way Dynamo Eclot get themselves up to the choke points. They get to the threshold, but they don't overextend and continue to force the issue. They know that they control really important parts of the map, and once gamerlegion do start to progress and make their way forward, that's when they get shut down. So, well played from the CT side.
Nades deep towards mid. Valencio wants the control early on. Keel's going to be punished for trying to join Shui here on some cave adventures. Emma, idea that Valencio would be playing close. That means nothing, though. Neither party lose one of their players early doors here, Hayes. So a pretty chilled round right now for Eclot. They've used their smokes, burnt out some time. More importantly, taken some early round controls towards middle. They knew nothing was there, and cave being held down by Detour.
Nice pick there from Shui as that smoke fades. Detour gets exposed. Been a while since gamerlegion have had an opening frag. Let's see if they can convert this into a round win. Detour in a very forward position there, looking to try and become a bit of an enforcer on the CT side. Capson has got the AWP. Looking to try and pick up the pieces here in the round. He's actually the only player on the B side of the map right now, so he is an integral player right now here on the defense.
Valencio. He will find him up. Keels, MBQ, back down to a 3v3, so maybe there is a chance for gamerlegion. By the looks of things, you know, you'd have thought it would have been an ace split. Instead, Donut seems to be only two of the players' choice. One went towards CT. Keels will get wrecked. Nicely done from Acor, though. That's an important first frag. Still 2 more to go. Players low. Acor just doesn't spot him. Lighting, a massive issue there. Need to try and take him down. Unsuccessful. Isaac in the clutch. What can he do here?
Oh, this is so difficult, though. Such limited space to work with, and Valencia is going to finish it off. Oh, man. I mean, that was very aggressive from Acor to just try and force the frag the way that he does. I mean, they were pretty much guaranteed a bomb plant, which means Valencia would have been the player who would have had to push into the bomb site there to go for the retake. So not entirely necessary for Acor to go for the wide swing there and try and get that kill as quickly as he does. But at the same time, probably feels like he can just win the round if he gets that kill and then lock in the 2 versus 1, right? Actually, a pretty well-worked round from Dynamo Eclot, punishing gamerlegion. Initially, Capson gets that kill in towards Jaguar, so that forces the T side back. Then you've also got that kill that comes through towards mid onto Ema. That's when the 2 players get aggressive out of Donut. So Dynamo Eclot still making moves here on the CT side, showing they still have life left in them, man.
Certainly looks to be the case. You know, a chance at double digits here as well, considering this investment is minimal from gamerlegion, although that's a brilliant start for Isaac. MBQ will get dropped. And a 5v4, lots of nade damage being done. Not only that, Kafida, he'll find Keels and AWP, catching him up. And you feel like the rest of the pieces just fall into place now. Gamerlegion down to 3. Great shot from Shui, though. Maybe there is a chance.
Yeah, that's a great kill coming through from the IGL. Problem is he's still losing his teammates. And I don't know how they're ever going to get enough space here to actually find the bomb plant. Smoking towards Donuts, going to start to fade soon enough. So they probably have to go through Temple and try and get in towards that B bomb site. Remember, this is a half fight for gamerlegion. Guaranteed a full buy in the next round. Capson, though, is in a great position. I mean, he's read this perfectly, and he'll be rewarded for that as well.
Nicely done, Valencia with the last, but it's serious damage. You know, we've got to talk about that for a second, right? 2 kills. Yet again, gamerlegion working at that CT economy. Fortunately, they're in a spot where damage isn't too much of an issue. They've just got to be more cautious of a round loss. Everyone can rebuy, and there's no issues there. But an AWP and 4 AKs here on this gamerlegion side. This is a buy that really does differ for me, right, compared to the previous ones where maybe we were lacking in utility or not everyone could afford an AK. This is it. This would be the true test to see if they can close out the Ancient pick.
Yeah, if gamerlegion can't win this round here, that's when they probably actually start to stress a little bit, right? They've been in a completely comfortable position throughout this entire map so far. But if they lose this round, that's when things start to become a little bit more precarious, I would say. I haven't really seen them with numbers in towards mid. For the most part, they're focused on lane, or it's been Ema by himself. This time, Isaac will be there to support him, and that does make the big difference in the end. 2 kills coming through from his rifle. Spots on another player in the red room. Ema chimes in with the frag of his own, and this round's just been immediately decimated. Isaac continues on his tear. Won't be spilling any more blood just yet, but the damage is done.
v2. Surely an unlosable scenario here for gamerlegion. Waiting now to see what the ultimate goal is. Bombs in middle, moving towards B. Detour has actually gutted out A in its entirety. A flank could derail this entire round, but it needs to be quick. It needs to be punctual. Wow. Never mind that. Eclot just walked into him. Capson will get the trade for a 1v4. They know that the AWP is out towards ramp, and no one's going to let this one slip. 15 on the board for gamerlegion. 1 final round to do it.
What was also very impressive about gamerlegion there is even though they're in such a dominant position with the round, they still don't overplay the situation and just rush through. Great attention to detail, even just watching the flank there, as you mentioned. Dietor is in a great position to maybe get a multi-kill there with a dropped bomb, 2 versus 3, who knows what happens there, but gamerlegion just keep their wits about them the whole time, and as a result, don't get caught off guard. 15-10, they've got 5 map points here now on their opponent's map pick.
Watch out, Emma. Unfortunate timing. Doesn't matter anyway because Detour will pick him up from the mid position, but they won't know how deep this control is rooted. They've got it all to themselves right now. Eclot, the rest of the gamerlegion forces move towards A. So here we are into the AWP of Capson. Opening kill. He's able to back away.
gamerlegion's options not looking great right now. After Capson gets that kill, though, he will immediately pivot across towards middle, leaving Nubik with the sole responsibility of defending the save bomb site, but Capson does start to double back. Timely fashion as well. Execute not too far away here. Utilranian players going to start to make their way forward. Dynamo Eclot know what's going on, though. They've telegraphed this. So they're rotating. They're flanking. And there should be no way for them to lose the round from this position.
There you have it. An 11th on the board for Dynamo Eclot, excuse me. gamerlegion. I mean, what, 14-5, I was saying? How crazy is that? Now 15-11. Sure, Dynamo Eclot, they're fighting for overtime right now, not necessarily for a map win. A scary position to be in nonetheless, because money and momentum both favouring that CT side. Could be it though. One round away, gamerlegion. Just need to have one round that goes their way. No mistakes needed now for Dynamo Eclot. For gamerlegion, one slip up, they will know it will cost them to check map.
He is hearing all these footsteps right now, desperately trying to help his IGL out. Drops the molly, sprays through the smoke, but nothing going to be enough there to keep Shubi alive. At least a kill does come through elsewhere on the map. Isaac's been doing the Lord's work in towards middle here for gamerlegion in these past few rounds.
V4, I mean, not the worst position to be in, considering as well, obviously, Detour and Acor both very similar in HP. Even like there's a clear advantage for either side just yet. Utility, still a little bit more stacked for that CT side. gamerlegion make it of a more contact play, that utility isn't going to be as useful.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they wouldn't actually need all their util, right? Considering the amount of players you have for Dynamo Eclot right now. It's only Kafida towards the back of the bomb side. Ema's leading the charge right now, clearing it out. No flash to help him on that gunfight. We will get the kill, but that's a massive frag from Acor. That's the one to separate the two teams and get the man advantage for gamerlegion. Not incredibly healthy, but they've got that man up. Isaac should get caught off from the flank here from T-Spawn. Look at Nubik, he's in a great position here.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, good position, but the bomb keeps on ticking. There's no pause in that bomb timer ticking away. Acor will find the first, surely it's the second as well. MBQ attempting from ramp, a molly out towards the cubby angle. It doesn't matter if he gets flushed out, because Kios is here to respond. And just like that, 16-11, gamerlegion have map 1.
I mean, it seemed like an inevitability that they would actually win the map. Probably takes them longer than what they would have liked, considering the dominant positions they were in a few stages. I mean, they were 10-1 up at one point, 10-5 on the half. Then they went up, what was it, 15-5, I think you said it was, 15-6 or something like that.
Yeah.
14-5, okay. So they, yeah, gets closer than what they would have liked. Maybe a bit frustrating, but they win the map at the end of the day. It's their opponent's map pick as well, so they'll be happy with that.
Yes, absolutely, ladies and gents. We're going to go to a break. When we are back, it's map 2 between these two teams. gamerlegion, one lot of 16 away from knocking Dynamo Eclot out.
L'heure du souper se compte en minutes. Les réunions de travail, les devoirs. La mec livraison existe pour ça. Pour prendre une bouchée et une grande respiration. La mec livraison aime les soirées occupées.
Quitting. It's not easy. So don't do it alone. With Nicorette in your willpower, you're twice as likely to quit smoking. Today's the day. Join the quitters. Nicorette, let's do something amazing.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Fortunately, there's no Spain players to go to penalty shootouts here, Hayes. Otherwise, they could be facing some serious trouble. Welcome back, ladies and gents, of course, to the CCT. We've got map 2 versus, for gamerlegion versus Dynamo Eclot here. And obviously, gamerlegion having taken the Eclot map pick, it's their choice now, their selection. We're not going to be favouring this Dynamo Eclot side to survive to a third. However, I will say one thing. Towards the end of that first map, we saw some serious fight from this Eclot side. And if we see it out of the gates here on Vertigo, which is the gamerlegion map pick, things could get very interesting here.
Yeah, when you couple that with the fact that Dynamo Eclot's also a super comfortable team on Vertigo, it means that the series isn't completely done and dusted just yet. I mean, they played Vertigo just yesterday against Apex, where they beat them 16-10. In fact, that was earlier today, actually. So they've got some good recent history on the map right now. It looks like there's going to be aggression in towards the B bomb side coming through here from the T side. Juste is there from Dynamo Eclot. Oh, what on earth is that from Valencio? It seemed like it was just a matter of time before he got traded up, but somehow he gets 2 more quick kills.
That's sick. Collateral with the USP. I couldn't tell you the last time I've seen that. 1 bullet, 2 headshots. Ultimately now, Captain pushed in towards A, needs to get that frag. That's the utility gone. Imma, he's the next man to follow suit. He hasn't even got Kevlar either. He invested into his own ways. Does find the first frag. Makes some noise as if he were bunny hopping up ramp. And then press the shift key. Waiting for a movement from behind though. And he's got a minute to work with here, so Imma knows the clock on his side for now.
Dynamo Eclot, they're almost certain that he must be rotating towards the B-bomb side because both of their players are here right now. Dietor checks his corners and even able to take a bit of extra time. Okay, they might not go better by the minimap. Kafida actually was in towards T-spawn. But either way, Dynamo Eclot able to make it work. And that's just almost all completely thanks to Valencio's triple kill.
Big stuff for the USP. gamerlegion, down a pistol. Wondering how the odds look. There you are over at 1xbet, cct.gg/1xbet if you want to go and check them out. 1.15 for gamerlegion. Damn confident that this one is just going to be a smooth sailing 2-0 there. So if you believe in the Eclot boys, that's probably the place to be right now.
This is going to be the easiest round that Dynamo Eclot have had to play against in this entire series so far, man. Not even a single penny invested into this one from game. Oh, I lied. It's a Zeus. We don't see the Zeus on the HUD though, so that's a bit of a bait. Just you notice that trick there, by the way, because Kios throws the bomb off the edge of the map. It automatically spawns on the bridge silently. Yeah, exactly. So a nice little.
There you go.
Key bit of information for anybody who might not know that. Nice way to silently drop the bomb.
Don't have to like hit the floor and it makes the horrible like the crunch
you
noise
give all that
and like the
information,
click. Yeah. So hold on, are they going to go for a run boost into B here? Because I'm seeing people stat. Yeah. I'm in awe of this kind of play. Emma, double check. No one's around. I'm not going to get shot off the top. Break the glass as they're doing it to try and silently put him up there. Unfortunately, MBQ he'd have spotted that one coming in. Him at 9 points of health, gets his Zeus out just in case things get a little too close quarters. Proper going for it. Look, he's not even switched back out to the block just yet. MBQ thinking about dropping down. Zeus has missed anyways. Shuey 1v5. Falls at the first hurdle. Done and dusted. Flawless round for Dynamo Eclot.
He actually had a chance of getting the kill there with the Zeus, but unfortunately he isn't able to make it work. I think the Zeus is super underrated in hard eco rounds, by the way, especially on the CT side where you can try and just like hold a super tight angle or something like that. I don't think the Zeus gets enough recognition.
It's so
round though. Yeah? You a fan?
I love the Zeus.
I think it should be one of those guns where you shouldn't tag someone. That it should be like hit or miss. Like you get the kill if you hit somebody. If you miss, you miss. But shouldn't be sort of something that you can do damage with. I think it should be an insta kill if you hit someone. Maybe just reduce the range a little bit or something like that.
Okay. I don't know. I think the Zeus is actually perfectly fine where it is.
I just think it's so weird to leg someone with the Zeus and you do like 70 damage.
Yeah, okay, I hear you. I guess I can kind of understand your thought process there. Ideally for me, turn it into an AWP, $300 AWP, just snipe people.
I mean, probably a good reason that's not the case either way. This is a big
I
round
like
here.
Yes,
GamerLegion, they've got their first gun round upon them. AKs across the board, decent amount of utility as well. But Dynamo Eclot have some forward positions to play with.
And yet again, B pressure is at large here for Dynamo Eclot. They've already walked someone right on through for GamerLegion themselves. No one immediately spotted towards ramp, but a flashbang gives Kafida at least enough knowledge that he shouldn't be playing so close because GamerLegion could walk up with that flash. Certainly hearing the steps now, but Kios, is he going to be overlooked out from middle?
30 seconds left on the clock here. Couple players on the flank. Does look like GamerLegion have an idea that could be the case.
Yeah.
They've got a flank of their own coming into effect. That's what they're waiting for. They're waiting for Kios to come into the equation. GamerLegion actually, they want to consider rotating back towards the B bomb site. The problem is Valencia is in position. He's jumping around, still able to get that kill onto Emo somehow. And Kios is going to be so frustrated.
Ouch.
Oh my god. I mean, he gets a kill, but that doesn't matter at all. And it's actually the flank for Dynamo Eclot that trumps the flank for GamerLegion.
Wow. 3-0. This was what I was on about, right? On the exit of map 1, Dynamo Eclot had a pretty competent CT side of Ancient, right? They were able to piece some rounds together and bring the rounds a lot closer than they were in the first half. And as I said, if that kind of cross-contaminates, if that transfers between map 1 and map 2, you're looking at a side that 100% can put up some serious numbers. This, perfect example of it. GamerLegion back down to pistols for Dynamo Eclot. They reap the rewards of 3 AKs saved in.
Nice.
Yeah, massive opportunities here. Massive to start just escalating their BT side to an extreme.
Gonna get tested here towards ramp right now. Obviously, GamerLegion have that max round loss bonus behind it. So they've got a few upgraded pistols to work with armor as well. Dietor puts that AK to good use, able to get around the corner with his life intact for the time being. Isaac eventually gets that kill, baits the other CT players forward and towards the bomb side, but they'll still be able to lock it down. Great effort there from Valencio. It's a quad kill coming through from him as he goes up to 9-1.
Four to 0. The scoreline, though, that's the one that we're going to be paying most attention to. Dynamo Eclot already a quarter of the way through this map. Take it to 16, take us to a decider, take us to Mirage, of course. That's the third map here in the pool if we need it. ultimately, though, gamerlegion probably want to get this one done in 2.
The thing is, it's not like this is a massive map for gamerlegion in general. It's not like this is one of the, a map that they always fall back on and rely on. It's just a strong map for them. It's just a good map for them. It's a good map for Dynamo Eclot as well.
Yes.
But when you look at gamerlegion, they haven't actually played on Vertigo in an official in the past 3 weeks. Obviously, they haven't played much Counter-Strike in recent times, but probably a little bit rusty on the map. So it might take them some time to get into gear, get a bit comfortable.
Isaac to find the opening kill this time. So it's gamerlegion that walk away with a man advantage. Important to note here. Was down to 4. Maybe Dynamo Eclot want to have a look back into this round in a way that they can get aggressive once more. Can't be towards B.
Wow.
That's where gamerlegion headed towards. Just as the cavalry leaves the bomb site left barren, gamerlegion, everyone's just going to be ready. Throw your smokes. Let's get out.
Yeah. What's weird to me about this one is Kafita's jump spotting towards the sandbags, and he can see there's nobody ramped for the T side. So I don't really understand why Dynamo Eclot felt so compelled to rotate everyone towards the A site. Probably going for a gamble and just hoping that gamerlegion come A, and then they've got 4 players on the site to try and make something of the defense. But I just think that was too hasty. That was just like waving the white flag too easily. That's like a type of a play maybe in a 3v5 you could look to make. But I think in a 4v5, that's just giving it up too soon, too easily.
Yeah, this one's a wrap-up. I mean, keep your money, Dynamo Eclot. That's probably what they're thinking right now. Makes total sense to me, at least. Just, no need to run these rifles in and lose out, especially when, Detour maybe is a little worse for wear financially. Capson isn't exactly living. What is this from Detour? Is he lagging, or is he, like... I don't even know how to explain that.
Yeah, maybe a bit of lag.
Moving in blocks like he was snapping to something,
What are you insinuating, Retro?
You
gotta do better than that as a caster, man.
No, what I'm saying is like, do you know when like Rops did all those videos? I think it was Rops, right? And it was like Smokes on Dust 2, and he was and he moved his mouth and it was something to do with like yaw and sensitivity, right? Like his sensitivity cranked up and his yaw cranked up, and he was just like it snapped, like his movement, just so he could line up Smokes. That's what I was thinking. I wasn't insinuating a cheat. It was like
I know. I'm just pulling your leg. It was obvious what you were insinuating there.
Yes.
I just went with some low-hanging fruit. But yeah, I'm not sure. Either way, he's been snappy in the server and getting the kills. That's what matters the most. There's going to be a bunch of kills that come through here for Dynamo Eclot as well. Great start to the round. Keeping in mind that they lost the previous, looking to try and get back to winning ways. Yeah, Ema might have found a chink in the armor though. Bit of a gap in the defense. But Kafida, that's brilliant awareness coming through from him there to clear it out the way he does, man. Very good heads-up play coming through from him. That was pretty much the only way gamerlegion could have tried to make something of the round. He shuts it down.
Just down to Eclot to save. Done. Detour claims the last soul of gamerlegion in round 6. Takes it 5-1 now for the CT side. How good is that? I mean, start of this just kind of went a bit pear-shaped. The fact that Valencio's out top on the wood, he's able to find that advantage. The rest kind of falls into place. gamerlegion just have to make solo plays to try and make up previous loss. Those odds still in favour of gamerlegion over at 1x bet, but not as one-sided, which I don't completely disagree with. I think
understandable.
I think the odds for the series, not for the map, though, right? So
yes, they are for sure. It would be crazy odds for the map. I mean, I might have to just take a quick minute there if that was the case. Just let you hold the mic. Either way, there's going to be a gun round coming through here for gamerlegion. More than enough money. Acor can afford the AWP. We've seen him buy it up a few times so far on the T side. I reckon he will again. He's one of those players who just likes to have the AWP pretty much as often as he can. Doesn't really mind what the situation is. Doesn't really matter what the map is. He just wants the AWP and will opt for it again. Don't see him playing that hybrid role too often. 5-1 Dynamo Eclot making a mark here in the early stages of their CT side, showing that they've got fight in them. And it's going to be Capson to open up onto his opposite number.
v5. Yet again, a scenario that Dynamo Eclot fall out in first place in numbers. Molotov on Shui's feet, and one tick is enough for Detour to let that one rip. And he'll find himself a second frag for this Dynamo Eclot side. Valencio making it a second frag for him. And gamerlegion, what is happening to their T side right now? Just getting schooled by this Eclot side.
And this is their map pick as well. And they're, yeah, as you say, getting schooled right now. Dynamo Eclot making moves, able to lock down the defense in the middle. They're consistently contesting ramp as well, never giving gamerlegion any control for free. And this is when the T side can look so limited for the on Vertigo. When you're just getting shut down towards ramp, it feels like you've got no space to work with from spawn. Constantly losing these opening picks as well. Valencio's up to 12-2. He's having a field day. What's the change-up from gamerlegion? Feels like we need to start seeing them win that battle towards ramp. I mean, we haven't seen that yet through the half.
It is difficult. I mean, what do you say right now if you're gamerlegion to get back in, right? I don't think they've done anything bad on their T side. They've just lost the early engagements every single time. They've just been falling the man down. And that hurts. That hurts them.
It's true. It feels like they haven't been good enough towards A-ramp so far throughout this half. And I think that's where they're going to be putting their focus here in this round right now. They've got quite a lot of utility, Hero AK as well. But after showing all that presence, they're going to be doubling back here and towards that B-bomb site. Problem for them is that Dynamo Eclot have a pretty good read on this. They've got two players towards B, one on middle as well. Quick rotation to come through. Valencio off the flash will lose his head. So that creates some space now for gamerlegion to close the gap.
5v4 gamerlegion. At least they have numbers. I mean, Endpoint just going for something ridiculous. And surprise, it pays off. Kios will tap Kafida down with the Tech 9. It was the trade that came in. And Dynamo Eclot fall for a second. As it is pistols, majoritively speaking, that invested by gamerlegion, but a single AK to derail the entire round.
That was a whole lot better coming through from gamerlegion. Just working as a pack, working as a unit. We haven't seen them with that sort of firepower behind them. They had a spring in their step there. And that was kind of just throwing caution to the wind. I mean, there was nothing elaborate about that approach, right? So it just shows you what they're able to do when they've got the numbers in the round. Like you said at the start of that round, they keep getting picked off and losing that early player, which puts them in that troublesome position where you don't really have many options in the round.
Now, Dynamo Eclot's money certainly looking a lot more manageable to take down here for gamerlegion.
Oh, wow.
Great start from Isaac. Spots the foot here, Shui. It's messy. Probably would have expected Valencio to back away, but the fact that he stood there the whole time and just dodged the lead, impressive. Minute and 18 left on the clock in this round. gamerlegion, if they find 3, you start to think, is there more? It's half, maybe only just starting.
I mean, they do need to string a couple together here, right? So it's the 9th round. Not like they completely break the CT side economy, but they do take one step closer to making that the situation. Dynamo Eclot looks like they want to consider getting aggressive here towards ramp. Dietor along with Kafida. Looking to try and get some information. Kafida will time the peak to perfection to get one, but traded instantly. So man advantage will persist here until Valencio gets the kill onto Isaac. And now they know what's going on. Now they can rotate.
It's looking good. gamerlegion still with the numbers in their favour, but an AWP in the picture for Dynamo Eclot. I'm going to say a single wallbang can derail that plant, but Eclot will walk away with his life. Kios trying to have him covered. It's Valencio from ramp that takes the initial burst of contact. Great trade from Kios, though. What a shot as well, by the way. Had he have not hit that, you know, he's already tagged up. 2 bullets was the difference between life and death in that engagement. Now it's just Capson on the big green. And as he starts to wander back towards B, you 100% know how this one's ending. It's gamerlegion up to a 3rd. Not going to be challenged in the post plant either now. That is decent. Get some more rounds under their belt. Dynamo Eclot's money starting to look worse and worse.
Yeah, again, they instantly look better once they're able to deprive Dynamo Eclot of ramp control as well. You could see Kafida started to get a little bit curious, wanted to know what was going on. So he swings out, gets a kill, but gets traded. And gamerlegion don't mind trading 1-for-1 because they already have the man advantage in the round. Does get a little bit worrisome after they lose the player towards the B stairs there at that point. Dynamo Eclot know exactly what's going on, so gamerlegion had to put pedal to the metal, end up working towards the A side, getting the necessary kills, and will string 2 together. Starting to see some form from them here now on their map pick.
6-3. Oh, I like this here, man. Oh. You seeing that?
Yeah, nice
Very
lineup.
basic lineup. Nicely done. Isaac, first kill goes his way. Not quite the second,
Great
though.
trade.
Valencia trades, but as you said, a stunner from Eclot. Maybe not a worldie of a shot, but the importance of this round is that's opened up the B site for the taking. It's now drawn in a rotate from Capson, which leaves a massive hole in middle for Shuey to work with, and the bomb's just going to walk its way back towards A. This is a brilliant call from Shuey.
Absolutely, but Kafida is still having some sort of a say in the round. Extended gunfight, late spray there from Shuey will eventually get the kill. And they know that Capson was in towards us. The bomb side, Shuey continues to be a living nightmare here for his opponents. That's a great kill, and finally they've broken the CT side economy. That was a very impressive round there from gamerlegion, the way they made it work. Could have gone either way at one point.
What a serious set of entries. What a shot, by the way, there.
Yeah, for sure.
But that kill was the most important one. As you said, if that goes the other way, Kafida has a say in the round. He gets the kill. And not only is that the A hold's still there for Dynamo Eclot, but there's no threat of middle. It's a very one-dimensional attack here. Fortunately, they get away with it. Now Dynamo Eclot pay the ultimate price. Financially done for. They're on an eco.
Was looking a little bit rough for gamerlegion at the start of the map. I did say, you know, they haven't played this map in a while. They haven't played a huge amount of CS recently as well. Obviously, they look great in the previous map, but it's just taken a little bit of time to find their footing here on Vertigo. Ema, lucky to be alive right now, playing around the smoke there.
Nice. Flawlessly done, Hayes.
Yeah.
Money starting to build up in dividends here for the gamerlegion side. I mean, Ema nearly breaking the $10,000 mark alongside Eclot. Ultimately, though, everyone on this gamerlegion side, at least in a game of Counter-Strike, is deemed rich. Got at least 2 buys behind you here. That's what's important, right? Dynamo Eclot, if you win once, that's fine. It's good for you. But gamerlegion just have enough to rebuy whatever they lost in the previous, and it doesn't impact them at all. They're not going to have to take any deductions. And that's the hardest bit about it. It's Dynamo Eclot now knowing from such a strong position, they are going to be slipping behind here if they don't make a change.
Yeah, they're probably already going to be a bit frustrated that they've let the game slip away the way that they have. I mean, they were in a great position at 6-1. Still pretty comfortable right now, but gamerlegion are breathing down their necks. No open play either for Capson, and that's been a pretty influential weapon. I know he's only got 5 kills so far, but a couple of those have been opening kills, which have then been converted into round wins, so they might lack that AWP here in the round. Or miss it, should I say, as they lack it. And again, it's attention towards A-Ram from Dynamo Eclot. I mean, this has been the case so far, and they've been really good at this as well. Great flashbang though, but no ways. Dietor Stunhouse still going to win the gunfight. Ema, oh, he's seething.
Should have been winning that gunfight blindfolded. Heet going to get smoked off. That's coming through, and there you go. Does get the trade. More importantly, they can't hold gap from the position that they're in. A great flashbang from Eclot. Capson will eventually trade, but Isaac has let the rotate happen. He's going to hear both players pulling back towards A. MBQ won't expect this kind of play.
No.
Isaac's got the B site. 2v2. Bomb's going to make its way back across. Now Isaac, all about timing, and it's a game that he wins because Valencia will hold it down. Does he expect for him to already be on this hand side? Absolutely not. Capson left alone. What a round from Isaac.
Right there, that's a testament to game sense. That is a testament to why game sense is so important to a professional player. Just reads that situation, plays it to perfection. Perfect timing on the push there after all the attention was taken towards A. He times his push to absolute perfection. I mean, you can be a little bit questionable or critical of Nubik just running with his knife arts in towards the A-bomb site. Just poor awareness, especially considering it's not like gamerlegion. It's not like the info had come through both players on A or planting the bomb or something like that, right? There was barely even a commitment. They were just seen towards ramp. So that was some poor awareness there, to be honest. But maybe poor pathing as well, exposing himself to mid, whereas he could have gone safely. Anyway, it's a massive round for gamerlegion, and huge props to Isaac. Those 2 kills are of immense impact.
Unreal. Great rounds, all in all. This play from Isaac, right? He lets the first man run by, picks off the second, gets towards the left-hand side of CT before anyone has a shoe back in towards B. And ultimately, that means as Valencio walks back through to try and retake from middle, he doesn't expect someone to already be there. It's an easy frag for Isaac, but it's just movement, it's positioning, it's everything but his aim that has won that round for gamerlegion. And that's what's so important. Because now, again, Dynamo Eclot are fighting for survival, and you see the gimmicks already starting to happen. It's a B push from MBQ. He wants control. He's gotten it, but if he oversteps the mark, yet again, it's Isaac that's using his brain and his mind and just fully functioning on the idea of a B push that could result in another round win here for gamerlegion, and he knows all too well about it. Does miss the chance, though.
Track.
MBQ finds it. Kios will find another, but it's at the cost of Stewie, 3v3.
There is an extra player in the setup though. It's Emo who's coming through to backstab Nubik here. Nubik has no idea that this could be the situation. He just needs to wait. Does Gios in the end doesn't actually make a difference. Nubik falls off because he gets blinded up. Great flash there from Acor. Massive round coming through from gamerlegion. I don't even think Dynamo Eclot are going to have a crack at this. I mean, we've seen the display from Isaac. We've seen his game sense on display. As you say, it wasn't about his aim at all in that the 12th round with his 2 kills. Think about the kills we saw out of him on Ancient towards middle as well, though, where we did see his mechanics on display, able to just wide swing on the T side and get those entries for his team. So just showing how complete he is as a player. We've seen it all from him today in the series so far, and it's been great, man. It's been very impressive.
Done and dusted. Detour will find it after time, but the fact that gamerlegion have won another round and stole away even more damage. Oh. Man, that's so disappointing. That is so disappointing. Dynamo Eclot should have been walking away with the 7th there.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be pretty aggrieved. That's not the case. It's gamerlegion with the 7th instead. Rifles across the board again, at least for Dynamo Eclot, because they save on a few players and they got that round loss bonus behind them. But this was 6-1. 6 consecutive rounds for the T side. Means they're in a great position. Oh, Shui. Oh, Shui. He's got this, right? Free frag. He wants the knife, though.
No, he doesn't even want the knife. What he wants to do is try and call for his teammates to get as close to B as possible. He's saying, guys, I've got eyes on the B player. Get ready. Bring all the resources around. It doesn't matter. Just hold your shift key, because as soon as you get close, I'm going to execute him, and I have the jump now. All he's going to do is run up, and this is called Dynamo Eclot with their pants down. It's a second man that rotates from middle. MBQ has got the world to do. Fortunate to walk away with the first frag. A bomb plant will be denied for now, and more importantly, those flashbangs doing very well. What a response from Dynamo Eclot. Shui didn't put a foot wrong in that round, but gamerlegion can't make it an 8th.
Yeah, it's been a great response coming through here from Dynamo Eclot so far. Job not done just yet, but now it is after Detour gets the kill on Acor. And you were bang on the money there. That's exactly what Shui was calling through to his team. He was allowing for them to rotate as close as they could in towards that B bomb site before he got the kill. And he was hoping that there wouldn't be anybody else near that B-bomb site, right? That he would be able to beat them to it. But Nubik rotated in position just in time. Huge impact coming through from him. Dynamo Eclot, they end the streak as they level up the scoreline here once again.
That is sick.
Pity it doesn't result in a round win for gamerlegion after he was in such a good position. And it's going to be Nubik to open up again. Valencio got the opening kill in the previous round. This time it's Nubik, and Dynamo Eclot showing they've still got some fight left in them here.
Yeah, I mean, gamerlegion just needs to survive 7 rounds. Commonly enough on the T side here. Great job from Shui to find MBQ. Detour will get a trade across the board, though. Kios has the flank locked in towards B. That second frag was the all-important one. Shui left in the clutch. Don't think you're expecting an 8th on the board for gamerlegion, but as I said, 7 is plenty in most cases. Let's see how Dynamo Eclot can do on their T side, but a decent job from them as well.
Yeah, gamerlegion will be very happy with that scoreline. Dynamo Eclot, I mean, if you'd offered them 8-7 at the start of the half, they might have considered taking it, but when they could, you keep in mind the fact they were up, what, 6-1 at one point. 8-7 doesn't look incredible. You can even see the 1x bet odds have gone even more in favor of gamerlegion. Big pistol round here for the Czech Republic squad. They want to try and keep gamerlegion on that back foot. They want to try and keep the pressure on their opponents here.
That's it. Ramp rush, captain, entry frag. Nicely done from MBQ to find a trade onto Eclot. Detour finds Immer. And already that's looking like a Dynamo Eclot pistol round win, unless Shui and Kios can pluck a 2v4 out from between them. Smoke on in, Kios removed. Shui done and dusted. It's over. This is going to be a 9th. What a start for Dynamo Eclot.
Yeah, just about Shui trying to inflict some damage here, but as you say, perfect start to the half for the T side. Great pistol round coming through from them. Just numbers-based approach. gamerlegion gave them the fights towards ramp, and unfortunately for them, they came off second best. Glocks reign supreme. And ultimately, they make it look easy, actually, with the way they're able to get the kills and then just translate straight on towards that A bomb site. Wall of smokes employed just to make sure there's no chance gamerlegion can stop them from getting onto the site. And yeah, that's pretty much as clean as it gets. They'll be really content with that result. 9-7. Remember, this is the second map of this quarterfinal. It's gamerlegion who are leading the series 1-0 right now after winning on their opponent's map pick 16-11. Mirage is the decider if we need to go the distance, and it's looking like that might be the case right now, man. I mean, I know we haven't seen much of the second half yet, but Dynamo Eclot giving us a conversation here.
Certainly. Can't argue with the numbers that you're seeing right now. Not only is it obviously 9-7, but as you said, context goes a very long way. That is ultimately a CT side from gamerlegion that needs to basically make every other round work before it's too late. Great start, by the way. Kios just runs right at him, flashbanged, completely blind Valencio, and just gunned down by a 5-7. So an early advantage that goes their way. But of course, this is a buy that has pistols, majoritively speaking, other than that Galil, so not expecting too much more out of this gamerlegion side. Although they are making it work. Detour brings the numbers back level. Shui next to the chopping block does get a dink, but that is the round looking quite fruitful here for the T side. Kios can't get anything done with the Galil either. 1v3.
Again, Dynamo Eclot just working really well as a unit here. Huge round coming through from Detour. Triple kill for him. And Nubik will conclude proceedings with the Mac 10. So gamerlegion's force buy not going to accomplish anything.
Crazy. What a round from Dynamo Eclot. I mean, got scary, 3v5, but the fact that you've got the composure to bring that one back and into your name, for the ultimate price if you're gamerlegion, because it's back to an eco, and 11th is looking likely. gamerlegion for the first time in a while will have to fight from behind, fight from when they're down the numbers. And
when I started my new kombucha business, I thought there would be a lot more kombucha and a lot less business. As a new small business owner, I've learned that trying to be the cool boss is a lot harder when you're actually the stressed boss.
I know everything about my new furniture business. Well, everything except the whole business part.
Not anymore. With QuickBooks, you can confidently manage your business. New business, no problem. Yeah, success starts with Intuit QuickBooks.
Nine.
Here we go. This is it for the gamerlegion side. Got to be careful here because ultimately lose this round, you're down what now? 13-7. What I'm trying to get at here, Hayes, is that there are less and less chances by the second here that gamerlegion can get themselves back in this game.
I mean, if they lose this one, 12-7 becomes 13-7, and at that point, you probably call it tickets. Maybe a bit of a stretch, but not far from it. So let's see what is the approach here. Dynamo Eclot just showing some presence towards ramp at the start of the round. A couple players in towards middle as well. Being frugal with their utility. Means they still have a lot to work with once they will work into an execute. And it looks like they're leading in towards the B bomb site. So maybe a bit of a split coming into effect. wall of smokes.
Yeah. Towards jump up. This needs to be read into by Keels. Fortunately, Isaac's there to save the day, but having taken the pressure away from middle, he doesn't keep his eyes towards B, and that's going to cost gamerlegion the entire site. 2 players to go with it. Eclot, at least on the ult, trying to hold things down, and on the crack angle, will open up with the first. MBQ dropped 3v3. Not impossible now for the gamerlegion side, but yet again, leaving things close.
It's going to be difficult. I mean, they've got a bit of utility of kits as well. Shui edging his way forward. That's going to be a really nice smoke as well to aid their cause. Comboed with the molly on towards the catwalk. It's going to have to be Eclot to get on that defuse. That's probably fine because he's the player with the AWP. But, oh man, kill just comes straight through the smoke. There's no time left remaining. Ema with it all to do. He's been able to pick up the kit, but he just stands no chance. He was hoping after he tapped the defuse they would come flying through the smoke, but Dynamo Eclot just hold their nerve. Ema hunting, searching, desperate for another kill. He knows he's going to go down to the bomb explosion, so might as well at least force a frag, but Dynamo Eclot, they won't mind that at all. They've got so much money, another point on the board, and 1 step closer to winning here on Vertigo.
12-7. The worst nightmares for gamerlegion turning into reality by the second. It's back to a half buy that leads through any damage here. I mean, it wouldn't be bad, but again, Dynamo Eclot in such a positive position financially that, you know, a single kill or a couple of kills against the Pistols won't really bother them too much. gamerlegion going to have to pull off a worldie of a comeback here, Hayes, if they want to wait back through to see this out in 2.
It's going to be Eam getting aggressive there with the MP9. It is a bit of a half-buy / eco round here, I suppose, for gamerlegion. So just trying to make something happen with the MP9, hoping that the flash from the smoke might enable him to make a play. But yeah, 5-7's maybe a chance here. Nubik is low.
Yeah.
I think the 5-7's underrated, to be honest.
Yep. I knew this was going to crop up. I think the 5-7 needs to be nerfed.
Yeah. I think the reason it hasn't been is just that not enough people are actually aware of how strong it is, so it doesn't really get abused.
A one-shot headshot at close range. It's like a tech line on steroids. Like, it is horrific how much damage this gun can do. Seriously could derail anything. Kios is going to run through the molly, and that's to try and sell that there's no one towards Gap. I completely get it. He's trying to bait in Shui. Problem is, the fact he doesn't deny the bomb plant is a bit of an issue, but a second kill for Shui now makes things a little more manageable. More or less a 1v4 in this context, because his teammate didn't do much. He is going to spot out Detour, but already down to 20 points of health. A flashbang to try and get him back into this round. Detour has him locked in. Shui going to be running up close. Should know that there's an enemy real close on the other side. Switching out to the Glock. Nice shot from Shui. Going to try and scoop up the AK. Actually on the defuse. Knife out. No peek from MBQ just yet, but he's able to find it through the smoke. And a 13th on the board. Nice attempt from Shui to find 3 there. But ultimately, it is going to do nothing to the scoreline at the top middle of your screen. 13-7. Dynamo Eclot 3 rounds away.
Still, though, a very successful eco round coming through from gamerlegion, and what a huge impact coming through from Shui. How does he get so many kills? And the last frag of the lot is the most impressive, right? The 3rd kill, this one here on Detour. He's got such low health in that position. He actually had to drop that smoke there. Then he just stays tucked into the corner, waits for the spray through the smoke to end. Eventually, he emerges and gets that kill. I mean, that was just a testament to great game sense, brilliant positioning from him as well. Able to do so much work with that 5-7, but they need to compound that success in their eco round with a round win here to really inflict that extra economic damage, or make use of it at least.
I want to throw an interesting one out there for you, Hayes.
Go for it.
I was talking about how young Shui was, being 20 years old. Detour, 22 and 10. He's younger. He's 19. He's the same age as me.
Yeah,
and he's putting up this much of a performance against a top 16 major performer.
Oh my god, and look at what they've just done here in this round, surging in towards the B bomb sites on a whim. And they completely overrun the defense. Isaac and Kiaz stand no chance. The round's over, dead in the water. Wave the white flag. As you say, Valencio just having a fantastic performance here, himself and Detour, leading from the front right now in the fragging department, leaving gamerlegion in the dust.
Him up, finds one on the exit, but gamerlegion know their hands are tied in this round. That bomb will go off. No changing of 14th here. Dynamo, Eclot, driver's seat. Every chance in the world to close the show now. Mirage is looking more likely.
Yeah, looking incredibly likely at this point. Would almost would actually be a shock if we didn't go to Mirage from here. Hopefully not going to be pulling up in this police car, although we've had a fair say about this already. gamerlegion just not pitching up at all here on the CT side. I mean, it was an 8-7 halftime scoreline. They haven't won a single round yet here in this second half. 6 in a row for Dynamo Eclot. They march on. Oh, Acor's been read like a picture book. He's lucky to be alive. Dietor spots up the shoulder, gets the damage through the top. Just misses out on another opening kill there.
Important that they keep 5 alive, though. Going into these 4v5s has been the biggest issue for gamerlegion and getting back into rounds. Smoke dropped in towards ramp, a second one as well towards gap. Just trying to force this Dynamo Eclot push back a little bit more, and they are doing well at that.
Yeah, they are, but Dynamo Eclot haven't minded the start of to the round and a half so far, where they just play slowly, don't really have too much control in the early stages, and then eventually work into something. Valencio's been boosted up. They now start to congregate towards the bottom of ramp as well. Look how much utility they've got. As I was saying, they're so happy to be patient and hold on to their util. And now Valencia is actually taking the attention towards mid. So that might pull a little bit of heat off of that A-bomb side as his teammates now start to make their way forward.
30 seconds. There's the shot from Eclot. Doesn't matter how low the AWP is. If it fires off before the rifle gets to say, always going to find that kill. Shuey should be able to pick up Valencio, but he's baiting him in with the ammunition anyways. Going to re-swing. Valencio does eventually find the mark, but Keels is here for backup. Ima just jumping through the sky, baiting out the shots. Capson will fire off and fall for it, but a second attempt will stab him down. Ultimately, the AWP's able to escape, though, and save. 14-8 now here. gamerlegion back in business. I like that from Eclot, giving it I don't know if that warbang is even possible, but giving it to early anyways.
I mean, you can't win the lotto if you don't buy a ticket, so...
Yes. I've got to say, one of my friends, Alex Edenino, you may have seen him on Twitter, he's a massive UK meme.
Yeah?
He always, especially when we're playing FIFA Pro Clubs, he goes for long shots and he says, if you don't buy a ticket, you can't win a raffle. And there you go.
Sounds like
exactly
just
that.
giving himself an excuse, to be fair, for some poor FIFA skills.
Absolutely. But, you know, I love him enough that when he says it, I'm like, do you know what? It's true. Had that have gone in, we'd all be screaming.
Well, you're a good friend, Ryan. You're a good friend, either way. 14-8, finally, gamerlegion, they're able to win around here on the CT side. Finally able to make it work, but that needs to be the first of many. Can't just be a flash in the pan. At least they get a trade.
I was to say that one-to-one is very important because, as I said, those 5v4s, when they've been left brewing, Dynamo Eclot have exceeded all expectations in them. Here because this scenario gets very difficult. Someone's got to go pushing here for Kios. He peeks before the flashbang. That's how confident he is. Gets the kill anyway, backs away with his life. More importantly, a flashbang over B. Dynamo Eclot have to hold the push for a couple seconds more, and that's bought time for him to get back into this site. He's dinked up, he's taken down by Kafida. No plots. The detour. Vision impaired for a little while here as it gets set down. Post plot, 3v3.
Perfect execution to the B-bomb side coming through so far, especially when you consider what they had to work with in the round, down a man. Now they've got the 3v3. gamerlegion can't sit by idly. They can't sit back and watch. They have to have a crack at the retake. They've got the kits, they've got the utility. Going to be fairly one-dimensional with all 3 players coming through from the same part of the map. And now they start to surge their way forward. Capsule gets the first, and in fact, wait, what? Just such a clean defense. Kafida gets 2 on the lineup there. Just a quick spray down. Capson gets a kill as well. 15-8. Dynamo Eclot just 1 away now. This is what I was talking about, man. I was saying that this Dynamo Eclot team, they are greater than the sum of their parts. They're capable of beating teams who are ranked quite a lot higher than them. We saw them beat Apex. We saw them beat Sprout. Sprout's a top 20 team they've beaten now. And, well, they've got gamerlegion in their sights.
$15-8. One last chance here for Dynamo Eclot to take it to the finish line for gamerlegion. They need 7 rounds consecutively, otherwise they are... I mean, what Dynamo Eclot are doing in this round, trying to burn a lot of early utility. Oh yeah, he's pretty certain. This is an impossible one for gamerlegion. As I was going to say, it's 7 rounds in a row. I was waiting, for a fight like this to happen. Shui, he's able to take down Valencio towards B. That means your lurker in the rounds removed. Imma, don't know if this smoke is intentional or not. Is it going to be an oversight for Kafida? Well, Detour's at least there for a trade. So a 1-for-1, nice shot. Nearly connecting for Acor. It would have been a sick flick, but not meant to be. Instead, peeks over the top of the smoke and a second attempt. Problem is, no gap control. Acor, longer this is left, Detour's in a riper position, and he does nail the frag.
Oh
2v3.
my god. That is a massive kill. That's the biggest kill of the round so far, coming through from Detour. 1-on-1 up against Acor. Bests him. 2 players left remaining. That's all that stands between Dynamo Eclot and Mirage. And they're just going to group up hand in hand. Make their way as a unit in towards this B bomb site. It's Isaac who's here towards the back of the site right now. He's had a pretty tough time of it on this map and a very difficult time on this B bomb site so far. And now he has to at least get a multi-kill. I mean, 1 at the bare minimum, right? Then his teammates in a 1v2. And they're not necessarily clearing him out just yet. He's hoping that he might go unchecked. Swings out 1 frag for free, but the trade comes through straight afterwards.
Chewy, clutch. There's your first and your second nearly no. Detour, 22 points of health the difference, but the trade does happen. 16-8. Dynamo Eclot equaliser more integrally. That means a map 3 on the cards, despite the initial map pick of Dynamo Eclot being taken by the gamerlegion squad.
Yeah, trading maps here. What a way for this quarterfinal to end up playing out. There is 1 map left remaining to see who goes through to the semis. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's going to be Mirage. And based on the first 2 maps, you're not going to want to miss it, so don't go too far.
complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Helldays.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
A third map required to separate these two teams. It is Mirage up next. Dynamo Eclot able to take us the distance after they won on their opponent's map pick, and it was an incredibly comprehensive victory as well. I mean, doesn't really get more convincing than that, Retro.
No, sir. I think they look good beginning to end, right? I think their CT side definitely took a step up as well for gamerlegion. By the time they got rifles out and lost the first round, that was it done. Like, that was that one over. Didn't really have a window back in or any window of opportunity. The closest they came was a Shui 1v4 where he killed 3 and nearly won the round on the 10-second defuse, but just not meant to be, right? And obviously that takes us now down to Mirage, a deciding map between these two teams. To see who goes through and to see who's eliminated, right? It's the semi-finals tomorrow that you're playing for, and 100% you're going to be winning that, not only for the prize pool, but for those CCT points as well.
I think Dynamo Eclot are feeling really happy that Mirage is the decider here. gamerlegion, they played the map against 9 the other day. They lost it 16-4. They won that series 2-1 in the end. But outside of that, they've only played the map once in the past month. So they really don't have much recent history on Mirage to gamerlegion. And we saw that cost them on Vertigo. As for their opponents, Dynamo Eclot, they play heaps of Mirage. They play so much Mirage. Mirage is almost their second home. They've played it 24 times in the past 3 months.
Not exactly afraid of that map, let's say, I think is the nice way of putting it. Obviously now for the Dynamo Eclot boys, the real question is, right, if they can deliver maybe the same as the last map. Because I think in map 1, there's no arguing that Ancient was a bit of a blowout. I mean, sure, they did all right on their CT side a bit, their Eclot towards the end, but quite genuinely, that game could have ended 16-5, 16-6, and we wouldn't have been, batting an eyelid effectively at this Dynamo Eclot side. The fact that they've broken back in, though, kind of leaves a few more questions than it does answers, because as you said, this map is more played for them and they've got the better win rates. However, I will say one thing, and that is that consistently gamerlegion on this map have put up okay performances, right? Like, sure, maybe a couple of them have been pretty heavy losses. You look to the 9 loss, obviously, most recently, and they lost 16-4 there. But you've got a 16-13 win over Havu. You take Cloud9 to 29 rounds. Bad News Eagles beat you pretty good, but you've got a 16-7 win over the X-Finest side. And then obviously you think back to the RMRs where they knocked out G2. It was 16-4 out on this map. So What does that say? Well, when it's looked good, it's looked phenomenal for gamerlegion, but when it's looked a bit bad, it really has been a bit rough. And so we're hoping we see gamerlegion on a good day here, because as you said, this Dynamo Eclot side are looking keen to take this 2-1.
Yeah, and not only that, but if gamerlegion also do lose here, then obviously they're eliminated in the quarterfinals as, you know, one of the highest rated teams coming into the playoffs as well, ranked 23rd in the world. Dynamo Eclot currently ranked, well, they were ranked 67th coming into this competition, currently 49th. So it would be a massive upset in terms of the numbers and the ranking. But if you've been following this Dynamo Eclot team, you would know that the Giant Slayers, they beat Sprout already earlier on in the competition.
Yes.
They beat Apex earlier today as well. And they've proven that they are on a tear right now. And they've got the momentum behind them. And they're playing on an incredibly familiar map. They did clearly lose the knife round as they start on the T side. gamerlegion looking to try and right their wrongs of Vertigo. That's a performance to forget. But it is a new day, a new map, and a new opportunity.
Certainly, and now obviously pressure on both teams. This is a best of one, effectively, now at the end of the day, to see who goes through to those semi-final slots and who will go home here in the quarters. It's a great start from Shuey as his USP will open things up onto NBQ. Ultimately, though, Valencio getting out onto site is going to be the killing factor here for Dynamo Eclot as they find 4 kills left in the clutch. That's not going to happen because Detour's got his third. What a sick round for the Eclot boys.
I mean, what is that last kill coming through from him? He just flies through the smoke and he's able to get the kill headshot to boot. And what a great execute out of Dynamo Eclot, despite the fact that they lost the first player. They didn't lose any momentum. There was a clear plan there as well, the way that they parked their way through the bomb site, able to overwhelm the defense and essentially make it look easy. Pinnacle betting odds, the 1x betting odds, the 1x betting odds get it right eventually. Probably the closest they've been this entire series, I would say.
Certainly, I think there's chances. Serious chance now. Just said people are 1x bet certainly saying that's the case, and I think we'll live up to that. Wondering how these Deagles are going to fare against the rifles here of Dynamo Eclot. Of course, they've gone for AKs and Galils and a single Mac-10, whereas gamerlegion, having lost a pistol, are strapped to Deagle, half armor, and a little bit of util, right? So we're fortunate that they've scattered some of that about, but ultimately, you're not expecting the world out of this gamerlegion side. Dynamo Eclot could find themselves 3 rounds up to none. T-side of Mirage, again, you start to worry early doors for gamerlegion because look what we saw out on Vertigo, and well, at the end of Ancient, how good the Dynamo Eclot CT side look there?
Yeah, absolutely. They've got a healthy amount of momentum behind them right now, but they've got a big job on their hands here trying to get in towards B bomb side. There are so many players here for the CT side forced up. They've got the Desert Eagles, but they can't get any kills. Completely overwhelmed, even though they've got their players here. It's still an easy cleanup for Dynamo Eclot. These guys are so well composed on their executes. It feels like the plans are so well identified. Everybody knows exactly what's required of them. And I think that comes down to just how long they've been able to play together, right? They haven't made any roster changes in the past 9 months. So they've played Mirage so many times. They've had so many B executes, B rushes, that they've been able to really iron it down to a T. They've got it down to a fine archer. And it shows. It just looks really clean.
Now, of course, 2-0 scoreline-wise. gamerlegion, no way in with those Deagles. And so back to the USPs and back to the drawing board. Couple of AKs still involved for the Dynamo Eclot side, but notice how, even though they lost a couple of weapons, right, it's actually Mac-10s in the hands of Capson here rather than an AK, which could very easily have been afforded. They're looking to make money. They know the financial game, in which he's able to pick himself up an extra $1,200. Detour getting a double kill as well, but that's all of the nice rounds out of the way, right? Those are the ones that, you know, post-pistol, you kind of know which way they're going. This is really tucking into the meat of the rounds now, and the meat of the game here is gamerlegion get to bring forward rifles. And of course, as you can see on the backs of some of these players, if you want some cool pixels to go with your AK or your AWP or your M4, you can go and check out our partner over at Hellcase.
Absolutely, some great giveaways up for grabs there. Use the code CCT, get some cool bonuses as well on any deposits, as we do get ourselves into the first gun round. I mean, no sniper for the T side, still those 2 Mac-10s in effect here. I'm kind of surprised about that, but I guess they're just trying to wring the towel out, trying to get as much juice out of these Mac-10s as they possibly can before they dump them. Great chance for gamerlegion to get on the board, though, with that AWP rifles as well. look at this from Dynamo Eclot, though. I mean, 2 players behind the top mid boxes, not really peeking or looking for fights, more just holding angles. Everybody just kind of waiting for some aggression right now on the T side, but gamerlegion not offering any of it up.
Having a look towards ramp. I like this from MS, trying to get proactive beneath the smoke. Might find the toes of Detour, but unfortunately, the rounds go both ways, and that's the one that favours the T side. Another advantage. Not to mention, Capson's found his way into window, wiggled himself through to the heart of this gamerlegion defence, as Eclot will find Feeder. 4 versus 4, the MAC-10 punished by Isaac. 4v3, man advantage here. CT side should be able to take their first, but again, those rifles still in the bigger picture. Detour finding Shuey.
Kios is the main player in the round, finally going to be able to pounce off Palace, denies the bomb plants, continues to do some work, but Nubek actually tears his head right off. It's only Isaac left remaining, gets the kill on Nubek as he tries to cross in towards the bomb site. Molly will force him back, so at least Detour can recover the C4 and get himself in towards the triple. Is the spam there from Isaac? No, not off the bat. Detour tries to get off the site, but won't be allowed to. Big kill coming through from Isaac. He probably breathes a huge sigh of relief as he gets the kill over the cross and doesn't have to force the retake. That's Dietor's first death, by the way. 10 kills to his name already.
Yeah, that's brilliant from Detour. As you said, overall, he's having a great game. Sure, gamerlegion get their first on the board. In a 1v2 scenario, it's a round they probably should be losing. I will give it to the Dynamo Eclot boys, though. Being on the T side financially is a lot more relaxed than the CTs. And knowing that they've got 4 kills there into a full buy, I mean, if you're not going to win a round, that's as good as it gets, right, for the Eclot boys. So they're going to be more than happy moving forward to take their 3rd round, maybe not quite a 4th, but it should be collateral here, because as you can see, although winning the round, gamerlegion have the majority of the buy containing FAMASs. That's not the one.
Yeah, that's true, actually. So even though they lose the round, it's not like they've lost out completely. Acor needs to be careful. Nubik's on the angle right now, waiting for a peek. We all know how fast Acor is, though. This time, a bit more emphasis in towards middle here for the T side, a bit earlier on in the round. Maybe now that they know the AWP was towards apartments, they look to try and take a bit more control. I think Valencia must have been collateral there with Nubik.
Acor, gone.
Oh no, that's a problem.
Yeah, massive hole in the defense now, especially when Kafida finds the jungle player. Isaac's available for a trade, but yet again, you're clueless as to the direction the Dynamo Eclot want to take this. It's Shuey on an AWP that finds a first kill and a second here, Shuey. Forget being the IGL. Feel like we've got the Polish Fallen in front of us. 2 kills. Might even be able to make it the round win as well. The Molotov forcing him further away. Shuey even think about giving this one a stab. Ultimately going to back away, but this round is well and truly under the hands here of gamerlegion. As Valencia walks on in, he won't have spotted Isaac up on the boost. And 1 bullet the difference. That'll be a second on the board for the CT side. What ult from Shuey, though, and an AWP of all things to keep it down. Brilliant.
Unfortunately for Dynamo Eclot, they just tried to rush to finish off the round. There's that kill in the collateral to do damage I was talking about. Acor does overstep the mark after that as he loses his life out. But it's Shuey who holds down the fort, as you say. That first kill towards Cat was great, and then he gets the kill in apartments as well. Can't really blame Dynamo Eclot the way that they transition so aggressively in towards the B-bomb side after the information comes through. They get that kill on Acor, and then they get a kill in middle, and they think, all right, here's our chance to push in towards B, but Shuey was in a great position. Now Dynamo Eclot, they've had to empty out the pockets, break the piggy bank, spend everything they've got. Pretty decent buy, but if they lose this, they'll be down into eco territory.
Keels just playing with fire a little bit there, but going to drop a smoke to give him some space. But the Void will overwhelm Dynamo Eclot. 5v4, MBQ moves through the smoke as well. He doesn't care. There could have been a player on the other side. He's confident that the passive play towards CT is the one, and he would be correct, but it's one that penalises not only himself, but his team as well. Imma and Shuey both with kills. 4 versus 3. Kafida slips right through middle. Held by Imma and also by Acor.
Wow.
What a read from Acor, by the way. The fact that he expects that, even when his teammate's on the angle.
Exactly.
Criminal.
And nobody's watching Palace or Ramp, but Acor still just checks it. Spidey senses or something. And I don't even know if Valencia and Capson want to go for this. I mean, they might group up and try and go in towards the B-bomb site, but saving's not even ideal either. Valencia's just got a Mac 10. I mean, no one gets excited about saving a Mac 10. Maybe wants to try and go on a bit of a mission to pick up an AK in the middle. But anyway, I must say, Ema is one of my favorite players to watch in Connector. He's very proactive, loves to take fights in towards middle, got a really good read onto how to play that position as well. Does a great job. He's got very good read, a very good game, like his strength suit Connector. He's one of those players on the CT side who likes to get into the thick of things, likes to be a part of the fights and the rounds. He's their star player as well, so he's a lot of fun to watch in Connector.
Certainly. 3-3 tie game. Perfect opportunity for GamerLegion to take the leads. Those odds over a 1x bet still ripe in favour of the CT side. And I think, personally speaking, obviously I'm not a bookmaker myself. I'm not someone that can provide odds on the spot as, you know, precise and with all the data. I mean, to the naked eye, I would have given this one a little bit more of an even look down than maybe that. I think Dynamo Eclot don't have a bad chance considering their track record. GamerLegion have been hit and miss with this map, but maybe taking that into account, I still reckon GamerLegion are going to find themselves on a good day here. It's a 4-buy against, well, an attempted forced investment here for Dynamo Eclot. It's an AWP 2 AKs, but against a Mac 10 and a Tech 9 to support it, not ideal. And they've already lost the big green. Capson's been removed. Yeah,
great position there from Aiko, able to just peer above the smoke. That's going to be a kill for him every single day of the week. GamerLegion still looking to try and break that T-side economy because they saved that AWP and Mac 10 in the previous round, and the AWP and the AK. They try to force around those guns, but lost the early pick once again. So light on utility. They don't even have a smoke grenade, so I don't know how you make a round work without a smoke grenade playing against a full gun round. It's going to be so difficult for Dynamo Eclot, relying solely on their gunfights.
Dead harsh. 40 seconds left here, Hayes. Time of the essence. Spot in the shadow of Kios, but information that goes both ways doesn't exactly enhance this ramp push in any way or the defense of it. Therefore, Acore will find Detour. Mac 10 going to try and pincer in as well. Kafida finding the AWPer there. He's going to be a promising one. Picks back up the Mac 10, or the AK. In the meantime, the Mac 10 pushes in on ramp. 20 seconds. But Dynamo Eclot have flushed out this entire A-hole.
Yeah, really well worked here from Dynamo Eclot, all things considered. GamerLegion had some nice positions on the site, but they've been routed. Kafida can pretty much lock in the round if he gets his kill towards CT. Isaac is here. He doesn't have a flash to assist his cause. Sure, an HE grenade to try and chunk the player down, and that actually will time in for him to get the kill. 2 versus 2 now. Shui starts to edge his way forward, wins the gunfight with the rampage. Is going to do the theft, tucked in towards Sandwich. He's going to be turning GamerLegion into the meat. 2 great kills coming through from him as Dynamo Eclot re-secure the lead.
That's brilliant. That is brilliant. Impeccable. I mean, you can't even fault GamerLegion for what they try here, but the fact that MBQ in towards Sandwich, in towards his lowered position, and he's killed both players. Criminal business. And all of a sudden, GamerLegion, as you said, not only find themselves behind, but ultimately given the same denominator as Dynamo Eclot in the previous. And it's a force buy that is a little bit wobbly, but it's one that puts them a man advantage here. It's Detour that has a very raw exit here in round number 8. It's just straight in with the AWP, straight out of the round.
He was 10-1. Since then, he's only been able to get a single kill. 10-0, actually. You can totally understand the logic between GamerLegion investing in this round here as well, right? Knowing how much economic damage they've dealt to Dynamo Eclot. 3 Mac 10s and an AWP, no rifles to speak of. Got a bit of a power position here with Kafida into...
Voici le nouveau quart de livre barbecue de la Caroline avec du bœuf canadien à 100%, du bacon et des oignons croustillants. Un quart de livre débordant de sauce sucrée et relevée. Une nouveauté des arches dorées, la sauce barbecue de la Caroline. Goûtez-y dès aujourd'hui pour une durée limitée.
Sur PokerStars, Manuel peut accéder au spin and go où qu'il soit. Car nos jeux sont prêts quand vous l'êtes. Place au jeu.
Quitting, it's not easy. So don't do it alone. With Nicorette in your willpower, you're twice as likely to quit smoking. Today's the day. Join the quitters. Nicorette, let's do something amazing.
Seconds left, no chance in the round. The bomb didn't have enough time to be set down either way. Isaac will find MBQ. Just thank God it's before the clock expires. Capstan doesn't get any money. Fortunately, it's 3 deaths, but gamerlegion equalize again.
Oh man, what a massive round for them to win. I mean, Eclot gets a couple of kills, which were instrumental. It gets super close in the end. I mean, as you say, how on earth Kios gets that kill onto Valencio, I have no idea. Valencio even got the jump on him. Eventually, Kios goes down, but there was just no time left on the clock for Dynamo Eclot to have a crack at it. Capstan has to settle for saving his AWP. Going to eco around that orb. gamerlegion have a chance to now get themselves the lead for the first time here on the map. Remember, this is the decider in the quarterfinal, guys. Last quarterfinal will be played after this, and that's going to be Ence against Endpoint. Winner of that game plays the winner of this game. And gamerlegion not looking to have any trouble cleaning up against the pistols.
Brilliant. Important in that round to note as well, Hayes, is that no player from gamerlegion goes down. More damage was done with the knife from a teammate there in that round than Dynamo Eclot themselves. Because money was a serious issue for gamerlegion. You know, you think back to 2 rounds ago now, right? When they brought out an AWP, and I think it was 2 M4s, maybe 1 M4, but either way, it was like a Deagle and an MP9 to kind of support. It was a 5-7 on Kios, I remember. It was that round, right? So,
yeah.
You know, you're in a position where, had that have been a couple of kills for Dynamo Eclot, you know, Kios has to drop an M4, Immer has to drop an M4, and the luxury of having something to sit back on, like your metaphorical throne, your economical throne in that sense, is completely drawn from underneath you. Immer, he will fall, Kafida, through the smoke, through a wall. I don't know how that's a wall bank, but Counter-Strike says so. Shui's nade.
Oh, wow.
Giving away Capstan's position. You see the bug there? Counter-Strike, please fix.
But how did it say in the kill feed that he got the kill with the HE grenade? Did you see that?
Because it went off, then he died. Yeah. You're right.
It did explode before he died, right? Like, I'm
Big
sure he got the kill with the AK.
Brother, our producer, is there a replay for that? I'd like to see it at the end. Because you are right.
I'm not tripping.
That's got my head scratching a little bit. Because
that
you're right.
was the bug. You even saw the explosion, which then exposed him in the smoke.
Yeah, he saw him because of the grenade exploded him.
Yeah.
Like, that literally, there was the bug. And he was shooting him afterwards. So how has he died? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, Isaac, he'll find one, a second, and a third.
Wow.
Isaac lining him up. Doesn't need a HE this time around. gamerlegion up to 6. I'm keen to see if there's, you know, a replay there. We probably left it a little too long to ask for it. Oh, here we go. Okay, here's our first frag. Do we get to see the kill? Okay, so this is the wall bang. Okay, it was just off.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was but you are right. Like, I'm going to watch it back on the stream. Later on, when I have a moment, I'll sit down and I'll go, do you know what? Hayes was right. Or I'll go, do you know what? How does that happen? Because you're right. The nade exploded. That's how we saw it. But he still died to the nade. Interesting.
Well, we're gonna, watch that one back up on the stream, maybe, and we can see exactly what happened. Maybe get a second look at it. As for Dynamo Eclot, well, they started off 3-0, only been able to win a single gun round. That's all they've picked up so far in terms of gun rounds. 1 gun round. So 6-1 since that start for Dynamo Eclot, where they went up 3-0. That's a little bit worrisome for their cause here. Isaac needs to be careful. Doesn't want to give these Desert Eagles an opportunity to get an opening kill for free. Baiting Acor into it here as well. It's like that meme. Have you seen that meme with the baby crocodile? Where the mother crocodile just comes out from underneath the baby and just says, like, you know, show me who was bullying you.
No.
And then if that's like the player in apartments just taking contact and then running away, and then Acor just finish it off with the AWP.
You're gonna have to like
Big Brother.
Google it and DM it to me, this meme that you're on about, because I have absolutely no clue what you're on about here. And I'll save you the seconds, Isaac. He's gonna find himself the first. Immer. Nice 2k with the M4A4, but at least Valencio there to make it expensive, alongside Capstan. Ultimately, great one time for Shui to end it 8 or gamerlegion up to 7. You are right, since the 3-0 start, it's been 7-1 in favour of this gamerlegion CT side. Looking solid here at the end, but here we are, right? Dynamo Eclot, first tack pause to come in. Let's have a little chat, think things through. What can we do differently now that we've got the rifles out again?
Yeah, it's been looking pretty bleak so far. I mean, gamerlegion have been happy to pretty much... I mean, they're contesting middle, but it's not like they're throwing everything they've got towards mid. Seems like they've been doing a good job at actually just playing fairly passively so far on the CT side, forcing Dynamo Eclot to make the moves and then punishing them. It's not like they've been getting too aggressive or too elaborate here on the CT side so far. I'd say they've been pretty reserved, actually. Isaac's having a much better performance here on Mirage compared to what he did on Vertigo as well. That's been a noticeable change. Eclot also looking really good, up to 11 kills, though we're going to always need him here on the CT side of Mirage. And it is going to be more attention towards mid here from the T side, as has been the case throughout the half so far.
Already an impactful one here for gamerlegion. Dynamo Eclot know they've just got to survive for the rest of this half, right? Get a few more rounds, but it doesn't really matter how serious the gap is if they claim a couple more. Oh, this is sad.
Shui?
Oh, he saw
my
him.
god,
Wait,
he's been spotted, yeah.
Capson knew. I think Shui won't know that he's been spotted here. Detour is just going to pre-aim. Done. Dusted.
Oh.
He's going to be like, dude, there's like 3 of them there. They were all looking at me. Which, not incorrect.
Oh my, and look at this positioning from Nubik.
Timing.
Oh,
is it?
Misses the shot. Nubik now looking to close the gap. His teammates are flying through the apartments as well. This is looking very awkward right now for the CT side.
Sure,
Really smart repositioning from Eclot.
Valencio's out on A, trying to set a bit of a fake apparently. Kafida's moving through middle, Detour dropping out, so he's trying to make a bit of extra noise. That bomb is in apartments, and Keels finds Kafida. Eclot will follow up, and it's all down to Capson, the bomb carrier, the AWPer. Has to get a reload off here, Mr. Eclot, before this round slices back up, chucks in a HE. Capson caught on the tail end of it, but he has got himself a first. Nearly a second as well. He had the right idea that there'd be a man on short, but Keel's just quicker to the trigger, and it's an 8 on the board here for gamerlegion. What a staggering start.
Yeah, beautiful work coming through from gamerlegion, man. I mean, despite the fact that Shui got so unlucky towards the top of mid, he would never expect to be spotted out there, and he was in such a great position so early on in the round. He still watches his troops get the job done, largely thanks to Eclot's effort there on the B-bomb side. If he doesn't get that kill onto Nubik, then Dynamo Eclot are able to just continue the charge on the B-bomb side, right? So that kill initially slows them down. Valencia gets out towards A. He's still actually giving Dynamo Eclot a good option, but after he falls, then they have to commit in towards the B-bomb side, and Eclot has done the lock and chain. Now the pressure and the focus shifts towards the opposite side of the map, though. Eclot has legged up one. Heel's position now known as well. Doesn't look like it's going to be too difficult for them to still get across the line in the round, though.
Although there is a single frag that goes the way of Dynamo Eclot, a bomb plant nearly comes out, but it's denied by Shui. Isaac and him are able to pick up the pieces between them and put 9 to the gamerlegion name. 2 more rounds of the rest of this half. Personally, if I'm coaching Dynamo Eclot, or if I'm, you know, at least in the driver's seat, or want to be a bit of a pundit about this and be a bit blunt, they need the last 2. They need to make this 9-6 to stand a chance. Gamerlegion CT side looking very strong so far, and if they do give up double digits, especially in this round, the collateral is that it's probably going to be 11, because the money for the T side is just not there.
Well, the same problem persists, that they're just struggling in these gun rounds so far. They've only won a single gun round so far throughout this entire half, and now we're in the penultimate round of this half. Look at Eclot getting aggressive, making his way forward. Valencia's been able to slink his way through the defense, though, completely undetected. In a power position early on here. No, that's so unfortunate, Ema. Just spots him above the smoke. Eclot actually changes weapons there before he fires off the shot. That cost him his life. But still, oh man, if Dynamo Eclot didn't have bad luck, they wouldn't have had any luck in this map so far.
4v3. Double stack on middle as well in the mid round from gamerlegion. To have the balls to go for this is one thing, but the fact that Dynamo Eclot are going to walk into it as well is another. It doesn't matter that Shui goes down, because you're expecting, okay, if someone's out on middle, where on earth is the second man? There he is. Surprise, surprise, Emma. He's able to find 2. He dropped in, and Imma wants all three. Double digits gamerlegion, and a great bait and switch from Shui. A 6 up. I don't know who's called for it, but a great mind to that, and just a bait and switch pays dividends to gamerlegion's half here. CT side looking stronger by the second.
Yeah, they're in complete control right now. They are dominating proceedings, and they're going to be really comfortable and confident, and just feel good about this performance they put up so far on the CT side. The significant favorites coming into this matchup, and they're playing like it as well. Last round of the half doesn't look great. Dynamo Eclot very light on utility, at least able to trade 1-for-1 initially, but Yells goes a step further. There's a heavy lean over towards the B side of the map right now for gamerlegion, expecting some sort of a rush in that direction. Hasn't been the case though, so they have to dissolve those numbers.
V3. gamerlegion still with massive chances to make it 11. Dynamo Eclot, as I said, in an ideal world, they'll need both remaining rounds to go their way. Dead silent across the server right now. Kafida will break it with the step. Capson went in to pick up a pistol. Other than that, though, Dynamo Eclot indeed will be heading towards A. Flashbang to try and get them in. A double stack towards CC Hayes. I feel like I know how this round's going to end up.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be more of the same 3 versus 4. They've struggled in rounds that they've gotten an opening kill or had neutral numbers. How do they make it down a man? How do they make it work a man down? Faking out the plant, trying to draw out the peaks. Aiko will deny the plant. At least he also gets the trade. Push from CT, though, to try and keep up the pace and try and keep up the pressure. It's going to be that flank from ramp, though, finally coming into effect for Shui himself, and Isaac will chime in to finish off the half. 11-4. Absolute domination from gamerlegion in their gun rounds.
Look at that. Such a hot streak, despite that one round in round number 8. gamerlegion had basically found themselves every single round on that CT side once the rifles came into play. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Last 11 rounds, they'd won 10 of them. Those odds over at 1xBet maybe now reflecting the idea that gamerlegion have got this one done. A pistol round to keep Dynamo Eclot alive. Otherwise, yes, we will be talking about the Endpoint Ence game very shortly. Certainly needs to be now a round that Eclot can't afford to lose for gamerlegion. Give them no window of opportunity. Lock it in now.
Yeah, they've got a lot of utility here. 4 flashes, 2 smokes as well. Could be some depth here to this pistol round for the T side. Right now, though, they just postured waiting for some aggression. Bomb in TV room, couple players in towards Palace. I think there's still more to unfold in this round. As for Dynamo Eclot, they got the smoke and the kits on Valencio. Always a good combination to have on the CT side. As the round ticks on and there's no aggression from the CT side, gamerlegion now just will group up outside of apartments. So seems like they'll still end up with the 5-man executes into the B-bomb side. Just a lot later in the round than what Dynamo Eclot would have expected if they knew this was going to be the strategy.
So slow. Oh, damn slow. Finally broken. Kafida lets the first buy, but the second will tear his head straight off. Capson, he'll find another one, and a second kill with the USP. MBQ, his teammate, dinked up and taken down by Kios. And indeed, the brothers in arms out towards B removed. 3v2 scenario, 20 seconds left. gamerlegion basically kept blowing up the balloon until it popped, and finally they went for the B rush. It's a great headshot from Acor. Shui, he's out on short. This is probably the most unexpected play of the lot. Valencio moving in on site, spotted out the shoulder, but the USP connects. Kit involved, 5 on the board for Eclot.
I mean, Shui didn't have much of an option there. Had to hug the wall and edge his way forward. Valencio, as soon as he spots him out, able to land a clean tap. He's had a tough time of it so far on Mirage, but has a great pistol round. Looked a bit rough for Dynamo Eclot initially after they lose that first pick on Kafida, but then Capson gets 2 quick kills in response. How clean was Acor in that pistol round? Some beautiful taps coming through from him. Unfortunately, all in vain. Dynamo Eclot win the vital pistol round down. The vital pistol round, though, now they're going to have to play against a Force buy.
Not ideal. Not ideal at all. How this could hurt. Dynamo Eclot CT side. I mean, if momentum speaks into anything about how gamerlegion looks, what could Dynamo Eclot do with the right pieces? Of course, a bomb plant means money, and they do go for an investment. Acore with a double kill with the AK, opening things back up. Momentum might be killed at the very first opportunity. Heet, gonna see the flashbang go over, touch his head. No one checks, but Acore hits the shot. Down to 1, down to Captain, against 3, finds the first, but he was the lowest HP of the lot. And as you said, as soon as he peeks his head round the corner of that smoke, gamerlegion should be holding. Captain makes noise as if he's running away, but he decides to double back to try and create the illusion of a save. Sits in it, waiting. This isn't going to win you around, though. Surely this is 12 on the board. How do the mighty fall? Kios has got him locked in as well. No chance of escaping. That's 12 on the board for gamerlegion. How sick is that?
Yeah, really good work. I mean, what a sick execution towards the A bomb site. Such vital kills coming through there initially as well. Bomb explosion. Was he looking for a gun there?
He went to pick up the M4 because it got blown by the bomb. He had to double back and just didn't press E in time.
That's unfortunate, but still, I mean, they win the round, right? And now they have to play against a Force by do gamerlegion. When this 13-5 becomes 14-5, you pretty much won the series if you win this round. Outright domination from gamerlegion. As you say, the success from the pistol round 1 for Dynamo Eclot is short-lived.
Chewy, Acore, both with kills. And you start to think and wonder. That will certainly be it. At least it should be. gamerlegion would have been in this position 100 times over. Just know how to close out from this spot. Don't get too over defensive. Don't get too excited that you've won the game. Just be smart, cool heads, close it out.
I mean, we did see them struggle to close out a little bit on Ancient, right?
I was going to mention this. Like, although we had trouble, I don't think they'll be the team to let it happen twice.
No, I don't think so either. They also are looking... It's almost like they just were in one gear on Ancient, and as soon as that got shut down, they struggled a bit more. I feel like here on Mirage, there's been more depth. It's been more sustainable the way they've been winning their rounds. I mean, also, it's kind of Acore go kill. He's up to 23 and 12 right now. You spoke about in the pregame how he's elevated his individual level recently, and we've seen that here in the server tonight.
Valencio finds Acore. Kios trades, and that leaves Kafida here in the clutch 1 versus 3. Has the jump on the Galil, and while Labour does find it, second frag looking unlikely. Indeed, as he walks out from Palace, Isaac will have him taken down. 13 now for gamerlegion. You start to feel this series is all but done.
Yeah, should be. Unfortunate for Dynamo Eclot after such a great display on Vertigo that they haven't really been able to translate that here into Vertigo. Into Mirage. They were 3-0 up as well, right? They've only won 2 rounds since then, while gamerlegion have won 13, man.
Just want to say, though, very well played to them throughout this entire tournament so far, right? Like, it's not exactly like this team's had like a seething amount of luck. They went 3-2 in the group play in the main Swiss. They beat Falcons, beat Static, beat Illuminar, lost to AGO, lost to X-Finest in the playoff stage. Managed to take down Sprouts, by the way. What a name to take down.
Yes, top 20.
Yep. And then obviously went on to beat Forze as well, a team that I think we've got to give some respect to, sitting in the top 40 as well. Apologies, I'm looking at the wrong part. They didn't. Went to play gamerlegion today. After beating Sprout.
Yeah.
20 team. Another one in gamerlegion, by the way, 23rd in the world. Sitting in and around that mark.
Yeah, it's impressive that they're going to have another 5th and 8th finish. They had a 5th and 8th finish in the first CCT North Europe series.
Yeah.
So backing that up with another strong performance here once again. Yeah, it just shows that they are consistently actually able to keep up with the higher level of Tier 2. Even in the Central Europe Series 1, they finished 5th and 8th. So a couple of times now, they've made it to the quarterfinals of the playoffs, but they haven't been able to go further than that. And that's going to be the case here once again.
Clapping away for all the HP of these players. That's the most doable 1v4 you'll ever see. 14-5.
Yeah, true.
But hey, not meant to be against the P250.
They had 58 health between 4 of them.
There you go, quick maths. I wouldn't have been able to do that, fair play.
That's not a lot of health.
Not a lot at all. Great shot.
That is... yeah. He's been great on Mirage though, right? He's up to 19 and 6 right now, man.
This is brilliant. Brilliant business for gamerlegion though. I mean, one way to make it look convincing in the final moments of the game, right? It's like you have a very good opener, taking the Dynamo Eclot map pick, very choppy waters when you go onto Vertigo, which is your pick. You lose 16-8, even more embarrassing than Eclot's lost out on Aiden.
Oh.
You'll quite quickly forget that. Yeah, and that is a massive kill, as you said. How impactful this Mirage has looked. 3v2. To deny gamerlegion of 15, but more importantly, to keep these rifles alive and give them a chance to not play on pistols in the next. A lot to ask for, and still with so much time to go, gamerlegion can pick their choices wisely.
Oh my god, I mean, look at this positioning for Isaac. He's heard the audio cue. The information was relayed to him because Acor spotted out Kafida from Catwalk. So now he's just waiting for Kafida to walk into his crosshair. I don't think he wants to drop off yet. Doesn't want to give away the audio cue. Wants to try and pounce to get the kill first. He's calling for the rotations with the bomb. Wait, bomb's actually decided to go up connector now because they get that kill. So changing up the plan. Nope, now up Catwalk. Okay. Just bamboozling me, playing with my emotions. But that's okay. I don't mind it.
And now look at Isaac's spot. Knows exactly where he is. Look
He
at
deserves
me.
the kill. Oh. Kafida gave up. You see that? Kafida gave up, mate. He was done.
As
Hand
soon
off
as
mouse
he
and
got tagged
keyboard.
up, he got tagged up, he pressed G, Isaac actually whiffed the spray, and then looked at him and went, oh, he just dropped his gun. Nice to meet you, sir. And then, yep, there you go. Bomb. Good night. 15-5, map and series point here for gamerlegion. Secure a top 4. It's looking very likely Dynamo Eclot need 10 rounds in a row. And as you said, Mr. Consistent over in the CT side of things right now. Another 5th-8 finish. I mean, pretty disappointing maybe for them, but for me, in my eyes, you know, in a more neutral POV, I've got to say, what a brilliant end to the year this is for Dynamo Eclot. Even in a Gev, Detour's having fun even when he's losing. That's always nice to see.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more though, man. I mean, it's been impressive that they're consistently able to put up these playoff results. Just beating teams higher ranked than them. 15-5, 10 map and series points for gamerlegion. Obviously, we're an hour behind the schedule right now. Ence and Endpoint waiting in the wings for their chance to have a crack at each other in their quarterfinal. That's the last game of the day. Winner of that plays the winner of this. Dietor with the Negev. He's going to be able to get the kill on Isaac. I haven't seen a Negev kill in a official in a long time.
I don't think that's the first one I've seen in 2022. Genuinely think.
Yeah. Good awareness there to get the kill to Dietor, and Kafida's now still in apartments. Oh no, has been compromised. Leaps out though, only going to be good for the 1.
Bouncer 2, NBQ, Capson in the clutch between them. Need a miracle to put Dynamo Eclot up to 6, and already noise being made at this rotates happening. Imma with the first, he would have heard Capson. Both kills go his way. Imma to finish the job, and it is 16-5. gamerlegion 2-1 in the series. GG, well played to the Dynamo Eclot boys, though. They put on a hell of a performance through this North Europe playoff stage. Top 8 again. Super respectable finish for them. And I don't think the lads can be disappointed in how they played today. Although the third map, a little bit disappointing. Dynamo Eclot, what an end to the year. Congratulations, guys. It's been sick watching you guys play.
As you say, complete domination from gamerlegion on that last map, though. After losing the first 3 rounds, they won the next 16 out of 18. So they took complete control, and they win the series 2-1, and they go through into the semi-finals. Who will they play against? Well, we're going to find out in the next game. It's Ence taking on Endpoint. The winner will play gamerlegion. We're going to jump into a break quickly because we're up behind schedule. When we come back, it will be that last quarterfinal of the day.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. talk. One love. One click. One XBet.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One expert.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Welcome in, everyone. It is our 4th and final quarter-final matchup, our last best of 3 of today. And may I say, yet again, Hayes, feels like we're saving the best till last, because it is Ence taking on Endpoint to see who goes through to the semi-finals and who is out in the quarters. We saw Ence a new look yesterday for them. They've brought in Inferno for the first time in 15 months. Are we going to see a repeat today? I think it's a different story, because Endpoint are pretty damn good.
That's a good question. We'll have to have a look at the veto when we get an opportunity to see that, as I think a little bit behind schedule. So, you know what? Again, no pregame. We're just going to zip straight into the opening map. It is Vertigo here. The pick of, I would imagine, Ence. We saw them pick it yesterday. Yeah, they picked it again. Ancient's picked by Endpoint, and Mirage will be the decider. We'll just kind of integrate our pregame into the cast.
Exactly. I think that's what we did last time, right? We just kind of had a chat about everyone in the first few rounds. Do want to talk about an individual yesterday that we know has his moments, but felt quite vacant yesterday. Was the AWP scenario for Ence, was Sampayas, right? I think he was a little bit quieter than usual. I'm not to say that he didn't have a bad game. You know, he still fragged out, to be fair. We'd just like to see more out of him. He dropped to 1.06, excuse me, across the series. Still ended positive, so fair play. Great start here, though, for MHL. The AWP taking down the AWPer. Snappy will eventually trade onto Cyril, though, so it's a 4v4.
Still going to be committing to the original plan here for the T side. Grouping up, heading in towards the safe bomb site. Mighty Max looking for an angle around the smokes right now. Good flashes, though, going to be forcing him back. So Ence looks like they've done enough initially here to try and secure the plant, though MHL will continue to inflict some damage with another kill.
Now, yeah, exactly, to note is the post plant does not contain that defuse kit, so it has to be these USPs to get back into this round. Oh, Snappy! Job with the Glock. And it's Mighty Max, I was going to say, in the clutch. Picks up a pistol, tries to do some work. Not going to happen. What a sick round from Snappy. 4 in the round.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge coming through from Snappy. So much impact. I mean, he gets the first kill, or whether it was a trade or the opening, regardless, doesn't matter. I think it was just the trade. And then he goes nuclear on the bomb site itself in the post plant. And not only that, but these are so high impact, right? If he doesn't get all 3 of those kills, it's Endpoint who have the advantage in the retake. Now, obviously, something that we need to mention is that Heavy Guard's not going to be on the server tonight and not for any of Endpoint's games for the rest of the month. He is serving, duty in the army in Israel. So it means they're playing with the stand in quotes. He's going to be playing all their remaining games for the season. And while Endpoint are already the underdogs coming into this matchup, to be playing with the stand in as well just makes matters so much worse.
Mighty Max. Opening kill goes his way. MHL a second. 4v3. MHL indeed follows up as well. So Endpoint, despite being on worse weaponry, do have a chance, but it's the Molotov of D here alongside his Galil to bring things back down to a 2v2. And while he chucks an AK to his teammate, he's trying to figure out where the other one is. Sucker. Yeah, you had the AK. Velda picks it up. You can take the Mac 10 now, fella. Cheers for the rifle. Bombs out towards short, though. More importantly, a smoke towards the right-hand side. Isolates a lot of these angles for Valde to start gutting out. And he does let Diha go in first, just so we know that Mac 10 is available to trade. He'll let the SMG pick up the bomb and go for the plant. Valde watches his teammates go down to the nade. But, of course, in that time, he's created some even further distance between himself and the opposition. Smoke towards front sight. It's on top of the bomb. But yet again, just like the pistol, there's no kit. So a follow-up round is going to be difficult, especially when Valde's allowed to isolate these fights. A tap onto the bomb. Valde doesn't peek yet. He's expecting some form of swing, and Cyril does give it. But it's over the top of the smoke, and Valde don't quite know what's hit him. And that'll be Cyril to find the follow-up there for Endpoint. 1-1.
Yeah, he plays that situation to absolute perfection. He had the luxury of so much time on the clock for the defuse that he could just drop the smoke, tap the defuse. I mean, Valde doesn't even panic, right? He still creeps his way forward, eventually starts to spam into the smoke, and that's when Surreal pounces. Massive round one here for Endpoint on the force buy. We saw Ence on this map yesterday against Ego. I mean, wasn't a domination. It was actually pretty tight. The pace was fast. For the first few rounds, Ego were able to keep up with it. Ence eventually pulled ahead. Keen to watch them here on Vertigo once again. We saw how good Ence were on their force buys yesterday as well, that must be said.
So this round, Endpoint need it. Starting to note in most recent times, Hayes, I'm not sure if you've just seen yet. But getting a dink up. Hold on, I'll keep my thought for a less important round, because this is one that Ence can still pinch back away. MHL is low and he's able to get away with a second. Tapping away those Sig-9s, another dink but no kill, 2v4. But again, it's one that doesn't look far from manageable here for Ence.
Oh, so many shots coming through the smoke as well. None of them connecting for the T side. MHL rattles off a few of his own. Diha gonna bite the dust. Man, such low HP here on two of these players. But essentially a 1 versus 4. And Snappy, 1 point of health to his name. I mean, it's a formality.
There you go.
And he will eventually go down.
Ence denied of a second. Endpoint take the lead. I was going to say, actually, I've just seen in the last hour, Kawana Gaming have closed their organisation.
I did actually see that on Twitter in our break there, man. That's unfortunate. I mean, they were just citing the global economic standings, not really allowing them to continue their operations. So, yeah, that's sad. F's in chat for Kawana Gaming.
I think they deserve a little more than an F, to be fair, but... You're right. It is very unfortunate.
Being a bit lighthearted, but yeah, obviously always sucks to see an esports org departing the scene, right?
Always. Especially one that's been around for so long and supported not only a local scene, but a global one as well. A shame. It will be missed. We love you, Kawana.
Yeah, if we're being realistic about it, probably not going to be the first team to have some an announcement of that nature. Things obviously looking pretty rough globally. Not that I'm an economist, but pretty easy to see.
Are you not?
I mean, I know I speak with confidence, but probably a subject I'll refrain from trying to give too many opinions on.
You know what? I'm a financial advisor when it comes to Counter-Strike. That's what I am.
Yeah, that's
an eco round for Ence, you know? I I should take up this coaching thing, you know. Quite easy.
Didn't you? Aren't you doing some coaching?
Yeah, that's true. I did. An advanced team. Not quite the level of Endpoint or Ence, but, you know. There you go. If any team out there needs someone to tell them what to do at the start of every round, whether they have enough money to buy or not, I'm your man.
Economist Ryan on the scene. Get him in there. Slot him in. He's ready to go. Crunch some numbers. Numbers right now. 3-1. More numbers. €130 sign up there bonus or deposit bonus if you use the CCT code on 1xBet.
Legends over at 1xBet. Giving all you guys the goodies when it comes to gambling. Of course, you have to be 18 plus and gamble responsibly. When the fun stops, stop. All of that stuff, you know. But a massive bonus that you can claim over there, which, you know, if you want to have a punt at Endpoint winning the series, which were serious underdogs at the beginning, we saw on the graphics before we cut to our faces and said hello to the stream. We saw how damn good those odds looked. I think it was like 5.5 or something ridiculous for Endpoint. This round seems to be going a little differently than the previous, though, because it's Sunpies and Snappy to open things up.
Yeah, great kills coming through from them, forcing Endpoint out of that control. Endpoint looking to try and contest towards ramp, but yeah, they just receive bullets. Molly going to be slightly late, good for a little bit of damage. A few ticks, spray comes through as well to further the cause, but I don't even know if Endpoint want to go for this. I mean, they've got enough money to full buy in the next round, but that shouldn't just always be your reason to commit to a retake 3 versus 5. They're going to pull the plug and head for the hills, Ence get back to anyways. Again, just hitting ramp, right? This is going to be the case pretty much throughout the entire half. Every now and again, they'll throw a curveball into the mix, but endpoints are going to be tested towards ramp, round in and round out.
Bomb ticking away. Endpoint save, makes sense. Move on to the next. Ence are going to grant themselves a second. There's one thing I did want to talk about in yesterday's game that could apply to today, and well, it actually did, was Ence always so back and forth in the force buy rounds, right? Like in second, third, fourth rounds. We saw it obviously pan out yesterday. Maybe the Ence boys will hate me bringing it up just because of how floppy it was at that point. Looking though, it was super, and I mean super back and forth in that previous game, which, you know, not necessarily a bad thing, but definitely does put it on thin ice against AGO, you know, 16-11, 16-14, both maps. I'm looking now, AGO win the first 2 rounds, Ence win an eco, then AGO win 4 rounds. I think it was map 2 of Inferno that looked a little closer than that was super back and forth. You get the idea that it wasn't smooth sailing for Ence after winning a pistol, and we're starting to see that already here against Endpoint.
Yeah, true. I mean, I think there's a few points you could make from that. The one is it's very impressive how Ence are able to make so much progress and do so much with so little, but at the same time, their gun rounds haven't been incredibly convincing, rounds that they should be winning comfortably. Right now, though, they're not going to be too comfortable towards ramp. Mighty Max forces the fight. He's got support from Quotes, but, oh, they've just been dealt with by Snappy, leading from the front. I mean, how good was he yesterday against Ago? He's translated that form here into Vertigo already as well, leading from the front.
Snappy, an individual character that's 100% can just turn rounds on its head, just in it there. Probably see it a few more times this game. He had a pretty sick series against AGO. It was Madden, the man at the top of the sheets.
In
that best of 3. D here on Inferno, certainly the case. He actually was the lowest performer for Ence across the board in that series, but you are right, on Inferno he had a mighty game. And Madden, a 1.37. That's pretty stonking, as you said, out on Inferno. Actually, D was second to top with a 0.99. Madden went 32 and 21. We remember the game he had. It was hard to miss across the scoreboard in every round.
Exactly. Not only was he getting kills, he was getting so much impact as well, having so much impact, should I say, especially in that last round. In fact, none more so than that 30th round where he pushes through the CT smoke and wraps around Church, essentially wins around for his team. 3-3 scores leveled up here by Ence. Looking at the money here, Endpoint will certainly be able to invest into this next round, but weapons haven't been the problem in these past few rounds. That A site has been a bit of a challenge for them to try and lock down. And as I was saying, on a normal day, Endpoint versus Ence, Endpoint would be significant underdogs. Now they're playing with the stand-in as well, missing Heavy God, one of their integral fraggers, so it makes things even more challenging for them.
We were saying, though, to be fair, how much Quirtz impressed us in yesterday's game against Sword.
Yeah,
you know?
true.
He was actually middle of the pack, dropped to 1.09. Obviously behind MHL and Nerds, as you would expect. But yeah, he put in a massive shift. I was saying on broadcast yesterday how impressed I was with his performance. And I think clearly seeing something in him. It's Nerds, the big man, to open things up yet again for Endpoint. What an individual he's been over the last few months here for this Endpoint CEX side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was a kingpin in their victory yesterday. Huge result for Endpoint where they were able to win their round of 16 matchup. That was against Saw. Funnily enough, Endpoint also played against the Ence Academy earlier today. Now they're playing against the Ence main team. They beat the Academy team pretty easily. But certainly a different kettle of fish here playing against the main team.
Endpoint played the Academy hours before, right? And that went pretty well for them. Are we going to see a same 2-0 here today? Honest opinions, Hayes? I think it's possible.
Yeah, it should be. Should be a 2-0.
Then again, feels like you can never count Endpoint out of a game. Quirtz, brilliant shot. Had dropped. D-Hut in the meantime moves towards B. Pius has caught Quirtz. Problem is the bomb is committed towards A, and it has to be committed towards A, even though there's a man towards B. D-Hut caught out. Pius as well. Now it's just Valde in the clutch. 1 versus 4 for him to win this would be extreme. A bomb plant should be enough, though, for Ence financially to keep afloat. And it will be indeed a 4th on the board for Endpoint. They're able to hold on with the lead.
Yeah, started it nicely with the opening kill, then able to just fall back onto the A-bomb site itself. After they got that kill on Snappy, they decided against giving any further fights up, which I think is actually a good choice. And then they just locked down the defense. Nurse is going to have to be huge here for Endpoint if they're going to stand any chance of winning this series and upsetting Ence. Nurse is going to be one of the keys. He was fantastic on that B-bomb site against Saw yesterday.
Yes.
Going to need to see the best out of him once again here tonight. MHL, another one of those players, by the way, with a great game yesterday. I saw him tweet out earlier saying he's been quite sick over the past 3 months on and off with illness. So, yeah, I hope that that's something that doesn't continue to plague him for much longer. But looking pretty sick in the server right now, 9-4.
MHL, I hope you're all right, fella. First and foremost, ultimately, Endpoint seems to be looking pretty good, even if he's sick or not, you know. Just one of those players fight through the pain and maybe a bit angry because of the illness. Translated into the server means more fragging power. Minute left on this round, though, here, Hayes. So far, very slow for Ence. Want to take the ramp control. They have been given it. Dead quiet across the board. Will be broken eventually by the noise of the clunking of the smoke and the Molotovs ripping through different angles, and good damage done. MHL 43 points of health before he gets to fire an ult shot.
Yeah, great effort so far here from Ence, and again, they're just hounding on towards the same bomb site. They know how good their protocols are, their util usage, and their understanding, and so they just back themselves to be superior to that A defense, and it has proven to be the case more often than not so far in terms of the gun rounds. Have been able to get a couple of kills here. Quirtz is the one player who resides. Nerds gotten a kill as well. That's somewhat thinned out the attack, but as that smoke fades, so does Quirtz. 2v3.
Yeah, as Endpoint, we know how disciplined they've looked in the post-plants in this game so far. It's just one of those you can't really bat an eyelid. You just got to save. You just got to go and bring those rifles into the next round, and there's no changing that. Meaning, Ence equalised for all. I'm excited, man. Ence have looked back and forth. You know, Endpoint have had patches of success so far. Usually, these games here, where it is back and forth from the beginning, the ones that heat up the most and the ones that are the most entertaining to watch.
Feels like pretty similar to what we saw at the start of Ence's game yesterday against Ego. Was also back and forth. Ego were able to keep up with the pace. They kept the pressure on Ence as well. The problem is for these teams playing against Ence at this level is that there's just never any easy rounds. Even when you're playing against a full eco or half buy, it just takes one player from Ence to just get a quick double kill in any round and they can just make it work. And all of them have that capability. So that's why you just have to be at your best at all times when you're the underdog playing them. in these types of competitions. You can't afford to make mistakes. You can't afford to make missteps because they'll just punish you every single time.
Pack pause coming in for Endpoint. The fact that it's number 2, I don't know. Usually I'm a lover of tack pauses. The fact that we're seeing 2 in the first 8, at least we're starting to see them get a bit proactive. I feel like in the last best of 3 that we just watched with Eclot taking on the gamerlegion boys, I feel like there was a lack of them. So at least we're making up for it here. Whether 2 in 8 is the best solution, I don't know. But clearly Mighty Max or Regin want to get their voices heard and just take that breather to just talk things through. Because some important rounds coming up for Endpoint. Because financially they know they've got to stay invested. They've got to keep winning here. Otherwise Ence are just going to best them and take a decent lead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so far they've only been able to win the 1-gun round, have Endpoint. That's something that I'm going to be keeping an eye on as this half progresses. Surreal explores in towards the B stairs. Normally, if you want to try and take up that position, you look to try and be there a lot earlier in the round. You rush straight there from spawn. He walks into position, nearly gets the kill still onto Snappy, but comes off second best. And this would be a rough round for Endpoint to drop as well.
Fortunate that Ence yet again, one of those teams that we talked about yesterday, super disciplined, know what they're doing, you know, in the mid rounds. Man advantage, sit back. Endpoint, they're a team that likes to get proactive, especially the MHL Nuts combination. Someone wants to walk in and take a fight because we know how good they are in their roles respectively. They probably want to bring the numbers back level, and so Ence just slam on the brakes, wait for the move here for Endpoint, see if they can find that way back in and maybe a double down on that 4v5. Instead, they group up, they execute A. No chance of getting a retake off here for Endpoint. Wouldn't be surprised to see the score rifle saved.
And that kind of scares me for Endpoint. The fact that Ence are applying so much attention to detail in their approach right now. It's not like they're playing nonchalantly, disrespecting their opponents and just running around. They're not making any or not taking any unnecessary risks. Let me put it that way. So for Endpoint to win this is going to be really challenging, with Ence looking as well oiled as they are right now. At least for Endpoint, they're going to be able to keep 4 players alive, right? That was sort of the gamble rotation over towards the B side, saying, okay, if they come B, we can make, or middle, we can really do something in the round. If they don't, we're just going to save once again and have a full buy to work with in the next.
Well, there you go, right? They do exactly what you would expect from an Endpoint. Deficit, just save, don't worry, see you later. We'll bring it back into the next. And what's fortunate as well is you've got 2 AKs on the CT side, right? Which is, you know, I mean, some people might just say, yeah, they're AKs, but I feel like they hold double the value when they're in the hands of the counter-terrorists, just because, again, the one-shot headshot potential, CT side. How many times do we see engagements that go for an initial dink and then the rest of the magazine's kind of whiffed or don't get enough time to fire a second shot? The difference maker. Endpoint know this. They want to try and play a tie game from behind.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, playing against nerds with him having an AK on the CT side just doesn't sound like a very fun time. Could think of a few things I'd prefer to do. It's going to be Mighty Max standing out in the off angle right now. Just Sun Pius who pops out and we'll be able to deal with him. So great way to begin the round. Not completely falling back on the A bomb side just yet either. Snappy looking to try and chase down his opposite number, the IGL of Endpoint, but Mighty Max continues to lay down the law.
Here going for some spam, not going to happen. Madden, he's able to catch out MHL. Trade's coming from Quirts. Nertz has got a flank anyways, so Valda needs to pick up the pace and move up towards the A site before he's caught off guard before anything else happens. Nicely done, D-Hut. He'll be able to find Max. Quirts trades. Now Valda left alone in the clutch. 1v3. Finds you first. Surreal's up front, and he's only got a P250, so probably wants to play a game of time. Just about that flank from Nertz. That's the key fight. Nertz should be able to win it because the flank is in. And there you have it, right? It's a 5th on the board for Endpoint. proof that the save is valuable. It's an AWP and an M4 saved into the next as well. Financially speaking, Endpoint back on the board for Ence. Have to drain a lot of their resources back into this round, and so feel like this game's very even so far.
I mean, that was just a really nice round. Started off from Mighty Max on the off angle, able to best Sunpius. From there, getting the kill onto Snappy was really the kill that gave them the massive edge in the round 5v3. They're able to convert. Ence was just on the back foot. They never really had any easy path to try and make something happen, even after they lost those two players. Not like they were able to get map control or something, so it was a pretty easy cleanup in the end for the CT side, but it will be Diha who opens up here in the round immediately afterwards. MHL, he had the AWP as well.
Lots of noise yet again made towards A. Mighty Max wants to get stuck in with the HE, and Nate slams some players down for a third of the bar. Man, and entry kill does not go his way. Volden does get the trade though, so 4v3 yet again, Ence man advantage.
Wow. I thought Quotes was going straight through there off the back of the flash.
Yeah, and Snappy to double down, 4v2, looking a bit pear-shaped here for Endpoint.
No, again, after they went around, going to lose the round straight afterwards. That's exactly what happened when they won their first gun round here. Ence just keeping up so much pressure on their opponents. Notes will get a kill, but it's the low HP player, and that compromises his position as well. Well, they're just going to step out, finish off the round. 2 kills coming through from him, a couple for Diha as well. And re-secure the lead, and in the process, shatter the CT side economy.
Not bad. Mighty Max. First kill was pretty solid for Endpoint, and you thought Max had kind of delivered an important frag onto the entry and slowed down the Ence play. Instead, they doubled down. And all of the bets connect there for Ence. Took a massive gamble. It pays off, and as you said, Endpoint, despite having won a few rounds in recent history, that's kind of buried underneath a single round win for Ence that puts them back in front financially and breaks Endpoint once again. It's so back and forth, the money situation.
Yeah, it is. It will be a lot more back than forth for Endpoint, though, if they lose this round. MHL on the boost will be able to get the opening, but they've lost notes in the process. It's all falling apart here for Endpoint after getting that opening kill, but MHL going to do his darndest to try and maintain some form of control. Meantime, though, in the meantime, there is some control from Valde in towards middle. Catches the first player off guard, but MHL's able to adjust to get the kill, and they do rotate in towards the B bomb site now, and they're going to actually beat the T side there.
Want to get the entry on in. AK against the M4. Got to be careful. Low HP for MHL. Diha will pick up the bomb and he taps it. Does not for a stick. Not only that, he's actually going to go through. Cyril doesn't spot him so up close. That is so well played from Diha. Had he have just stuck it, he would have died. Had he have just stood there and held the angle, probably would have been deleted as well. Instead, he pushes forward, so he's out of the peripheral vision of the British rifleman. Bomb can get planted safely. Now in a 2v2, Sunpius, all he has to do is lock in an angle, tell Diha what he's holding, and the rest is history. There's your first for Sunpius. The Diha trade, at least in. Quirts, as soon as he peeks out, it should be Sunpius that beats him. Instead, Sunpius, another roll of the dice in the post plant. Quirts, smoke on top of the bomb. 10 seconds stick, he's going to tap it. Sunpius has got to be bricking it at this point, wondering, is he actually sticking it with a swing with a P250? Will draw the conclusion in favour of Ence. That's savage.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate there for Quirts. I mean, really rough timing after Sunpius has peeked out and he catches the player with his head turned. Was looking pretty good for Endpoint at one point, especially after they get that kill onto Valde. They've got the man advantage and they have a really good idea of what's going on as well, but Ence are able to make it work in the post plant, despite the fact that they were a man down, and they've actually broken the CT side economy as well, so that's going to be 5-8. And a chance for them to really make something of this first half, go into that CT side with a substantial lead.
Oh, watch out. That one tick of damage forced the nade of Snappy, and it's done so much damage. Madden, still find 3, Snappy the 4th, Vada the last, and the eco. Right gamble for Endpoint, but just pushing into the jaws of the AKs, never an engagement you're going to be winning.
Ence have secured themselves the half win at the bare minimum. Snappy up to 13 kills right now. Everybody else between 6 and 8. So he's in a league of his own. As is MHL on the side of Endpoint. No AWP here for MHL, but he's been pretty proficient with the rifle so far. Look at Dia. He has a Mac 10 with $5,600 in the bank.
Interesting. Then again,
yeah,
I'm gonna play devil's advocate because I do agree it's a little bit of a troll buy. But how many Endpoint players are playing with Kevlar and helmet?
One. That's a good point. I mean, the only other player I could think of that does this would be Art, actually.
The Art approach, wouldn't quite draw that comparison, but you are correct in saying Art feels like the only other bigger in Tier 1 CS that does it. Is Mac 10 not going to work out as nuts to take him down? 3v5 here, Ence. 8 rounds T side. You know, we haven't even drawn any conclusions to how the half looks so far. I mean, 8 rounds, you're going to win the half no matter what. It's looking pretty good for them.
Yeah, still having said that though, Endpoint, they'd still feel pretty good about 7 rounds. I mean, 6 wouldn't be the end of the world either. So, still certainly something to play for here for the CT side. Someone will be found.
Yeah,
Still so awkward for Ence, and there we go.
Yeah, I was going to say, how is there still so many people alive? Madden, nice attempt there. Unfortunate, not going to be MHL. Find himself the kill, and in turn, Endpoint make it 6. But again, CT side, you know it's only going to be an uphill battle from now. Ideally, the rest one here would put them in an okay position.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Ence play this map yesterday, as I already mentioned, against Ego, where they won 16-12, 16-11. They had a 10-5 half on their T side. So they're not going to have the same dominant scoreline here to work with. We did see some frailties on their CT side yesterday as well. So, yeah, I still think Endpoint have a say in this, man.
Don't think it's out of the equation just yet. But if you think Ence's pick, you know, starting on the T side of Vertigo, it should only get better. They should. Obviously, we saw in the previous best of 3 with gamerlegion and Dynamo Eclot that even when it's your map selection, sometimes things can just go wrong. Great HE, by the way. Look at the HP on these players. Every single one of them tagged up.
Damn, that's true. All in one-shot headshot range for those M4s. There's 3 of them in play as well. MHL, he's one of the players with the AK long-range spray, will be able to get the kill opening frag onto Madden. There's more where that came from here for Endpoint as well. That's a huge wall bang for CL onto Quirts. That's such a pretty big kill to bring it back into an even numbers game. MHL can get smoked off here as well. All of a sudden, Ence have just bought their way straight back into this round.
Not only that, gives confidence in the bomb. Oh, it's denied. Literally half a second in it, but MHL to drop the carrier. Has to get the reload off, but that doesn't stop Nerds from fighting more. And it's all on Sunpius, off in his hands. 8 might just be all that Ence can muster up here on their T side. Player spotted, fires off the shot, but Cyril to sideswipe the AWPer. And it's 7 on the board for Endpoint. What a half from MHL. Nerds wasn't even needed. That's a sick push from the rifle.
Absolutely massive play. So much initiative being taken there by MHL. And he wasn't even certain that gap was clear right after he makes that push. So he just goes for the gamble. And it absolutely pays off maximum dividends. Great play coming through from MHL. I mean, he had a splendid half, it must be said. 15 kills to his name. A lot of those from the rifle and the AWP. A good mix-up between the two of them. 1x betting odds. Coming back slightly closer. Off the back of that half, 8-7, just the 1 round separating these two teams. Look at the numbers for Ence, by the way. Everybody's in a negative kill-death ratio besides Snappy.
Do you think that matters too much?
I just think it means that even though these guys are seen as superior individuals on the server, they haven't really been able to enforce that or impose themselves.
Okay. I was just gonna, you know, I don't think there's a right or wrong answer, because at the end of the day, I think Ence, you know, if they're to die every single round, but it go 15-0, you wouldn't really bat an eyelid, would you? So, I mean, it's pretty impossible to do it like that, but I'm just, you know, I want to throw that one out.
Yeah. No, I feel you.
Nicely done. Quirt's a double kill. But Madden and Snappy, they're not done. 2v5. Somehow it's still kicking. Quirtz will finally take down Madden. And now it's just Snappy left in the clutch, and he's short-lived as well. Nuts will have him taken down, and that's 8-all. A response now. Endpoint a chance to take the lead. That's worrying for Ence. Then again, CT side, you've got plenty of time to make up for it.
I mean, they did make that pistol round look really easy, though. Just numbers up and towards that A-bomb site, able to swarm the USPs, working in unison with each other as well. Level up the scoreline. Ence maybe feeling a little bit of pressure here. Will be force buying in response. Lose this round, they lose the lead. So just to talk a bit more about it, it's not necessarily that it's like it matters whether they have a good kill death ratio or not.
Sure.
It's more just making like inferences based off of that statistic.
Yeah.
Which is that they've been struggling to like frag as much as you would expect out of the likes of Diha, Valdez, 6 and 9 after a half against Endpoint. Like that's just not, you don't expect Valdez to only have 6 kills after a half against Endpoint, you know.
But yeah, I wanted to point to the top performers of yesterday's BO3, right? And I wanted to draw that comparison early on from obviously yesterday's game in CCT North Europe, and that was Ence against AGO. Top 3 performers in this order were Madden, Snappy, Volder, right? And then it's Subhias and Diha. They were the quietest people, but feel like have the loudest noise for Ence overall. But yet again, we're drawing correlations where Madden, although top performer, is bottom of the pack, and Snappy, who found himself in second, is miles clear of the pack. So we are certainly seeing some on and off days maybe from this Ence side, or you know, maybe it's just it happens. It's on the day it's Counter-Strike. You know, you can't always be Mr. Consistent.
Yeah,
as you said, like the prominent figures for Ence, we're expecting them to show up a little bit more than they have done right now.
I wonder where their heads are at as a team and as individuals as well. You know, you think about the fact that they played at the major and really didn't actually do too well, weren't able to progress through from what the legend stage that they were in. So yeah, that was probably a bit of a blight for them. And then at the Elisa Masters ESPU finals as well, didn't have a great run there either, finishing 5th and 6th. So
yeah,
how much would they have been grinding, knowing that there's going to be a bit of a break after this event? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I think you've got to give it a bit more time with Valde and Sampius, because I don't think either of us can sit here and say that they haven't been solid additions to Ence. Whether, you know, it's up to everyone at home to, you know, let us know if they think it's an upgrade or a downgrade in terms of firepower. But the direction for Ence
will always be huge.
Yeah, agreed. But I think for Ence, you've picked 2 players that look very promising. Obviously, Valdez had a ton of experience. Sampius not as much as Valde, but he had an unbelievable time in Movistar Riders in Tier 2 with the AWP. And although, for me, I never had Sampius on the map to go to Ence, we've seen glimpses of Tier 1 dominance from this man, you know? Like he seriously is a man for the future, and one that I think a lot of people will be looking out for. In this particular BO3, not quite there, but 100% Sampius as an AWPer, very highly rated in my books.
I agree with you. I mean, in the 44 maps he's played for Ence so far, he's got a 1.15 rating, so he's actually translated to Tier 1 really well for Ence so far. This is a save round for Ence. I mean, they did save all their forced up weapons from the previous round, so don't get it confused. They'll still be able to buy up in the next, and they've got essentially a force buy to work with here. So they were hoping they could make some sort of a stand, make some sort of a mark, because they didn't get any kills in the previous round, by the way. And it's looking like they might not get any here either. Although, hold the phone, they're executing into the B side here, Jimmy.
Eagle up close. Sampius can't find a frag. Valde, he's able to trade out with a 5-7. Good damage done. Surreal will be able to defuse the situation. Madden, if only had collected a little bit more, it would have been a very different round. But in the 1 versus 4, it's not going to be too likely. 10-8, but Ence now have rifles. Endpoint got something to defend against.
Yeah, first gun round of the second half coming into effect here. It's actually been a really nice streak coming through so far from Endpoint, I must say. Looking back a little bit, I mean, they've won, I think it's the past 4 rounds, if I'm not, 5 rounds, actually. It was 8-5. So, Nice streak coming through from them. If they can keep it up by winning this gun round, that would really put them in a strong position here on the map, and it's their post-map pick as well.
Have a good look here. Round important for Ence. Their pick, their chance. You know, taking your pick is a given in this BO3 context. You know, then you can rely on a decider if you need it. Map 2, if you take it, it's a plus. Your day finishes early. Going to be complaining, are you? But absolutely, I think this is the round more than ever that Ence need to be claiming.
Yeah, for sure. And they'd like to do it with some authority as well, just to show that Endpoints have an uphill battle here on this T side, even though they only need 6 rounds. Massive execute here into the B bomb side coming through from Endpoint. So much utility being thrown in, but it's going to be Madden who gets the first kill, and that's going to be taking the attention away from Diha in the back of the bomb side. The more Madden does, the easier it becomes for the Polish rifler. Eventually shows his hand, able to get a kill. Snappy gets in the equation as well. Just quotes left remaining, though, exactly where he is. Notice he's playing this lurk role in towards middle for Endpoint. We spoke about it yesterday that he wouldn't be too clued up in terms of Endpoint's approach on the map, so not necessarily including him in the group that's executing, that need all the comms and all the lineups, all the preset plays. Just letting him play that lurk role makes a lot of sense.
Agreed. I think makes sense as well for Quirts, right? Because as you said, he's not going to know the ins and outs of the Endpoint strat book. You just let him play on his own. You know, we saw yesterday he's a very capable rifler. Blank, unfortunately, not going to live long enough to kind of help with the actual push itself. That got wrecked pretty quickly. D-Hut, sick positioning. I mean, you've got to give it to the site hold itself, but you know, D has set up within the smoke, swings at a perfect time to catch Surreal. Had that fight have gone the other way, B site was clear, bomb plant was in, and then that flank becomes a lot more effective. So very important and a very crucial frag coming out from the Diha. 1xBet, start using code CCT, as you saw on screen there. Our lovely partners at 1xBet if you want to go and check them out. Probably saying this game maybe a little more even than they thought at the beginning here, but for right now, Ence still a bit of work to be done. Certainly a team that you wouldn't discount from a scenario like this.
Madden's in a really awkward position right now towards the middle, looking to hold down the line. He does get the first, reappears for the second as well. I said it was awkward because he didn't have any support, and there were 2 players coming into his direction, but able to deal with both of them. And that's just left Endpoint hanging. Don't have much to show for it either. MHL's got the orb, they've got a couple flashes of smoke as well. Gonna have to just group up here and hope that they can somehow force their way in towards the safe bomb site without taking too many losses in the process. I wouldn't even be completely upset with them if they went for the save from here, to be honest with you, but that's not going to be their choice.
Nicely done, Surreal. Catches out Volda on the transition. Weakening and softening up that A-side defense. But look at behind, look at Snappy in the position. There's your first, there's your second. All 3 with the M401S. Snappy, you gods, you monster. 10-all, Ence tie game, and by elimination means money in the pockets here for Endpoint is going to be very, very dry.
Yeah, massive round coming through. I mean, it all started off here with Madden's double kill. If he doesn't get both these frags, even if he gets traded 1-for-1, that's pretty awkward for the C side. Just going to pull somebody out of position. Snappy just continues his fragging prowess throughout this game. Up to 19 kills, leading the charts on the server. I'm sure he's the oldest player on the server as well.
Oh, whams if he isn't. At him,
well,
please.
Stuck my neck out there.
Yeah, I was going to say. Never mention a man's age. I'm joking.
Saying, do you know how old Snappy is, by the way?
Is that you asking me?
Yeah, have a guess.
I mean, I'm just going to take it off the profile picture alone.
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't look the youngest. I'd say late 20s.
Numbers.
No,
late 20s?
I'd say like 20, 28, 29.
32.
Jeez, man.
Snappy is 32 years of age.
He's still got it in him as well. Look at that.
I mean, I think that's underrated, how well he's actually still playing.
That's crazy. He's 32, right? And he's averaging a 0.96. Obviously, he's the brains behind this Ence side, right, as well. 21 kills in this game so far. Okay, fair enough. You know what, Snappy? Fair play, man. He's honestly impressed me. I didn't even know he was, like... Okay, I say that old as if, like, 32 is, you know...
It's not ancient.
But, no. But in terms of, I think, professional
Esports
age,
level,
like,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like 28 is meant to be your peak. I don't know, man. Thinking about that, I feel like Snappy's done better every year.
Yeah, like a fine wine.
Yeah, maybe he's going to be around for the next, like, 20 years, and by the age of 50, he's like, he's going to have, like, won 10 majors, you know.
Oh, God.
Who
It's
knows?
like redefining the parameters. Super unfortunate that he wasn't able to win that trophy with Spinks. They really deserved it, I would say.
They did.
I mean, he's been in this Ence team for 2 years in January, so certainly found a comfortable home here, has Snappy. Okay, 10-11, Endpoint have relinquished the lead.
Yes.
Another gun round coming through here, though. And Madden is going to get mollied out, so Nerds didn't spot him, though. So, bit of a false sense of security. However, that does give the position away. And actually, Nerds might now go unchecked, double peek, never mind. Overwhelmed.
Oh, they go for the run boost. Quertets it this time. 4v4. Endpoint can maybe turn their attention a little harsher towards middle. You see Mighty Max dropping a molly deep. One to go a little closer as well, just to isolate off this angle. More importantly, slipping into elevator. Endpoint kind of have their hands tied because they played double towards B. A site is going to be very ripe for the taking. Snappy's removed off of ramp. 4v3. I mean, this is looking so winnable right now, isn't it? If you're Endpoint, should be a tie game unless this fight goes the CT way, and D has done it.
And way back into the round here. 3 versus 3 continues to apply pressure. So much damage through the smoke. Are you kidding me? All three of these players at less than 34 points of health. In fact, what, 55 between all three of them? That is not a lot of health. Trying to find space here to go for the bomb plant. Just trying to go for the gunfights. They're able to trade 1-for-1, and now nobody's got any health on the server.
Madden's got one in, though. Surreal, 34 points of health. Definitely a winnable one, as you said. HP for both players is low, but time is the worst issue. Madden will take his head off his shoulders, and that's an important one for Ence. You thought Endpoint would have had it, but all that damage, as you said, through the smoke adds up to an Ence 12th. Endpoint's chances of winning this map quite literally flashing before their eyes there.
Yeah, they were in a really nice position at 10-8. They had won 5 consecutive rounds, but the well has dried up. The cash has dried up. Gonna have to take an eco here, and Ence have... well, they found themselves once again. They'd gone missing for a little bit, but they're back on the server. Yet to drop a gun round here in the second half.
Looking good, isn't it? Can't argue with it.
Oh, look at the minimap. Look at that smoke that's flown off the map. And now it's...
Oh, yeah.
It's just
Come
in free
back
fall.
on.
Because it doesn't bloom.
It's at the bottom. Yeah. Oh!
There we go.
It
Finally
popped.
popped.
Don't worry, guys. If anyone is in the lobby, anyone in the lobby, there's a smoke.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Don't mind the war that's just going on the top of the high rise, you know.
Snoop Dogg's at ground level.
Oh god, smoking it up, yeah. It's going to be a clean-up here for Ence. Don't even lose a single player, getting all 5 kills in the anti-eco. 13-10 as anticipated. Notice, by the way, in the veto, Ence first banned Inferno coming into this matchup.
Straight back into it. I was thinking about this morning when I woke up, right? I didn't even have a look. I was just chilling, minding my own business, and I thought in my head while I was eating my bowl of cornflakes, I was like, I wonder if Ence are going to pick Inferno today, or at least let it open.
Oh, wow.
And then I remember, Ence, if they were to do that, you know, Endpoint have had a pretty religious history of being strong on this map, you know, on this pick of Inferno. We were talking about it yesterday, right? Because they played it in that BO3, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely, yes, they did. Yeah, against Saul.
There you go. So we knew that they're comfortable playing it. Ence probably just want to try it out on not lesser able, but just teams that don't look as good as Endpoint do on that map.
Oh, Sunpius tries to employ the position with which Madden got the double kill. He doesn't even get a single frag. That opens up a lot of space here now as well. Doesn't look like Endpoint immediately want to capitalize towards middle, but it's Surreal who catches off the aggressing Snappy. Yeah, I think also maybe they were worried about AGO's Mirage yesterday because of how good they've been on that map, so they first banned it. But didn't feel as concerned about Endpoint's Mirage, so they were able to actually just go with their standard perma ban of Inferno. Either way, this is a really nice round coming through from Endpoint. They can't afford to drop it from here though, but it doesn't look like that's even going to be a possibility as they now lean in towards that B side of the map.
Valde reads into that. Great shot. All of a sudden, Endpoint. And you just opened up the chances back into this round, but MHL slammed the door shut in front of them. Quertz find another one as well. Valde 1v4.
Yeah, he's just going to be happy to take the AK into the next round at this point. As for Endpoint, actually really nice approach in the round. I like their mid-round decision-making after they get that kill onto Sunpius. They don't just keep trying to force the issue and charge their way forward. They just pull the plug, put up the handbrake, wait for more aggression to come through, and that was the response from Snappy. He lost his life out. Oh, Valde, a bit slow there to try to get that kill on Quertz. Anyway, as I said, nice mid-round decision-making from Endpoint, finishing up on that B-bomb site. It was practically vacant, and they will win another gun round here, 13-11.
Bang. As you said, Endpoint back in business, gap down to 2. It looks a lot more manageable now, doesn't it, from this spot than what it did before for Endpoint. Felt like that fire meant everything to them, but they do get it through. Now, this is the one. Endpoint, if they win it, money for Ence starting to really escape their pockets, and maybe we can talk about a chance once again for Endpoint to make it a one-up the Nun series. Having said that, Ence quite quickly can kind of deflate all those hopes and opportunities in the press of a button here on the CT side.
Yeah, if Ence win this round right here, right now, that would do a lot to deflate Endpoint. Maybe not enough to completely break them, though. Well, if you cancel that round loss bonus that's accrued, they could fall back on. After showing a little bit of presence towards ramp, they're just going to post Surreal in position. They've got 3 players grouped up towards the B stairs right now. Surreal's going to get a flash to play off of. MHL in support. Valde will be the victim as a result. Where's the trade? There isn't one. It's Surreal who's doubled down. That's the A-bomb side open. Do they gravitate back with the bomb or try and use that as a fake? It appears as though it's going to be the former.
Down to 3 Ence. How does that happen again? 2 towards ramp, no trade opportunity, no potential, and getting back into the round from that hold, and instead, a lot more passive. Great swing from Diha though, perfectly timed to Nertz checking towards site rather than towards white box. And that forces Quertz's hand to join his forces up towards A, but look at the positioning of Surreal and Max. They're already all the way through. Gap's just going to be held loosely by Madden. He doesn't expect them to be so close. And Diha and Sunpius, ultimately the decision here is going to be a difficult one, but it's either go big or go home. It's go for it or save.
Yeah, I think that they're just going to have to go for the eco, go for the save, and then they can take these guns into the next round and buy up around them. Great round coming through from Endpoint, though. It's Surreal. He's found all 3 of the kills that have been picked up in this round have come through from his AK. He had 1 support flash there initially thrown by MHL, which he jumps in towards that A ramp from and gets that kill. He should have been traded out immediately afterwards, but just great awareness from him. Pivots after getting that first kill, looks in towards the top, towards the scaffolding, gets the second, and then even when it seemed like Ence were still within the round by the skin of their teeth, he was able to lock it in by getting that kill onto Valde, I believe it was, on the A-bomb site. No, Madden, actually. Doesn't matter, though. 13-12 Endpoint draw within 1. Going to be enough cash in the bank here for Ence to buy, but not in a very comfortable position anymore, and certainly not if they lose this round.
(12-13). The fact that this game is running this close Fight back for Endpoint, certainly there. Beating the Academy team earlier, I think the main team would probably want some revenge, but maybe even just a little bit harder than they suspected that it would be. But they're now, Ence, oh, D-Hut, just trying to find the util. There you go, picks up a molly. He's able to return to B. But in that time, Mighty Max has already escaped towards White Box. There's your first D-Hut caught completely off guard. I mean, I don't know, I personally would have liked the molly a little closer to the site, and he spent so long looking for it. Madden has to jump in for a trade. Some players will do exactly that, and so a 3v3 to ensue. But again, it's one of those that Ence feels a bit sloppy on the defense.
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna have all three players in a pretty forward position here to try and have a crack at this retake. Big flank coming through from Surreal, Olga on the opposite side of the map, and well, he's just been bought even more time now, courtesy of Quirts. In fact, looks like after clearing out the A-bomb site, does MHL want to go back with the C4? Quirts is trying to keep their attention on that side of the map right now. It does seem like Sunpire starts to smell the rat as they're snappy, but no, not going to be able to figure out what's going on in time. Surreal continues to make the impactful plays here for his team. They're just trying to find Snappy right now. They've got the time, they've got the numbers to play with. They know where Snappy is. Bomb now hightailing its way in towards the A-bomb site, so they don't even mind losing out Quotes towards B as they get all the information that they need.
Snappy wants to move back in. I mean, of course you're going to give it a go. Problem is he knows this Endpoint defense on the retake is so deep woven. Is he in middle? Is he in CT? Is he backed off towards A? Snappy knows there's just too many questions and not enough time to get the answers. And there we have it. It'll be a equalizer for Endpoint. Guaranteed 29 rounds. I feel like that's the curse, in all honesty. A's, I think, back to the Saw game yesterday. I think we had a 16-13 there. I'm going to look like an idiot, and we didn't. 16-14, 16-12s, and a 19-17. A close game, right? I was going to say, It's my third day watching Endpoint in a row now. And on the first day of, well, I say of Endpoint, first day of Christmas of the Gaben/Valve gods giving me in this matchup, obviously it went to a full 5. 3 maps went to 16-13. So I'm all too used to a close game for Endpoint. I'm all too used to it, is my point.
Yeah, I mean, you must know Endpoint on a personal level at this point.
Yeah, I don't know if the team loves me or hates me at this point, you know? I give them exciting games, but they probably want convincing ones more than they do close ones.
That's true. Maybe a bit of a bad omen for them, Ryan.
Oh, they tweet about it. They let me know. Don't worry. They were like,
okay.
Yeah, it's my curse. Yeah, I see you, Mr. Endpoint social media manager.
Don't worry. They're just shifting the blame, man. Just a bit of projection going on there. Deep down inside, they know. They know who to blame. D-Hub taking a lot of damage, but it will be Madden to open up. Rare opening kill comes through here for Ence as the smoke starts to fade. Snappy's out in the open, and he'll get a dink, but costs him his life. So at least that levels the numbers back into even contention here for Endpoint, as they're able to continue their pursuit of the A-bomb site. Another big gunfight in towards middle, also going to get one up by Madden.
One way smoke thrown in. That's going to deny the T side on getting any utility out. Yesterday we saw some players do the exact same position. Today he does it again. Deeper through the smoke, catching off Mighty Max. And Valdo with the last. That is that 4 survive as well for Ence. It's not even like a close round for Endpoint. That is as steep as it gets there for the CT side. Money. I mean, it was a serious issue for them as well, so they're going to be thankful that's the case.
Speaking of case, Hellcase. Banner pops up on our screen. You guys can click the banner below the Twitch channel and stand a chance to win some cool skins, courtesy of our title partners. What's Endpoint's money like? Bleak. Lose this round, lose the map. That's pretty much their situation right now. Can't make any missteps.
Elder creeps in towards middle. Got to be careful for the run boost. Saw that twice yesterday from Quirts. Once today and it worked out. This time he wants to take it normally. And Val just caught in no man's land. Brilliant flashbang from Max. And to isolate the first frag. It's important. Actually, Madden's Molly on the run tries to just get it on jump up. Instead, cuts him off of circulation for the rest of the map. Not ideal. Minute left to go. Endpoint settle for a 5v4.
Yeah, they're going to be feeling really good about the position that they're in right now. Still got Quotes making a nuisance of himself towards middle, as is pretty much the case in all of their T rounds. But he will double back to join up his teammates while he leaves MHL posted on the angle. Problem here for Ence is majority of their setup is leaning towards the B bomb site right now. I say that as a problem, but actually Endpoint start to lean in this direction. So the setup could come into effect. It's a bait and switch. It's Dia to take that contact initially. Best case scenario, get a kill as well. But he's trying to take that heat away from Madden. Oh my god, he goes for the jump spot, and Mighty Max clears Madden as well. Fantastic awareness coming through from the IGL.
And that's the round that they needed most. 2 players to survive. This is going full 30. I reckon, honestly, Ence safe here. I mean, if they buy... I don't know. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to, you know, shed the negative light here. If they buy in the next round and they lose, it's 16-14 Endpoint. If they eco and play for OT, higher chance that you win the map. But do Ence want to play for OT? And the loss bonus won't be ideal.
Yeah, they get $2,400 when they lose this. So Valde can afford a buy. Sampires could drop. Snappy could drop. Yeah, we're going to see a buy in the next round for sure. These guys are happy, man. They're feeling it. They're celebrating right now. And why wouldn't they?
Yeah. Respectful. Spraying all
Party on the stairs.
Yeah. Spraying all of the graffitis on the floor. Must admit, I'm not much of a graffiti man myself. I just forget they exist all too often. But,
I mean, there's a few nice ones, like the welcome to the clutch after you get a nice touch.
Yeah,
that's a cool one.
I forget who has that, but I think one of my friends does. Like, one that I play Face It with regularly, he always has that, and I always see it on the floor, right next to where the bomb's diffused, or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Always fun in Spawn when you end up with, like, 7 or 8 smiley faces, just spray painting away each
Yeah.
one. But I agree with you, it's not really a big deal.
I remember, I think it was B&E before the major this time around, and I was watching them in one of the events, and obviously they had the B&E spray, as did I, as a true B&E fan should, and literally every single round they'd spray it like on spawn, and so you just by the end of the half, like the entire CT spawn, I think it was like of like Vertigo or whatever, was just caked in B&E. Yeah, exactly, B&E branded. I don't know the map. I just said Vertigo because we're on it, but you know what I mean. Like
that's okay. Placeholder.
Yeah, exactly. It was the story, not the fine details that I wanted to share.
Fair enough, man. I mean, that's cool. I like that. It'd be cool if we had more team spray paints.
I think
maybe
personally as well,
considering.
Should have like a pin. Like you should pick the correct team, and if they win the major, you get like a pin. You know?
Yeah, that'd
rather
be nice.
than just a prediction. Nice shot, Sampires opening things up. They buy into the round. They take the gamble. Hayes, they're rewarded with a man advantage. And who better than Sampires? A quiet game, but a quiet game where in round 29 he secures a couple of kills would make up everything previously.
The main problem here for Ence is if they lose this round, they've got no money left in the bank to try and contest for overtime, whereas for Endpoint, they do have that cushion behind them. Good flash to force the IGL of Ence back, as Ence starts to take a bit of ground here in towards middle. Couple players towards the bottom of the B stairs as well, so probably going to wrap in towards that B bomb site, but feels like Ence have a really good idea of what's going on right now, and they're able to shut it down for the most part, at least so far. Big kill out of D up. The real eventually does get the trade back, but there's still so much work to do. The bombs in towards middle, they're isolated from one another. How does MHL make this position work, especially now that he's been located?
Massive chance, and Madden slices out the flank of MHL. Surreal now in the clutch. The K-Man needs to do it again for Endpoint to keep them involved here on Vertigo. And as he starts to push on in, Snappy positioned in middle. His teammate backs away, and I was going to say he's ready for the jump up push, and he damn well is. 15-14, map point Ence. They've made it difficult here, Hayes, but it is damn possible now.
Kind of feels like all of the maps we've seen so far from Ence here in the event have there's been moments where they've been able to dominate, but they've never really been able to completely impose themselves. There hasn't really been that clinical big match temperament out of them where they've been able to close the game out, right? We saw them like 13-10 up here or something like that. We saw them 14-5 up yesterday on Inferno against Ego. Eventually they won that map 16-14. Slipped away on Vertigo yesterday against the Polish team as well. So they haven't been as clinical. Maybe that's the word I'm looking for. They haven't been as clinical as we would have expected out of them. But they do have a chance here to close this map out in regulation. Only one opportunity. They're going up against the 5 AKs as well. Snappy not going to push into the deep cubby this time. That's what got punished in the last time.
And you just think back to the first half where Endpoint on the CT side and how many times we were saying, they need to be following up with the rifles, you know, need to just make that extra round stick. Look at the scoreline. How that would have made a difference to this map. Let's see. Minute left on the clock. Ence, as long as they deny a plant for the next 55 seconds, they'll walk away with their map pick of Vertigo. Otherwise, we will be going to overtime. Snappy, good damage, and he sticks behind the yellow tarpaulin, and eventually will fall. Mighty Max has actually found a second now, 3v5. A molly towards Gap. I don't think that's an idea that Cyril will appreciate because it actually slowed down this Endpoint push. They commit towards 8. 2/3 of the resources lie here.
Not a huge amount of time, by the way. 25 seconds left remaining. They're going to have to go towards the safe bomb site. Ence don't believe it. They're rotating away.
Madden, he's done some unconfirmed damage. A second smoke and a Molotov surely should give up the ruse. That Endpoint would go for it. And a plant from Nerds. A nade won't be enough to deny. But the HP on these remaining players for Endpoint are looking juicy for a retake. And they will go for it, of course. It's round 30. Ence found their way back in. Diha claims the first. So much tag damage done to Cyril there. 6 points of health is all he's left on. And he nearly finds the conversion through the wall there. A tap at the bomb. Madden wants to bait out a peek, and he will be given it, but it's Madden to find the frag. A second shot this time, it's Quirts, and it's Diha in the clutch. 1v3, one kit, no smoke, no chance it feels like left in the round, because the more that this bomb ticks away, we will feel that we go to overtime. 15 all, and 30 is not enough for Ence to close out their pick of Vertigo.
Again, lacking that clinical ability to finish off. I mean, down into the 5 versus 3, they then start to second guess themselves. As you say, that Endpoint molly slows Surreal down, but because they slow things down, Ence start to second guess themselves, which means Endpoint's able to get onto the site uncontested, and then they lock it down in the post plant as well. Huge round coming through from them to make it 15 all. The slate is wiped clean. We're going into overtime, baby. Sunpius also missed a key shot there, I must say, on the retake, holding towards ramp. The double peek comes through, and I think Valde got, not Valde, Madden gets one. And Sunpius needed to hit that shot on the other player as well, but missed.
Dips to the middle of the felt once more, and Sunpius. Great way to open things up. Quads removed through a wall. Don't quite know the context, but an important first frag by the looks of things. The corner of the box in middle was his demise. 4v5, now down to 3. Snappy's caught off the IGL. Madden, he'll trade. It's another 1-for-1, but it favours the CT side. If Snappy can get out, it would be good, but MHL made it a 2v2.
Big kill coming through from him in the meantime. Nerds has been going on a bit of an explorative mission on the opposite side of the map. Finds himself in full control of this B bomb site. Was he spotted though? I think Diha did see him out. Yeah, definitely with the utility coming through now, you can tell both of them just trying to use that smoke, but Nerds is actually the one who's able to put it to good use. And Endpoint have turned this round on its head. Man advantage in play. Sunpius has been quiet so far here on the map, but they need him to roar here in overtime.
The Spaniard's got to get stuck in here with the AWP. 40 seconds left. Oh, he's so fortunate that molly catches the smoke. Literally the outskirts of it as well. Bomb plant. It'll be stuck. Sunpius makes a step surely. They know, but behind him is Nerds. Messy spray, but it doesn't matter. He caught the AWP with his pants down, and that'll be a round on the board. Taking the M4. Notice, M4 picked up for Nerds. You may be wondering, why the hell has he not saved the AWP? Well, look at the CT side. He's now forced everyone to either rebuy head armor, because they will obviously have seen him pick up the M4, or everyone plays for half armor, and he's got an M4, which is a one-shot headshot. It's so smart from Nerds. 200 IQ Andy out here.
I mean, normally, yes, but the only problem is because we're playing MR3 12.5k, they can still afford to buy the head armor, and it doesn't have any major implications.
It's true.
So I wonder if this might actually cost him now, because he's not going to be able to have that instant one-shot headshot potential. Wouldn't that just be unfortunate? Let's see, he's going to take a gunfight here with Diha. Doesn't matter in the end, baby. Still able to get the kill and comes out on top.
Important, so important. The real finding a double. Hold on, how's that happens? Cracks open Martin and then Volder, second to fall. Snappy could be walking into the guillotine of K-Man as well. He will be denied. It's a 2v5 that they have to claw back from. How the tables turn. Endpoint look like they could be taking the first map here.
Is going to be Snappy to try and maintain some sort of control here over towards the same bomb site, dumping his utility right now. There's a lot of time left, and it's going to be MHL from behind the sandbags. Looking over the bomb site, able to get the kill, and Sunpie is never going to be expecting Nerds in this position, able to go for the wide swing. 2 kills comes through from his M4A4, and that is going to be 17 to 15. Endpoint making moves here in overtime right now, and Ence, they're going to be feeling the pressure. And that was so simple from Nerds to open up on the round as well. And then it's Surreal, as you say, who just finds himself in the best possible position there. Pulls the rug right out from underneath of Ence. Endpoint go clear by 2.
Two rounds away, Endpoint, from finding success. They've only got one more chance here on the T side, and well, it starts off with the quartet it. Nerds, he's able to make the trade happen. 4v4, HE would be enough to take him down, but Nerds isn't towards A, so not a worry for Endpoint right now. A bit of a tag taken. Minute and 20, Endpoint still with plenty of options right now. Plenty of time to work with them as well. Snappy, don't go any further forward than this, mate. You will lose your life in an instant.
Oh,
bringing out Surreal, does it anyway. 3v4.
That was so awkward for Snappy. You could see he was trying to fall back, trying to get back to a bit of safety there, but nowhere safe when Surreal's on the server. Unless you're Volder, playing around the smoke right now, left to his own devices, gets himself 2 kills, rescues the round for his team. Leaves Sunpius and Madden in a winnable position, and this is a must-win round as well, right? To deny Endpoint the flawless T-half of overtime.
Madden has at least stopped the molly. A first round here would at least be a conversation for Ence and gives the fans some hope heading on to their CCT side. 30 seconds left, they fade to rotate. Oh, and Madden's bought it hook, line, and sinker. The only other man left in this round is Sunpius, and he's on an MP9. The question is, do Endpoint check short? Haven't cleared it.
Going for the flank.
So surely they do. One was thinking about it. There you have it. There's your first. Mighty Max will fall as well. And so Ence take a 16th. Is that going to be enough, though? The next 3 rounds will have to depict it. Ence need all 3 to win the game here in first OT.
And I'm not entirely sure that they can make that happen. I mean, they've been able to win around here and win around there, but it's been pretty back and forth. I mean, they had 8 rounds in their on their T side, but you know, if you're only able to win 8 in regulation, how are you going to win all 3 in overtime? As for Endpoint, they just need to win 2 here on their CT side. 2 rounds would be enough to lock in the map win. No AWP, by the way. No AWP on the server here for either team. First round of overtime, second half. Both AWPers opting against picking up the big gun. Instead, they got rifles across the board.
Very, very damaging right now. This could be to Ence's chance in this tournament. To lose their map pick of Vertigo, obviously for context as well. You want to zoom out a little bit. It's Ancient. Endpoint's pick, one of their best maps. Ence haven't exactly had the best of times on it either. Having recently lost to Astralis. That was pre-device as well. Lost to Mouse, lost to Sprout, lost to Heroic, but have beaten 777, Heet, BNE. So there have been ups and downs to this pick, but you know that Endpoint a lot more rehearsed and a lot more malleable on that second map. This round, they fall down a man though. It's Nerds that takes an early exit once again.
And after getting that kill, they're just going to pull up the handbrake and shift towards the opposite side of the map. They know that that would have had to have drawn some sort of rotations, especially because of how deep Nertz was. Ence no Endpoint would have been relying on his information. Look at the off angle here from Mighty Max. Madly spotted him in his peripheral. They're going to go for the wide swing afterwards to force the trade. Mighty Max he hung around, and that cost him his life. Quote's going to be the first responder. It looks like he wants to try and get ahead of the game, try and obstruct them from going for the bomb plant. Is he going to go through the smoke here is the question. He will actually eventually push straight through, and he catches Valde. The nade's got the bomb planter as well. Diha answers back with the frag, but the pressure's on now.
Thrilling MHL in the post plant. Smoke dropped on top of the bomb. MHL goes for a stick. It's so messy. Diha didn't get it. There's your first. There's your second, Diha. And he keeps Ence alive.
Beautiful transfer coming through there from Diha. 1 versus 2. Diffuse be stuck in the smoke there. Just a couple seconds left for MHL. But Diha able to get the job done for his team. 17-17. Whoever wins this round going to be able to get themselves a map point. In Ence's case would be another. Sunpius will pick up the ult this time. I was a bit concerned there for Ence once the nade kills the planter and Quotes is able to get that frag as well.
The fact that Ence have even tied the game from this position is scary. For Endpoint, that was a real good chance as well. MHL sticks it, you know, you feel like you're less than a second away from winning that round, but Diha on a spray transfer takes away your chances of finishing this round. And it's yet again Nertz that falls. You know, we compliment him for being an aggressive, a very in-your-face rifler that knows how to just use aim and win gunfights. That's twice in a row now in OT that he's gone for nothing. And he's the man to fall in the early round.
Ence is going to be grouping up now that they got that man advantage. Working their way in towards the, say, bomb site as a unit. So much utility in their possession as well. Endpoint know what's going on though. They've heard all the Suital coming in. So they've also got 3 players on the bomb site right now. 1 on a quick flank. That's surreal. Waiting to come through with that backstab. Where's that bomb? On snap, he's back in towards the side. He goes. Narrow angle to work with their Endpoint. Want to try and use that angle to their advantage, but that costs them 2.
Great shot from Madden.
That's so unfortunate. Always nice to be on the flank, but when all your teammates die on the bomb site, then you just kind of hate your life.
Yeah. This is it. Endpoint to stay alive. Ence's pick a vertigo. One look dire, next looking pretty solid. The fate of Endpoint here in this first map lies on a single round. 1 opportunity left. Comes in this round here, round number 36, Endpoint 17, Ence 18. Of course, you've got to get 19 to win, so a blocker to Ence's 19th would be Endpoint winning.
Yeah, we saw Ence had a chance in regulation. That was on their CT side. 1 chance at 15-14. Now an opportunity on their T side. They've been flawless so far, able to win the first 2 rounds on their T side. Can they win the 3rd to complete the sequence?
What a sick comeback this would be for Ence as well, right? Because they went 2-0 down on CT side and then to win the next 4 and cross sides in the middle of it.
Great flash. Real lined it up. Was he spotted there? Doesn't matter in the end. We'll still get the kill. Sure, traded out. More kills continue to come through. Rotations being drawn out here as well. Sunpius is so low. How has Quotes done this all? He's still got his goddamn USP out right now. Eventually going to pick up the AK and lose his head, but he's gotten his team into a fantastic position with those kills.
3v2 to keep Endpoint bubbling over into double OT. Oh, there. Oh, that's a molly picked up, and that's Max forced into the open. Has to run away. A smoke towards front sight. Valde thinking about peeking and does nail the shot. 2v2. Does he a HE for his sins? 2 M4s left. Nertz is left to the late round. MHL over the top. Spots Valde. Snappy in the clutch.
He was the player to do majority of the damage throughout regulation for Ence. Can he somehow bring a magical 1 versus 2 clutch into fruition here in overtime right now? Looking for the fight. Molly's going to force him forward. Problem is he just doesn't have the time to work with. Now he's going to commit to the bomb plant, but they've got him boxed in. How does he even find an inch to work with? First comes through, but he can't find the magical transfer. Nerds will get the kill. Last player left alive in the last round in the first set of overtime. Nerds will complete the defuse, and we run it back.
Double OT, Endpoint, just about hold on. And all that work in the previous 6 rounds means for null, we go again. That's a brilliant job, Quirts. Look at that. Dinks him while blind and then backs through the smoke to kill some Pius and nearly picks up an AK for a third. This is a nice shot. NHL removing. Valdet, probably the most important one. And look at that from Snappy. Give him an extra half a second. He collects his spray. Nertz could have been a dead man. That's an alternate universe. We go to double OT here. We need another 6 rounds to split these 2 teams.
Endpoint denying Ence once again. How much more do they have in them is the question. Can they be the team to get themselves to a map point after starving Ence of 2? Ence probably going to be a bit frustrated with themselves. Then again, that was a pretty good display on their T side, winning 2 of the 3 rounds. Can they continue that formula into the second set of OT, keeping things stupid simple? They're just trying to walk in towards the safe bomb site, going for the dry contact. That cost them some bias, but they're able to get a kill in exchange onto Quirts, and now they know exactly where the Polish sniper is. Util reigns in, and they get full control.
Bomb plant. This time Ence have suitable numbers to take it to the post-plant scenario. 40 seconds. Endpoint to retake this site and get a defuse in. They've got 2 smokes. That's massive. Nertz on a second AWP as well. Can definitely get scary. There's your primary AWP firing off, and it's Snappy. Remove. Post-plant. You're entertaining the idea of an Ence advantage. That bomb is the only thing going for them right now, though. It's a tap, not a stick. Volder needs to peek out in the next couple of seconds to find it. Now it's a stick from Cyril. Now they're going to kill the diffuser. And Dinger's in the VIP. Now it's Mighty Max's turn to get on it. He's not going to be able to get it off in time. And Ence do obtain a 19-18 advantage only by the skin of their teeth.
Wow, massive round in the end. It comes incredibly close, but Ence are able to make it work in the post-plant. MHL does his damnedest with the AWP multi-kill for him, but not going to be remembered here in the 37th round. Surreal's been the player who's probably impressed me the most, I would say, on Endpoint alongside MHL.
Yes.
Just had so much impact with his rifle. I mean, 23 kills, sure, it's not like he's been completely lighting up the server, but so much impact has come through from him.
Those odds over at 1x bet still saying Ence majorative lead to win this BO3. Quirts and Nertz have got something to say about that though. A 19-18 advantage. That could be unwoven in the matter of moments. Molly towards backside. Mighty Max forced into the open, and so Madden able to take his head off, but down to 2 because the AWP will penalise. Valdet going for the stick of the bomb, and he does get it in. Go for a bit of a wallbang as well. Flashbang blinding the rifleman. Madden slips in towards the sandbag position. Drops against it in the long term, thinking, got to be able to support my teammate. It's a retake smoke thrown in. Spam through doesn't connect. Valder got a bit of a gap to work with, I do believe, beneath the smoke for the bomb. Nade on top. Quirts will find it. 1v4 hit for Valder. There's going to be so many bodies. There's your first. A second kill is going to be laboured. It doesn't matter. Nertz is sticking. And they will indeed hold the defuse. Quirts will kill his teammate. Not that it matters, because Endpoint, they just won in 19. And your wish is their command.
Yeah, great retake coming through there from them in the end. They just had the numerical advantage. Were able to just brute force their way forward in the end. Good effort from Valder, but he couldn't connect on the shots necessary onto the low HP players to have a proper crack at it. Ence once again sticking up with the approach in towards A ramp. This time it doesn't work out for them. 1-1. Splitting rounds right now here in the second set of overtime. Endpoint not contesting grab this time, though. They have been playing from the bomb side a little bit more through this overtime than what we saw in regulation.
What an 8 set from Sampius and Madden. Just blasting the Rifleman out of the round, or the AWPer, excuse me, of MHL out of the round. Nerds and Quirts both with kills yet again. Sampius is going to be denied of the bomb plant. Quirts just leaping through, and that buys time for Nerds. Boulder removed. Endpoint advantage.
Once again, they've been able to win the first 2 rounds in overtime. And actually, look at how even their kill distribution is on the side of Endpoint. Everybody between 28 and 20 frags right now. Everybody chipping in, and that's why they've been successful. Great display coming through from them. 1 round here means they're guaranteed another set of overtime and 2 map points on their opponent's map pick as well, man. This was the airstrike that came through to get the opening kill on MHL, but thereafter, Quirts gets a multi-kill, and it's just all Endpoint.
Let's see. Round 40 starts with a leg shot from MHL, but D-Hut and Madden was walking away with their lives, which is something Nerds isn't. Mighty Max going to get tagged up quite heavily through ramp as well. Snappy plays close to the smoke. Surreal will beat him in the gunfight, despite the one emerging through the fumes.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade to start off the round. A lot of damage has been done, though, to both D-Hut and Madden. Not going to stop Madden from fragging, though, that's for sure. Only when he's in the grave can you be certain that he will not find you on the server. Oh, Quirts was lucky to be ducking there. Again, Sampius has been able to best MHL. But surprised there. Seemed like MHL was a bit slow on the trigger as Sampius walks into his scope, but still 2-man advantage for Ence. Same situation as the first set of overtime where Ence were down 1-2 going into their second half of overtime. That time it was on the T side, now it's the CT side. The HE grenade should touch down though. We'll get the kill. This was a 4v2 that's turned into a 2v2 and HP actually favors the T side.
Be here in the 2v2. Can Endpoint make it 21? Can they push further their lead, or will Ence be able to equalise? Saw them do that in the first OT. 15 seconds time is an issue, but both players gamble towards A. Endpoint are just going to stroll out to a vacant B site. Go, thank you very much. Skrill's going to punch in the digits. The postmark looking quite good. Sampius goes for a bit of a pre-fire on the double box. Doesn't connect in the meantime. K-Man gets up close. Surreal. Peeking between the left and the right. There's your first. Sampius in the clutch. It's the no-scope. Knew the Quirts was towards double. Wants to try and switch out to the weapons, and he doesn't fire off the shot. I think the idea was to fire off the shot and bait him in. Now taps the bomb. Quirts, he did jiggle out from the white box, but didn't see it. Sampius, does he have it? No, Quirts will hold on. 21 on the board for Endpoint. Map points.
Map points for Endpoint. Oh, wow. On the cusp now, robbing their opponent's map pick away from them. Initially, it looked like Ence were doing really well. I mean, they were in a 4 versus 2. Sure, a couple of their players were low, but they continued to probably take fights they didn't have to. At least, yeah, I'm not sure who it was that died there initially towards Gap. I think it might have been Valde. Probably overextending there. After that, the HE grenade comes through to bring it back into a 2v2. Good mid-round decision there from Endpoint to change up the approach and going towards that B bomb site. There was no one there. And how good has Quirts been, man? He has been a massive force, very influential in Endpoint's success so far here on Vertigo. And they've got 2 chances now, 2 opportunities to win here on this map.
It's attempted. Minute left on the clock. Endpoint no. A whisker away from beating Ence at their own ball game. Happy yet again pressuring up towards Gap. want to go for something aggressive, but doesn't want to leave gap unattended. But that's his life gone. Surreal opening kill. Valde lining up 2 is important. The Dane eventually removed by the Orpa of MHL. 3 versus 3, but time. 35 seconds, not to mention Quirts and MHL in this scenario, both sub 40, 39 points of health each.
Madden's in a great position. He's getting a lot of audio cues right now. So D has actually rotating across him towards the say bomb site. Means Ence are going to have all the cavalry on the scene. Won't be able to do much about it. Can't necessarily deny the plant, but Madden peering above the smoke, finally able to pounce. His patience pays off. Actually flawless in the end there. All 3 players live to tell the tale. Don't take any damage in the process. Endpoint stutter as they approach that finish line.
Stick around for Ence. Flawlessly, as you said. And still need 1 more to even take it to triple OT. Scary business. Not done just yet here, Ence, but a definite step in the right direction. And Endpoint to take their 3rd tactical of the game to try and close it out in the double OT.
If Ence are able to win this, both teams would have had 2 map points up until this point. Both teams would have squandered them. A lot of utility being dumped in spawn there for the rotations. And back into the game we go. Remember, this is just the first map of the series, guys. We go to Ancients after this, picked by Endpoint and Mirage as the decider if we need to bring a 3rd map into the conversation to separate these 2 teams, which, I mean, is actually looking pretty likely, especially if Endpoint win you on Vertigo. No one's going to expect them to 2-0 Ence.
I mean, beating Ence at their own ball game would be ridiculous.
Absolutely.
See now, though, 1 round away from doing so. Ramp is a tendency for them. Not a terrible one, though, for Ence to have defended in the last round. The question is, can they do it again? Where it matters even more so than the previous.
Well, he's got an AK, he's got support here from Snappy as well, but not going to have a chance to get themselves into the round just yet. Endpoints have got their open position watching ramp while everybody else is congregated on the opposite side of the map.
Well, look, in the final 45 seconds, Endpoint yet again, leaving it late, leaving it towards A. Quirts lurking. He's had a great game so far for Endpoint. Got fragging Nerds in this scenario. Surreal and MHL putting in a mega shift for the Endpoint name respectively. And here we go, pressure towards A. Nerds, first kill, second kill for Nerds. That's a massive entry. Now on the retake, it's a great shot from Sunpius to connect, but the problem is you've lost 2 and you've only butted in 1. Smoke in front of Mighty Max will give him an escape route towards short, but he doesn't want to back away. He wants to stick around and try and catch them with their pants down as Madden jumps on top of the boxes. It's going to be heard, it's going to be seen by Max, but he doesn't want to take the fight. It's MHL to find the killing blow. Both players bind, both players gone. It's 22-20, and Endpoint have map 1.
What an upset coming through from Endpoint. On their 2nd map point, they're able to make it work, and they will steal Ence's map pick away from them and lead this quarterfinal 1-0. It's Ancients up next. We're going to throw to a break, and when we come back, it will be that 2nd map of the series. Don't go anywhere. We're going to find out if Endpoint have it in them to win this 2-0, or whether Ence take us to Mirage.